like 3 hours, something like that. But he was in here and he was like, I'm not a flat earther or globe earther, but he's like, if this evidence is true, he's like, I would lean towards flat earth because like, he's like, I don't know. He's like, we're saying, and he gave the two. I'm going to put it in the text for you guys to look at, for those of you who came right now. And then Flat Lloyd Wright did like the actual line of sight, from using, I think, Google Maps. And I'll post the information.
Yeah, cool. I'll check it out, certainly. You know me. Freaking got autism.
All right. So I posted that. But then I'm gonna also post what ChatGPT told me, which was the thing that was interesting, right? Because it told me that it's not possible, and I'll put that underneath all that information I just put.
Okay, so this dude Shen said in the chat, the Earth can't be flat, bro. Just think about it. Well, we have thought about it, and it has to be flat. Because the surface of the Earth is mostly water, and water's flat on its surface. So how can the Earth be a ball if it's like mostly flat water? We have thought about it. The question is, have you thought about it? Have you thought about that if you go to like, and I love this from AI, when he went to Iraq. He said he was looking across the ocean in the direction that Iraq would be. And he was looking across the water. He wasn't looking down through the earth. He wasn't looking at his feet. Iraq's down there.
Iraq's under his feet, huh?
Gravity is pulling water down. Fantastic, but it's not pulling it down into a ball. Can you show water being formed into a ball by gravity? And don't show me some stupid shit from the ISS because it's not gravity. Even they don't even claim that. They say that that's electrostatics. So I love this one, the Bolivian salt flats. Oh my God, dude, last night. Oh, you weren't on here? Holy shit, man.
Yeah.
Dude, Rayleigh Criterion. You know how they lost the moon landing tapes? Or taped over them? Because there wasn't enough, there was a shortage. Do you know why there was a shortage? Because the ban on whaling. Apparently, they got something out of whales that they used to make those magnetic tapes. And that's why there was a shortage, because there was a ban on whaling. So check this out. We don't have evidence of the moon landing actually happening because of Greenpeace. That's fucking mind-blowing. That's actually a true statement, because Greenpeace is who stopped whaling. Remember, they were smashing into the freaking whaling ships and blocking them, and they caused an uproar, and they got whaling banished.
They're still
from the
doing.
world.
They're still doing that now, I think.
Yeah, because the Japanese have an exception; they can whale in certain areas. But whaling was as far as I know, whaling was a huge problem. But my point is that Greenpeace is the reason you guys can't prove the moon landing, which I think is fucking so funny.
That's too funny, dude.
Shen Bion says, what about astronauts that went to space? What about scientists that study the universe and shit? Why would they lie to us? What do they benefit from lying? First, you're assuming that there's a bunch of people lying. And you're assuming these people know something, somehow know the Earth is a goal based upon what they do. You're making a lot of assumptions there. People that quote unquote study the universe take a telescope and look at the sky. That doesn't tell you what the Earth is. You're pointing your telescope the wrong way. Okay? Astronauts, the only ones that claim to have seen the Earth in its entirety are the Apollo astronauts we were just talking about, and that's like 25 according to Matt. So people that claim to go to the ISS, they don't see enough of the Earth to even say it's a ball or not. So you're just imagining there's a situation that exists, but that's not the actual situation. And I asked you if you can demonstrate that gravity is pulling water into a ball anywhere, and I'm still waiting on that. Thanks. But if there's anybody that actually, so we got Brazen, Inman's freaking train wreck. What's up, bro? Why are you here?
Yeah, what's up?
How you doing?
I'm good.
Good. That's fantastic. So, is the globe just a story, or is it actual true?
What globe is? I mean.
Globe, Earth, ball.
Yeah.
You think Earth is a ball?
No, I don't think the Earth is a ball. I don't think like Earth is look like some kind of ostrich egg.
Ostrich egg.
Yeah.
Why?
Because there is some kind of like gravitational force coming through the sun.
Yeah, but how do you know that's why the Earth is an ostrich egg?
I think it's pulling from the Quran, isn't he? Like, isn't that what it says?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's agreeing. Yeah.
Yeah, but aren't you in the ostrich egg? You're not on it.
What?
In the Quran, doesn't it say that you're inside the ostrich egg? Like that surrounds you. I didn't think you were on the egg.
Well, top of the egg. Like.
It doesn't say that.
I don't know what it says.
I don't know what he said, Emily.
Okay.
It doesn't say you're on top of the egg. All
Hi,
the ancient...
hi guys, hi.
Wow.
Do we have
All
any
of the-
Qurans?
Hey,
Hi,
do you have any parents that teach manners? Because go find them. Because you don't have any. Jesus Christ. Go ahead, DJ.
Yeah. Also, all of the ancient depictions from all of the ancient cultures and religious texts, right? They all show kind of what you're talking about in a sense, right? Like a spherical sort of looking, a half spherical looking dome, right? Or an egg-shaped structure over the top of a flat surface, which is inside of that structure. So the ancient depictions show that you're inside of it, right? Not on the outside, like India was saying. I'll post some depictions in the side chat.
Yeah, that's what I mean, I'm not Islam. I'm not Muslim, but I'm pretty sure it's inside the egg. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, if you have a look in the side chat, you can see some, sort of egg-shaped structures there. But none of them none of them are on the outside, right? None of them are a globe except for the NASA one.
I still like the inside the eye of a giant. I freaking love that, dude. That idea.
Hello.
We're like chilling on the freaking retina and like,
What do you guys
the cornea is the dome.
What do you guys believe? Like Earth is flat or what?
Yes, of course. Why wouldn't we?
How did that work?
Why would we not think the Earth is flat? Didn't everybody a long time ago think that?
what about the people who go on top of the mountain and see the curve of the earth?
You can't see the curve of the earth from the top of the mountain.
Yeah, you can.
Where did you get that idea?
Damn, this guy.
You can go.
Where did you get the idea that you can see the curve of the earth from the top of a mountain?
All right, player, from top of the mountain. Let's go. Which mountain? You first of all, which mountain?
Mount Everest? Is that tall enough?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mount
You can
Fiji?
go up there. You can
So there's
see
Mount
the-
Everest in the chat. Thanks for playing. That was easy. That's taken from the top of Mount Everest. If you don't like that one, I got more. I got a 360 one too.
Damn, you got debunked quick, dude.
Yeah, so why did you say that? That's what I want to know. Why did you say you could see it from the top of a mountain? Nobody told you that. You just made that up right now.
The bro's all alone with that belief.
Then okay. Okay, what about the other planet? The sun. What about that?
Oh my goodness.
They're just flat and looking at us, or what?
Are you going down the list right now?
Yeah, why would the Earth be like those again?
Okay, what about the
Why
other
is the
planet?
Earth? Why do you think the Earth is a planet? Why? Why?
Because it is.
Well, that's convincing.
It just is, bro. Come on, get over it.
That's called an ipsy-dixit fallacy. It just is. You're just saying it just is. How do you know it is?
That was the end of his logic.
Bro, I'm not good at English, man.
That's
I'm
fine.
Oh yeah, that's all right.
I'm came here to learn English, and I
Okay.
joined the server, and you.
This
guys
is like
discussed-
this would be like intermediate English in
Yeah.
this chat. So I don't know what your level. Your English ain't bad. It's pretty good. You understood most of what we said, so
We
you
all
probably
believed it was once.
We don't believe what? Who said something?
You are not saying anything new.
No, I'm asking who said something. What did you say? We don't believe what?
That was Joseph. Joseph?
Oh, okay.
Joseph sent some picture in the chat.
Yeah. He's showing you the effects of different cameras.
I'm like thinking like you guys believe Earth is round, but you guys like let's debate about the Earth is
Okay.
flat.
Yeah, and how did you figure that out?
I don't.
You went from I speak no English, okay, to now you're a psychiatrist.
Bro,
That
how
was
about
quick.
this?
He switched quick, bro.
Como se dice?
The mask. Look at the mask fell off. That's easy. Just snatch your wig off. You're not an actor, dude. You're not some professional. You don't have any expert knowledge in anything. You're just an idiot with an internet connection. That's it.
Okay.
You're not
Roasting-
fooling anybody.
Fucking crit,
So
dude.
you want, I don't.
He's
need
on
copy.
demon time with us. They're coming with a blazing sword.
We need the 4 horsemen, dude. We need one more. We got famine, pestilence. We got death.
Dude, like
We
crit.
need war.
I was talking about this with Dandelion the other day, that we need to like change the chat over in the politics server to bad actors, to bad acting class, because that's what it is when they come in there. It's just like a bunch of bad actors. Hey,
Oh, yeah,
fellow
totally.
flat earthers.
It's like the amateur hour at the comedy club.
Oh yeah, it's horrible.
I
Yeah, I mean,
asked-
you got this guy that says, me no speaky, but he's speaky because he's trying to psychoanalyze. Like, it's like, dude, how'd you go from not understanding to like full on Like
Bro, I'm
psychoanalyzing the chat. Like what the hell?
You freaking put us on the couch in like 5 seconds.
Uh,
I'm like beginner English speaker. I'm like,
beginnering.
yeah.
Why did hey Brazen? Can you tell us why people before the globe, why people thought the Earth was flat before the globe?
Because they don't have the technology to see the
Hold
Hold on. So, what was the technology that proved the globe? I heard it was sticks. So, sticks did not exist before Eratosthenes. He invented sticks.
I'm not talking about sticks.
Yeah, well, that was the technology. It was sticking 2 sticks in the ground.
I'm not talking about that technology.
Okay, so when did we prove it then?
Like, I don't know, something like 19 or 1800. People.
What technology was that then that they used
I
then?
don't know.
Then how do you know it was? They didn't have the technology, and that's why they didn't do it. If you don't know what technology proved it.
Like,
you think maybe? Do you think there's a possibility that they thought the Earth was flat because that is the way they experienced the Earth, and that's the way it looked?
Yeah. If you like.
So is that a good thing to go by? They're like just going by like, hey, dude, the way something looks. Hey, I think that mountain's tall. It looks tall.
People.
Hey, that looks like water over there. Hey, that looks like snow. Hey, that looks like frickin' trees.
Their perspective.
Yeah, well, what perspective should they be going by?
Outside perspective, like, if you are like.
So they should imagine that they're floating disembodied from their body after projecting to far, far away, and that's what they should think the Earth is, with their imagination.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's not how we should do it. Well, I mean, we're saying, hey, they didn't, from their perspective, it looks flat. Well, from what perspective does it not look flat? And why would they think that there's a perspective where it looks like something else? Why would they even think that in the first place?
What do you think about the sun? It is flat. Now you believe
I just think it's so funny, dude. Where you guys?
Why are you going down? Why are you going down the list of all the checklist of all the things you should ask a flat earther? That's what you're doing, bro. You're going down the
nothing
list.
to do with the Earth.
Yeah, I'm going on.
Brazen, have you noticed that you've asked me 2 questions and neither one of them had anything to do with the Earth?
Yeah, I'm going on.
Okay.
Come on,
Let me
go to my next question. Number 5. What is number 5?
Well, I mean, you said sun, planets, moon. When are we going to talk about the Earth?
Okay, I'm gonna talk about. We are talking about the Earth, right, man.
Okay, yeah.
Do you think sun is flat or?
Oh my God! I can't believe it came in at the right time.
Give me.
There's a fourth. There's a fourth.
Give me like a time to make a point.
No.
Fucking outstanding.
Hey, Crit, you can't make this shit up, bro. We tried. And even if we tried to do this whole production, it would have come out as good as this, bro.
No, if you had this, if this was scripted, you brought in some idiot to pretend. It wouldn't be. It'd be like not as funny as this shit.
It's like, yeah, let's talk about the Earth. So, do you guys think the sun is flat? Like,
He's like, yeah. Let's talk about the Earth. Okay, let's do it. Okay, what question you got about the Earth? Is the sun flat?
Okay, if you guys think Earth is flat, then why is the map projection make like top and bottom bigger and the middle is like perfect size?
Perfect size. Bro, you don't have a standard to evaluate whether it's a perfect size or not. How do you even know that information is true?
How do you know what the right size is?
There's no standard.
From nothing floating in the infinite vacuum of space, and you were an
I
accident.
love
by the Big Bang.
I love that idea.
It's boring, bro.
He likes that because that means
What's
that
the
it was by
what's
accident, and he can go and kill people, and there will be no consequences for him later in life.
Because you say it's boring, there's nothing else. It's like, no, what you're saying, there's nothing else. Like, you're completely.
You think
No.
floating out in the vacuum of
Everything
space in the darkness is exciting?
You are completely.
Do you think
throwing
floating
away
around
everything
without ever
else.
being able to stand on the ground is exciting?
Well, so I have a counter
Compared
question
to
that's more
what?
productive than where we're going.
Walking
here.
around on Earth.
Why would the Earth not be round, but all the other planets and stars would be
100%
round?
would, yes.
Why would you
Why
look
would-
in the sky for a measured Earth curve?
And why would you think the Earth was a
why
planet?
not? Well,
You did look in the sky.
that's because
Don't
the Earth
tell
is the
people you
planet.
didn't look up.
But no,
It's not a planet. Nobody ever said it was a planet.
I was pointing to. I'm not looking
sky.
up for curving Earth. I'm
The definition of
looking
a
up
planet
because
is
if
a
every
celestial
single
object.
other celestial object
Yeah,
is
other.
round or
One of
round
those.
shape,
It's not one
why
of
would
not
the
a-
Earth not
The
be
Earth is
round
not a
shaped?
celestial object. The Earth is not a
No,
celestial
the Earth
object.
is totally a celestial object.
No, you don't
It's
look
not.
up and see it
It's
in the sky, dude.
universe.
You don't
Yeah,
see
you don't
it
see
in
it in the sky because we're
Then it's
on
not
the
a
Earth.
celestial object.
Why do you want it to suck?
We're in
I
the
don't get it.
universe.
The definition of a celestial object is something in the sky. The Earth is not in the sky.
Yeah, if
The
we were
Earth-
on the
are
moon,
you-
the Earth would be in the sky.
Are you saying the Earth is not
No.
in the sky? Come on.
Yeah, the Earth
like,
is the
what,
Earth. Come
what
on,
are
bro.
we actually doing here?
Oh, you're hurting this guy's feelings.
Honestly, kinda.
I'm not concerned about that whatsoever, unfortunately or fortunately.
The Earth is
Um,
not in the sky. What
No,
the
dude.
sky, then?
Go outside and look up and tell me if you see the Earth. You
Okay,
idiot.
if we were on Mars and we looked
Okay.
up,
Oh,
and
you
we
can't
see
go
the
somewhere
Earth.
that doesn't exist.
Okay, is every
So Mars
planet in our
doesn't
solar
exist?
No,
system
not the way you
in
think
the
it does.
sky?
It's the light up
The
in the
light
sky
does.
we see from the ground. Yeah, well, I see the light all the time.
Yeah,
I
it's
bet you
light
do,
reflected
man.
from
It
the
must
sun.
be so
That's
nice.
reflected
Prove
onto
it.
the Earth.
Prove it. Prove it. Prove it.
Scientists have already proved
No,
that.
No,
from
no,
the
you
man.
prove it.
universe. They
You
proved
prove it. You
Well, why
prove
do I
it.
have to prove it?
I just want
Because
to.
it-
No one making the claim.
Why can't I rely on
Dog,
society
the
that's
proof,
been
swole
built up?
dog,
That's
is
proved all
everybody
these
else
things
did it,
before.
so he doesn't have to do anything. Just remember, that's how Globers think.
Yeah, he's just
Somebody
he's a
else
lazy,
did.
insignificant speck of dust. That's what he is.
Yeah.
By the way,
Yeah.
my guy just said Globers.
Yeah, you are one.
Yeah, Globers.
Yeah,
Like-
Globers.
Like we're like attacking
Yes.
each other. Like we're
Yes,
like
you guys are like
apart or
a different like level of people to me. Yep.
Well, I'll tell you what, you guys are much more hostile and aggressive
Why?
than the people I was
Than the
talking to a few
TikTokers?
hours ago.
In what world?
No, in
like,
this
who-
chat.
Who made you like think that way to begin
Which
with?
way?
That we're less than you. Us
Oh, I didn't
Globers.
say you're less. I'm just saying I think on a
You did.
different level than you do. You're on a different level.
I didn't say you were less either. I said that
Literally,
you believe that you're an insignificant speck of dust in the corner of the universe spinning out of control, and you need your little government daddy to rule over you because you need
sorry,
some
who-
direction in life because
sorry,
you don't
who-
know who you are.
Sorry, who did you vote for and who do you support?
What?
I have a quick
Exactly. So again, do you really want to try that?
Yeah, let's try that.
Okay.
Let's do it.
I
Come on.
vote. I vote.
I
Hold on,
want to
wanna
go
vote
back
for
to that
something.
guy. Who,
Can I
have a
vote for
quick-
something? I want to vote that the guy that saw Earth curve
like,
from Hawaii
come
comes
on,
back.
bruh.
I have a
We've
genuine
all been
question.
there.
Um,
Yeah, what's up?
so about measuring the curvature over bodies of water, right? You guys talk about shooting a laser or whatever at an observer, and it
Yeah, I've
shouldn't be able
got
to
some
hit
in the
that,
side chat for you.
right?
I've got like 6 of them. There's a playlist. If you look at laser tests,
Mhm.
There's a
So
playlist
how
of
do you
laser
guys
tests.
know that what the elevation of the observer is at and what the elevation
Because we
of
can go
Because
and
they
do it with
document
our own equipment.
so
And they document it.
Bro,
They
if you
document the
actually
whole
ask them to start doing math, they aren't. They're
Look,
not
bro,
going to
I'll
be
tell you-
able to.
how does
do
that
it.
equipment work?
Are you going to listen to the
I have-
answer,
I
dude?
own a
Are you going to
laser.
listen? Hold on, dude.
Maps?
Listen, if you ask
I'm
a
just
question, you
curious.
need to. J-Dog, I'm going to fucking mute you. If you guys ask questions, you need to actually listen to the fucking answer.
I mean, I've been AFK. Don't include me on this shit.
I don't want to boot anybody. I wanted this to be listenable. But if everybody's talking over each other, that's not possible. So if you ask a question, wait for the goddamn answer.
Agree. Good
And listen for the answer. Don't just fucking listen to ask another question and not
I
not
agree. Good
accept
luck.
the answer.
We should
Bro,
evenly.
I'm
mute
trying to
everyone
do
here.
something. Can you guys like figure it out?
But go for it.
Then do it quietly. So now you're on mute. Okay? We're not going to
What's
play
the
this
response?
fucking game. Go ahead, J-Dog.
Well, like I will repeat myself like the fourth time. I'm just curious, what equipment are you using then to determine
Tape measure.
a tape measure to determine?
Lasers
Yeah, to
and
measure the height of the
Where at?
laser.
Relative
So
to
you
sea
measure the height of the laser above the water with a
No,
tape
but
measure.
I'm saying, how do you determine you're at sea level, like inland, when you're measuring over a lake or whatever, a body of water?
It's still water.
It's still no.
Water
I'm just saying, how do you know you're not at elevation? Like you're not.
Okay, who cares if you're at 900 feet, a lake that's at 900 feet? Tell me what the difference is.
I'm just saying, how do you know what?
No, tell me what the difference is since you're just saying.
What do you? Tell me what the difference is. I'm just saying, how do you know you're not hitting something that's claimed
So you
by
can't
us?
even explain what your little gotcha is, can you?
You didn't even look at the video.
How do you guys determine that you're not standing at, let's say, 200 feet at elevation, right, relative to sea level?
Why
not hitting an
does it
observer
matter
at
if you're
100?
over water?
Do you agree that gravity pulls water down to the earth?
Because our claim is that it's curved.
J-Dog, do you agree that gravity pulls water to the earth? Do you agree with that?
And I think water curves.
And you think water only curves at elevations of 700 feet or at elevations of 0 feet? Which is it?
I think water curves.
No matter what?
That's the problem. That's
no
the
matter what? Say no matter what. You think water curves no matter what the elevation is?
The difference will always come down to, I believe in gravity, and I believe that water is curving around a ball. So, like, that's and
Well, then you don't ask questions. Don't ask. Come in here and ask any questions since you have a belief system.
We also make claims of elevation as well, and you guys don't seem.
What is your claim of elevation now? You can't have an elevation off the surface of a ball, by the way.
And if you watch the first video in my playlist, they're at sea level. Again, you're not watching the videos. You don't know what's going on.
So you're talking about the ship?
So they take a ship out away from the laser, and the laser is hitting the side of the ship.
Okay, I've seen a shitload of videos of the ship sinking from the bottom up. Like, I don't.
Oh my god.
He just went somewhere totally different. He wants to talk about boat sinking.
Yeah, so they're hitting the ship with a laser?
I've never seen a boat sinking from the bottom up.
Do lasers shoot straight?
Oh wait,
Do lasers shoot
do lasers
straight?
shoot straight? Yes, but refraction does exist.
Okay, show me refraction curving downward over a surface of a water.
It's going to be tough for me to show you that right now on Discord, right?
I can show you refraction bending upward over a flat surface. Would you like to see that?
We acknowledge here that refraction does exist. I'm not gonna. I don't.
Yeah, it exists as a general phenomenon. Yeah, it exists as a general phenomenon of
Can I give
nature.
an answer too? Like, come on, let's have.
Well, yeah, we are, J-Dog. So we're addressing specifically.
not
Now,
having
just saying refraction exists.
I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah, J-Dog. Just saying refraction exists doesn't mean anything. We know refraction exists as a general phenomenon. The question is there terrestrial refraction as such would bend it around the globe to make it look flat? That's the question.
When there's
not whether refraction exists or not.
But I don't think we're.
Now, how do you know that it exists in that way?
You're just proving my point, dude.
No, I'm just asking you, how do you know that refraction exists in that way, that it can bend light around the globe to make it look flat? Yeah, that's what I thought. You don't know that, and their evidence that is that it looks flat. My evidence of globe refraction is it looks flat. That is your argument, which is crazy.
I genuinely would love to have a good conversation here at some point, but I feel like it's very difficult with a lot of people in here. I feel like it's not a good environment for these conversations.
No, you want the conversation to be wishy-washy.
I'm not
But
saying
when we
this
get
is regard to anyone here. I'm just
you guys just want the conversation to be wishy-washy. We, or at least me, I'm hyper specific. Hey, like you're not going to just make these hand wave refraction as if that somehow cures the problem. Okay, you need to substantiate it in some way. You can't just say it that it's possible. I have no idea if it's possible. Does anybody? Has it ever been demonstrated in a lab? Has it been measured in nature? Like, how do we know that this globe terrestrial refraction even exists in the first place?
I think this is going to be a tough conversation to have because we keep on.
Stop talking about the conversation. Answer the question.
Well, the point being is that talk to me about
keep going meta because you can't
and
answer.
then I'll bring up something like NASA, or I'll bring up a point.
You're going meta because you can't answer. You're going meta. Yeah, J-Dog. You're going meta because you can't answer. That's why.
You're going meta. See, I'm not.
Yeah,
trying
you're
to
having
do
a
this
meta conversation.
Debate tactics shit with you. I'm trying to have a conversation.
You're having, bro. That's what you're doing. Okay, you're talking about the conversation. You're not talking about the issue I brought up. How do you know terrestrial refraction even exists the way they say? I'm asking you that question, and you're talking about the conversation and how it isn't going to be productive and this, that, and the other thing. Just answer the question. How do you know refraction exists in that way?
Brother.
Yeah, you don't.
Just say, I believe it. Just say, I believe it.
Do you understand why it's important to have like a good foundation in a conversation? Because we're not going to get
more
anywhere.
meta.
That's why I'm talking about the conversation. I think
more meta because you can't answer.
That we have like a mutual respect, right? I'm just saying, if we talk over each other, if we're muting people selectively, we're not going to have mutual respect here. You're not going to have a good conversation. That's why I'm talking about the conversation. That's why I'm getting meta. I do want to have a good conversation, but it's going to be tough if we're talking.
Why did you get muted,
J-Dog? Very selective on like how people are treated here, right?
Yeah, great, J-Dog. Why did you get muted?
I'm kind of bothered by this conversation.
Yeah, why did you get muted,
I think you should
J-Dog?
find someone else to talk to.
You're still blabbing, dude. You're not like you need to let other people speak. You just said like 40 sentences. Okay? Why did you get muted, J-Dog? You said selectively muted. Why were you muted? Do you even know? I said why. It's all on the live stream recorded. I said exactly why you were muted. For the same reason I'm about to mute you right now. Because I just asked you a question and you don't wait for the answer or don't answer at all because you're not actually paying attention to what the fuck is said to you, which is disrespectful, which is why I'm pissed off because you try to sit there and fucking wag your finger at us when you're playing fucking games.
Just say that you believe that some magical scientist has done all the work for you and you don't know anything. So that's what you should be saying.
Might be smart enough to see that he's about to engage in circular reasoning. That's why he's doing this.
Well, I just get sick of this. I'll just say refraction and somehow that invalidates fucking everything. Okay, it could if there was some substantiation to that phenomenon that you guys say exists, the flat-looking globe. Actually did happen. Okay, but we need the evidence that that's what's happening. We're not going to just say, oh, yeah, obviously it looks flat and that's just a fucking illusion. I'm not going with that. I'll go with evidence that that's the case. Not the fucking just, it's possible it could be the case. No one has even demonstrated that it's even possible to make something that's curved look flat. I've never seen it. I challenge anybody. I'll give you $100 if you can fucking make something that's curved look flat using refraction.
And it has to be real world. It can't be a computer simulation.
Yeah, exactly. real world. Imagine that. These guys freaking. I was listening on the live stream for a while, dude. I was like,
I know you were.
Came in to take the piss out of the fucking Hawaii guy because I thought that was hilarious. I went on the tallest mountain. I don't know the name. And I saw Earth curve. I was like, man.
He didn't even see the video I posted in Hawaii where you could see Oahu 90 miles away from some elevation, and that proves a flat Earth also.
It only curves left to right in Hawaii, not back and forth. Dude, this is funny. But these guys,
I apologize.
Well, these guys, that's why I alert you. Like, since we came back in here, their newest tactic that a bunch of people used last night, and they just used just now, is when the conversation goes left on them, where they run out of evidence. Well, I mean, they've always kind of done this in this chat. They just start monologuing about the chat itself. You guys in this channel, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? They just go totally off topic. So that's why.
Well, when I came in, they weren't even talking about flat Earth. It was four Globers talking about ice shootings.
Oh yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
I heard them talking about NATO or something. They were saying some dumb shit about NATO. I don't know that. They don't have a clue, like even remotely what they're talking about. It's. I heard Yoder tried to correct them, but they just. One of them sounded drunk. I know it's early in the morning, but maybe he's been drinking all night. I don't know.
But yeah, no, I was just trying to. I knew when you came in that you would watch it on the live stream because you just literally popped up like ready to fucking rock, bro. You're like you interjected halfway into one of their sentences, like 2 seconds after you popped in, as if you knew exactly what they were talking about. I was like, oh my god,
yeah,
here we go.
Well, I mean, I'm really getting annoyed by the you ask a question and they don't even listen to the answer, and they just ask another question.
Yeah, they're thinking about their next question they're going to ask without even hearing the first question.
Yeah, I mean, there's actually literally no point in even. I mean, it's not a conversation. It's just a guy. I don't. Whatever their motivation is, I can't say exactly. I mean, it's probably different for different people, but I mean, it's good. Like, you can get your information out, but like, he just gets to say some nonsense. You respond to it, pointing out that it's nonsense, and then they just ask another question, and it just act like that never happened. Like, you know what I mean? It's almost like Memento, where you can only remember 5 minutes. You just move on. It ends up being not a conversation. It's impossible to follow. Like, if you jump in the middle, right? You hear that from the middle, like, so you jump in, you hear him talking about gravity. You don't realize that frickin' for the last hour, the guy has just been scattergunning question after question after question. There actually is no topic. The topic's not even flat Earth. The topic's just like any question that comes to his head that he can puke out.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
What's up, B?
What's up,
That
India?
Beasticles?
Yeah.
What's up, motherfucker? How you been?
You're good, brother. Just on my way
Good.
to work.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that's good and bad. Bad because you have to work, and then good because at least you have a job.
I got a question, though.
Yeah.
After all these years, India, what have you... I guess, what do you think about the ether, man?
The ether? I have no opinion about the ether.
Nothing?
I mean, but this would be my only opinion about it, because I've read Whitaker's History and Theory of Ether Electricity and all the experiments that were done to try and detect the ether, and the failures was what they were. because it's never been directly detected. You know that, right?
Yeah, it's always indirect. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say my gut instinct is that the ether exists, but it might not be detectable because you're inside of it. You understand? If ether permeates everything, to differentiate ether, right, to actually make it directly detectable, you'd have to be using something that it's not in ether. You understand?
I like that explanation. Honestly, that's good.
Yeah, it's because you're in the ether, you can't detect it directly because like whatever instrument you're using or device or whatever, that's also in the ether. And I think the ether is it's not just like a fluid or something. I think it's like a substrate. Everything is composed of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you
I
got
don't
like two
particularly
different
believe the standard
interpretations.
model. Well, yeah, I don't particularly believe the standard model of particle physics. I think they're I mean, I'm not saying it's wrong. It makes the right predictions to a degree, but I think that they're just like, to me, I think they're looking through like stained glass at shit. Like, you know, they see the colors, man, but there's a whole image there that they don't see. You know, they're zoomed in on stained glass. They can't see the picture. They can just see one freaking pane. Oh, look, here's a quark, and here's a hadron, and here's a this, here's a that, here's the other thing, right? But they're just zoomed in, like they can't see the big picture or whatever. But that
Dude, you know
big
what blew
picture
my
is on
mind,
matter.
though?
What? Would say that again?
You know what blew my mind?
What?
Using spectroscopy on gas. Dude, we don't even know what gas is. Like, have you ever, dude? Have you looked at that?
No, I've never looked at specifically using spectroscopy on gas. No. The absorption spectrum? Is that what you're talking about?
No, okay. So, like, the moment when something turns into a gas, etc., and you try to actually, I guess you would say, observe it, all you would get is spectral lines, and then you don't even get that because, like, when you use like lasers and stuff that like bounce off the spectral lines, it's like
I wonder.
You get like a kind of a pattern, but like, dude, it's not balls bouncing around like kinetic gas theory entails.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I'll have to show you something on that.
Yeah, I do want to see that. Dude, hit me up next time you're around. I do want to see that. Or you can even link it to me. Yeah, I mean, we just have a lot of I mean, at this point in time, mathematical physics just like, yeah, we can use math to make models of things. And people are like, yeah, math is reality. Not really, because think of all the math that doesn't work, right? Just because we can fiddle with math and create some mathematical construct that emulates reality doesn't really, I don't think it gives us any understanding, whatever, at all.
No, it's like using different words for, it's like using a myriad of like vocabulary to explain something. It's just, it doesn't really add any value.
Yeah, I don't even think they're, I mean, you're being generous calling their explanations. I just think they're descriptions. But what they're just descriptions of like mathematical relationships between variables within some, natural phenomenon. But that, like, okay, we know all the relationships of the variables. So fucking what? What do you really understand? You don't really understand the how and the why. You're just telling us what is. I mean, which is fine. That's good knowledge. But like, I don't really think that's understanding. That's why Glover's calling. We understand. Like, dude, you don't understand anything. I don't understand anything. None of us do. We pretend we do, but we don't.
Yeah, I mean that's where I've been most of my time is just on the spiritual front, trying to get closer with God. Studying my Bible, etc.
Yeah, the fact that any God has made any of this comprehensible to us is a fucking miracle within itself.
Right. I don't know if you heard of Torah, Torah, but I kind of subscribe to what he says that, the ultimate reason for intelligibility, that even reason why we're even able to have knowledge claims is because of God.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
Sounds like a tag fan.
Oh yeah, definitely a tag fan.
Well, I mean, you don't even have to be a fan. The tag argument is fucking. I mean, I'm a fan of it because it's so good. It's like I've never heard anybody adequately refute it at all. The only pseudo refutation. I don't know if it would be a refutation. So the argument is the necessity of God argument, that God is necessary to have all these transcendental categories and for them to exist at all. And any contrary claim, basically, that framework, knowledge becomes impossible. So if knowledge becomes impossible, then you have a self-defeating argument, because if knowledge is impossible, how are you making any freaking claim about anything? You don't know anything, like
Exactly.
in your framework. So it's like a self-defeating. Any opposition is almost like a self-defeating argument. So it's like, shit, dude, that's pretty crazy. But the only flaw I would say is the necessity of God. Though I do think God is necessary, I don't think that's proven within the tag argument itself. The necessary condition that acts as the necessary condition of why, that God is a necessary condition of knowledge. I don't think that's proven within the framework. That might not even have been it. Oh, shit.
I got you.
There was some flaw in the argument that I thought of. Yeah, it was like he didn't prove that it was necessary. You understand? He makes an argument that it's necessary, but I'm talking about Dyer specifically, Jay Dyer. And Jay Dyer, what he says is that all worldviews presuppose something, in that because, like, you know, and since they all presuppose there's some circularity to them, you can't actually make any proof of something ab initio in the first place. You can't start from nothing. Yeah, you can't start from nothing without presupposing something, right? You know what I mean?
Exactly. By the way, post it in chat. You got to see this, India. So, not only is tag one of those things where it's just like you cannot refute, but I went a step further, and I was asking Grok. I asked Grok, ChatGPT, Gemini, all three of them. And what I said was, the Christian worldview is the only worldview that solves the one to the many problem. And I wanted to see if it could refute it. Let me see exactly what I said. The Christian worldview is the only worldview that can solve the one to the many problem by describing a triune God. You know the one to the many problem, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like relationality.
Dyad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Relationality, for example, right? Like to be able to have love, etc., or even a relationship, those things had to be eternal and immutable, before man. And then also, the creator can't be contingent upon creation in order to be a creator, etc. Right? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, plurality must have already been before us, essentially. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah.
This reminds me of like medieval ontological arguments, but just more modernized.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, this is ancient stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, Grok though, like I asked Grok specifically. Yeah, I'll just read the last part because it's super funny. It says, I said, what worldview do you think solves the one to the many problems? And then he says, the problem of the one and the many reconciling unity with diversity has puzzled philosophers for millennia, from the pre-Socratics to the modern thinkers. As an AI built by XAI to seek understanding of the universe, I don't quote unquote believe in worldviews like a human does, but I can evaluate them based on a logical coherence, explanatory power, and how well they ground knowledge without leading to skepticism or contradiction. After reasoning through various options, I think the Christian Trinitarian worldview offers the most robust solution, though it's not without competitors or critiques. Let me explain why, step by step, I land there while acknowledging alternatives. So basically, Grok is just very based.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, I mean the argument. It's just a good fucking argument, dude. Like,
I know.
Like I've watched quite a few and listened to a bunch of Dyer debates, and like I watch them and I watch them, like the atheists, the Muslims, all these other, you know, religious and non-religious people, watch them flop around. But what intrigues me is that they do the same things the globetards do. Have you noticed that?
Yep. Yeah,
What's the
100%.
debate tactics? They end up doing like identical behaviors that the globetards do. That has
Martin
to
Bailey, you know, all the time. Martin Bailey too. Yeah.
I've said the same thing, Indio. It's true. So the question is, why haven't you guys considered Orthodox Christianity after Jay Dyer?
I have, but there's no Orthodox. I mean, I'm in Boston. I guess there is.
Yeah, I've considered it.
I have.
Yeah.
I've been actually investigating it for probably a year and a half.
Whoa, no kidding. Awesome.
Yeah.
The only thing is, it's like, you know, you have to. It's so great, dude. After learning about Sola Scriptura and stuff like that, and like the people that use Sola Scriptura, they have a self-defeating argument in the first place. Like, how are you going to appeal?
Yeah, exactly.
Church
Dude,
fathers.
That was one of the, like, Jay Dyer has probably done, I'm just guessing, probably more for orthodoxy than frickin' anybody,
Sure.
at least in the modern era, anybody in the preceding. Here's my only hesitancy about, like, trying to join orthodoxy is I would really have to change my lifestyle, because I'm not going to go, like, be a fake Orthodox. And that's really,
it's
like,
true. The lifestyle cultivates the mindset.
But I've been listening to not just Jay Dyer. There's a couple others that I listen to that are Orthodox. I don't know what you call them, pastors or whatever. So things I like about Orthodoxy is there's no virgin birth, because I always found that to be pretty retarded. I mean, I just think it's retarded to say there was a virgin birth. So,
well, I wouldn't necessarily say that, because
I mean, yeah, God can do miracles.
what's the story?
Man, but it's just silly. Nope. Like when you think about it, it's like,
well, the reason
like
for
trying
it,
to do too much. I mean, resurrection was enough. Why you need a virgin birth too?
Well, the reason for it, right? Because if you believe in like original sin, essentially, or what's it called?
The Orthodox don't believe in original sin.
Nope.
Yeah. So this is like I've been like, you know, watching stuff about Orthodoxy. It's like a lot of the issues that I had with. I mean, I still consider myself. I don't hate.
I'm non-denominational right now until I figure it out.
Yeah, but the word Christian comes from a bad place. I hate using it. I'll just call myself a follower of Christ. How about that?
I always said servant because Jesus called us to be servants. So that's why I just say I'm a servant.
Yeah, that's probably better. Just hate the term fucking.
And I was gonna say the reason for the virgin birth anyway was the idea of a pure sacrifice, right? Like sex is supposed to be a sin.
Yeah, I understand that it comes from because God couldn't come from something that was impure. But the thing is,
right? She had to have been penetrated in order to be inseminated.
Yeah, exactly.
What that means.
There you go.
Like that's not even what the virgin birth means either.
Well, what does it mean?
Well, I mean, it doesn't mean that she was necessarily a virgin at the time of Christ's birth, but Christ being born of the Holy Spirit and Mary. That's what the focus is on.
Well, she couldn't have been laid with another man.
besides all that, one thing about Orthodoxy that I can't wrap my mind around is the what do you call it? Icons. Having iconography, like different saints and icons and stuff like that. Iconography. Thank you. Yeah.
My understanding of that is that the icons are meant to evoke a state of mind.
Yeah. Yeah, they're seen as mystical windows into the other dimension, and that's why the perspective is reversed and purposefully done so.
Oh, yeah,
Icons
that's
were
right,
part
you
of
were
the
talking
Second
about
Temple
that.
Synagogue, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just
Did you hear what
find
he
it
said? He said
strange.
perspective is reversed. It's reverse perspective. That they're
Yeah.
drawn in reverse perspective.
Right, it's like you're the vanishing point for the icon.
I don't know what that means exactly, but I just feel like it teeters very close to idolatry, or graven images.
Well, the first 1,000 years of Christianity were steeped in this. And the first Christian churches were built from synagogues that already had icons. Like the St. James, the brother of Christ, founded the Jerusalem church. And I think Mary was still alive at the time. And when they were founding churches, they were going into Jewish synagogues and temples and converting people. And the figure of Mary is so important, there would often be like theological disputes, and they'd go to Christ's mom and have her settle some of those disputes. And that's why she's revered.
It's interesting.
Yeah, but the icons, you don't worship the icons. It's not like that.
No, they're
Yeah.
windows to another dimension. This is in a mystical sense.
Yeah. That's the other thing that attracts me to Orthodoxy is that I'll just use Catholicism as an example, that it's very disconnected from the mystical, I think. I mean, especially Protestantism, that's completely disconnected. You just go to church and just like do the the machinations, right? And you're good. There's no like, I mean, they have their born again shit, but that's like, there's no like active mystical, that the world itself is not mystical. You know what I mean? There's still like a materialist viewpoint within Catholicism and Protestantism. That materialist viewpoint is in that, whereas from what I can tell, the foundation of Orthodoxy is the mystical gives rise to the material, not that the mystical is embedded in the material world in some way. That it's all mystical. It's all mystical, and like it's the material world is like fucking stapled onto it or something.
It's true. Yep, that's exactly it. And you hit the nail on the head. Protestantism, unbeknownst to most Protestants, are still operating within the flawed worldview of Western Catholicism. Their falsification of history, their perversion of theology, and all of it. And they don't realize that
Catholic,
they're
right?
still operating in it.
Yeah. Wasn't Luther Catholic or something? A fucking Catholic?
Yeah, he was a Catholic priest.
He was a Rosicrucian specifically. It was very strange what Martin Luther did.
Well, I think the icons they're meditative. From my understanding, they're just meditative tools. They're not meant to be worshipped or revered or anything like that.
Yeah, for prayer and meditation.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of there's a practice that goes along with it. And all this stuff is like add-ons.
Well, hold on. I was going to mention this. Meditation has been corrupted by the current Eastern philosophy definition of meditation. So when you say meditation, it's like people think, I'm sitting there in a lotus position saying Om, right? And that's like, that's not like the Orthodox Christian worldview of what meditation is. They're not trying to reach nirvana.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, you're supposed to be contemplating on God, right? You have something in your mind, which is God. You contemplate God, right? It's that the Eastern philosophy is the opposite. empty your mind, become an empty vessel, become nothing. And yeah, I feel like that's demonic, actually. So then you become empty, and then what fills that?
Well, the sacraments. No, I'm just telling you, I'm not freaking educated in this to the degree I am other things. So this is just fucking my external layman take. So don't attack me. If I'm wrong, just tell me. My understanding is that the sacraments within Orthodoxy are meant to be a bridge between the mystical and the material world. And the whole practice of the church, that is the whole point, is to bridge that. And how much you can actually bridge that depends on the amount of, I guess, virtuous living, right? I mean, the way I've heard it described is you're purifying yourself to give Jesus a house to live in, because he can't live in a dirty house. This is in the moralistic sense, though, right? Right. So you have to purify yourself, but like to even know what that is, that purity is, you have to see. You have to bridge the mystical, because the I guess you'd call it the substance of that. You can't know as like a human being. Like it's a divine purity. It's not like a purity of what a human like you might think it's one thing, but you'd be wrong. You would be thinking about it intellectually. You can only know it in a spiritual way. You can't know it in a rational, mental way. Like, you know what I mean? Or an emotional way.
Isn't that like what's? See, that's another thing I'm trying to wrap my mind around, is the transfiguration, right? That's very, very, very interesting. That cracker literally becomes bread, or becomes Christ's body. That wine becomes his blood through transfiguration. Pretty intense.
Well, it's a spiritual. It goes from physical to metaphysical, right?
Well, that's more the Roman Catholic approach. The historical approach is real presence, which many Protestants accept, like Lutherans. So there isn't like it's not like the priest does a magic trick right there at that moment, transforms everything. That it has always been that way.
Well, I'm not saying the spiritual world is magic. I'm saying the spiritual, like what Indio said earlier, I think the physical world is stapled over the top of the spiritual world.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
That's described in a doctrine as like the noetic, like the noetic vision is as a gift to see things that only exist in a spiritual world. They can't be picked up on cameras or anything like that.
I'll put it
What's that called? Noetic?
Yeah,
I've never heard of that.
In 2007, I kind of, sort of, and I know we're live streaming, but fuck it. I kind of, sort of did an exorcism on myself. I prayed and prayed and prayed for whatever that was latched onto me and making me stumble to be removed. And then I saw what looked like a veil open up. Now, I could still see the wall inside of my home and everything around it, but then it was like I could see a spiritual essence open up, and I saw these giant 100-foot tall angels standing there, probably about 8 of them, and one of them reached down and pulled this black goo off of me, and I begged it to return in the name of Jesus, and then they took it away. And ever since then, I could sense evil around me whenever I'm walking around.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Because the thing is, I don't know why I'm having a tough time wrapping my mind around it, when I know for a fact that on the other side, they do like immurements, and they have charged, quote unquote, charged items, like evil totems, essentially. It's like, okay, if I can accept the fact that there's certain people that use like voodoo dolls and evil totems, it's like, why wouldn't there be? You know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't there be something to counter that? Does that make sense?
Yeah, like the sacraments.
Right. Oh yeah, dude. I'm definitely thinking about orthodoxy for sure, and even the term orthodox, like straight doctrine. You know what I mean? So, I know.
And
I'm
I
with
mean,
you.
I'll tell you the one thing. I've watched a bunch of Orthodox. Are they pastors, Yoder? Is that what they're called? Bishops? I don't know. I don't know what they call.
Yeah, they're priests.
Priests. Okay. I've watched a few of them, and I've never heard one say nonsense. Their messages are always very real, down to earth, and like actual practical, and not just pie in the sky nonsense.
Yeah, yeah. It's a very sober kind of.
It's
perception.
sobering. Yeah, if you weren't sober, you will be.
One of my favorite talks is by Father Seraphim Rose, who passed away in like 1983 or something. He did a lecture, I think, at UC Berkeley, which was his alma mater. And for those of you who don't know, Father Seraphim Rose, he was like a follower of Alan Watts before he became a priest.
Oh boy.
Yeah. He's got a lot of profound wisdom, actually. And it's not because of that, but I think God used some of that for him. But he gave a very famous lecture called The End of the World in like 1981 to his alma mater. You want to talk about sobering? I mean, that has stolen history, millennial kingdom stuff. It's got the coming of aliens who are really demons. All of this, all wrapped into one like hour-long presentation, and it just, yeah, it's gripping to say the least.
Well, I mean, what Sheepdog said made me think of, there's a chick that wrote a book recently, like maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I was sending people a link to her giving an interview. So she went back through the historical record, and all the anything she could find on people having experiences with like non-human entities, let's put it that way, because that's how. And there was so many, she said, and it's like, and nowadays, like, because of the secular mindset, they interpret the people are still having these experiences, but secularists interpret them as like, oh, I was visited by freaking aliens or something, right?
Yep, that's the
And,
materialistic world, skin fold over it and stuff. But I don't mean to interrupt you, India. I have to go pretty soon, but I got a question for those orthodoxies out there, Yoder. I mean, they have such straight doctrine. What about cosmology? I've actually never thought about it. Like, what do they think?
I've got some commentary on that.
Ooh, I want to hear it.
Well, so if you talk to like Russian Orthodox, many of them are geocentric globers. They have no love for Roman Catholic Copernicanism and all that. I mean, the friction between the Vatican and the rest of Christianity is very palpable in the East. They want nothing to do with Rome and its entire history and everything it brought to the world. So you got a lot of geocentrism, and you have some flat earthers too. So when I was, I don't want to dox myself too much. I used to belong to a community, I used to live and work around the applied physics lab, and we had a lot of parishioners who worked there. And there are some geocentrists and even flat earthers among them.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, brother.
Yeah, like
I hope you guys have a blessed day. I'm about to clock in. Catch you guys later.
okay,
All right.
see ya.
Thanks for coming in, man. You sparked a great conversation.
Yeah, for
I
real.
love,
Thanks, Musicals.
I love you guys. Later.
See ya.
And I wanted to say this. The one thing about Orthodox, I mean, like, I said I've been considering it, but like, I have to change my lifestyle because
it's hard.
from when I've seen it described as like they take that body of Christ shit really seriously.
Oh yeah,
and it's very community. Like you're either in or you're out. There is no like straddling. And
how'd we get to orthodoxy?
We were talking about it when you came in, so I'm just finishing up. I'm just making my last statement about it, and then we can talk about how the Earth's not a globe. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I mean it's foreign to me to. I'm a kind of solo operator, so it's foreign to me to be in groups and shit like that. I know we're in this 24/7 group, but that's different. It's a different thing. You know what I mean? I got this shit at arm's length. You know what I mean? It's like it's hard to keep your church at arm's length in a tight Orthodox community. So
I struggle with the same. I was never a joiner, and it's hard. One of many things. I mean, you'll find a lot of people have many struggles, and part of joining is to help get support for those struggles.
Yeah, I mean that's the other thing. Orthodoxy comes right out and says, "You're going to struggle." We know that. And
if Cat Von D can do it, you can.
Yeah, exactly right.
Is it easy to get muted around here?
Depends. I mean, easy. How annoying are you? A scale of 1 to 10. No, what's up, bro?
Well, no, I know some channels where you just pretty much open up your mouth and you get muted.
Okay.
This is not one of those.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people come in here because we have a higher tolerance for nonsense. I wouldn't suggest doing it, though.
To the contrary, we love hearing about people who have belief in the fantasy globe. We love studying that religion. You could call us FE anthropologists, field engineer anthropologists, if you wish. Do you believe in the globe, Mackie?
I believe in the globe.
Are you a human being that identifies as an ape?
I don't know what that means.
Evolution, anyway.
I've studied some of the premises out of the book of flat Earth, like how the sun is a still object at 3,000 feet above the Earth, and
Nobody thinks that. Well, nobody thinks that. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, that's what the
never even heard that before.
That's what that's what the flat Earth book says.
Which flat Earth book is that? The sun is still?
No, that it sits 3,000 kilometers above the Earth.
Which book are you reading?
I read it in the.
You don't know the name of the book you read?
The title.
Yeah, where'd you get it? Did you search on Amazon Flat Earth book? I need this book.
Was it did McToon write it?
But from your theology, where does the sun sit?
Ooh, I just love this guy. He's so entertaining. Thanks, Mackie.
Theology? What theology? What are you talking about? Where does look, bro? The sun moves.
Where does the sun
above, sit? Look, the sun doesn't go down under anything. Things that go away from you appear to go down because of visual perspective. You know that, right?
I'm saying, like, how many kilometers away from the
It's impossible to tell. You can't, the sun is actually impossible to get a distance to.
It's impossible to tell?
Impossible, yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay, well, you can read the leaflets of the Astronomical Society of the Pacific, that's specifically the solar parallax, and read what they say. There is no, because to triangulate the position of the sun visually, by looking at it, you would need parallax, right? That would be a shift of the sun So you have an observer in one location, then you have another observer, say 3,000 miles away in another location, and then from each vantage point, you would see an angular shift, and then you would be able to triangulate its position somewhere out there in 3D space, but that can't be done.
Or you just send
because the angle is zero. Do you understand?
Or you just send a probe instrument on a one-way journey straight forward to it and measure how many kilometers it covered.
How would you do that?
Why would you do that?
No, I said how would you do that?
You build the object with instrumentation that can beam back information.
What makes you think you can fly to the sun?
Oh my god, dude.
I'm asking you a question. What makes you think that?
You send an instrument.
Remember cars where they got the wings, then he flew too close to the sun, his wings melted, and he fell to the earth and died? How do you know that doesn't happen?
You send an instrument straight forward to
You're not answering my question. How do you know you can do that?
What, just because some car melted before? Good for it.
How do you know you can fly to the sun in any way, shape, or form?
Well, you have to try it first.
Oh, go ahead. You're going to go at night so it's not hot?
No, that's not how that works.
I know that. You can land on the sun if you go at night, bro.
No, you don't. You don't land on it. You get close. It doesn't have to be a perfect measurement, man. Just close enough.
So so this is his theology, is that a person can travel to the sun. So he has like an ancient Greek theology, right? He is Icarus. Yeah, he's into Icarus and Daedalus. So you actually think Greek mythology is literally true? Is that your theology, Mackie?
Well, you can get close to the sun.
How do you know any of this?
Well, based off the heat temperatures, you said the craft would melt.
No, I said the Greek fable was that Icarus, he made wings out of wax and feathers, and he tried to fly to the sun, but when he got close, the wax melted and he fell to his death. You never heard the fable of Icarus?
Well, I've heard of it, but I don't think wings would get you to the sun.
How do you know that? No, I'm asking you how you know that. I'm just asking you how you know anything. You're just making these statements as if they're facts.
Do you think
you can't tell me how you know these things?
Hold on a second. Do you think wings can escape the atmosphere?
Atmosphere? Where'd you get an atmosphere from?
Don't we have one?
No. You need a sphere to have an atmosphere.
Oh, okay.
And then you also need outer space, which you also don't have, because as soon as you said atmosphere, you can't have outer space.
Oh, okay.
You know why?
Why is that?
Because outer space is a vacuum. Right?
And what it'll vacuum up all the gas.
No, it's not going to vacuum up all the gas. What that's going to happen is the gas is going to try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium with the environment that it's in.
Well, guess what? The gas is attracted to the gravity sphere of the planet.
So gravity gas. Can you show that in any type of experiment?
Yeah, there's gravity. Anything.
No, can you show that gravity holds down gas away from the vacuum in an experiment?
Anything that has mass has.
That's
gravity.
Another story. You're just claim stacking at this point. You're stacking claims on top of each other. We want to get to a story, because it's a story until there's evidence, right?
Well, so are
your claims. Are your claims the evidence?
Well, I just want to be clear. So
can I ask you? I want you to answer my question. Are your claims the evidence?
I just want to be clear. So are you. What you just said is claim stacking.
What did I claim?
Having birds with feathers, and there's no gravity mass and no gravity.
I never said any of that. I asked you questions. I said, can you show me an experiment? Gas being held away from why are you over talking me? Why are you over talking me?
Gas gets absorbed in the outer.
That's a cool story. We want the evidence for the story, dude. Do you understand what evidence is?
Well, what you just said is claim stacking.
I did. You just that's what do they call it?
Well, that's 3 claims that you said.
I didn't make any claims.
Yeah, you did. That's 3 claims that are stacked that have no evidence.
What claim? Name one claim I made.
That gas is being derivative sucked away from any planet.
And that's not what I said. Say exactly what I said.
You said there's no way to have an atmosphere because basically space is a vacuum.
Yes. And gas, when it's inside of a vacuum, tries to reach thermodynamic equilibrium. That's what I said.
Okay, well, that's not what actually happens. So
really? So it's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You're okay with that?
Yes, sir. You're
okay with a violation of the second law of thermodynamics? Really?
Quoted. Yes.
Okay. So we have a fantasist here. You're literally going into fantasy land. Now, why do you, I asked you, do you have an experiment? You know, if we try to test this hypothesis you have, or heard from somebody else, 'cause it's not actually your hypothesis.
So
what? We tried to test it. Let's say we go on Earth, right? We go to we're on the surface of the Earth. We make a freaking 100-foot tall cylinder. We take out all the air, so now we have a vacuum chamber. If we take a little bit of air and stick it in the bottom, will gravity hold that air to the bottom of the vacuum chamber?
It depends what kind of gas it is.
So there is a gas I can inject into the bottom of the vacuum chamber where gravity will hold the gas to the bottom.
Well, also certain gases are heavier than others.
God, can you answer a question? So there's a heavier.
Yes, gravity plays a part, for one.
Okay, so if I take the gas, I stick it in the bottom of the vacuum chamber, is it going to stay at the bottom?
It depends on what kind of gas it is.
What gas will stay at the bottom?
It depends on what kind of gas you're talking about.
I'm asking you which one.
Let's go with the heaviest one.
Okay, pick whatever gas you want.
Xenon.
Vaporize the lead, okay?
Xenon. Yes, xenon will stay at the bottom, yes.
Xenon will stay at the bottom away from the vacuum.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's not how this works. Jesus. This kid's got to study up.
Josh.
The heaviest gases will sink to the bottom, yes.
Josh had to come in and say one thing I agree with.
No. There's just the dumb Glovers that come through here need to be knocked down a peg every once in a while.
Well, dude, wait till he finds out you're a satellite engineer. He'll be slobbering on your knob.
Hey, spoiler alert.
The lightest gases will float, so they could be potentially sucked up.
Because it's an open system.
It depends. You said you didn't clarify if this so-called tube or cylinder had a top on it.
Well, how are you going to have a vacuum without a top?
So it's a closed system. It's completely sealed.
No, it's a closed system, yes.
Okay, so heavy gases will sink, light gases will float.
Okay.
That's how it works. Yeah.
The gases will reach thermodynamic equilibrium within the freaking container. That's what will happen. That's what the second law of thermodynamics says. That's what the molecular kinetic theory of gases says. That's what's going to happen.
Well, what you just said does not refute what I said, so.
Yeah, what you said is fantasyland bullshit that doesn't exist in reality that you just made up on the spot right now. Okay?
Heavy gases sink, light gases...
Not in a vacuum.
Yes, they do, dude.
If you put a heavy gas in a vacuum, like I said, you could use vaporized... What is the heaviest element? What is it? Frickin' not plutonium. It's like Einsteinium or something. Vaporize Einsteinium and fucking put it in your vacuum chamber, and it's not going to sink to the bottom.
You will freeze helium, right? You can freeze your hydrogen, and it will sink to the bottom.
No, I mean, it won't sink to the bottom, but at the same time, thermodynamic equilibrium will have some sort of pressure gradient as a function of altitude. It's not uniform. It's not uniform across the whole thing.
You're inside a container, right?
You didn't go to physics school, man.
Physics school? You're right. I didn't go to physics school.
Well, you didn't participate in any type of physics class.
Oh, that's incorrect, to say the least.
Even in a vacuum, heavy elements sink, light elements float.
Okay, that's a cool story. Can you got any
sorry to
demonstrations
tell
of
you.
that? Yeah, you got any actual evidence of what you're saying?
Sorry to tell you, but that's
Yeah,
how
we
it
don't want
goes.
the world according to Mackie. We like evidence that the natural world agrees with you.
Well, just because you're a loudmouth in Discord about it doesn't mean
No
it's
one's being a
true.
loudmouth in Discord, and now you're talking about me because you can't actually produce the evidence. You did this already.
The ad
remember?
hom is nuts, man.
Mackie started, just to give you a background here, Mackie started, his first question was, is it hard to get banned in this channel? So,
Well,
that's
look
not a good harbinger.
We'll look up a quick little article about elemental physics about how things sink and float in vacuums, and there you go.
What thing?
Why would I go find your evidence? That's your job.
Well, if you're interested in the matter, then do it.
No, I'm not going on a wild. I already know that. I already know it. I
No,
already
you
know it. I
don't.
don't need to
No,
go
you don't.
look, dude.
No, dude, you're just posturizing.
No one is posturizing or posturing.
Postulating. Yeah, there you go.
Postulating.
Mackie, let me just give you a little pro tip. You're overconfident in your abilities. Yeah, I give you that free advice. You're welcome.
And so what?
So what?
I was gonna say you gotta come with your citations, man.
I'm versing 12 idiots that don't have any idea what
Josh is a Glover
Check
here,
this out.
bro.
I'm going to read it for the audience. All right. This is from the Journal of Cave and Karst Studies. So this article describes a naturally occurring phenomenon where gases do not stratify themselves by molecular weight, despite being cut off from the rest of the environment for what they claim are millions of years. Despite the claimed influence of gravitational fields, atmospheric mixing driven by thermal diffusion and turbulent forces, not gravity, prevents gas stratification. This is evidenced by caves where gases have been trapped for millions of years, maintaining a homogeneous mixture without stratification by molecular weight.
Meaning the Earth is disk, the sun.
No one thinks the Earth is a disk.
The sun is 3,000 kilometers above the Earth.
No one thinks any of that shit, dude.
There's ice walls around the Earth. Yeah.
Okay. No one thinks. Just go on fucking mute, bro. I'm telling you, we don't believe any of that. So stop strawmanning us.
He did figure out how what the tolerance was for getting muted here, so mission accomplished there.
Well, he was already told all this, so it's like repeat and repeat.
Well, he had to test the hypothesis, right? He didn't.
He could have refuted Yoder say, "Hey, that's not millions of that did not happen for millions of years. It's a young Earth that it only took 4,000 years. It didn't mix."
Wait, are you a young Earther too? Wait, what? Really?
Oh no, I'm not. I don't. I'm a freaking. I don't. No, I'm not a young Earther. I don't even know what that is, quite honestly. I know that there's people that call themselves young Earther. I have no number. Okay, young, old. I don't know what that means.
Interesting.
I don't believe in billions of years. I certainly don't believe in that shit.
I mean, speed of light, right? Right. If you're able.
Well, the problem with radioactive decay, there's a huge fucking issue with that it's actually variable.
Oh, carbon dating. Okay.
Not just carbon dating, all the other, because they don't use carbon dating on rock. They use decay of other radioactive material.
Yeah, longer half lives.
So that
mix of. Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say is that it's been discovered and actually known for 30 years now, at least, or 40 years. It was discovered at Lawrence Livermore. I think it was a radioactive decay of strontium. That it's actually the numbers that they've been using since frickin' 1920s are all wrong, and that radioactive decay is actually variable and has diurnal variations. It has frickin' yearly variations. It has variations for no reason. It has It's not. It's a shitty clock. Let's put it that way. It's a clock that don't keep time. And there are papers in the academic literature making this all out, but it just hasn't made it into, I guess, scientific acceptance despite all the data that radioactive decay is just a bunch of horseshit. It's not a regular process. There's peaks and valleys and shit.
Yeah, maybe it's subject to relativity.
Yeah, I'll post it.
Right, because the asteroids, special relativity. Never mind. Go ahead. Sorry.
Gasteroids? Yeah. That's a new one. Gasteroids.
No, I talk about like rocks and stuff, right? Like with what they call organic material that they might be able to date. Crashing into a proto-Earth, those rocks subject to special relativity would have a different clock compared to everything else around it.
That's true. Well, it's weird.
I haven't thought of that yet.
Dude, I just thought, but you said gasteroids. And that made me think, like, why isn't there bodies like Jupiter or like, that are the size of asteroids whipping around? Like gasteroids, dude. They're made of gas. They're asteroids. They're not rock. They're gas.
I was gonna say I'm a big fan of some celestial entity crop dusting our solar system, and that's how we got here. Some funky rock hit the Earth, and we're sort of the petri dish. What's that? What's the term for it?
It's called panspermia.
Oh, interesting.
You haven't heard that term? That's just fucking. I think it sounds weird, but
I was gonna say I'm not allowed to partake in recreational drugs, so my brain doesn't go in that headspace very often.
So panspermia is the idea that life on Earth came from another planet and that we were inseminated by aliens.
Sick.
Yeah, it's funny because Jack Parsons thought he was inseminating space, so everybody's just jizzing on each other, I guess.
I mean, that's how everybody exists, so
Because that's a fair point. Well, technically, if you're a test tube baby, that's not the case unless some got spelled.
Yeah, but that's an affront to God, so we don't count those people as actual people.
I mean, I wouldn't call it affront to God. God made it possible. I mean,
yeah, I'm just fucking with you.
Well, it was good talking to you. I'm going to step off for a while. I will be back, though.
Bon voyage. Okay, I'm just going to leave Mackie on mute. That's sad.
Oh, we can unmute him if somebody wants to talk to him. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I just got a phone call.
I didn't do nothing wrong, man.
You gotta, I find that the flat Earth community is very diverse. It's not a monolith by any interpretation. So whatever sort of preconceived notions you have of certain, not sects, but like, small communities within the larger umbrella, you have to sort of, when you enter a new space, you sort of have to feel it out as to, the type of group you're talking with before you start throwing up random straw men.
Well, no, the seniors should be a little more understanding, I guess.
I mean, I would say that for like maybe the 10th or the 100th person to come in here and do that, but it's a bunch almost every day. It's basically like an assembly line of folks coming in doing exactly what you just did.
Well, the seniors should be a little more understanding because it's your community and there's differing opinions coming in here.
Oh, not my community. No. I get roasted all the time because I'm a hardcore glober. I'm an acolyte of the globe.
I'm not saying you per se.
Oh, the royal you. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I'm not saying per se you are defending this, but I was just ostracized by that guy because I didn't believe what he believed. And you know what? Fuck him for that. Fuck him. Honestly, fuck him.
It's a quick way to get muted again. Not gonna lie, man.
Well, too bad.
I find you gotta flip it. You gotta be curious, not judgmental.
Well, too bad.
Who said that? Fucking Fitzgerald? The ability to hold fucking two ideas, opposing ideas in your mind at the same time is the test of first-rate intelligence, or something like that. However that quote goes.
And
I'll listen to what you say and stuff. Like, that's not a problem for me. Like, I don't have a problem listening to the rules. But if you're gonna cut me off and put me down and cut my position down, well, fuck you then. Honestly, fuck you. Because my position is not bizarre. My position's not bizarre. It's not out there. It's not strange.
You have to recognize the asymmetric power structure, though, of the space that you're in, right? So even if you in other spaces have
power structure, okay, well, whatever that means.
All the mods
here's the problem, Mackie. We're actually attacking the argument, not you as a person. So if you're taking offense because your argument doesn't have a leg to stand on, that's not our problem.
You got muted.
That's a good point.
MDO Big Troll.
I got muted because I was a troll. Okay.
So how's everybody doing today?
not perceiving motion. That's how I'm doing today.
This guy thinks the Earth is a disk that's floating around and the sun is just whipping around.
Hold on. If you were traveling at 100 miles an hour on a perfectly flat surface and there was no change in speed or velocity or whatever, right? Would you know that you're in motion?
Would you know that there's ice mounds that are 10 miles high on the outsides of the so-called disk?
Hold on. Who talked about 100 miles an hour on a plane?
That was me.
Perceived motion?
And who would know that the sun's 3,000 kilometers above the disk? How would you know that?
That's not our argument. We don't make any claims about the sky. Snack.
Well, of course you don't. Well, of course you don't, because you're ignorant to it.
We don't make claims about things we don't know.
Well, of course you don't make claims about things you don't know. Because you'll never know it.
Come on, dude. Like, I'm trying to be nice, right? Like you're attacking me, not the argument, right?
Well, in the global Earth system, we know exactly how far the sun is
Okay,
away.
how do you know? How do you know?
Well, we measured it. We send satellites there.
Okay, prove it. Show me the telemetry data.
We've sent satellites there, and when they crashed, we have approximate data.
Send me the telemetry data on it. I want to know how hot the sun was, what gases were coming from the surface.
Well, I'm on my phone right now, and I'm not gonna just telegraph that to you right now.
Sure.
You'll have to look that up yourself.
No, I'm not gonna look it up myself.
Well,
I was gonna say, if you're gonna make claims, like I said, Mackie, you got to come with citations. You can't just say shit.
Well, I've read books and I've read articles, and if you're not gonna look them up, then
just because you read a book doesn't mean you're intelligent.
I'm not gonna just sit here in my bed and.
Some of the smartest people I know are country folk, and they can make some shit up that you wouldn't believe.
I'm not just gonna sit here and send you articles, and no, that's not my day job, dude.
Oh, okay, all right.
Sorry about that.
Hey, Hey, Snacks, were you the one that was saying that if you fly 100 miles an hour on a plane and you can't tell you're moving?
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah. So if you can't tell you're moving, why would you think you're moving to begin with?
That's a good point. I don't know.
Then I guess you're not moving. Then I guess you're just flying at 100 miles an hour, and you think you're not moving, but
it would be more reasonable to assume
you would
reasonably instead of assuming something else
that
as
you
an alternative,
confuse
like
yourself.
That's fair.
it looks like we're not
get where
moving,
you're
but that's
coming
just
from.
an illusion. We're actually moving.
No, I get that. 100%. Why would you think that? If you sense no motion, why the fuck would you think you're moving, right? If I'm standing here still, I'm not.
You reasonably
I get what
confuse
you're saying.
yourself, and you just say you're
Hey,
not
Mackie,
moving.
are you going to talk over Snacks? He's on your side,
really
man.
good.
He's just,
I'm not really on nobody's side. Just
If you are moving, but you don't think you're moving, but you think you're moving, but you're not, then I guess you're not.
Well, there you go. Then we can rule that one out. But
that's basically what
lack
you
of
just
motion doesn't prove that the Earth is flat, by the way. It just proves lack of motion.
Well, you know what? You're an idiot.
No, because the example was if you were, I guess I didn't say it right. You're not supposed to be able to see what's going on outside, right? So you don't know you're moving, but you are moving, right?
Real quick, I'm just going to say this, Snacks. Mackie, that's the end of your conversation. I was very respectful. I didn't attack you in any way. You're going to call me an idiot. You can go fuck yourself. All right?
Yeah, no, that was rough.
Anyway, Snacks, I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you said? I apologize.
Nothing. I was just trying to explain to Buddy there, but he fucked off, so it don't matter.
I guess the only reason you would think you're moving is if you experience the initial acceleration, right? So like you remember the going on the runway and like accelerating and lifting off.
Right. Like if you woke up on the plane, like if you were born on the plane and only ever lived on the plane, and then the plane slowed down and landed after you died, right? So your only experience was that constant direct motion. Then yeah, there would be the plane would be moving. Somebody would have had to record that motion prior to say, hey, that plane was in motion, even though you think that you aren't in motion. Here's the evidence why.
Yeah. So that was all just hypothetical, right?
Well, and see, that's the funny thing. Like when it comes to the globe, it's a lot of hypotheticals, and what we're trying to get to the crux to of what we can actually demonstrate in the real world. Because everything that we perceive and actually can demonstrate, we're told is an optical illusion or some kind of figment of our imagination, and that we can't trust that. But here's the science, trust the science, which is odd because like the whole point of science is to not trust it. That's why they developed a method to it to remove any bias, so that way somebody couldn't come up and sell you snake oil and tell you it was for a good cause. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. Well, yeah. I don't know. It always changes, right? You know, science.
Well, it shouldn't change. That's the thing. You can't call it science if it's changing. That means it wasn't knowledge to begin with. You just assumed something. You were wrong. You found out the truth. You found out something else, and now you throw out the thing that you assumed, and you're like, "Oh, but that was science before." No, it wasn't science. It was just an assumption.
I don't know if there's anything that actually truly is knowledge, right? Like knowledge is just your best guess. Like based off of all the information you've taken in, I think that science is just the the temporal version of that at like a species level scale, right? It's all of us taking all the information of previous people and saying, okay, this is our best guess. And if it's wrong, right, then you alter that based off of new information. And then the new thing also becomes fact because it's, once again, just your best guess based off of all previous information. I don't think there's any absolute truths.
Where's the method in that?
Well, it's peer review, right? It's the the scientific method.
No, step by step method will prove science, right? Because it removes the bias. When you talk about peer review, even peer review is biased. Can you at least agree with that?
It is biased, but I think it's the least biased thing that we can do. I don't think it's possible to not be biased because humans are humans.
I mean, if you keep the method, you don't you can peer review, and then the method will uphold to peer review. Versus you could give a hypothetical, and then 50% are going to agree with you, and 50% are going to disagree with you.
That's why you actually go get data and you base your measurements off of hardware that has been tested before and methods that have been tested before, and it's a step by step. We're gaining new information and it tweaks things and disproves previous things. I don't there's no such thing as removing bias from things as long as there's still humans in the loop.
Well, and then in your particular circumstance, and remember, I'm not attacking you. I'm just attacking the system behind it, right? I mean, I respect the hard work you do. Okay, I'm going to just tell you that right up front. As a person, I respect that you work hard for what you do. Okay, and I know you have hard work to do because when there's money involved, people are really uptight about everything, and they're always counting beans.
Oh yeah, I got gray hair in my 20s, man.
But anyway, so that being said, if you take reality and then put it in a model, and then you manipulate the model, you're not methodically testing reality. Now, you can manipulate the model, and then that end result in the manipulation could match another thing in reality, but the process from the thing that you started with to the thing that you ended with, that's lost in translation because you can't quantify that.
So I'd assert that you're not initially manipulating the model when you're doing design work, and I will say I'm not a scientist, I'm an engineer. So I care about the applications of hardware and software, not the creation of new information. So that's
modern science, and that's it's all based off of leaps and bounds and assumptions. You can't advance with your field with what modern science has done. You can't advance without making an assumption. I get that.
But once the hardware is out in the real world, right? Like once we build the thing and we deploy it and you get data back from it, you iterate, right? You make design iterations, you change, certain pieces of hardware, you change certain pieces of software, but you need data back to do that. So, that's what we're in the process of right now. With our LaserCom terminals, we've got 720 of them on orbit right now, and we're getting a ton of data back on certain motors that work better, failure modes, software glitches, etc. And right now we're working on the next block upgrade. So you can quote manipulate the model while you're doing the initial design work, but the actual hardware and software is being deployed in reality. The shit's actually up there doing what it needs to do.
What do you do?
He's a satellite engineer.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I developed, I work for Amazon Leo, which is very similar to Starlink, but currently we have 180 satellites up, but the full constellation will be about 3,200. And I own the LaserCom subsystem for that constellation. So each one of the satellites has 4 infrared laser terminals about the size of a kickball on them. And they create a mesh network, pointing lasers at the other satellites. It's kind of like fiber optic cables without the cable. And so I'm in charge of that subsystem.
Let me ask you this: Did he cut out for you?
That reference, but
did he cut out for you, or was that me?
Yeah, he did kind of cut out for a little bit, but
okay.
Oh, sorry,
I'm right on the edge of the game, Josh. Don't worry, we caught the whole thing.
All right, one second. I'm gonna get inside first.
I had a few cutouts myself, so I wanted to make sure it wasn't me. I wanted to be able to hear everything. So yeah, Josh is our resident, polite anti-flat earther, even though he said a few derogatory things to us, but He's the resident anti-flat earther.
Oh, well, that's fucking pretty neat, man. You must make pretty good money. That's what happens when you go to school and you're interested in something, right?
It pays to pay attention in class to math.
Yes, it does.
Math is good stuff, man. But
I was
yeah,
gonna say I'm way more than I probably should be.
Anywho, yeah, man, we're more interested in what we can empirically prove. One of the things that we have in contention with Josh is a lot of the things that we ask for, so we can try to verify for ourselves, is proprietary to his brand and what he's been working under. So he can't divulge that information, and then all that does is revert back to like, we can prove it's a globe, but it's a secret. Is what we end up falling back into. And I'm not trying to be rude.
No, you're good.
That's the way it kind of feels.
Yeah, no, I try to share what I can publicly about what I'm specifically working on. Usually I have to point towards other public sources though. NASA did just do a press release on our program, which is pretty fun. I was able to send that out to folks. I can post that in the side chat. But as far as like technical data goes, it'll be a hot minute before I'm able to share a lot of that stuff.
It's all good, man. I know you'll keep coming back because once things come out, you probably want to share it with us.
All right, I'm gonna hop on mute for a bit. I gotta eat lunch.
Yeah, man. So do you have any questions, Snacks? I mean, I kind of missed a lot of like your stuff, and I don't know how much you got into the conversation and everything. I wanted to give you a fair shake. You seem like a fairly honest guy who is at least intellectually honest with the world around you.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I'm just here to kind of just listen.
No worries, man.
Doing.
One of the things, just to kind of give you an idea. So I'm just gonna like give you my spiel on how I attack the conversation. I'm going to assume the Earth is a globe, right? I used to believe in the globe for 39 years. I'm going to assume that everything I was ever taught in school is true, and that the Earth is a globe and gravity is the cause for why we're a globe, right? That being said, we know that the dirt on this Earth, land, rock, is easily manipulated. Like you can create a valley or a mountain and it'll hold its form. And so dirt or earth is like the term earth meaning dirt, right? Is not a very good place to test for the curvature of the earth. There is an exception, but I'll get to that later. You do understand that though, right? Like if I was going to test for the curve of the earth, like of course a mountain would be curving or a hill would be curving, right?
Oh, water's always flat, right?
Well, there you go. That's the only thing we have left. And then so water is said to be held down by gravity, right? Do you agree with that?
That's what they say.
All right. And then let me ask you this: are you a flat earther or a globe earther?
Oh, fuck! If anybody's gonna ask me, I'm gonna tell them, "Oh yeah, fucking, it's a globe for sure, right?"
Okay.
But you know what, man? I'm not a diehard gonna fucking call you an idiot or yada yada yada. Because you know what, man? I didn't pay attention enough. I can't tell you fucking this and that about what I probably.
You're not hurting my feelings, I promise. I'm just telling you, like, hey, I agree with you. The Earth is a globe. Gravity's holding everything down on the Earth, including the water. The water is being held down on the Earth. That means the water is curving around the Earth, right? Because they tell you boats go over the horizon, they disappear bottom up, sunsets. So these things, like when they when they do a radio communication, they tell you the Earth curve gets in the way. That's why they have to bounce things off of satellites. These are the claims, right? Now, Now we can go test that, right? We can go test to see if there's any curvature of water there. Now we run into a hiccup. They tell you, oh, but the Earth is too big to see the curve, right? And it's too big to feel it moving. But trust us, it's curving and moving. It looks flat, but it's curving. It feels like it's motionless, but we're moving. That's right. We'll get to the motion part later, but let's stick to the curve part for now. So you've got water curving around the ball, and they tell you that this ball is 24,900 miles in circumference. Do you understand what that means? Hello?
Oh shit! I pushed to talk on. Yeah, no, I know what that means. If you were to walk around the whole Earth, that's how fucking far it would take.
Correct. If you could walk around in a straight line on the whole Earth. So if it has a circumference of 24,900 miles, that means the radius would be 3,959 miles to the center of the Earth. Right? Big numbers, right?
I'm not great with numbers. I can't tell you that's what it
Those are pretty big numbers, right?
If that's what you say. Yeah, okay, I'll fucking believe you. Yeah.
Right. And like you're how tall are you?
Like 5'11" or something, 5'10".
All right, so you're 5 feet 11 inches. A mile is 5,280 feet, and we're looking at 39,000 of them, or 3,900 of them. So 3,900 times 5,280. That's a big fucking number, right?
Yeah.
All right. So let me ask you this: when you're standing at the water, right, like a huge lake, like one of the Great Lakes, right, or you're standing at the ocean or a cove that's like 20 miles wide or something like that. How far away is the horizon or the Earth curve if you're 5 feet 11 standing at the beach?
Oh man, I don't know. Out there, I guess.
Take a guess.
Oh, buddy, I don't fucking know.
20 miles, 50 miles, 1 mile.
Could be something like that. Yeah, fucking 10.
10 miles?
Maybe 10, 20.
Okay. So, oddly enough, what they don't tell you, and I didn't learn this in school. I learned this later as an adult. I was like, no, that can't be right. At my height, I'm 5'10". So, at my height, at your height, when we look at the horizon, based off of the size of the Earth being 24,900 miles all the way around, the distance to the horizon is only 3 miles.
Really?
After that, ships go over the curve and they disappear bottom up. I'm like, that's bullshit. I've seen shit a lot further than that, and I can still see the horizon behind it. And so I looked into that a little bit more. Come to find out that that's true. Like, okay, well maybe I didn't see things as far away as I thought I did. Let me go double check for myself, right? And so for me, I went to a local lake that had a spot that was 8 miles wide across the water, and took some friends with me. They sat on one side, I sat on the other, and we got binoculars out, and we were waving at each other and could see each other sitting down on our butts. Because at 8 miles, it's like, okay, if they're 6 feet tall, I'm 6 feet tall, we might be able to see each other a little bit. So let's sit on our butts and just take all the risk out of it. And we were able to see each other all the way across.
Then I remembered seeing as a kid, I was standing out at Long Beach in California, and I would see at sunset the ferry that went from Los Angeles to Catalina Island, like 20 miles away, and I could see that boat docking at the island. So I clearly remember seeing the things that I saw when I was younger. And that's one of the problems that we tend to run into with the globe is we see things way too far away. Things that should just not be visible in our eyesight. The geometry of the Earth should be getting in the way of that. Now, what a globe Earth believer who has some knowledge in the conversation would come back and say, "Oh, refraction, right? Refraction is the reason why we see around the ball, and it continues to look flatter and flatter. That's the evidence for the ball is that refraction makes it look really flat." So there's a problem with that as well because just standard refraction on any given day, depending on your height and then the distance to the horizon. Like if you get up higher, I think when I was 50 feet in the air, the distance to the horizon is like 11.4 miles or something like that. Or it might be 9 miles, I can't remember. But you see, as you go higher, the distance to the horizon gets further and further away. So what happens to that is there's a coefficient to the refraction attached to the distance formula. And so what refraction would allow you to do, standard refraction on the globe Earth, is see roughly 13 to 17% further on your normal day, right? Now, what they claim extreme refraction would allow you to see a little bit further, maybe up to 30% more. But we're seeing orders of magnitude much further than 30%. So extreme, in fact, on such a regular occasion that it can't be standard refraction, right? Because we already identified standard refraction as like 13 to 17%, but we're seeing things like it would require a coefficient of 1, which would be like 100% essentially, right? If you wanted to try to convert it into a term that you might be able to fathom. Like if you had 13% versus 100%, 100% would be like, oh, we see, in a way that would make the Earth have a radius of 250,000 miles instead of 3,959 miles. So those are just observations. We've had some people that are more engineering minded that went out with lasers, shot lasers over water, hit their targets over water, and 10, 20. I think one laser test went up to 28 miles, which is like 40 kilometers. They had like a really tight cone on it to try to prevent as much divergence as possible. Things like that. Then in history, there's been radio wave communications over thousands of miles, where it was direct line of sight. They weren't aiming up to bounce off the ionosphere. They were aiming out laterally and horizontally with the surface of the Earth, or within regards to the surface of the Earth. So this is where we run into the hiccup. Now, we're not saying all of science is wrong, but we certainly question a lot of shit. And if it doesn't add up, we throw it out until we can prove it. Does technology still work? Absolutely.
That's what science is, right? Question what you question everything.
Yep. Now that doesn't mean technology doesn't work. Our technology is fantastic. But just because technology works doesn't mean that the Earth is a globe.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. But at the same time, You can't question everything, right? Or else you'll never get nowhere. We know the sun comes up. We know the sun comes up every day, and it'll fucking set every night. That's we know that's gonna happen. That's why it happens. Well,
Are you Canadian by chance?
Oh yeah.
Hey, brother, I got a video for you. You're gonna love. I'm gonna post it in the side chat. Go ahead and finish your thought.
Which one is it? Is it the one in fucking BC?
Yeah, the one on the side chat, the little bubble. You're gonna love this video, dude. This was made by a Canadian who had a flat lake that he drove across with his car while it was frozen, and made a long distance observation proving the Earth is fantastic.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah,
You
man.
can't-
Yeah, I can hear you too, man.
Oh, so you guys are flat Earth.
Yeah, man. Real quick, hold on. Snacks, if you look in the side chat, it's a 14-minute video, so save it, watch it in your spare time. But he documents it really well and makes it plain as day to understand.
All right.
Yeah, sweet. I'll have to give that a shot or check that out.
For sure. Who had the question, man?
Me.
What's up, dude?
So you guys are talking about flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what made you think it's flat, bro?
Okay, well, they told us that gravity is pulling all the water down on Earth, right?
Yeah.
So that means the water is curving, right?
Yeah.
Problem is, when we go out to check, water is always flat.
But like that doesn't make sense, bro, to be honest. I'm telling you, because if it was flat, why I will be like, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, to be honest. But like, you can make a whole round on the Earth, right?
Well, if all of water is flat on the surface at rest all over the Earth, and the Earth is 70% water, how can the Earth be a ball?
So you're saying like water is gonna fall down or what?
Say that again?
Like I don't. Sorry, my bad English. Sorry.
No, that's why I asked you to repeat. I'm not here to criticize you on your second, third, fourth, or fifth language, man. I appreciate you attempting English.
Yeah. So water is gonna fall down, you say? It's like going to fall down.
Oh, you're saying like, why doesn't water fall off the edge?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not what we think of when we think of flat Earth, right? Like
I thought you said
that's
okay.
that's a funny picture that someone created to make flat Earth look stupid. All right, dude.
Yo.
Anyway, that's a funny picture that somebody created to make flat Earth look stupid, so you wouldn't think about flat Earth. Right? You were only given one option when you went to school, and you were only given the option that the Earth was a globe, and you were only tested on the globe. But there's a lot of things you don't know about the globe that you probably thought, like, oh, I should know that. Why don't I know that?
Okay. Yeah. I will research because I'm really interested on this topic.
Yeah. How tall are you, real quick? Just out of curiosity, how tall are you?
How tall am like 1.83 centimeters.
Oh, you're kind of a tall dude, man. So 1.83, you need to be focusing on the circumference of the Earth, which is 40,000 kilometers. And then you need to be focused on the radius of the Earth, which is 6,173 kilometers. And then you need to be focused on how far away the horizon is from your eyes, right? So what's the distance to the horizon if I'm 1.83 meters tall?
Okay, yeah. I will try to find. Thank you so much, bro.
Yeah, no worries, man. And then try to see if you can see further than the 4.8 kilometers that they tell you that the distance to the horizon.
Okay, thank you, bro.
No worries, man. If you got any other questions, we're always here.
Okay, thank you, bro.
What did I say, Rayleigh? Would I say 6731?
You were off by about 200 kilometers. You said like 6,100 something.
Oh, my bad. I thought I said 63. Maybe I said 6173 instead of 6371.
No worries. It's common for the metrically challenged people to get it wrong.
I mean, I'm working on that argument. Just so you know, I'm working on memorizing the numbers so that way I can precisely put it into a conversation.
Yeah, that's why I just stick to the basics. Go like, if your eyes were at 2 meters above the water, the horizon would be 5 kilometers away. Use the simple numbers. That way they remember them too, right?
No, that's true. I just try to personalize it, right? Because if you personalize it, people then start to look at it like, oh, wait, you know what? I think I have seen things really far away over water. Let me go check again. Kind of puts that little bug in their ear to get off their butt and stop looking at a computer screen.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, too many people grow up in areas where they don't have access to large bodies of water. So for them, that's why they can not quite grasp the idea that we can see further than we are. Like people are lucky who get to live near large oceans or large lakes. They're a small portion of the population, and very lucky to be able to see that, regularly. But if you grew up in the middle of nowhere, like Oklahoma, what do you see at Oklahoma? A lot of nothingness,
You
right?
got Lake Texoma, man. There's lakes.
Yeah.
I grew up in North Texas, Dallas area, right? When I grew up, I spent my adulthood there. And that's where I took my friends. We went to Lake Texoma because there's a few stretches that are up to like 12 miles wide.
Yeah, like I said, I've been lucky enough to visit the Gulf of America, the Atlantic Ocean, the Pacific Ocean, so.
For sure. Yeah, one of the things I want to do, I want to go back to the Keys and especially Key West, take my Nikon P1000, rent one of those Airbnbs over there, and then I want to see if I can see Cuba with my P1000. That would be super cool.
That's not likely to happen.
93 miles, man.
The 90 miles is more than enough to obscure any light waves coming from it.
Bro, you can see the lights. I can see a dome of light from Havana at night when I was out there. I was like, oh, that's cool. This was before I was a flat earther, too. I was like, that's cool. You can see a dome of light above Havana.
Yeah, that probably happens when there's a low clouds above Havana.
No, it was a bubble. There was no clouds out that day.
Oh.
Like, you know how like a fire, when you light a fire in the woods, it kind of gives off this like aura of, like we talk about light extinction all the time. Like it lights up just this specific area, and then the further and further away you get from it, there's an extinction limit to the light based off of its power. Yeah, it was really cool, man. I can't wait to go back. It's just so expensive down in Key West.
Oh yeah.
But if you ever make a trip down there, like hit me up, dude. I will give you all kinds of ideas. I've been thinking about things inside my mind. I think Key West would be a fantastic observation. The only problem is um, when the dew point is high and the humidity is high, you have sporadic showers all the time, and so there's a lot of junk in the air. Oh, I don't want to call it junk.
Yeah.
Pollution.
Yeah, humidity is the destroyer of a lot of clear imaging. Because there was the one time I took across Lake Ontario to Toronto and it was super hazy, and you could just barely make out anything in Toronto.
Yeah, Toronto's a really cool observation. A lot of people miss out on, and then there's another one in Seattle, isn't there? Like I know a lot of people point to the Chicago observation, but that there's a Detroit to Toronto observation that's fantastic, and then I think the Seattle observation, it's like 18 to 25 miles or something like that. The Toronto observation's like 26 to 28 miles, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's 30 miles from my location typically. I just posted my one observation I took in May with and you can tell by the thumbnail that you can barely see anything.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like if you're intellectually honest, you can you can tell what you're looking at.
Yeah, but
That's cool, man.
Most people are not. You know, they'll say, "How come I can't see the Eiffel Tower from New York City?" Well, it's the same reason I can't see Toronto. And 10 minutes later, when the weather changes.
Yeah, no,
Because you would need perfect conditions, perfect transmission through the atmosphere, which never happens. I think the highest level of transmission is typically 90%, and that only happens in the tropical areas. Because what I'd like to do if I had the opportunity was to go down to somewhere where the sun is directly at the zenith, and then do observations and see how those work out versus sunlight coming in from an angle.
Yeah, no, you're spot on, man. What time of the year did you do the observation?
Well, I did different months. This one was in May, but I've done May, June, July, August. I've even done Octobers and Novembers.
Okay.
I try to do as many non-freezing days as possible, because going out there when it's super cold is a son of a bitch.
Right.
But
no, I mean
yeah.
that's fair though, because that's the time where the sun's out the most.
Yeah, I think my earliest observations like in March, when the weather was nice in March, so I went out and then captured all these ducks, geese, and swans on the water that didn't disappear over the curve. These tiny little animals that were not disappearing over the curve. I guess the ducks that are 3 miles away from you must be at least 6 foot tall.
Oh man, our initial audience left. RTH is new.
I'm not new, dude.
You're not new?
I used to be on Nathan Oakley's show.
I don't know, man. I don't watch Nathan Oakley.
Like, I haven't been on in like 5 years, 6 years when he booted me.
Yeah. Oh, right on, dude. And then there's the Lightning Bolt. VLTK. Okay, I know who you are, dude. Other than that, it's just a bunch of us that know each other. Well, welcome, RTH. Nice to meet you, man. I'm Swole Dog.
Yeah.
Nigger.
That was profound.
What is it? A slash ban or an exclamation ban? I can't remember. I'll try it over in the mod room. All right, y'all. I gotta head off to work. I appreciate you all.
Yep, me too.
I'll see y'all later.
So what now? check, status check. Anybody else here?
I can hear you, and I'm kind of here, a little bit AFK.
I've got some time to fill, so I might go dig up a paper that a friend of mine wrote and read some of it and copy and paste media from the paper so people can follow along. I'll need to dig it up, so I need a quick minute.
Sounds good.
Got an interesting paper here. It's not published anywhere. It's written by a flat earther a few years ago. So just be aware that he doesn't use lexical terms when discussing some of the technical arts described in here. But his purpose was to make this more accessible to readers anyway. So, for example, you'll hear terms like upward lift of an image, which pertains to what's called subrefraction in the literature, and so on. So, anyway, this title is The Refracted Path, Long Distance Observations and the Flat Earth. So he writes, why do visible objects disappear in the distance? If you answered the curvature of the Earth, you would be wrong. Most often, it's because of mirage effects from upward refraction. Don't get confused. Upward refraction is the kind of refraction that causes inferior mirages, makes objects drop lower in one's field of view. This may be counterintuitive. This very common kind of refraction eventually places objects in the vanishing zone, obscuring them from view. If these refractive effects are minimal, there is still an absolute limit to vision due to diffraction. This occurs due to the physics of how light interacts with the lens, and happens whether the lens is your eye or a camera. To disambiguate, diffraction presents an absolute limit on the extent of vision based on properties of light and the lens itself. Refraction is the bending of light that happens because of light passing through media of different optical densities. In our case, the air of differing temperatures in the atmosphere. It is refraction that we will be focusing on this paper. Chan et al. State in their paper, Atmospheric Refraction, a Study of Mirage, that there is a vanishing zone in a mirage that obstructs the view of distant objects. Let me post. Chan et al. Write, for every object point, there is an area in which light cannot reach. This area is called the vanishing zone, shaded in gray in figure 14.6. When the observer is located inside the vanishing zone, the object will be invisible to the observer, as no light ray can reach the observer. Unfortunately, those who promote the view that objects in the distance are hidden from view by curvature find themselves at odds with well-known published science when they argue that curvature is the only explanation for what they're seeing. Generally, the phenomena that are claimed to be curvature-related have simpler explanations from well-established principles of optics. The working argument for this paper is that those who promote the globe often invert the science of optics in order to support their views. They say long-distance views are only possible because of refraction, yet these kinds of impossible observations are most readily made when refraction is known to be least. They say refraction is responsible for every instance something in the distance is unexpectedly visible, and that refraction even works to the mind-bending point of revealing objects obstructed by physical curvature. In reality, refraction is most often responsible for making things drop lower in the field of view and obscuring them from sight in everyday conditions. To evaluate these claims, the conversation cannot be merely verbal alone. This current effort is made due to the inadequacy of conversation alone to provide satisfactory results surrounding these subjects. Because the subject matter is both visual and technical, the proper approach is both seeing and understanding. When to take measurements. A research study was conducted by Friedli et al. To find the time of day that refraction had least distorting effects on measurements. The study was undergone because there's no way to reliably correct for vertical refraction using terrestrial laser scanning, or TLS. Because it can't be corrected, the best route is to take measurements when the refraction is minimal. In their paper, Influence of Atmospheric Refraction on Terrestrial Laser Scanning at Long Range, the authors state their findings that refraction is minimal during a specific window of time after sunset. They state, currently there is no correction model available to correct TLS measurements with respect to the vertical refraction. Therefore, and with proof of the short-term variations of TPS vertical angle measurements, the most obvious solution to mitigate these effects is to find the most stable time of day in carrying out the scanning during this period. The investigation of the variability of the temperature and its gradient measured with the thermocouples led to the conclusion that for our study period on site, the most stable period lasts from roughly 75 minutes to 180 minutes after sunset. This is the time when the temperature gradient is changing from negative, temperature decreasing with height, to positive, and the temperature is almost independent of height within the first few meters above the ground. See Figure 7 bottom right. This corresponds well to found models in literature, for example, Renner and Benz, 1966. The best time to make observations or measurements and avoid refraction is shortly after sunset, when temperatures are the same for the first few vertical meters above the ground. The interesting point here is that multiple researchers who have become convinced of flat Earth have independently found that the best time to see things at a long distance is in this very same window of time, shortly after sunset. Globe proponents often claim that occasional extreme refraction is the only reason long-distance views are possible. However, the longest views possible have been made at the very time of day when refraction is known to be least. In other words, globe proponents have it upside down. The longest views that are impossible on a globe happen not when refraction is greatest, but when it is least. The challenge to the globe proponent is where he can find the extreme refraction invoked to explain away these impossible views, and hopefully remain consistent with known science of atmospheric optical properties. Next section, Danny Faulkner, PhD, tries his hand at optics. Very unfortunately, we must shortly learn that even a PhD in astronomy does not guarantee critical thinking skills or accuracy of interpretation of the natural world. Having read Danny Faulkner's book, Falling Flat, and considering his arguments, the author found the book entirely lacking in substantial refutation of any of the strongest evidences for a flat Earth. Instead, it appears Faulkner has either never encountered the substantive evidence for a flat Earth or has avoided the evidence carefully. Instead, he spends page after page refuting amateur mistakes. The only area he does trifle with the strong evidence, he himself, falls flat. He takes some long-distance photos at Virginia Beach and does his best to interpret them. However, as we shall see, he fails to accurately identify the phenomena he's observing. He mistakenly believes that he's seen Earth curvature for himself, when in reality, he's observed well-established properties of upward refraction and inferior mirage. Let's use this work as a representative example to indicate the kind of photographic evidence that is usually presented in support of a globe Earth. We'll use conventional optics. There are no conspiracy theories here, just a PhD who is missing or ignoring some basic knowledge of optical propagation through the atmosphere. Faulkner presents the same photography session from the book in an article he wrote for Answers in Genesis, titled Flat Earth Proof, Just a Mirage. To avoid purchasing the book, critical readers can simply read his article online. In it, he shows a series of photos from Virginia Beach that he took on November 12, 2016. He claims these photos are easy evidence for the curvature of the Earth. Certainly, how much an object should be obstructed by curvature at various distances is easily calculated. However, Faulkner doesn't provide his coordinates or identify any of the ships he's photographing to know their distances. Because he does not include these basic pieces of information critical to his claim, his observations are nearly useless. He believes he has positively identified a vertical drop over distance caused by curvature. He did not, however, provide any detail by which anyone can review his claim. Careful researchers before and after him have gone to extraordinary lengths to validate distances, make a positive identification of the ship being photographed, its route, and its exact location at the time of the photograph. Since Faulkner did not do any of these things, there's limited value in his photographs to prove anything. After providing a fairly adequate explanation of refraction and mirage, Faulkner then goes on to make the non sequitur claim that what he is seeing is not the effects of a mirage, even though he has correctly identified he is in conditions ripe for them on the beach. He instead now claims he has seen the curvature of the Earth. All of his photos and comments can be found in his article, and the reader is encouraged to carefully evaluate each photograph and associated claims. I'll include the one here where he says the curvature of the Earth is most striking and visible. See chat. Of this photo, he writes, in figure 15, the inferior mirage of the bottom layer of containers is more obvious, and the inferior mirage of the bottom of the bridge castle is beginning to show up. Clearly, at least half of the turquoise visible here is an inferior mirage. Most of the hull is below the curvature of the Earth. The turquoise he's describing is the turquoise color of the hull of the ship. One thing Faulkner does identify is that the presence of the inferior mirage. One point of correct assessment is where he says that clearly the hull of the ship is experiencing an inferior mirage. He has also previously identified that he was in prime conditions that day for inferior mirage effects, with the water temperature much warmer than the air above. In fact, throughout the article, he identifies and discusses how his photographs demonstrate different mirage effects, and indeed they do. But here, unexpectedly and without reason given, he switches the game from mirage to curvature. His argumentation is as follows, quote, "The bottom layer of the containers are showing a mirage. The mirage of the bridge is visible, and clearly half of the turquoise is also an inferior mirage. Therefore, what I'm seeing is not mirage-related effects, but the curvature of the Earth," end quote. In his words, clearly at least half the turquoise visible here is an inferior mirage. Most of the hull is below the curvature of the Earth. How does that follow? Clearly half of the turquoise hull of the ship is an inferior mirage. Therefore, what I'm seeing happen with the hull is related to the curvature of the Earth. This unexpected change of claim is logically jarring, and Faulkner leaves no trace of what his thoughts might be that led him to this conclusion. What was it about the photo that made him think it was curvature? We're left guessing as the argumentation traces the following train of thought: mirage, 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 curvature. Recall that previously we read in Chan et al. That when the observer is located inside the vanishing zone, the object will be invisible to the observer, as no light ray can reach the observer. It is normal for objects to eventually disappear in the distance when there is a mirage. Faulkner says that the ship was farther away and that the bottom of the ship had disappeared from his view, and so it must be curvature. He doesn't explain to us why he's so confident. He's not simply observing the ship traversing into the vanishing zone where he can no longer see it. To be confident about his observations of curvature, he needs to rule out the other possible and more likely explanations for what he's seeing. Since he doesn't do that, since he doesn't even know the distance to the ship, what we're seeing here is not a case of curvature proof, but rather a case of making a conclusion too quickly. We can go further with Faulkner's photos, though. Rather than following his lead and making dismissive conclusions, even though there's an obvious potential conclusion that contradicts Faulkner's, let's see if we can get more clarity. Observations such as Faulkner's are often claimed as evidence of Earth's curvature. The question is before us, was the turquoise hull disappearing because of mirage or because of curvature? We can't prove anything from this photograph, and we're missing information that help us make any conclusive argument from it. However, what we can do is interpret honestly, asking, what is the most likely explanation of what we are seeing? The best way to make an honest assessment would be to isolate how an inferior mirage looks without curvature, being a possible explanation, and then compare that assessment to photographs with curvature, such as Faulkner's. If we can isolate visual phenomena happening in the distance in the presence of Earth's curvature, we'll have a much stronger argument for the sphericity of the Earth, if it exists in Faulkner's photos. Namely, when we will be able to know for sure whether the bottom-up obstruction of ships is curvature-related and not just an artifact of optical refraction that causes mirages. Instead, what we see is that all the visual effects Faulkner attributes to curvature can be convincingly explained in terms of optics alone. Next section, small-scale curvature. A husband and wife couple named Sean and Casey has devised an ingenious way of doing exactly that, which they demonstrate in their Sky Free YouTube channel. They have found a way to isolate observations where they know curvature is not possible as an explanation, and then compare them to other observations where curvature is a possible explanation. They accomplish this by taking photos and videos of optical effects over relatively short distances. Because of the way the geometry of a sphere would work, the effect of curvature is a non-variable at close ranges. It is only at distance that curvature should become more pronounced. The effect of drop over curvature also does not increase linearly. Rather, the amount hidden, height, for example, area hidden behind the curve, increases dramatically with distance. This sounds more difficult than it is. Perhaps a table or an image will help. At an observer height of 6 feet, here's the expected target hidden height for a few different distances. Right. Image posted in the text chat. For the first few miles of observation, the effective curvature is 0 because the geometric horizon, the point at which things start to be hidden behind alleged curvature, is beyond the object viewed. Therefore, the entire object is visible. When alleged curvature does begin to obstruct objects in the distance, it happens slowly at first, and then faster and faster the further away the object is placed. Due to the parabolic nature of this geometry, the amount obstructed by Earth's curvature, the target hidden height, increases disproportionately faster than the distance. See the graph above to help visualize the relationship. Sean and Casey have taken advantage of these properties to make observations only where there is no possibility of Earth's curvature hiding things. This has allowed them to develop a deep and practical knowledge of what happens visually with refraction and mirage. So they can compare that to what happens in more distant images where curvature is claimed. In their video, RC Battleship Sails into the Horizon, we see a remote-controlled toy battleship sail away into a distance of less than 1,000 feet. Here are a few screenshots. Clearly, this toy battleship is sailing over the curve, right? No, because at these distances and the given camera lens height, there's no possible obstruction by the curvature of the Earth. However, we do still see the ship being obstructed hull first, from bottom to top. The only difference is that in this case, the obstruction must be due to refraction and optical properties. It cannot be due to curvature. With distances of less than 1,000 feet and a camera height of 2 inches, all of the video is shot within the geometric horizon, which means zero obstruction from Earth's curvature is possible. A gentleman by the name of Travis Finley interviewed Sean and Casey and asked them to share some details about their observations. The video of their interview is hosted at insert link. The entire video may not be worth watching, but at 41 minutes 48 seconds, Sean describes how he has observed temperature differences affect visibility even on a small scale. He says, if you go out on a day where there's absolutely no temperature difference at all, this has only happened a few times, but there was a time when we went out and the lake surface was 34 degrees, the air above was 34 degrees, and the air above that was 34 degrees. There's absolutely no temperature fluctuation around us. You're able to view across the whole lake to the objects and see them with no problem. But any time that there is just a degree or two of temperature difference, the less there is, the less obvious it is that there is refraction occurring. The less temperature difference, you'll get a very subtle sinking effect, which some people say is upward refraction. It's the light bending up from objects that cause the sinking effect. Whatever the case is, the objects will appear to sink from that position where they actually are, anytime there's just a slight difference in temperature. Here, Sean's observations match what conventional optics says. Sinking is a very common optical effect that is independent from the supposed curvature of the Earth. The smaller the temperature difference, the less refraction. Temperature is the largest contributor to atmospheric refraction, as warm air is less optically dense than cool air. Humidity plays a minor role, with humid air being less optically dense than dry air, although this may seem counterintuitive. Atmospheric pressure plays almost no role by comparison. Next, the plain truth observations. Finley publishes his own photographic work, an evaluation of long-distance atmospheric optics under the YouTube channel, The Plain Truth 2.0. In one of his videos, he has an enlightening conversation with Dr. Rod Nave, PhD, from Georgia State University, discussing the nature of the horizon and mirage. Dr. Nave, for his part, taught undergraduate optics for many years at university and is responsible for content on the Georgia State University website about refraction and optics. During the conversation, the two men discuss aspects of refraction that are often overlooked when conducting observations over the water with long sight paths. A summary of the conversation is that what you see is the apparent horizon between air and water is not the real place where the geometric horizon begins. Rather, it is an optical effect. Key points include the following. First, The apparent water line may not be the actual water line. There may be objects or land obstructed behind it. Second, the apparent water line is formed in part because the sky is also part of the mirage, giving the appearance of a false water line. Third, the dominant contributing factor to atmospheric refraction is temperature. Moisture content plays only a minor role, and atmospheric pressure plays almost no role. These concepts are not exactly revolutionary, but it's necessary to establish their reality to understand what we are seeing when objects are obstructed in the distance. Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State University also describes the phenomenon of a false apparent horizon in his article, Photographs of an Inferior Mirage Sunset. He says, the apparent horizon in the inferior mirage looks strange because it is actually the boundary between the mirage and the foreground. Small temperature fluctuations at the wave crest cause this boundary to be closer to the observer in some places and farther away in others. Boats disappearing into or behind the waterline or apparent horizon have nothing to do with physical obstruction by Earth's curvature. These same effects have been demonstrated at small scale without any curvature possible, and they've been documented and acknowledged by experts in optics, physics, and astronomy such as Young and Dr. Nave. This rather turns on its head the globe proof proposed by Dr. Faulkner. Far from being the conclusive globe evidence that Faulkner assumes instead is merely evidence that Faulkner does not have a good grip on long-range optics, how the properties of an inferior mirage play out to obscure distant objects. Why are these foolish and scientifically refutable arguments promoted by even some of the educated proponents of the globe? As much as he is in the spotlight here, Faulkner's folly is not an isolated occurrence. The author's general assessment from experience is that individuals acting this way are not usually honest observers. Since these individuals already know what must be true, they do not seriously evaluate the evidence. Since they know that ships are obstructed in the distance due to the curvature of the Earth, they don't need to do any serious research to validate that claim. However, the joke is on Faulkner. As he suggested in his title, what he believes is curvature photography was likely just a mirage. Next section, Sapphire Trials, Netherlands Group. A group from the Netherlands participated in the NATO TG51 Sapphire Trials in 2006 and reported their findings. Their article is entitled Refraction Measurements and Modeling over the Chesapeake Bay during the NATO TG51 Sapphire Trials, June 2006. Upward refraction, the kind that makes things sink, is called subrefraction in this article. Recall that upward refraction hides things in the distance by dropping them lower in the visual field until they disappear. From the paper's abstract. Optical refraction tends to occur frequently in the atmospheric boundary layer. Due to a gradient in the temperature as function of height, rays are bending down toward the Earth, superrefraction, or up towards the sky, subrefraction. As a consequence, images of targets at long range may be distorted and mirages may occur while the maximum detection range may be affected. Subrefraction tends to occur more frequently over sea paths as the air is normally cooler than the water. Here again is a nod to the reduced visibility caused by temperature gradients, the very thing Faulkner ignores when declaring that his obstructed ship is due to Earth's curvature. In his case, air temperature was 50 degrees Fahrenheit and water temperature was 62 to 64 degrees. Along with De Jong and Fritz, Friedli et al. Also acknowledged that maximum detection range may be affected under these conditions. The reason upward refraction here, called subrefraction, is common over water is because the water is usually warmer than the air. On their first page, Friedli et al. Summarized these well-known concepts, saying, "It is well known that target detection and observation for long near horizontal paths is seriously hampered by vertical gradients in the air temperature and thus refractive index of air. As a consequence, rays are bended upward. When the temperature decreases with height, accordingly the refractive index increases, and downward when the temperature increases with height. In plain language, when you're looking out across water, or many times over land as well for that matter, temperature tends to decrease as you go higher in elevation. This is why the top of a mountain is cooler than at its base. The tops of very tall mountains can be snow-covered even while the summertime is at its base. Temperature differentials can be even more pronounced over water since the water retains more heat and usually ensures that the temperature gradient remains. The water warms the air closest to the surface. Seriously hampered is the language used by Friedley. This appears to be something that Faulkner is blithely oblivious to. In his eyes, all is due to curvature, just as the Beatles sang, "The fool on the hill sees the sun going down, and the eyes in his head see the world spinning round." In a Sapphire study, the participants measured the temperature gradient with a buoy that had a temperature sensor every half meter above the water, from 1.5 meters above the water to 5.5 meters above the water. They also had weather equipment set up near the measuring equipment and could factor temperatures into their readings. A surprising sentence in the paper is found on page 2, saying, "Unfortunately, in none of these occasions, information was collected on the position elevation of the geometrical horizon, defined as the direction of the tangent to the Earth at zero level at the location of the sensor." This acknowledgement is certainly true, as you can see in the pictures on page 6, that the 16.2 kilometer sight path allowed them to see apparently the whole way down to the shore on the opposite side of the Chesapeake. On page 1, we read that the camera is mounted at an altitude of 7.5 meters. The lowest light on Tilghman Island was mounted at 5.5 meters above the water level. At these exact distances, the geometric horizon should be at 9.8 kilometers distance. The opposite shore of the bay should be hidden by 3.2 meters. There are a couple points to be made from this paper which are handy to clear away a significant amount of noise and confusion surrounding the flat Earth debate. Number 1, refraction is usually upward, and especially over water, this is often the case. Number 2, this upward refraction tends to hide things in the distance by making objects appear to drop lower in the field. Before moving on from this paper, it may be worthwhile to note that none of the equations for ray tracing given in its figure 1 indicate a spherical curved surface. They're all done with basic flat Earth trigonometry. Why then were their findings so consistent with the model? Shouldn't there have been skew due to the presence of Earth curvature messing with the temperature modeling from the buoys? Wouldn't it have changed the temperature gradient of the sight path? Next section, the Sapphire Trials, the German group. There was also a German group of researchers at the same exercise where the Sapphire Trials were conducted. These folks were part of the same exercise but had their camera mounted lower, closer to the surface of the Chesapeake. This was intentional, so that the tripod light on the opposite side of the bay would be below the alleged geometric horizon. They were trying to arrange for the lowest light, called the tripod light, to be hidden below the curvature of the Earth. Near the bottom of page 5, they try to make sense of the tripod light compared to the meteorological data taken from their pier. It says, "In comparison of the predicted elevation and the measured elevation, we found some discrepancies, especially looking at the data for the tripod light, see figure 9. It is striking that an observation of the light is predicted but not seen and vice versa. The apparent elevation of the tripod light was vexing enough that they called it a curse," in quotes, saying, "We compared the curse of the apparent elevation of the tripod light with the ASTD measured at the different locations." Unfortunately, on the evening of June 19th, the very first day of the study, one of the key sensors they wanted to use to measure the bay temperature had failed. When looking at the limited water temperature data that was collected before the Netherlands buoy failed, the readings do seem to match predictions. However, the sensor's untimely failure does not yield the complete data for the trial period. While it appears the Sapphire trials were largely a success in validating refraction modeling capabilities over water, there were anomalies that occurred for observations made closest to the water. In fact, sometimes the higher lights were moving upward, while at the same time the tripod light closest to the water was sinking downwards. In the end, the best authors can do is say that the tripod light was exhibiting atypical behavior at some points, and that none of the other approaches they could have tried would have helped the situation. Quote, "At large, all lights were moving upward, but at some point the lights at different levels show an atypical behavior. The upper light is moving upwards, whereas the tripod light is moving downwards. These changes occur very rapidly. Obviously, there are different refraction layers. Possibly there's a decrease of temperature at low levels. This cannot be explained by a model using bulk prediction methods based on the Monin-Abukov theory to extrapolate meteorological and refractivity profiles. Therefore, none of the approaches in 6 would lead to better results. Overwater measurements taken from very close to the surface of the water are therefore sometimes difficult to predict. We saw with the limited data from the Netherlands buoy that it appears possible to do most of the time, given that you have a clear understanding of the temperature of the water and air along the sight path. In Faulkner's case, he had clear evidence of the negative air-sea temperature difference, ASTD, to use the acronym from SAFFIRE. This negative ASTD would cause sinking and inferior mirages, as was conclusively measured by SAFFIRE and other similar exercises. As for the tripod light, is there any other explanation than the light was obstructed behind the geometric horizon? We shall soon see that the disappearance of the tripod light need not be attributed to the curvature of the Earth. Even over a known flat surface, refraction can make a light blink out. Next section, sky-free laser test. In their video, At-Home Refraction Laser Test, Sean and Casey from Sky-Free create an artificial temperature differential to observe the effects on a beam of laser light. The icy December air is allowed to flood into their home, while a laser pointer shines across the floor close to the surface. The cold air above warm air causes upward refraction of the laser, rendering the laser invisible even though the camera is pointed straight at it. This upward refraction and hiding of the light occurs even when there can be no possible curvature. Sean and Casey's observation matches with Stein and Seifer from the German group at Sapphire Trials. In case of the trials, when the surface was warmer than the air above at negative ASTD, the tripod light also dropped out of sight and became invisible to the observer. Stein and Seifer assumed the tripod light's disappearance was due to the geometric horizon, but this need not be the case. With Sky-Free, we see similar results on a micro scale. Posting some images in the chat. Here's a perspective of the camera looking into the laser pen as they open the door at 1:48 in the video. The temperatures in the room are mostly homogeneous at this point. The temperature is 73.5 degrees at the surface and 74 degrees a few feet above the surface. After the doors opened, the laser light quickly sinks and disappears from the camera's view, as can be seen below in screen capture 157. The laser light has completely disappeared. Even though it's physically in the same position and shining straight at the camera, since there can be no curvature obstructing the path to the camera, it must be admitted that the disappearance of other objects or lights in the distance can also be caused by purely optical means. There's no need for Earth's curvature to make it happen. The Sky-Free observation also involved a second camera, which focused on the laser beam's terminus on a metal bucket. The upward refraction of the laser beam was easily detectable, showing the mechanism by which the light became invisible to the first camera. Conclusion. In these few pages, we have invalidated one of the simplest and most often repeated globe proofs, whereby flat earthers are made out to be fools. That the disappearance of ships and other objects in the distance must be due to curvature. Honest inquiry has revealed that bottom-up obstruction and even disappearance of distant objects is entirely explained by conventional optics without the need for invoking curvature. As an area exercise to the reader, the challenge is made to find any time where the isolation of curvature has been successfully accomplished and demonstrated. Receive this with a fair warning. The further one continues in this inquiry, the more evident it may become that common globe proofs are dubious at best, and that no one has ever rigorously validated the given supposed radius of the Earth. The figure for the Earth's radius was derived astronomically, but to this date has never been validated geodetically by direct measurement. In terms of terrestrial observations, curvature is always assumed, often misattributed, but never measured. That's it. Posting the works cited. And there you have it. That was The Refracted Path by an anonymous flat earther. Hope you enjoyed it.
I don't know.
I mean, yeah, of course you don't. Nobody does.
Right? When you're like, say you're manufacturing some product, right? They have what's called an exemplar. So they make the one that they want every other one to look like. Okay? So it'll have dimensions. Yeah, hey, man, is this right? Oh, well, compare it to the exemplar. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, it is right. It matches the exemplar perfectly. Okay, so what we want to know is, what is the exemplar? How do you know what the right one is? So we can then evaluate all the other things things that people claim are also right.
You are trying to say like you two guys are the smartest people on the planet, and everyone is like kind of bullshit.
I'm here too, dude. It's not just
Yeah,
them
don't leave
two.
Radwin
There's
out.
three of us. There's three of us here. We're all the
Crit's
smartest in the world. Oh, Crit too. Yep.
Like you are like saying like that. I mean, the Antarctica. I mean, sorry, the Greenland and Africa are the same size.
No. How
Man,
do
how'd
you know
you
what
get that?
size they?
How in the hell did you get that from what he just said? Like,
Okay. In the Google.
How do you know what the size of those things are in the first place?
People measure it.
Okay. How?
People like measure it.
How did they measure it?
I don't know how they measure it.
Okay, then there we go. That's the problem. People say Greenland isn't that big, but how do you know it's not that big, right? You don't.
Because I have to
Let me guess. Because the Earth's a globe. All you can say is when we look at the Mercator projection, that Greenland appears way bigger than it does relative to Africa on a globe. All you can do is say, when you compare it to the globe versus the Mercator map, that's a projection of that globe, you can only say that there's differences between that. But how do we apply any of those things to the Earth to figure out which one is even correct in the first place? Because the distances, right, say between New York and Los Angeles, that's not a measured distance. They didn't like take a tape measure or any other device and measure across, right? They did some calculation and said, hey, based upon this calculation, it's this far, but it's not measured.
Then how the International Space Station flies?
Oh my God, no. How come that story that I've seen on TV about something going around the Earth? How come
Bro,
they're saying their story's fake?
Argument.
What?
It's a different argument.
What about the International Space Station?
This character.
How did they fly?
It doesn't.
It doesn't. Yeah, Brad, when you take over from here,
In
you waking up?
around Earth, like International Space Station doesn't fly. It's like falling down, but it's.
No.
How do you know any of that?
It's not doing any of that.
What?
Who told you that story?
I don't know. I just made up.
So somebody else made it up.
that dude's lying about lying. He didn't even make it up. Somebody else did. He just copied. Oh my God.
What if they told you out there there's three little pigs, one has a house of straw, one has a house of sticks, and one has a house of bricks? Would you be telling us that there's three little pigs somewhere? And saying, what about the house of sticks? Why would they lie about the house of sticks? It's got to be out there somewhere.
They really got these people believing everything. It's crazy. Once you don't believe in any of that stuff, you just see how much of an impact it has on everyone.
if the Earth isn't flat, if you go like near a tall building, and if you start to walk away, then why the building disappear? You have a range to see, but you can.
How come planes get smaller when they fly away?
What?
How come planes get smaller when they fly away from you?
Complain? What is that?
Airplane.
How come airplanes
Oh,
get
yeah.
smaller? Airplanes, in the air.
I'm not talking about the airplane. I'm talking about
How
building.
come they get smaller when they fly away from you? How come airplanes get smaller?
I'm not talking about smaller, bro.
I know, me
Yeah,
too.
you are.
Smaller, bro.
You are talking about smaller.
I know the building getting smaller the far you go, but
How come?
it's going down.
How come?
Huh?
Why?
Why? Because the Earth is flat. I'm sorry.
Is that why
Earth is
planes get
round.
smaller when they fly away from you?
Yes, because Earth
Yeah,
is flat.
yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, facts, bro.
That was not my argument, bro.
Okay, Brosnan. So let's say
Yeah.
you have a light pole and you're 2 meters away from it and it's 20 meters tall.
What?
You say you have a light pole, right? This is called a hypothetical. You have a light pole. You're 2 meters away from it and it's 20 meters tall. Now you have a 20-meter light pole and it's 6 kilometers away. Not even 6 kilometers, 600 meters away. Which looks like it's taller? The one
I don't
closer,
know.
right, is higher in your vision, right? And the one far away sunk down, the top sunk down. And the one even farther sinks down more and sinks down more and sinks down more. This has nothing to do with the curve of the Earth. This is just called visual perspective. That's it.
No, but you can see though. You can see with microscope, my man.
You could see microscope.
Bro, like if Earth is flat, you wanna like have a tall building. You are not going the that long. You are going little far. You can see with your normal
Really?
vision, but the building.
How
is going
far?
down.
How far should you be able to see on the globe?
What?
How far?
I don't know.
You guys never know. It's just funny. You guys always, you just know, hey, dude, you can't see forever. How far are you supposed to see? I don't know. Okay. So if you're a man standing at the beach, the horizon should be 5 kilometers away.
That mean you guys don't believe also the.
No, if the Earth is a globe, the horizon should be 5 kilometers away at the ocean. You understand that? But it's not at 5 kilometers away.
Okay, forget about it. Forget about it.
Yeah, you don't want to talk about that. Let's talk about the sun some more.
Okay, one more. Yeah,
Dude,
I'm enjoying
your
it.
problem is you're not trying to find the truth. You're trying to win a debate. Okay? You're not going to win the debate because you don't have facts, the facts required to win. This is why you guys always lose. Because it always comes down to what are the facts? And you guys don't have facts, you have stories. Because whenever you tell one of your stories, we ask you, what's the evidence for your story? And you guys don't know what it is, or the evidence doesn't mean what you think it means. Okay? So why don't we focus on trying to figure out what the Earth actually is instead of trying to win some debate?
I'm not trying to win a debate. I'm just talking to you, and it is helping.
And why don't we want to measure what the Earth is? If like that's what the Earth, they claim that the horizon, that ships go over the horizon, that's the where the curve starts. All these things, but that can't be true because the horizon is never at the place it's supposed to be.
Okay, let me give another one. Do you believe tectonic plate or what?
Why should I?
That's number 8 right there.
Is it? Are you just reading off a website?
No, bro, I'm just making.
Yeah, you are. No, you're not. You're reading up a website.
No, bro. I'm just
Tell me what a tectonic plate is. Tell me how they work.
I don't know, bro. I know
Well, then don't ask us about them.
How are you gonna say we know about them, right? Which I do. If we give you an answer and you don't know about them, how are you gonna understand the answer?
Bro, I'm kinda.
Okay, listen closely to what I said. How are you gonna understand the answer if you don't know what they are?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, then don't ask questions where you can't understand the answer. You don't even understand the question.
Yeah, you don't understand the question, man.
If I get quiet, everyone will be quiet.
How do you know that? Be quiet for a little bit. Let's see if it happens.
No, what I think is that you're actually just running interference.
Okay.
You know, the tectonic plate hypothesis is pretty fucking nonsense. You have to ignore a lot of things. Like the entire Yellowstone National Park, Hawaii.
If you, I mean, you believe in tectonic plate or what?
No, I'm saying it's a hypothesis. Tectonic plates is a hypothesis.
What the fuck is hypothesis?
Oh my
Meaning
God.
it's a idea, right? That hasn't been proven one way or another.
There's no way to experimentally validate it.
How would you prove that tectonic plates exist? What could you do? Would you drill a core? Could you drill a hole into the ground? Drill a bunch of holes? Well, the tectonic plate's supposed to be 150 kilometers thick, so how are you going to drill that hole? That's at the thinnest part, of the thinnest plate that they say exists. So you can't even validate their claim in the first place. That's why it's a hypothesis, because you can't, as Dre said, you can't do the experiment required to prove it.
Okay.
It's like black holes. Or the sun is made of freaking hydrogen. The only way to validate that is to go to the sun and take a sample. They have a hypothesis. The sun is made of hydrogen and powered by nuclear fusion. But without being able to actually get to it and physically grab what it's made out of, how can they ever confirm that hypothesis?
So do you understand that if you measure the ground to be flat, any stories that have unverifiable assumptions in them do not matter compared to the measurement? You would have to go by what it measures as, not what you imagine it to be.
Okay. I'm leaving. Is that okay?
Yeah, bro. You don't need our.
Come again.
Yeah, just remember, you didn't bring any gold proof, dude.
Like, came here to learn English, and I got like
melee.
Yeah, here we go. Back to that. Why? For your psychiatric practice? Is that what you're learning English for?
No. What the fuck is psycho?
Psychiatric. Because when you said, I think you guys are actually go-birthers and did all, that's called a psychological analysis.
Yep.
Okay. So are you a psychologist?
No.
Okay, then, stop the cap, bro. Just stop. That's slang for stop lying.
You're extracting everything out of that turnip. You're squeezing that stone till blood comes out of it, dude.
Yeah.
It's like, I ain't get you yet. Did I get you? Can I get him?
There's another drop in there.
Oh, sheesh.
Okay, bye.
Bye, man.
Oh,
Have
oh, wait,
fun.
one more. I'm just kidding. Go ahead and go.
Is there anybody else? I mean, I wouldn't open my mic if I was a Glober. I'd self-mute. And ask to be server muted just in case my mute come off. I wouldn't want to be heard. Shan has a lot to say in the side chat. Shan, why don't you speak up? Your
Sean
English is
Hawking?
no, it's Shan. Shan Bapiro.
Shan Bapiro.
Bio says, or Happy Prince is his regular name. So, obviously you speak English fluently.
Step right up. Don't be shy. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why, but most of these Globers seem to just go on this gish galloping kind of deflection rant to try to get away from the implications of the answers they've been given. And I don't know what's the best way to get him back on track and stop that random train, but I'm open to suggestions.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure that out myself. I mean, it's kind of like hit or miss. I've tried certain things, and they won't work consistently.
Yeah, that's my experience as well. Like, it might work on one guy, but then next 10 guys it doesn't work on. They won't listen. But then you try something else, and that works on one guy. So it's like very random.
What I try to do, just try to generally do this, is to pick out something they said, which they seemed some mode of thinking or rationale that they seemed was very critically important, and to use that, right? Use some take that, whatever the structure of the claim was, and formulate a flat Earth claim that uses the same structure, so that basically, oh, you said that this was important? Well, the flat Earth says this. Well, since you thought that was important, you have to think this was important, right? To say, intellectually honest and consistent, right? Can't just like pick and choose your principles. And just try to because everybody's going to use some worldview principle from which to evaluate the information. So I try to like shoehorn flat Earth into like their principles of evaluation, right? So that they have to at least like stick their toe in that water to even appear intellectually honest. Now, of course, they stick the toe in, then they go, fuck, that water's freezing, and they run away. But you gotta try something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I try to just use something that seemed like a critical part of what they're saying, and try to wedge flat Earth into it.
And even if they said the water's freezing, you shove them into the pool, bro.
Yeah, just throw them in. I go, okay. Yeah, it's cold, man. Oh my God, there's a quarter at the bottom of the pool. Bush.
Yeah, I like AVs getting them to admit that it's a belief because it kind of shifts their perception. Sometimes that's just not possible for the same reasons. They're just too stuck in this roller coaster of going in circles or trying to latch onto any straw. And when we take the straw away, they're just like, oh, next door. And they just don't listen.
As far as that goes, the belief versus knowledge thing, I actually kind of I visualize this in my mind like a bell curve. Like you got the dividing line of like belief versus knowledge, and then how quickly they'll admit it's a belief versus the people that cling to, no, it's not a belief. Knowledge, it's knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's directly. I think it's directly proportional to what their investment in the belief system is. So, like, if they think that space is a reality, or they really don't care, you know what I mean? Like their investment in it, I think it's proportional to that.
Well, then there's the people that right away, right? They concede it's a belief, but they don't actually believe it's a belief. It's not authentic. They still think they know the Earth's the globe. They're just saying to us. They're trying to diffuse the impact, like diffuse the sting. By going, oh yeah, it's a belief.
Yeah, those guys also most of the time go like, yeah, it's a belief, but your thing is also a belief because everything's a belief.
Oh yeah.
That's when it gets fun.
Then that can go into we could be brains in the jar.
Yeah, that's when it gets fun.
Yeah, we get that far too often.
I was listening to Thomas Reed, an evaluation of his writings, and the brain in the jar, that whole line of philosophical reasoning. And he said, like way back then, he said, only the philosophers could come up with that nonsense, but like the normal man, they use common sense to determine, what reality is. They're not going down the whole philosopher. And he said, eventually that's going to lead, and he said this allegedly hundreds of years ago, that this is what you're going to end up having is a dichotomy of thought in human beings, and it's going to eventually lead to some sort of conflict, right? Because you have the realists, right, that don't question whether the external world exists, right? They could question it, but it's obvious that it does exist. And then on the other hand, the people that go, we could be brains in a jar. I can't prove the external world exists at all. I don't know how you're even saying that. Your mouth is moving. Like, how did you even say that shit? If you're not sure the external world exists, like the whole things that we've heard. I just think that's kind of funny that he knew even then that this because that's where we're at now. We could all be in the Matrix, and like, you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy that the idealism, right? Because that's what it's called, like idealism, or that might not be the technical name. The name he called it is like the world of ideas is what actually exists, the internal world, and not the external world, which is based upon, you know, the senses. That all this is eventually going to come to a head, and I think this topic illustrates it perfectly. Well, you just have to imagine gravity's pulling everything to the center, and then it formed the ball. You got to imagine it. They never thought that for 2 seconds that, well, that's a cool story, but like, wouldn't you need to confirm that out there in the external world to know that that's actually the case, whether your ideas are actually the case and they don't exist simply in your mind? And it's actually pretty shocking, the number of people that have said that, like, no, I don't need to confirm this. I don't need to confirm the external world at all. The idea is good enough because everybody believes it. And as long as I have a collective belief that everybody believes, it's fine. Which is a weird fucking position, bro. That's
well, there is science to back that up, though, correct?
Oh, is there?
Yes.
What is science? Do you know?
I mean, science is just physics, fucking elements.
I meant definitionally.
I'm sorry I didn't look it up on Wikipedia, but
I'll tell you. It's okay not to know, dude. This isn't a gotcha. It's a system. I just want to make sure we're talking in the same language, right?
Why are you coming at me like that?
What? I'm not. Dude, accept the olive branch. Fuck, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, so science is a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it.
Oh.
And it answers how and it answers how and why. How does this happen? Why does this happen, right? Cause and effect relationships. Saying what is not a scientific endeavor. It's not determined by science. And especially, what is the shape of this? That's definitely not determined by science.
Would you like to actually have a debate with actually words converse without muting in between, or
I didn't mute you.
Do you only work well
I didn't mute
in environments where you're?
I didn't mute you.
Well, someone did.
Yeah, because you're fucking over talking me, so I don't blame them. Which you over talking me is muting me. Did you realize that?
No, I was.
Yeah, that's what it is. Because if people can't hear me talk, you're muting me, right?
Oh, you're saying if people can't hear your voice, therefore.
Yeah, that's right. I'm being muted by your over talking.
Then you're just muted me then by over talking while I was talking. Then, correct?
No, I was confirming what you're saying. Yes, it is correct.
But I was in the middle of a sentence while speaking, so therefore.
The rest was extemporaneous nonsense. They got the point.
Well,
in the first
I mean, these words.
That wasn't me either. I didn't mute you, though I do endorse that message.
You need to focus on the content of the message here versus like the meta of this conversation. That's your problem. You're more focused on what people are doing in here instead of you focused on, okay, this is what I propose. My debate is this. The topic will be this. And then engage. That would be a way to do it. But of course, you guys can't do it because you don't know how.
If you stop muting me, I would love to engage in conversation.
No, if you stop saying that, we can engage in the conversation.
Yeah, we don't need to play-by-play, Howard Cosell.
All right, okay. If we don't say what you guys are constantly doing, but okay, here we go. Here's the math on it. Right, if you have a globe, right? Globe is scientifically round, right? But that's not true in you guys' theories. So, globe is scientifically
Excuse me. That's factually incorrect.
What?
There's no point.
I'm talking.
There's no point in going farther if you start with a false premise. Okay.
No, but I am talking.
There's no such thing as scientifically round, dude. There's no such thing. Half. There's no such thing as scientifically round. You added a qualifier to round. That qualifier is incoherent nonsense. There's no point in going farther with your false premise. It's geometrically round. Claiming something's round is the geometric claim. It has nothing to do with science. Science uses geometry, but geometry itself is not science. Science is a systematic study of the natural world. Geometry is abstract. Okay? Doesn't exist in the natural world.
How are you measuring the circumference of your circle?
What circle? What are you talking about?
The Earth is on a circle, correct?
Said who?
It's a flat Earth. And
so?
every picture you guys have is in a circle. How you guys measure that?
What are you talking about?
How are you measuring anything without any kind of...
So what you've seen... So what you've seen are portrayals of a flat Earth on the internet of some space disk floating in space with the water falling off of it. We don't believe that shit. So stop getting your fucking information from YouTube memes.
Okay. So what do you believe?
We don't believe in that.
You should have started with that instead of adding just portraying. Yeah,
I should have. Well, I was talking to your fellow compatriots here before, so I thought you guys were all on the same
Nobody
page,
thinks the Earth is a space disk. Don't even try it, dude. Nobody thinks that. Ever. There's no flat earther that thinks the Earth is a space disk. None.
Okay.
It's a straw man.
That's completely fine.
Listen, that idea is created to make the flat Earth seem so ridiculous, there's no point in even entertaining it.
Okay, can you please... Can we start? Okay, can we start from level 1? Is that okay?
I guess.
Level 1.
How do you know the Earth's a globe? That's level 1.
What? No.
Yeah, level 1 is you demonstrating some evidence that the Earth's a globe because it's obvious the Earth is flat.
Satellites.
What does that mean? Satellites?
Satellites. Yeah.
What does that mean?
They can
I said, how do you know the Earth's a globe and you say satellites? Can you elaborate?
Yeah, because they throw satellites in the air. And they can only hit certain sections of the air at certain times because of how the Earth passes because they're in low orbit.
What? Can you say that again in English this time? Clearly.
The reason why I'm using satellites as the first definitive thing is because satellites only cross over a certain pattern of the Earth at per time, and they're spaced out enough that each one of them is not correlated with each other because of low orbit.
Objection, Your Honor. That's too ambiguous. He needs to state the facts with empirical numeric values.
Okay. Yeah. Well, hold on. Let's assume all that's true, everything you said. We'll just grant it. How does that tell us the Earth is a ball?
Well, if you throw up enough of them, then you get a continuous network.
Okay. How does that tell us the Earth is a ball?
Well, because how else would they be in the air?
That's a question. How does that tell us the Earth is a ball?
Give an answer, not a question.
The reason why it tells us it's a ball in the air is because you can actually throw something up into the air and use the force, which is the Earth, as a gravitational pull, and put it into circumference with the Earth, which will throw it into an infinite orbital.
Jesus Christ.
You're just saying you're saying a whole bunch of words, dude, that you don't even know why you're saying them.
What do you mean?
Look,
okay, the Earth.
They haven't told us. Let's say I have all that information that you just said. I have it all at my disposal. I have it printed out in sheets of paper, and I'm going over this data.
Mm-hmm.
How does that tell me the Earth's a ball? So you have an idea this works. That you have an idea of how it works on a ball, but that doesn't exclude other possibilities, right? So I want to know how that. Hold on. How does that? So it doesn't exclude other possibilities. So I want to know how that information excludes other possibilities, and not your lack of imagination. I want to know the actual evidence that it's only possible if the Earth is a ball.
Other proposition that it's only a ball. If you go to the North or the South Pole.
No, from your satellites, bro. From your satellites.
No, from the ground.
You
from
said
from
satellites.
Yeah, I
no,
started out with satellites. I can do other things.
Yeah, well, we're still on satellites.
Oh, you want to stay on satellites? All right.
Yeah, because I'm still trying to figure out how. I'm still trying to figure out how satellites tell you the Earth is a globe.
Okay,
and you can't tell me for some reason.
When you put something into motion, it can't stop being in motion. That's just the laws of physics, right? So, if
yeah,
we were
great.
to
How does
shove
that tell
something
me
in-
the satellites work over a globe, dude? Like,
can I finish? Okay, when you're
not answering the question. I've asked like 10 times, dude.
When you put something into motion, like shoving a satellite from a rocket into space, and you put it in a satellite,
great, dude, I agree 100%. How does that tell us the Earth's a globe?
It's always in motion, right? So how?
Okay,
does
so
a
something
flag
always in
is-
motion, therefore a globe.
Yeah, I ride my bike, so therefore the Earth's a globe.
How did you stop?
Ugh.
Dude, you're not making any sense, dude. Something being in motion. Something. Listen to this. Because something being in motion doesn't give you a geometric consequent. So you're not going to find out because something's in motion that it's a geometric shape. That's what you're asking. You're asking the question.
You guys believe in that, correct?
Dude, you're asking. Listen, listen.
You didn't even know what we believe, bro.
Why are you over talking me, dude?
I'm
Why?
asking.
Why?
I'm asking because you guys have over talked me every single time. So I'm
because
asking
when you're in
what
motion,
you guys believe in.
When
and I
listen,
want
it's
you
not a
guys to
belief.
answer that question.
Not a belief. It's not a belief. When you say something's in motion, you're going to have to ask the question: what is it telling me about a shape? So, what information about the thing in motion is it telling you about the shape? What? Something's in motion.
The shape isn't telling me that if I launch a rocket into space and I put a satellite on it, that I can carry that around the globe while keeping the circumference of the globe.
You're not answering the question. You're not answering the question. How
That's
do
your
we know?
hypothetical. Look, that's your hypothetical.
That's my
Listen,
okay,
bro.
That's fine.
Okay,
That's my
so
hypothetical.
you stated your hypothetical on how something would prove the Earth is a globe. Okay.
Correct.
If I shot up satellites into space and they circled around the Earth, flipped upside down, and came back around the other side. Now, where in the data that you've accumulated that you say exists show the satellites are actually doing that?
Well, because every time I turn on my phone, I know where I'm going.
Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
So
you think your phone? Let's start with this. You think? Hold on. You're mentioning. Hold on, your phone is using something called location services.
Yeah, GPS.
Do you know what that is?
Which is
location? No,
it's from the government.
Bro, shut your fucking pie hole. You don't know what you're talking about. Location services are not GPS. They're not GPS, bro. They come from the cell phone network, which are towers. GPS is a different chip in the phone.
It doesn't, my man.
Okay, so Google location services and see what it says.
So you know when like you run out of cell data and you can still figure out where you're
going. Come back when you have Googled that, and I'll unmute you. Post that you Googled it. Not playing this fucking whack-a-mole shit. Google location services. I'll Google it for you. Fucking lazy shits. I'm at where you are, AB. I will accept ChatGPT.
Told you. Like, give me whatever you got, right? Like they're saying something out of their mouth. And you're like, where did you get that information from? Show me where. Cite it somewhere. Like, if it's coming from you, it's not going to count. But if you're saying you're deriving it from somewhere, then where did you get it? And why would you say that it is?
Okay, so I just posted in the chat. Location services use GPS, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, cellular data to determine and share a device's geographical location. Okay, the GPS has to be turned on. Okay, you have to enable it. It's not enabled by default. When you set up your phone, you have to enable the actual GPS chip. Now, Let's say you do enable it. You shut off location services. You put GPS only location. Do you think your phone is talking to a satellite?
Okay.
Do you think your phone is talking to a satellite?
Can I ask you a simple question?
Do you think your phone is talking to a satellite?
Can I ask you a very simple
No, you're not deflecting. We're going to go over this GPS claim, dude. Why are you always deflecting off of your claim?
Yes, we're still there. Can I ask
Yeah,
you
that's
a very
right.
simple
So,
question?
do you think that your phone is talking to the GPS satellite?
Have you ever,
dude, the last fucking time, dude? Do you think GPS is talking to a satellite?
GPS only talks to satellites.
It does not. It's not a two-way. See, this is the problem. It's not a two-way communication. GPS is
a one-way communication to your device.
Okay, it's a passive beacon, right?
Yes, from the satellites.
Passive. It doesn't have to come from satellites.
No, it 100% does.
Okay, so what is differential GPS? And where is it located?
Differential GPS will be based off of translation of cell towers and everything else. Normal GPS.
So not satellites.
Yes.
So not satellites.
Actual GPS, yeah. So when you
not satellites, right? Is differential GPS?
I don't like your bullying. I don't like your bullying.
No, I want you to fucking stop dodging, motherfucker.
Let me finish.
Does differential GPS use satellites?
You're being a bully. Let me finish.
Yes or no?
Let me finish, cuz. I don't like this.
You're going to answer yes or no. You just lied. Okay? Does differential GPS use satellites? Yes or no? You were warned about the meta.
GPS is only going to go off of satellites.
I said differential GPS.
I never brought that up. You brought that up.
I did, because you said it has to use satellites, and that's not true.
I said GPS used to use satellites. You brought up differential GPS.
But you mean GPS in your cell phone? GPS in the cell phone will pick up any next message of a
said
dude,
you
shut
need to
up.
activate it.
You don't know how any of it works, dude. And you're basing it proves the earth is a globe based upon ignorance. I'm trying to explain to you how this stuff works, okay?
I'm not going to get worked up about this, but you seem to be. So the fact is,
because you're
when you have no more cell tower, when you're driving from state to state, there's no more cell interception, and you still know where to go. It's because of satellites in the sky.
You don't need satellites, bonehead.
I mean, I just gave you the Fed.
And I just gave you a particular fucking transmitter that your phone will pick up, a differential GPS tower, and will see it as a satellite, but it's not a satellite.
Where did you send that? I haven't seen that.
Differential GPS, dude. I just talked about it.
But you haven't sent any links or anything.
Oh, I will. And that's just one technology that does it.
Well, obviously, the more accurate
Oh, here we go. Fucking the sales pitch for
translation
GPS.
would be 3 cell towers based off of.
It doesn't use triangulation. It doesn't use triangulation. It uses trilateration.
Right, triangular, right?
Trilateration. It's a different thing. You don't know anything about this. I didn't even get into the coordinate system. Doesn't use a globe in the first place.
No, that's what GPS
did you know that? That GPS doesn't use a globe?
Oh, what does it use?
Okay, it uses something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. And your location is placed upon what's called a local tangent plane, not a globe. Okay? These coordinates are through a coordinate transformation are shown to you as latitude and longitude. But that's not how it's actually calculated. That's not how your phone uses it when it's downloaded.
Who gives a fuck about the user?
That's not how the phone uses it when it's captured from the satellite, the message. That message is in Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinates, not latitude and longitude.
Yeah, but it's also going based off your speed. It's going based off your rate of speed. It's going based off your direction. You're
just making shit up, bro. You're just making shit up.
How am I making stuff up? GPS is based off a lot of different things. You
don't know anything about GPS or how it works or what the messaging is or anything
I know
about
the government pays for it, and I know that Google nor fucking none of these Apple Maps or anyone else pays for it. They just are used to fucking actually make it better for the user friendly. The government pays for it.
Now you're divining the minds of fucking corporate fucking entities. It's crazy, dude.
No, look it up.
What's your next trick? Who else
You can
mind
access
you meet?
GPS in its raw form whenever you want.
Yeah, I know, and I'm trying to tell you what it says in its raw form. The coordinates are in Earth center, Earth fixed, not latitude and longitude.
Yeah, that's not user friendly. That's why you have Apple Maps and Google.
But that's the actual calculation. That's what it's using, and that means you tried to use it as a globe proof when it doesn't use a globe. So how can it use a geometry which is not a globe to prove a globe?
So how to get it?
Oh my fucking God, dude. Address what I just said. Answer my question, dude. How does it prove a globe when it doesn't use a globe?
I'm not saying it proves a globe, but I'm asking how did it get it?
Just go and fucking mute, bro.
How does it get what? Mute me for asking a question. How is it getting that information?
Okay, you did say it proved the globe. That's why you're getting muted, because you're lying.
I've not lied a single thing.
Okay, you ran away from satellites, and then you said GPS.
I'm still on satellites because of GPS.
Yeah, so how did GPS prove a globe?
Let's be real, they don't.
Yeah, I was being real. I know they don't.
Yeah, they don't.
Okay, so moving on.
They don't actually prove the globe.
So moving on, how do you know the Earth's a globe, since that can't be it?
Yeah, but no, my question was to you is, I asked you, how do satellites exist without them being a globe?
They're not orbiting the Earth. Whatever is in the sky isn't orbiting the Earth, because we can tell if the Earth's a globe by measuring the Earth.
Yeah, but how are they up there is what I was asking.
I don't know, and I don't care.
Thank you. That's all.
So let me get this straight. You heard a story that somebody launched a rocket and flung a piece of metal into the air, and it circled around the Earth. And because that, you hearing that story, you think that proves the Earth's a globe. And somehow, because flat earthers can't explain away a piece of fiction, that proves the Earth is not flat.
Well, it's not a piece of fiction.
Is that your position?
Is
that a good description of your position?
You can't get to A to B.
Is that a good description of your position, dude?
I guess so. As long as you're fine with describing how you can't describe how you get to A to B, that's fine with me.
What are you talking about?
You can't explain why you get from A to B on your maps every single day.
What are you talking about? What map?
GPS, Google Maps, Apple
GPS,
Maps, whatever you use.
Oh my God, dude!
You can't explain how that works.
Okay. You just mentioned three different things. You already conceded that GPS.
No, they're all the same thing.
And then you just went back. You already conceded GPS don't prove a globe, and then you went back to it like a fucking NPC. You just reset.
You can't explain why they're up there.
Explain why what's up there.
How the satellites work.
Those are two different questions.
Give me a satellite. Give me a particular one that we can address.
All right, please. Okay.
Give me a particular satellite we can address.
Hey, hold on real quick. The point of clarity. He's confusing the audience because he's asking two different questions. And a lot of it's getting convoluted because he's mix and matching the idea that he's saying that the satellites being up there and how they're up there is the same that GPS is proving that the Earth is a globe. So he's asking two different things, and he's jumping back in between both of those, asking you in between both of those how you can't prove how they're up there is equivalent to you proving that there's no way that you can tell how we get from point A to point B. So he's
question.
No, it's not. It's actually not because
Indio,
hold on.
I told you GPS is on the ground, bonehead. Didn't you hear that part?
Indio just answered that. He went through and telling you that it's a ground station. That's how we know.
Triangulation.
Hold on.
It doesn't use triangulation. Stop saying that shit, dude.
So you're getting it wrong. See, you're not paying attention.
Trilateration?
Yeah.
Trilateration.
So when you
different from triangulation,
brother, listen to
Here
me.
we go. Here goes the
So what you're not doing is understanding that there's two different things being talked about. You're asking what keeps the technology up there. That's one question. And how we know we're getting from point A to point B. That's another question. It's not the same question. You're confused.
Should we just do the first thing? Why?
We already did. We already did.
You don't know.
Neither do you.
Wait a minute.
No, I do.
Wait.
No, you think somebody else does.
Bro.
No,
he said
I do. I told you.
Hold on, bro. He talked about trilateration. This technology already existed prior to the fact that satellites went up to the sky. Prior to that. Yes, they did. Dude, what are you
Even
talking
in the
about?
40s.
Dude, Loran was
didn't.
Hold on.
Loran existed in the 40s, dude.
Cell towers
what satellite was launched in the 40s?
Yes.
What satellite existed in the 40s? 1940s.
Yeah, but you weren't doing triangulation.
What satellite existed in the 1940s?
The GPS.
What satellite existed in the 1940s?
Should we look it up? Because I'm not that much of a fucking nerd.
Yeah, you don't know.
None. The first satellite was claimed to be Sputnik. That was in the 50s. Okay? Loran existed in the 30s and the 40s.
Yeah. So getting from point A to point B was already discovered to be used with trilateration. And you don't understand this. You still are confusing it, saying, oh, how does the technology stay up there? Being that in your mind, the same question. It's not. They're two different questions. India already answered the question of how they have been doing it from getting from point A to point B. He already answered that question. You're just too ignorant and not paying attention to understand he answered it already.
GPS was started by the U.S. Government of Defense in 1973.
We're talking about the technique, dude. The technique.
Technique.
Yeah, and before GPS, there was something called Transit, and before that was called fucking Loran. And in between there was another system called Decca. So there's a whole bunch of these systems. Loran is actually still in use, as a matter of fact. They used something called the Loran-C. So these techniques have already existed. What you think is that they could only work if there's satellites spinning around the Earth. That's false, because we know radio waves will go anywhere you want them to go. In 1918, listen, in 1918, they could talk from UK to Australia. There was no satellites. There was no radio repeaters. See, you think there's a big ball in the way.
No.
And that the only way radio communication can work is bouncing it out something in space. That's not true.
They were talking to each other off Morse code. I'm not fucking with that. That's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, anyone can send a wave over that far of distance with
10,000 miles.
Also, yes. Also, based off.
Okay, isn't there a giant ball in the way?
There was no other radio waves in.
Isn't there a giant ball in the way?
No, it'd be bouncing off the atmosphere. What?
Bouncing off the atmosphere.
Yes.
That's what you're going with. Bouncing off the atmosphere?
Yeah, you know how freaking like volumes of density of fucking energy work, right? So if you have too high of a fucking volume of energy, then it has only one way to go.
You know what I hate?
Okay, hold on. I wanted to dig in. I wanted to dig into it. Okay, so you just admitted that satellites are not required to do long distance communication.
No, not for radio. Not for radio.
Oh, and you're gonna back away from it? Okay, they just bounce off the atmosphere, dude. No, they just bounce off the atmosphere.
Correct.
So that sounds like a concession.
It is a concession.
That is not a concession.
Yes, it is.
How far can they go?
What were the waves and what length are we talking about? What were they shooting?
What is the maximum distance that signal propagation can work?
For what system?
GPS.
GPS for, yeah, but what was the system
If you have a
called?
ground-based tower, how far can it go?
Ground.
What are you fucking Googling it?
Yes, I don't know. You think I know this stuff off the rip?
So you don't know.
Why don't you just admit you don't know? That's an easy way out. Yeah, thank you for that.
Just said I don't know. That's why I'm looking it up.
Therefore, you can't confirm that it's wrong because you didn't know. You were already. This is the problem with these guys. They're already saying it's wrong, and he's looking it up right now. The audience needs to know that he's doing this.
Well, no, I mean, you were talking about.
This is
No.
disingenuous.
You were talking about from fucking
Disingenuous.
years and years back. This is not
Disingenuous, bro.
disingenuous.
You're just saying years and years, dude. You don't know.
You don't
okay?
know.
Your instant reaction is everything we say must be factually wrong, and you're trying to ex post facto look it up. And when
And that's
the things you keep
disingenuous.
looking up keep proving us
No.
right, and you know it.
Wait,
but you're
are
not
you
saying when
guys-
you actually find the information and we're
Are you
actually right.
streaming?
Because I know you checked whether it's trilateration, but you didn't come in here and say, "Oh yeah, you're right, it's trilateration."
Yeah, it's disingenuous, man. You need to disengage already. You've shown that you don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh no!
We can debate Google on our own. We don't need you. We don't need a stenographer for fucking ChatGPT or Google.
No. Okay, so I'm gonna drop you this link in the side chat, even though I'm assuming you guys are live, whatever. They can't see that, but you guys can watch
Yeah, they
that
can
on your
see the
side chat.
Yeah, they can see the side chat, dude.
Pull that up. This is actually kind of interesting. It only has 74 up.
Where is it? I don't see it.
It's in side chat.
The robot?
The
guy typing? Which one?
Oh fuck! I posted in the side chat. The wrong side chat. My bad.
Oh yeah, sorry. You posted in your DMs. Tell Phil we said hi.
No, I was in.
Tell Phil we said hi.
A different.
Yeah, hi Phil.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Honestly, he came in there mad as fuck too.
I know.
We don't.
Yeah, we know because
why'd you guys have to do like that?
you know how we know. You know how we know is because you started off talking one way, and you started making coherent, structured arguments, and like people's minds just don't simply change. You were all over the place.
You guys pissed off that one guy, and he wasn't structured for that, and I feel bad for him.
He's a psychopath.
Yeah, and for years, he's feeding you misinformation and making you look like the fool. You know how many people he's made look like puppets, dude? Years of people that come in here. He'll get in their DMs just like he's done to you and done it to someone else. And we take it out on you instead of him. You should ask him. You know what?
You should ask him. Why is he not crazy?
He's not banned from here. He can come in here.
Listen, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
He is in my DMs.
Dude. Yeah, I know. Shut up. Let me tell you. Get him to come in here and say, hey, don't tell me. Why don't you come in here and let me hear you tell them off? Why don't you tell them that? Man up, come in there and tell them.
I did tell him in the side chat to fucking tap me in. That didn't work.
Let me ask you, dude. Since he's puppeting you, how far is his hand up your ass?
God damn.
The guy that I don't know at all?
Dude.
Not at all.
Is it up to the elbow? Or is it just the wrist?
Look, just tell him to come in here.
I
That's all
don't
you
know
gotta
him. I met him tonight. I feel bad for him because he was fucking flaunting when you were bullying him earlier. You were doing 3 people on him, bullying him on the fact that he had his own beliefs on something, and then you guys had 3 guys bagging on him. I don't support
ask
that.
him to come in here. Ask him to come in here. We'll do one.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do
Professor
that.
Phil is not like he's a professor of high school kids.
I don't
He claims he's a physics PhD, that he worked for the Indian space program, flew something to the moon, but then it started dying, so they smashed it into the moon. Now that's who you're talking to. He claimed angular resolution has nothing to do with angles, so that should
He's
tell
in
you
my
where his head is
DMs.
at.
What does that have to do with me? That has
he's also a person who tells you that you should respect pedophiles if they are teachers or professors.
Okay, that is crazy. That's also an allegation, and that is also slander.
This is why
that's what he told me directly.
This is why we record everything.
Okay.
Anyway,
well,
it isn't just because we like hearing our voice on YouTube, but because people say things and then they say they didn't say that thing, and we recorded it, so we know that they said it.
That's
why should I read this Reddit post? Because this Reddit post looks like horseshit.
Honestly, it's not that well educated as well, but there is some mathematics to it. We would have to read through all of this.
The Reddit post says what I said. First, look up LORAN. That was land-based. GPS came about because LORAN didn't work well in the middle of the ocean, specifically for SSBNs. They were using transit. I mentioned that. But were required you to wait for the satellite. So they made GPS, which worked well in the middle of the ocean. So to answer your question, land-based doesn't fill the needs of the military, specifically working in the middle of the ocean and also in the middle of a war zone. Though all that stuff is cap. All they did was improve the technology and it didn't take more satellites.
Yeah, but
Radio
low
technology-
frequency, low
radio
frequency
technology,
radio
they went from
towers
analog-
are okay.
Look, they
Low
went from
frequency radio towers
analog.
are acceptable.
Listen, they went from analog to digital with error correction. That was the change in technology.
No, I think GPS is still analog. No.
The signal is
I might be wrong
analog,
about
but the data is digital.
Well, after the antenna receives it, then it translates to digital, which is semantics.
No, it's not semantics. So that you can read the actual analog waveform versus you can take pulses and clicks and all that type transients within the wave, and those are the digital signal, right? Ones and zeros.
Yes, rather than analog, it's just
Okay, so you could have a noisy signal, but since you're just looking at fucking pulses or modulations of amplitude or whatever, so you're looking at things within the waveform that where you're getting your data.
Yeah, but you need higher levels of frequency to transit digital.
That's a cool story. That's what they say.
What are?
Okay,
Come
so
on.
there's
Don't-
something
don't
called.
do me
Hey,
on that
listen,
one.
listen
Don't do me
for a
on that
second.
one.
I'm gonna listen. It's a bullshit because there's something called LoRa. Okay, it's a new patented radio technology.
God,
It's called
okay,
LoRa.
let me look
It's
up
called-
this.
Listen, dude, why are you interrupting me? I'm about to fucking give you some information that you didn't have before. Okay, there's something called LoRa. Okay, it's a new technology. It's low information density communication. Okay. It's gone 800 miles over sea level at 2.4 gigahertz. Where they've made a connection. Now, do you know how much curvature of the Earth is in 800 miles?
I'm still gonna back up my theory. No, I don't. To answer your question, no.
800
I'm
miles.
gonna back up my theory that we're bouncing radio waves off of the ozone.
But I'm addressing that. 2.4 gigahertz wouldn't bounce off the ozone layer.
2.4 gigahertz is
because I know he told you high frequency does this and low frequency does that. So I specifically just told you a frequency that does not bounce, that goes 800 miles.
No, you're smoking it.
Okay.
You're smoking it. Okay, hold on.
There's a
Can I
site
read?
for LoRa that shows that people have the long. What was that? Say that again.
Can I please read for a second, please, so I can get up to speed?
Dude, no.
Nigga, no.
I mean, why don't you take 5 minutes, go on mute, read everything Phil says to you, and then start over, dude.
Yeah.
This is like learning on the fly, man. I mean, I have time, but I don't have that much
know
time.
LoRa. I don't know. I do know
Ask
GPS.
Phil
And I
to come
do know
into the
government
chat.
service.
Well, ask Phil to come into the chat so we can debate him on this. Ask him to come in here.
You guys made him sad. So
I don't give a shit. Dude. He's the one that's puppeting you.
Tell
Man.
him to
He's
freaking
puppeting
have
you.
his. He's not. He's puppeting me. You're smoking it. You're smoking the fentanyl. Like there's no fucking way.
Then why is he in your DMs?
Because he. What did he say? He said.
Why do you need more time to read them? Is the puppet falling off the hand?
He said, ha ha ha. He said, brother's so crazy. Don't take them seriously. Of course, Earth is round. We just need to chill and learn English. Okay, well, that one's not.
I'm trying to tell you, man. He wants you to listen. He wants you to take, hey, look.
He doesn't even know English.
Bro, he wants you to take the blue pill, bro. He doesn't want you to wake up. He wants you to stay asleep.
Okay.
Go back to sleep.
I'm using a lot of curse words and I'm trying not to, so just give me a second to read up on. I got 3 things to learn up on. All right, so just give me a couple of fucking seconds and just give me a second.
Look, so in the chat, I post exactly what I'm talking about, LoRa. Straight from fucking Wikipedia, your alma mater. So I guess you'd consider that LoRa, long range, right? LoRaWAN. And then above it, that video shows the website, which the purpose of that website, this is a new technology. It's called Chirped Pulse. So because they're using these high amplitude chirp pulses, they can extract data from it. So it doesn't use a lot of power because they're not doing a continuous freaking high wattage output. They're doing short, high fucking wattage output. So it's only like it transmits a lot of energy in a very short time. So it's not a continuous fucking, I'm blasting out fucking 500 megawatts of power. It's very short fucking bursts of energy. And like I said, they're chirps. So you can decompose these chirps and get data out of it. The thing is, you wouldn't hear this normally because there isn't fucking million-watt fucking antennas sitting around. The radio wave propagation is based upon how much power is coming out the antenna.
It's amazing that he has enough time to message people but not come in here. That's crazy.
I mean, I don't even want to talk to him. I have no interest. I freaking rode that pony, man. Fucking.
No, he does this every time, man. Somebody new that we're talking to, and they don't have an answer. He starts jumping in their DMs to give them some line of defense.
No, leave him alone. It's not him.
And yeah,
stop white knighting for him, dude.
Yeah, right,
like you don't even know him.
I don't know him, but I have my own opinions. So
If you
don't put
actually-
my opinions on him.
Listen, if you actually knew him, you wouldn't defend him. Let's put it that way.
Then that's fine. That's okay.
You got one tiny jigsaw puzzle piece, acting like you know the whole picture.
And I asked for some time to research, so give me 5 minutes. Is that acceptable?
Okay, you want to research Professor Phil? Research troll.
Or the Shenandrian failure.
Anybody else? Why he does his homework? What's up, Apocryphon? OG?
What's up?
Neil? What's up, bro?
What you been up to?
Nothing, man. How things?
All right. I was muted for like 2 weeks though, so.
Oh, in here or in the other one?
In here.
Oh, damn.
But
Yeah,
DJ hooked it up today, so that was cool.
We could have worked something out, man. I got Bitcoin. I got Bitcoin address. We could
Yeah, I guess someone that has like control of the bot or whatever, the coordinator or the mod or whatever you call him.
Oh, you were server perma fucking muted.
Yeah, by the
Man.
bot, like, so you got like I would come in and then people would like try it, and then the bot would be like, oh, you can't. The bot needs to unmute. So then they're like, sorry, can't unmute you. I was like, all right.
I only found out yesterday that even happened. Fuck, dude, that's crazy.
It's all good, bro. I've just been chilling. I was in another server, dude. I've
been hanging out in Geo server.
Yeah.
Dude, I've been thinking about going over there, bro. But you know what'll happen? Like, oh man, I want to go over there, dude. Maybe I'll do it tonight, man. Oh, bro, Thanksgiving. I'm gonna do it on Thanksgiving.
There you go.
Don't tell anybody, man. Oh shit, I should have muted Depp in the bot. I want it to be a surprise.
They're all gonna pop up now. They're all gonna be over there on Thanksgiving. Dude, the other day, so you know my buddy that got me into the trade years ago, right? The guy that did the 4,000-foot transferring a line at John Wayne Airport. I told you guys the story before, right?
Yeah.
So he was here at the house. We were getting all fuckered up, right? And he literally was defending Flat Earth against some Globers over in Geo. And I was like, dude, the guy's right here, because they're like, no one's ever done that. No, like just their usual fucking nonsense.
He's not a real surveyor. There's no such thing as flat Earth surveyors.
Yeah. So I mean, he's been in the trade for over 35 years, bro, and he did it himself. He was the superintendent on that job site. He was the one that was running the crew. He was the one that was speaking to the company, the surveying company, like communicating with them, like, hey, bro, like I think we messed up, or come out here and double check. But the guy came out, no, you guys are right. And then, like, he literally, without even knowing it, he did the Force the Line. That little project. Remember how that dude wanted to do that a long time ago? He literally kind of did that. Like, technically, he did Force the Line. Because all he did.
All right. I read up on Laura.
Oh, go ahead, Huff. Go ahead. I'm sorry
So
that my
Laura. No, you good, bro.
Go ahead. Yeah.
No, if you guys need to catch up, go for it.
No, I'm sure what he's going to say is more interesting than what you're going to parrot.
So
But anyway,
Laura
go ahead.
is basically it's basically GPS is what it is. It's only receiving data. That's all it is. It can't transmit. That's the thing.
What do you mean it can't transmit?
It can't transmit. It's only receiving it.
What?
It's
That don't make any
long
sense, bro.
range receiving. There's no transmission
How
about
do
it.
you receive? How do you receive if you're not transmitting?
Crazy, bro.
What are you talking about? Right. So you
Something has to be
Laura set up.
transmitted. What are they receiving?
All they're receiving is from the gateway of the LoRa device. So the LoRa spreads out its fucking thing, right? It
It's
pings,
transmitting, right?
You
It's
put
transmitting?
gateways all over
Is
the
it
fucking
transmitting?
place.
Is it transmitting?
No, it's receiving.
Oh, for God's sakes, dude!
Your device would be receiving, not transmitting.
Receiving what though? A transmission
From
yes?
the gateway from LoRa. Yes.
Shit, dude.
Bro, hold on, bro. Like, I honestly, I feel bad for you. I don't know what you're reading, dude, but the LoRa system, it does both. I think you need to maybe go, like, don't look at the first paragraph and then, like, act like you've been studying this and you created.
No, I read the whole bitch.
Okay, so then I don't know what source you're reading, dude, but the LoRa system,
Wikipedia.
it transmits and receives, dude.
Over certain distances, it can only frequently expand up to. It says no. You have two devices.
So in the
right?
chat, I just posted
you have
an
a
actual
gateway.
device you can go buy. So this is vaporware. I can't buy it. I can't buy a transceiver.
You have an end device. You have a gateway, and you have the cloud network. Right. You have three different things.
This guy is an instant expert because I read a fucking Google article. I just posted a fucking link to a transceiver which broadcasts, dude.
Hey, Indio, he just put his foot in his mouth. He literally just said the devices that one that. Do you understand? Let me just say this real quick, buddy. Check this out. Do you understand that LoRa is a system, right? That's comprised of different devices that network together. So one's going to transmit, one's going to receive. Then there's that. So the reason why I said they do both is because using the devices that were made for the system, you're right. One's transmitting, one's receiving. But you put your foot in your mouth because you said that they don't do that. But the system
literally said that they do that.
Oh, now you're saying it does.
Transmit and one receive.
You switched around, dude.
So do you want me to go pull the
I said
recording
it goes
for you real quick?
one way. You have a gateway and you have an end device user.
Okay, so does that mean
So the gateway can spread its fucking volume like literally forever
Is there a transmission there then? Yes, right?
through the gateway. Yes, but that's one way.
Okay, all right then. Then you proved Indio's point. Thank you for doing the research. Thank you for bringing it up because you said, and it's recorded, you said that it doesn't communicate. You said that. That's what you said. Your word.
I said it doesn't communicate both ways. Is what
Maybe you misspoke. It, dude. Do you understand?
No, I
that? You
definitely said it doesn't communicate both ways.
Okay, then what is a transceiver?
The transceiver would be the end user. The end user can receive data.
It's in the word, dude. Transmitter and receiver. It's a transceiver.
Yeah, so like
no, we're going over a lower rot.
Let me give an example.
That's where we started at.
Half. Let me give you an example
Who
real
is
quick.
This new guy. Fuck.
Hey, Half. Just pay attention real quick. I'm trying to help you out.
Dude, this is an open chat, bro.
Hey, I'm trying to help you real quick, Half. Okay, look at. I want you to picture this. Okay, when you set up a satellite dish for uplink or downlink,
satellites are real.
So check it out. When you set up a satellite dish for uplink or downlink, do you understand that means they can do both? They can be now. You can put two.
Are you
okay,
be
so guess what?
lower or higher atmospheric pressure?
Okay, so check it out. Okay, you have two satellite dishes in your backyard. All right. You can make one send the signal, and then you can make one receive the signal. Or
Congratulations.
You can switch that. Well, I'm speaking to you like this because I'm trying to break it down. Like if I'm talking to like one of my youngest kids, not my older kids, my youngest kids.
I don't think you have any kids, but continue.
That's fair. That's fine. You don't think at all is what I'm grasping, because all you do is speak things of which you know nothing about. I've heard you
I know a
since
whole lot
earlier.
about data dishes. I know a whole about telecommunications. I know a whole about satellites. I know a whole about a lot of things. What I do know
Okay,
is that
you know about a whole lot of things. Okay, you know, great. Now, do you know about the LoRa system that is?
I just
sending a
learned.
signal? Okay, great. So you just learned. Can you at least concede to Indio and apologize? Because you called him a liar earlier by saying, no, it doesn't. And he told you it does, but you said, no, it doesn't. Can
You weren't
apologize
even
to him
there
now?
when we started that conversation.
I've been here the whole time, dude. Did you not hear me and Indio talking after he sent you off on a mission to go look into something?
No, I heard you 5 minutes afterwards spawn in like thin air, like a bitch that needs to get talked to.
Here we go.
What do you need?
Stupidness. I've been here listening to you. Matter of fact, I was here listening to you when you were talking to AV, and he was wrecking you earlier. You were
Me and
talking about
maybe you were actually having an actually
if you
pretty base
notice-
conversation.
If you notice, I even jumped in and I said, when I first came back, I said, is this guy, an hour later, by the way, maybe even 2 hours at this point, I said, is this guy still using the same bad examples as earlier? And then Indio said 100. So, yep, he verified that you're still saying the same dumb shit you've been saying earlier. You just use bad examples.
I might be using bad examples, but I do know what I'm talking about.
So back on topic.
Either way.
On topic, dude. Let's get back on topic, dude. Fuck the better shit. So this 830 miles, the receiver should
It's
be
only on receiving.
Hold on.
Correct.
Just 831 miles. The receiver should be 61 miles under the curvature of the Earth.
Technically, yes, you're correct.
Yeah, technically, yeah. So how is the receiver picking up anything?
It's bouncing off the atmosphere. It's the only way I
Okay.
could.
Now, how would it do that when it is not the right frequency to do a bounce?
That I don't have an answer for.
And then also, how are they doing it during the day? Because ionospheric bounce only goes 200 to 300 miles during the daytime. It doesn't go 800 miles.
I did not look into the frequency.
You just said you were an expert on a fucking radio communication.
I said
You
I
just said
started
that.
learning. I just said I just started learning, and I read the Wikipedia page
30 minutes ago?
today, right now, guys.
Fuck, dude. Shut up.
He said he knows a lot about satellites and
Yeah, I know. I heard him, dude. Fuck, bro.
This guy's just a double talking. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I already called him that. He got more incoherent. Phil must have stopped puppeting him.
Yeah. Yeah. He seemed like he started falling off the tracks a little bit more. He stopped reading his DMs.
See if there's somebody else. I mean, keep studying, Half. Sorry, man. You've played your fucking hand, dude. You got fucking Jack 2 offsuit.
He said, I'm just looking into the stuff right now, but yet he said he knows a lot about it. Like, that was a blatant contradiction.
Right.
Wow, dude. Wow.
Maybe he meant I just learned a lot of stuff right now. You guys were schooling him earlier. I even put the list of all the cell phone companies. It literally says that they don't communicate with the satellites. And matter of fact, I even put the link for T-Mobile themselves, explaining to customers how they don't use satellites. They use ground towers.
That's
unbelievable.
That was Safifu's in there. Safifu, your favorite person was back again.
Yeah, bro. Like satellites, I love them, bro. I love satellites, bro.
Yeah, half his
In
way
what
at this point.
In what way do you love satellites?
I love satellites because they are real, bro. Like you can't deny that. You can't deny that. You literally using them every day.
Why can't I deny that?
Because did you heard about like Elon Musk last project about Wi-Fi for everyone, 5G? Did you heard about that?
Yeah.
So how the fuck did this one work, bro?
Did he actually do that?
Bro, he launched satellites that launch free Wi-Fi to everyone, bro. Like,
okay.
I don't think you got
Let me ask you. So we're going to go back to what we were just talking about. if the Earth is flat, can you provide free satellite to everybody? Or free internet to everybody if the Earth is flat?
It doesn't matter if it is like round or it is flat. You can launch.
Yeah, if there's no ball in the way of the radio signals, right? Then right, you can just talk to everywhere anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. So how does him providing free internet to everybody prove the Earth is a ball?
Bro,
because you can do that on a flat Earth too, right?
Give me a second. What I'm talking about is that
can you do that on a flat Earth too?
Listen, bro, is that people here claiming that there is no satellites. There is people here claiming that there is no object.
And there's people here claiming there are satellites.
Orbit, there is no object.
And there's people
right now. Listen,
okay,
bro.
Let me ask you this question: has anyone ever observed an orbit? Ever?
Yeah, bro.
Okay, show us. Show us a full orbit in the chat.
Okay, did you hear about the person?
Show us a full orbit in the chat that was observed, please.
Who did the highest jump ever?
I'm asking you to show us a full orbit around the ball in the chat, please.
And I'm answering you, bro. Who did the highest jump ever? Free jump. Who did that?
Okay, is that an orbit?
That's an orbit, bro. What the fuck is that? That's
so jumping out of a balloon is an orbit?
What did you say? Say it again.
Jumping out of a balloon is an orbit now?
That wasn't a balloon, bro. You must do your research, bro. You must do your homework, bro.
So Felix, the highest high jump was out of a balloon.
Nah, it wasn't a balloon, bro.
Then what did you jump out of? What did you jump out of?
A ship, bro.
A spaceship?
I don't know how you can call this.
He jumped out of a spaceship.
Damn, bro. Listen. I don't know how do you call this in English, but like we call it in Portuguese, we call it seque. Like it was.
Where's Miguel? You're Portuguese?
Yeah, bro.
Oh, dude, we got a Portuguese flat earther. Fucking Miguel. Where is he? Goddamn Miguel. If you're listening on YouTube, get in here.
We get Miguel Sosa in here.
You can look it up. You can look up the Red Bull jump. You can do it right now on your Google. Relax. Just take a deep breath. You can look up the Red Bull jump and you can see that it was via a balloon. So I would stop this line of argumentation.
From what I remember, it wasn't a balloon, bro. I'm telling you.
Well, you might want to review your memory.
What do you think he jumped out of, man? A rocket? An airplane? Come on, Safifu.
Something like that, bro. Like I don't know the exact name.
Which one?
I just go look at it
Something
online,
made
man.
of metal, bro. Something made of metal. Iron, not like.
Yeah, the gondola, but the gondola was hanging, bro. He was in a gondola, but the gondola was hanging off a balloon.
Bro, it is like a.
Yeah, they shaped it like the tip of a rocket. That was just the shape of it, but it was hanging from a balloon.
So this is what I'm talking about. It is like a rocket, bro. Like.
No, the shape of the nose cone. That's what it's just the shape.
So what are you like trying to turn the subject, bro? He was in the orbit.
I'm gonna find a picture of the gondola attached to the fucking balloon, bro. So hold on, settle down.
Come on, man. Like I don't get it, bro.
Okay. So look in the side chat. It's 2012 Felix Baumgartner. There's the balloon. There's the gondola he jumped out of.
Damn, Safifu.
I'm listening.
You said it wasn't on a balloon, and look, it's on a balloon. Damn, bro.
No, I don't give a fuck. It wasn't a balloon or something. I saw.
You said it wasn't.
You
said it wasn't.
There's the news article.
No, because the model looked like a rocket, bro. You can see it. I don't see the balloon. Where's the fucking balloon, bro?
God, bro.
Show me a picture of a balloon, bro.
Dude,
Show me a picture.
The title says giant balloon being used for world's highest skydive.
Bro, this is the descent, bro. They used the balloon for the descent. What the fuck are you talking about? This
What?
is the descent.
No, it wasn't, bro.
Then how did he skydive?
Yeah, he couldn't have been in orbit, otherwise he wouldn't have fallen down, according to the story.
He jumped out of a rocket.
Yeah, but he said for the descent. He did. I thought he descended in free fall.
Nah, bro, listen. I'm processing the information. Just give me a second. What are we talking about right now is that he was in the orbit. We don't give a fuck about the balloon.
He wasn't in orbit. Was he orbiting the planet in New Mexico?
It's 35,000 meters.
No, was it? It was 120. It was 120.
The fuck did you say?
Yeah, you got the height wrong.
It's 127.
Yes.
Meters.
Yes.
Feet. No.
Yes.
wait a second.
128,000 feet, 39,000 meters, bro.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, space starts at 100 kilometers.
Nah, bro, I said that. Come on.
Also, bro, in the story,
The United Nations said that.
In the story, the orbit requires you to be traveling sideways at such a high velocity that you're falling around the globe in the story. That's not what he was doing.
Yeah, it's not an orbit. Stop, people.
I get it. Yeah, it's
All right.
not an orbit.
All right.
Nah, you're good. You're good. Nah, because
where's go get the other guy, man.
Was really high. Like I didn't care about the distance. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry, y'all, bro.
Yeah. Let's debate the other guy. We're gonna debate the other guy.
I'm talking about halfway. He's still here.
Yeah, you wanted to actually talk to him, didn't you? 20 cups.
I just chimed in now.
All right, let me see if he'll talk to you. Hey, good luck.
Shit.
Go ahead, Half. 20 cups wants to debate you.
You finished your homework?
Who's 20 cups? I will not say that I am very well endowed on this conversation. Tonight I've done all my research. Let's
wave the white flag, dude. We haven't even started. Dude.
Other than hold up. Let me finish. Other than everything that I have researched tonight, I have used all my information as a youngin from when I did all my science and fucking bullshit in college and in high school. And that's the information I'm going based off of. So let's that be clear. But you sound like you kind of studious. So let's let that be known right now.
Okay, do you want to continue where you left off? You guys were talking about Laura?
I mean, this man cut me off on 30,000 different angles, so I'm not really sure where you want to start.
Yeah, Indio.
No, man. I was listening in, and you were pulling the thing left, right, and center, every which way direction. I didn't even know where you wanted to go.
I would like to start off with the satellites, and I would love to know. This is not like trying to be like, hey, like, yo, fuck you, satellites on the air. In no way am I trying to use that as a jab or whatever. But what I would like to know is what your guys' theory is, and that's what I'm asking. What is your guys' theory?
About what?
Well, how are they up there? If not gravitational pull.
The fuck do I know, man? I haven't checked. I haven't checked what's up there.
Me either, Kyle.
We told you.
But I do know that shit works.
Yeah.
India told us before. India told you this before as well. We're not in the theory business. We're not making up stories of how things work. We're just measuring things that we have access to, and they don't fit the story.
I mean, if you know what's up there, can you break it down?
Yes, I would love to. Right, I would love to. Okay, the way I have it perceived to me is we have low orbit and we have high orbit satellites. Low orbit satellites are going to be your SpaceX, the recent ones, and that's the reason why you can get so fast, high transfer rates on your what are they called? What are the tablets are that you can use for data transfer with SpaceX? That's why you can get them, but they burn up quickly. That's the reason why they have to send rockets up so frequently, is because I think they can only produce 300 per launch, and they have a burn rate of about, I think it's like 50, like per year or something like that. That's what the numbers that they're giving us, but I can't. You're correct. I cannot physically go up there and actually check that knowledge. There's no fucking shot. But what I'll also say is, how's that fucking possible for the entire fucking goddamn world to also be able to connect with them without that being a globe? Without actual evidence not, I guess, which is fucked to say as well.
So you have to start with assuming that they operate in the manner that they tell you, right? That's the whole thing.
Yes, well, dealing with these people for how long I've been dealing with them, I have no choice other than to operate in darkness, because you don't. I don't have anything to give against.
Why don't we investigate the base principles of this entire thing? Okay.
I'm down.
Okay, so you say they're in orbit, yeah?
Yes.
Around a giant ball? Yeah.
Yes, low density or not. Okay, I don't know the actual word for it.
Okay, so if they're in orbit, there has to be a known physical geometry of the thing that they're orbiting, right?
Yes, which would be Earth.
Okay, so what are the dimensions of the Earth?
You're asking me,
They have to know that, right? They have to know that, right? Because say you have an orbit.
They know that. I don't know that.
Okay, so you don't know that.
Okay, I can look it up.
Okay,
but I don't know it off the dome. I'm not a space scientist.
That's fine. So you want to look it up? Take a minute.
I will. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Sorry for another delay, but
Yeah, I'm about to, dude. We're about. No, fuck it. We're about to just check the whole this thing. It's not even relevant. Because honestly, it's not even right half the time either.
Are they not relevant?
So half our facts are going to be off skew anyways. But it's the quickest way to get answers.
So if you have this thing that's going to orbit about a certain radius, right? That radius is going to be of a certain distance above the ground. But then you have to know the remaining radius of the ball below it, right?
Yeah, to keep it outside the atmosphere, to keep it inside the actual rotation of the Earth's pull without actually burning up in the atmosphere. Correct.
So I'm curious to know how they got that initial radius in the first place.
Probably billions of dollars of just shoving rockets into the air.
You really think that?
I mean,
you really think it was a trial and
less
error?
on more. So
you think it was trial and error to determine the radius?
1,000%.
Okay, so you don't know?
No, I feel like there was like
asking you how you feel, sir.
I don't know his name.
I'm asking you what you know. Where you going?
Okay. I don't know a lot of things, but what I do know is there's a lot smarter people out there than I am, and those people have figured out.
So would you be able to
circumference of the Earth based off of gravity and the pull of them and the distance in between each?
Would you be able? Thank you. Would you be able to cite one of them?
Yes.
Go for it.
Dude, I feel like I'm in goddamn fucking science class.
First, AV. First cup, by the way.
All right, so we got Aristotle, OG. All right.
Okay, what do you do?
Babies. Baby, stop. All right, my cat's eating my toes. That's not even on a sexual thing. Just my dumbass cat. He was the first one to say that the Earth was round, right? He was saying the curvature based on the slope, the shifts they were steering over the horizon, and the different stars visible between the north and south. He was the OG. Right. Then Aristotle later, he was saying the Earth was round because measured on the surface circumference based off its shadows, which I don't like the way that sounds. That sounds terrible.
Okay, so you're saying, just to recap, so you're saying Aristotle first proposed the idea and then some successor dug into it a little bit more?
Yes.
Okay, what did he dig into and what did he discover?
He likes shadows, so he was using each month of the year, right? Same way that you get the figure eight in the sky when you get the time lapse, right? That's the reason why you get those time lapses on your stupid TikTok feed, is because they put a camera out there for an entire year. He took a picture every single year, or a picture every single day of the year. It turns into a figure eight because of the seasons, and it's going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But the figure eight is moving babies throughout the sky. Therefore, he is assuming.
Thank you.
That the sky.
No, you can assume that and run with one of the assumptions.
Yes. All right. Hold on. Now she's licking. I hate licking. Okay. And he put socks on. Give me 1 second.
So when do we get to the radius part? Maybe you want to go take 5 minutes again?
No, I don't need.
Bro, Halt! Listen, Halt. Halt,
No,
listen.
I'm not listening to you, cuz you put me in the dirt every single time I talk to you, nigga. I'm not listening.
Nah, bro. Come on, I'm not gonna say nothing to you this time. Just listen. Just I have an idea, okay? I have an idea. Just
What is
for me
your
and you, bro.
ideas? Yes.
Those guys have the biggest weakness ever. Like those guys are, like they have Antarctica. They never gonna. They're never gonna. Listen, bro. No, they never gonna.
Facts.
Bro.
I can't do nothing for you, cuz. That's just reality.
Why we are not like? Why they always like? Why they always take us to the point
I
that
just
they
met you. Why are you saying I'm all your life is? I don't know this guy.
Saf, thank you very much. Wait your turn, please. If we're waiting for the part where you get to the radius, how that was determined, if it was at all, or was it just guessed? So take 5 minutes if you want. What do you guys think? Should we let Saf off the leash until Half comes back, or?
Okay, this is not great.
Oh. Here we go.
Yo, guys, I was just about to talk about Antarctica, and you just mute me.
The terminal radius of the planet Earth is 3,959, right? And that was based off.
Okay.
Fuck.
So yeah, how was that determined? What did they do?
They sucked some Egyptian hemoglobin back in 240 BC.
What?
No, this can't be right.
20 cups, man.
The way that they're predicting the
no, I just want to say, hold on, I want to say something to 20 cups. I had a baguette yesterday. It was fucking bomb.
The rate this can't be.
I'd accelerate it if I could, man.
No, this can't be correct. This is not how they're actually. No, there's got to be more research. Hold up. There's no shot There's no shot. There's no shot. And that's how they're calculated nowadays. There's no shot. There's no shot.
Okay, if you want to go take some time, do some research, and come back, maybe we can continue this. In the meantime, I don't want to hold up the entire panel for.
Oh yeah, no, go for it, because there's no shot.
Okay. So satellites up in orbit on the back burner because you don't know.
Oh, satellites.
The radius, don't know whatever how you know.
I do like that theory. I do like what they're telling me. I'm not gonna.
But you see what happened, right? You made a claim that there's shit up there orbiting around a giant ball. I asked you for the prerequisites, or one of the prerequisites being one of the
circumference
of the ball.
Of the planet. Which you would need for the trajectory. Yeah, which we need for the trajectory in the atmosphere to actually contain it.
I'm not finished speaking. Thank you very much. Right? Yeah, indeed. One of the characteristics of the ball, either the radius, circumference, or diameter. Yeah. So how that was determined. If you don't have that, you can't really put anything in orbit because you don't know what the fuck you're operating on. Right? So we need that. So if you can get how they actually,
you would have to have that. You would hunt for that.
Right. So we'd have to determine how they did it. And yeah. So
yo, fuck this.
If you want to argue for that, get those points and we'll continue. Indio, what were you saying, man?
I said I had a fresh baguette yesterday. It was bomb.
No, man, you shouldn't say that, man.
Not that fucking baguette. It's not that kind of party, bro.
How is everyone running off the idea of a circumference that was done 1,800 years ago, or a little bit less, 1,700 years ago?
Who by?
How is everyone just okay with this? This is low key agitating. I am not very happy about this.
So what? You're citing one of the first attempts at trying to.
No, I've gone through 20 pages at this point.
And these are what? One of the earlier attempts at trying to quote unquote calculate or measure.
Yeah. Like someone tried to do in the 1500s. Someone tried to do in 1817, but the one that everyone goes back to is on 300 because of the pyramids in 329 BC. That smoke is not resonating with me. I'm not appreciating that at all.
What are you thinking? Like the results could indicate like anything? Like, oh, it could mean this, but it also could mean this other thing.
The results tell me that no one knows shit. Excuse my language.
Thank you very much.
And then everyone just smoking their own gas. The same way, I don't know if you remember, before the Big Bang was not debunked, or is still solid.
Okay.
However you feel about
just
that.
To be clear, right? So you concede that the satellite thing is not necessarily anything worth going into because you don't know.
How it's actually physically possible. Okay, I will concede that. Yes.
Thank you very much. If anyone wants to take the next one, I'm not so keen on the Big Bang stuff. But yeah.
Well, are you creationist? What are you?
I mean, what I'm saying is I'm not keen on the particulars of it, so I don't know if I can discuss it.
Neither is he. If he knew the particulars, he wouldn't believe in it.
Well, okay, see, that puts us into a farther, deeper, much sadder hole, right?
Well, I mean, do you think something came from nothing?
That's not physically possible, right?
It's fucking not logically possible.
Yeah, but first have logic, it's not possible, yada yada, the whole paradox of looking at that being a thing.
Well, I mean, The current Big Bang model is called the Lambda CDM model. It's the Lambda Cold Dark Matter model. That's the name
Lambda
of it.
CDM model?
It's called Lambda CDM. Cold Dark Matter. That's what the CDM stands for. Cold Dark Matter. Lambda CDM, Cold Dark Matter. But that's less and less so-called scientists are thinking that's tenable because there's a whole bunch of problems that I'm not going to get into because it's super fucking technical and kind of off topic. But the fundamental thing is that you have to believe that something came from nothing.
Okay, I'm still messed up about this then how...
What do you think the evidence for the Big Bang is?
The evidence for the Big Bang? We exist. That's the best evidence for it.
That's circular logic, dude.
But it is logical.
How is our existence? So we can only exist if there's a Big Bang?
Yes, and if there was no Big Bang, then we wouldn't exist.
What if God
There's
created
also
us?
multiple pluralities, like multiple.
What if God created us?
We could do this forever, bro. There's also.
Well, you said only, dude. You made a freaking, the necessary condition of men is Big Bang, dude. I'm not buying that at all.
Yeah, but only in that instance, right? Okay, so me and you could never have this conversation in a different realm on that aspect. The same way on the infinite realm that we would never exist and to have this conversation. It's irrelevant and it's forever. And it's
No, you said humans can only exist if a Big Bang happened. Do you know that Big Bang is was invented by a... Hold on a second, bro. Who's fucking hot micing? Okay, so interrupt me again. I'm gonna perma-mute you.
Nigga, chill, bro. Please.
Nah, dude. People are very rude in this server.
Dude, you with
I'm not talking about you half. I'm talking about somebody else.
I know, but still, bro.
People are rude, dude. I don't like rude people.
Chill.
You don't think people are rude in this freaking server, bro? They are rude.
No, I know they are. People are rude.
Yeah, and I don't tolerate it. And the reason it happens is because people tolerate it. Stop tolerating it, and it'll stop happening. Man up, as they say. So the Big Bang idea comes from a Jesuit priest named George Lemaitre.
I mean, I can. I mean, you can stay. I mean, wait. You don't.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom while you figure.
Your hot mic, dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom while you figure this out. Because there seems to be quite a few people that you need to.
George Lemaitre, look him up. He's a Jesuit priest. He invented the Big Bang hypothesis. So it comes from a religious person. Contrary to popular belief.
All right, I'm back. Wait, did he fight him? What happened?
No, Big Bang comes from a guy named George Lemaitre. He was a Jesuit priest.
George who?
Lemaitre. Here, I'll post in the chat, dude.
Hey, India, you know what's even funnier? I just looked it up. So, Georges Lemaitre, okay? Lemaitre or Lemaitre?
Yeah, dude. Sorry, dude. About my French freaking pronunciation.
No,
He's
no,
French.
No,
Oh, he's definitely wrong.
Lemaitre. Yeah. No, but I was just pointing out the last name there, Lemaitre. It literally means the master.
George the Master.
It's just when it comes he likes to correct people, so he just let him have it.
Lemite, just kind of find that curious there. But anyway, go on.
Dude, he's a Frenchie. They got to preserve the honor of their language.
Where is he from? He's from 1966, so that's when he died. Oh, this guy actually died kind of old for his age.
So the reason anybody even accepted this as a potential theory is because Einstein heard him give a talk about it, and because Einstein wrote that he liked the theory, people adopted it because they're freaking Einstein cocksuckers.
Yeah, but we've been done this, correct?
It's wrong though.
Yeah, we're not teaching this in our classrooms anymore. But I remember when I was a kid, they were originally teaching this, and that was half the reason why I went to private school for a while.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah, what's up?
Out of all the scientific ideas that man has today, in 500 years, how many do you think will be correct? Still.
Are you talking about...
in 500 years in the future, the ideas that we have today, which ones will still be correct?
Are you talking about laws, or are you talking about, what are you talking about? Like physics laws, or are you talking about,
obviously obviously the physical laws will still be the same. I'm talking about things like quantum mechanics, special relativity, general relativity, like all those ideas. How many will turn out to be the Bohr model of the atom, the standard model, quantum electrodynamics, quantum chromodynamics, all these ideas? How many do you think will still be correct in 500 years?
As far as physical knowledge, I would say 99% will be real. As far as actual breathing on the dynamics of actual full potential, I would say 0.
Okay, so how many are correct still from 500 years ago? 1,500.
I mean, gravity's still pretty relevant.
That was not 1,500. That was after, and that's not true.
Gravity's not real?
What do you mean not real? And what do you mean by gravity?
Why are you stuck on the planet, Cup?
It's not a planet.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I can't.
Okay, let me ask you.
That's too far for me.
That Earth isn't a planet?
Why are you in place?
Okay, really? What do you mean, why? Why do things fall down? Because they do.
You know why. Exactly.
You don't know why. You don't know why
either. But you can't come at me like I know why. Like if I'm supposed to give you the answer to something. That's insanity.
You're the one who just brought it up.
Yeah, but you can't also expect.
You don't even know what you're bringing up. You asked me if gravity's not real. I don't know what you mean by that.
My family is extremely conservative, right?
You notice how you're not talking about what I'm talking about? You're having your own conversation with who knows who.
But I want to tell you something that might relate to you. My family is completely like to the soul conservative, right?
There's nothing you can say about your personal life that I can relate with. We are so far apart as a life experience. Bro, there's nothing you can say about your personal life I can relate with.
But
me and you's experience of shut the fuck up, dude.
You have to let other people finish.
Dude, I'm stopping you before you start your false premise. I can't relate with any of that shit.
Rule.
Dude, me and you have I could tell you about my life. Your mind would fucking explode, okay? You can't even imagine.
My mind is bored of this conversation, but I'm trying to relate to you, and you're making me look like a dick.
Talking about your personal life, it isn't going to do it.
And you being a dick.
I can repeat everything you've said to me. You can't repeat anything I've said to you.
Pretty sure you said you're gay 3 times, but, I can't prove it.
So here we go. This your ejection seat?
Let me finish.
You're going to pull the ejector seat, dude?
Let me finish.
Bro, what the fuck are you saying, bro? Come on.
Let me finish.
Serve it in the conversation, bro.
Let me finish. All right. If I believe in the people that are around me, believe in something, there's no problem with me also believing in them and believing in something else. But if I see something in that movement, there's no reason for me not to get in and hop in and see what they're all about, because I also have an open mind about a lot of different things. It's not it's not an issue of not understanding it. It's an issue of understanding the person that's trying to like understand that thing. Does that make sense? Like I'm not trying to be a dick, but I also want to like grasp hold of what some other thought, like whatever you're thinking about. I also want to
thinking about the natural world. I'm not thinking about what people think. I'm not doing sociological analysis of what people think, why they think about it, or anything like that. I'm going, hey, dude, the natural world out there. Is there a globe out there? And the answer is no.
So do you believe, okay, how about
Why are you asking what I believe,
in
dude?
the simulation theory?
God damn it, it's fucking so low tier.
How is that so low tier?
Because it's low tier, bro. People that believe in simulation theory don't understand mathematics or computers.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll give you
and
that.
What's even more low tier, is the fact that you can't seem to stay on one conversation.
Yeah, we're talking about the natural world.
Well, I tried to go down one road, and like he didn't want to hear it. So.
Yeah, because our road is the natural world.
I don't get that yet. I don't know the full scope of that yet.
Is the Earth the natural world?
Means.
Is the Earth the natural world? Nature?
Like what you can touch?
Yeah, the Earth, the shit you're walking around on, the shit where you built your house on, where trees grow out of, that thing. The Earth, is that the natural world? Well, why am I explaining that Earth is the natural world? Like, are we in fucking La La Land right now?
No, I'm just kind of confused. I'm like, that's okay. Yes, let's go with yes.
That's why I started with science is a systematic study of the natural world and the things in it. Science talks about things in the natural world, not things that are synthetic or man-made. Right? We know what causes those. Man causes those because we made them. Right?
Okay.
Science deals with why the phenomenon happened in nature. Right? Why did things happen in nature? Now, the shape of the Earth is not a phenomenon. It just is. But it's still within the natural world. And I guess you could say it's at the edges of science, the question at least. But that's what I'm concerned with. I'm not concerned with ideas or what people think or how they think about it or the sociology of men and why they think certain things about the world. I'm just saying is that a lot of these things, these ideas that people have that they're so sure of, in 500 years, no one's going to believe them. And they're going to think everything you think now is fucking stupid.
Okay, but here's another thought.
Just like we think what people, hold on, just like what we think people thought 500 years ago are stupid. Right? Just like people think flat earthers are stupid because they think, oh, that was a long time ago. That idea, that was disproven. So those people are stupid.
Everyone in this call, I mean, I'm assuming based off your age, is probably cooked within 80 years. Right?
What do you
We're
mean?
all cooked. I mean, probably dead.
Natural causes?
Yeah, I would assume so. I mean, unless
I mean, it would be freaking a straight miracle if I'm still alive in 80 years. But
yeah, me as well. But at the same time, what is the flow then?
What?
You have an idea.
It's not an idea.
You have a mission.
Ideas originate in the mind. I'm talking about experiences of nature.
Fuck.
So if I go to the ocean, right? If I go to the ocean, which is near my house,
shit.
I live a mile from the ocean half, and I see the ocean and it looks flat. Is that an idea?
If I drowned you 3.4 kilometers,
why won't you answer my question?
Dead?
Why won't you answer my question? If I go to the ocean and it looks flat, is that just an idea?
No, it's reality.
Okay, yeah, it looks flat. That's the only true statement there. Hey, that looks flat. That's a true statement.
Yes.
That's the way I perceive it. That's not an idea. And that's what we're talking about. This is where we start hey, dude, the Earth looks flat. Is it actually flat? So that's another thing, right? Whether it looking that way and actually is that way are two different things, two different questions. Now, looking flat is at least evidence it's flat, whereas looking flat is not evidence it's a ball. And people have come along and say, well, it looks flat, but it's actually, in reality, a ball. And then we say to globe earthers, hey, can you demonstrate that it's actually a ball and not just give us ideas in your head? Like, go into the natural world and show that it's actually a ball. And nobody can do it.
That is quite concerning.
Well, that's because it's just an idea.
Well, because it
exists between the ears as a concept. It doesn't exist out there.
That's not fun, right?
Well, we have ideas of things which don't, like a unicorn is an idea. It doesn't exist in nature. You can't go anywhere in nature and find a unicorn.
Not grant me wishes.
Well, no, but you
unicorn is just an idea of a horse that looks pretty. Like, who cares?
No, it has a horn growing out of its frickin' center of its skull. Okay.
Yeah, la-di-da.
But those don't. But you can search the entire world. Hap, you can search the entire world, and you're not going to find a unicorn in nature, right?
Or could you? Okay, yes, correct.
So the point I'm making is that both of these things exist. Unicorns exist, but they exist in human minds. They don't exist in nature. We're trying to figure out what exists in nature, not what exists in human minds. So things like gravity, depending on what you mean by that, one definition of that exists. I drop something, it falls. That certainly exists. That gravity doesn't. Hold on. That gravity doesn't require anybody to believe it. Okay, it happens. It's there.
The other one you're also presenting. Can I finish now? The idea that you're also presenting.
Listen, this is the last thing to shore it up, bro. So, the other idea, but the gravity that's just simply an idea, is that the reason things fall down is because Earth is a giant ball with gravity that sucks the objects to it, right? That pulls objects to the center of the Earth. That is an idea because no one's actually demonstrated that to be true in the lab, in nature, or any other place.
All right, my time. All right. Yeah. The idea that you have formed is also that everything that you're saying and that everything that we believe is reality is also not true, which puts us into
No. What?
Into a situation to where everything that you could believe to be true could be the opposite of being true.
Look, you can believe whatever you want. Belief means acceptance without evidence.
Who believes shape without touching it? Let's be real here. There's no systematic structure to understanding anything that actually happens to you. The only thing that you have is everything that you live, breathe, and touch. Reality only is shaped around the idea that you exist in the first place. So why the fuck believe anything if you're not touching, feeling, molesting it yourself? There's no belief in believing if it's not true. So if everything is not true, then you can make everything true by not having it exist in the first place.
What are you even saying, dude? You also plot. Now, the distinction is belief versus knowledge. Now, the knowledge is the things you've actually experienced.
No need for knowledge, because everything you just told us that everything that we don't know is true, and everything that we do know is false.
No, I didn't say anything like that.
Everything we've ever been taught, everything that we've ever been driven to do, everything that is supposed to be a probable, consistent basis of a
Just stop,
reality.
dude. Why are you building this straw man of nonsense?
It's not a straw man.
Never once did I say the word everything.
A straw man.
It is a straw man. I never once said the word everything.
I did.
Yeah, why? I'm saying the Earth is not a globe. That's what my claim is. The Earth is not a globe because there's no evidence it's a globe in nature.
And everything based on that theory is
bullshit.
Which means
what? It means it's bullshit.
Everything is bullshit.
No, it doesn't mean everything. It means the globe is bullshit. Not very much is actually based upon a globe. There's a whole plethora of beliefs hinged on the globe belief, where the globe belief is the foundation of a lot of other beliefs. Okay? Just like if you believe in ghosts. If I believe in ghosts, I can use that as a foundation for a bunch of other beliefs. Ghosts there's poltergeists, and there's friendly ghosts, and there's mad ghosts, and there's angry ghosts, and there's hungry ghosts, and there's all sorts of ghosts, right? But the fundamental belief is that ghosts exist. Now, there's a globe belief, and then within the globe belief, there's a globe that orbits the sun, and that the sun is freaking orbiting a galaxy within a galaxy, and that there's a whole bunch of galaxies, and that there's a Big Bang, there's an expanding universe, and all these other things. But without the globe belief at the bottom, you can't have all those other beliefs, right? So the globe belief is wrong, and all the beliefs contingent on that belief are also wrong.
If I can add to that, half, if I may, India, you already experienced that not 20 minutes ago. When you remember when we started talking, you mentioned satellite.
But I don't like the reality of it.
Hang on.
I don't like reality. There you have it.
Hang on, dude. You remember that? What was the end of that conversation? Do you remember what you said?
One?
About the satellite.
The satellites. We don't know how. We have no information that it does exist. All we know is that it works. We know the government knows how it works, and we know that somehow pyramids were built in the middle of nowhere. No one will tell us how they're built or how they're actually organized, but we do know that they function and work 24/7. How is one to believe they actually work without actually knowing and seeing and feeling how they do work? Therefore, they don't.
In a nutshell, that wasn't exactly the conclusion. Right. In a nutshell, the conclusion was when we were investigating the prerequisites, right, for these satellites to be doing what is claimed that they're doing, you couldn't even find the first prerequisite. So you're forced to believe that is there to give you a foundation for the rest, i.e., that the satellites are actually doing what they're claimed to be doing. That was the first thing. That was like the
prereq. Yeah, they gave a prereq, then I did a deep dive, and then I did an atmospheric dive, and then I did an afterwards dive, and then I went and I looked at where they go, and then I did all the research, and it's kind of fucked up, and I kind of just don't want to be a part of this. This is fucked.
This is the whole point, dude. The premise is a ball. The premise is the Earth is a ball. We look into how it's a ball. And there's nothing conclusive about it. So you have to take it on faith that it is, and then you can build up.
We're going to do faith again. Oh, fuck. Yo, sign me up for fucking Christian class once again. Fuck that.
No, the globe is the faith, bro. That's what you're not getting.
Yeah. No. You have to take it on face value that it is a ball. Right? By those who say, oh, look at this observation or this measurement of this type, and it must mean that we're on a ball. But upon investigation, those are not conclusive. Those are not conclusive.
Nothing is. I guess this guy's gonna hate me again. Same thing going back to my fucking parents. It's the same thing. I cannot believe the same thing they did, but they believe in it so heartily.
I'm not talking about your parents, dude.
You're making a social evaluation. Okay.
No, but you guys believe this so heartily. Like, you guys.
We don't have a belief. We're talking about the way nature is. We already covered this. You just
you're not
right back to the same stupid shit you already said.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
You have cognition, though.
No, if I don't believe in it, to me, it's a belief.
What's the belief?
To me, it's a belief. To you, it's your understanding.
So seeing is a belief.
Not necessarily. Like, you understand and you know.
You see the Earth is
okay with you.
Bro, if nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have figured it out yourself?
No, I would have never thought about it.
What would you would you think the Earth is flat?
No, I would have never cared.
You would have never cared.
Never cared. No, not a single second. I'll give a fuck. Would have gone into if it's a round, circle, square.
Now you're telling us more about your own psychological state. We don't care.
Exactly.
The perception to your senses. The Earth would appear flat. That's how it looks. You already agreed upon this. That's how it looks.
No, but that's on my own personal view per my perspective on every.
It looks that way to everybody. It looks that way to everybody.
I'm looking out my window. I see trees. I see woods.
Jesus fucking Christ. Now we go to the pedantic bullshit.
Cow's kind of cute.
No, you're talking about objects on the Earth, not the fucking Earth itself. Okay, so we're talking about the Earth itself appears flat, appears like a large topological plane, mostly covered in water, and that water is not curving. So when you make a statement about what the Earth is as a whole, in its form, it appears that it's flat. This is undeniable and admitted by everybody. Well, not everybody, but most people admit that that's the way it looks. We don't have to believe that.
Yo,
we
007,
can see
I've actually kind of gained to respect you and actually like you, even though we haven't had the greatest interaction.
Look, this is a tough topic for people like you because you really believe in something, and it's like hearing that your girlfriend. It's like hearing that your girlfriend's cheating on you. It's tough news to take.
I believe in nothing, though.
Yeah,
and dude, you have not.
Now you got to blow up reality. The Earth isn't a globe. I'm gonna just dynamite reality altogether.
I mean, yeah, I could just pop one in the head and call it a day, but like,
no, not like that, dude. I'm not talking about that. I mean, intellectually, you're basically saying I don't know if anything's real.
It's just annoying because there's a constant pace of people constantly finding new things about the universe without any kind of actual purpose and actual understanding of how. Yeah.
What are you finding out?
Oh, dude, yo, can I mute you? I'm about to bite you. Can I finish?
Yeah, they're not finding anything out though.
Okay.
You read a news article, right? That talks about scientists.
You are doing stuff that other people can't, right? You are on the cutting edge of fucking not reality, but the cutting edge
of marketing bullshit, brother.
Right?
That's marketing bullshit, half.
Then where are we going, cuz? Where are we going?
You're not going anywhere. The only way you're leaving the Earth is in a fucking coffin. Got it?
Okay. So what happens when we die, cuz?
That's another question. I don't look.
No,
you have to figure that out on your own. That's a choose your own adventure.
Oh shit! Now you seem a little bit scared. Yeah, now you want to be yourself. Come on now.
No, you're asking what happens in the afterlife?
Of course.
You think I'm going to figure that out on Discord right now?
I have an opinion.
You've been talking about that for since man first saw a dead body.
What is your opinion?
What is my opinion?
Yes.
About what? It's not the topic.
What happens? What, you just disappeared and fade into black matter, or do you transform and teleport to a new universe, or what happens?
Look, I believe in Jesus, dude.
Oh, you're Christian.
I wouldn't call myself that, but I don't like that word. That word was a pejorative when it was invented. So people calling themselves Christians like calling yourself a fucking
the
nigger or
Crusaders
something.
were not the nicest of people. No,
I tell you, I just told you what I believe in. Jesus is Lord.
So you stray is what you're telling me.
What are you talking about?
Like you good to go. Like you've done your T's and Y's and like you straight. Like you're going to
fucking know.
Whatever.
Like, look,
that's what you believe.
That time has not come yet, bro. I'm still here. I'll worry about God's judgment when the judgment happens. Okay? Like I can't do it and then I have no choice in the matter anyway. I've got instructions of what I should do. Whether I've actually achieved those goals, whether I've done enough, that's not for me to judge. That's for my creator to judge. And has nothing to do with this topic.
Okay? So if we're on a flat axis or a globe axis, there is no parabola or no circumference that would actually change the circumstance of that event. Correct.
What are you talking about? The thing about the globe, the problem with the globe and believing in it is you have to believe that your entire experience of the world is an optical illusion, okay? And that you're moving everything. That you see the sun move and it's not moving, you're moving. You see the moon, the stars move, they're not moving, you're moving. You see a flat, motionless earth, that's not actually the case, it's actually a giant ball. Okay, you see all these things and they're actually not really there. That's not really what's happening. So you have to believe that God. Hold on, dude. You have to believe that God created a fucking world that you can't perceive, and then said you'll find me. And then write in the scripture, you'll find me in nature. You'll know God by His handiwork. his handiwork's an optical illusion. That makes no sense.
Believe in the fucking simulation.
Repeat to me what I just said to you. I want to make sure you fucking heard me, dude. Because I think you just blocked
believe
out
that
everything
everything
I
that
said.
happens and everything that happens to you is based off of circumstances that you can't control.
You blocked out everything I said. You didn't hear a fucking word I said, did you?
Yeah, I did.
This is why I don't talk about this shit with you guys. All you do is wait to talk. You want to preach to me.
Okay, I will say I've been an asshole, and maybe I might have junked the gum on that last one, which is making me look like a super asshole. That was kind of
what did I say to you, man?
You told, from what I heard, I grabbed a couple letters here and there.
Okay, let me just go over it real quick because obviously you didn't hear it. Okay, it's very simple. God said, "You will see me within my handiwork." That means nature. Okay, according to to believe in the globe, you have to believe God's handiwork is an optical illusion that you actually can't see. So God created the earth as a globe, and you see it as flat. And God says, "You'll see me in my handiwork." What does that mean?
Dude, you're.
Doesn't make sense, does it?
Not like you're trying to
it only makes sense if you perceive the world as it actually is. Okay, stop your fucking clapping. It only makes sense if you see the world as it actually is.
Which is fucked.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's horrible. I see the world as it actually is. Oh, my God.
Yeah, but that is the reality. There's no way out.
You sound right now?
No, I feel like I sound pretty goddamn sane.
That you're lamenting.
The common man, like, it's fucking.
The common
GGs.
man actually believes what they see. It's true. They don't fucking go, "Oh, that's my imagination."
Dude, I started building my company way too late. I'm gonna hit freaking $500,000 this year, but I fucked up. I should have started 3 years ago. It's not happening for me.
Yeah, I mined 400 Bitcoins. So fucking what?
Exactly. Yeah. So you said it as well. But still.
Can I
like,
no, I'm not set, dude. I sold them at $17.
Yeah, we're worried about the we're off the reservation, man. Let's get back to
We're way off. Yeah. I think someone's having some cocktails.
Yeah, if I was gonna ask, dude, are you under the influence of something?
Reality.
Okay, not any substance, because if so, man, it would make a lot of sense as to why we're having such a difficult time getting through to you.
Well, I mean, it's starting to go to
no. I've had a few beers, and
we could tell.
You're at beer 30.
I don't communicate with people otherwise. So.
You got a beer mid. You got a beer mid going right now. That's what we all imagine.
Fucking beer mid.
Yeah.
A beer mid.
Pyramid.
A beer mid.
Where you stack the beer cans in the form of a pyramid.
Oh.
You're about 2 rows from the apex.
Yeah.
I do have them organized. I will not.
I told you. No, I told you. I was just...
But no, that is.
It's a bit chaotic when we're listening to you, man. So
yes.
Now's about the time. Now's about the time to kind of just like, okay, let me just listen to other people because everyone's having a difficult. We're all saying it too. So
that's fine. Yes. Continue. I'll shut the fuck up.
All right.
Now, summarize. Globe Earth can't. A flat Earth can't support an atheist worldview. And that's really the fact of the matter. I mean, it'd be some twisted freaking mental contortion. I guess I could support the Buddhist non-deity, kind of. Kind of a non-deity religion, but there is deity, so it's kind of weird.
What up, Kingsley? We hear you wrestling, bro. All right.
That was like being in an arcade full of whack-a-moles. And all the machines are going off at the same time.
You were playing like 10D chess, bro. Like, it was crazy. You were in like multiverses, like battling each other.
Fucking throwing the hammers across the arcade.
Yeah, so basically what we do. Go ahead.
Sorry, man. I was just going to ask, have any of you guys spoken to Muhammad yet?
No, sir. I need a break. My fucking jaw hurts from yapping so much. So.
Aren't you talking about the Muslim religion? Like, I don't think that's possible. Isn't he like someone that passed away long ago?
Not well. If so, he resurrected because he's in the chat right now.
Oh, you mean a guy that's in here named Muhammad?
You capping?
No, that guy. He came in hot when he first came in here, but he's pretty much settled down for now.
Yeah.
He's like kind of.
Are you there? Dude?
Well, we got Bennett. We got Mohammed. Who else we got? We got Greenweaver Alex. Oh, no, he's a flat earther. We'll talk to half. Midnight Glober. Yeah. Why? So.
You've been making me laugh all day, bro.
My thoughts exactly.
Honestly, it's preview for you.
Falling all over the chair, man.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly when I opened them up to speak.
Yesterday, I've had a fresh baguette. I'm like, dude, why did you say that?
I did, man. I cut it right in half.
Oh, jeez.
It was still warm.
Oh, man.
Soft and warm.
All right. Well, I mean, it's clear you guys can't keep a conversation. Yo, Muhammad, you there?
Like, listen to this guy.
Yeah, Muhammad wants you to defend his honor.
No, I would like to just have a civil conversation.
That ain't gonna happen.
Well, why not?
You're about 7 or 8.
Oh, he said yes. Can you pop up on voice? Is that an option?
He's chilling, dude. I think if he would have spoke, he would have spoke already.
He typed in chat, bro. You know side chat open?
Yeah, he said yes. I don't know what do you say yes to?
He's there.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
All good, thank you.
Back to the room, man.
Yes, these gentlemen will like to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, I just saw you were there, man. Want to say hi there? Because you've been here before. We had a nice conversation in the past. Then you came back and it got a little heated, and I'm like, okay, where's this guy at now, you know?
I mean, I had spoken to some of these guys here, and yeah, I'm just diving deep into my data. See what I mean?
Cool. Okay.
What data?
Last time, he brought in a few clips from a debate between who was it, Whitsitt and Professor Dave. He was asking some questions about, what they were saying and all that, and I thought it went really well. So, wasn't sure where you were at since then. Yeah.
I'm a little bit stuck in a previous conversation, but I didn't.
Don't worry, Matrix is not here though, so you'll be okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I just.
Yo, what happened? Can I get the lore?
Nah, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Go on, Mohammed.
Yeah. There had been something in my mind actually. Couldn't really, understand it. It was again about Antarctica, and I know that I already have brought this on the table, but I actually was curious that if Antarctica and whatever is happening in the skies is actually happening on a flat Earth that we are actually living on, and that's whatever happens in the skies is not proved to be whatever they are, and we don't know their actual identity. Then what? I'm just curious that why they accepted to, go to that trip and, be paid to see the 24-hour sun. That's really what I'm curious about.
Did you guys see the kid that got arrested for trying to hit all of the continents in a row? That got arrested on Antarctica?
No.
The kid was trying to be the youngest person to fly to all 7 continents in a row, and his last stop was Antarctica, and he's going to fly back to Chile. Right? He got arrested on site when he landed his plane, even though he was cleared to land. Everything was good to go. He was good to go. And then they kept him in Antarctica for like 6 months or some crazy shit. And he just recently got released.
So, Mohammed, you're asking why do we think they would have accepted to go to Antarctica to do, quote unquote, the final experiment, basically?
I mean, they had been such passionate flat earthers, weren't they? And after that trip, first there was chaos on YouTube about the green screen, the edited videos. After that, everybody just saying that actually it doesn't matter. Whatever happened in Antarctica was happening on a flat Earth because we measured the Earth to be flat. I am just curious that then why did they accept that trip? See what I mean?
I don't know if I could answer that or if anybody else could. Because we're not.
Yeah,
why not?
It's basically,
if you have that opportunity, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, hold on, half. We can answer this. It's pretty simple, man. A lot of people thought that they were going to go debunk the flat Earth when they went over there. That's the whole idea. From everybody that comes in here and actually brings this forward, they think that what the flat earthers were believing was that they were going to be debunked by going to Antarctica. But when we ask everybody the question, if you can think about a logical statement that could prove that what they went to go do was go prove that the Earth is flat when they went to Antarctica, you can't do it. There's nobody that can, because they didn't go over there for that. They only went over there to go make observations of the 24-hour sun. They didn't go to answer the question whether the Earth was flat or a globe. This is a huge problem with you guys using this. I'm going to have to mute you. Don't interrupt me. So you guys think that it was because of that we're going over there. They were not doing that. They were going to see if the 24-hour sun was actually real in Antarctica, because there were some claims that there was some video footage of 24-hour sun being fake. So a lot of people were doubting the fact that there really was a 24-hour sun. So in the community of Flat Earth, there were people saying, I'm not really sure if there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica or not. So that's what the whole question was about. The sun, not the Earth. It had nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, whether it was a globe or whether it was flat. Now, however, there was a map that they were using called the AE map that it could not work on if they did see a 24-hour sun. So if they went over there and the flat earther was thinking that the Earth was like the AE map, they would get debunked based on the map, not the actual Earth. So I'm clarifying this for you guys. So there shouldn't be any more confusion when you ask, they went over there to go debunk the flat Earth. No, they didn't. They were basically thinking about the Earth as the AE map was presented, like a sun that would spiral outward to the outer ring of Antarctica. And if you went to Antarctica, like where they went, which was what was it, Glacier Point or something? Anyway, that position where they would see the sun for 24 hours, then it would debunk that the AE map was actually real.
Okay.
You guys understand?
Yes. Okay. That's fine. All right. But what people are saying...
No, I'm talking to you. I'm talking to Mohammed. Mohammed.
You're killing me!
I see where you're coming from, okay? That's the point. But the thing is, then, why it was such a big deal? Because even before the Antarctica thing, the Antarctica video on the YouTube, I had seen, like, Professor Dave's, I know it's not professor, but anyways, his debates with, for example, Austin and the other flat earthers.
Professor?
And you know, I think that I was watching, and they became so frustrated and said, "Okay, for example, would you accept that trip if someone pays you to? I mean, something like that." I mean, I just wonder. I'm curious. Then why someone would waste such a huge money for these guys for a trip to just watch?
It was about
watch
the 24-hour sun.
I mean,
it was about
why
the
he
24-hour
spend
sun.
so
So
much
like,
money?
so think about the AE map. Have you ever seen it? The azimuthal equidistant projection map. Have you seen that map before? Yes or no? The AE map. Have you seen it?
AE map. Let me search.
Can somebody put the AE map in the text chat for this gentleman? The AE map is the azimuthal equidistant projection map. So, by the way, you see it now?
Yeah, I searched it.
Okay, so that map is what like. Imagine. Can you mute yourself, Mohammed? I'm getting some feedback.
I'm sorry.
All right, so when they went to Antarctica, they were going to go to one place in Antarctica. Now, according to that AE map, Antarctica is a ring around the Earth, like the entirety of the realm that we exist, right? So that's what they're saying that the Earth would look like. And when they went to Antarctica, they were saying if the if the sun is moving around for 24 hours, like above their head at Glacier Point. A Union Glacier, I think that's what it's called, Union Glacier. If it's moving around your head for 24 hours, that means that it's not going around the whole giant ring of the entire realm of flat Earth. The only way that it would work on that map, on that specific map, was that if we would see a sunset, that the sun would have to actually go so far to set. But if the sun would be up for 24 hours, it would debunk that map, the AE map. So they did see the sun up for 24 hours, according to the ones who went over there. That's why they were saying it debunked the AE map, not the flat Earth. The flat Earth, they didn't test the Earth being a flatter globe. The map is what they debunked, because it can't operate around your head for 24 hours in one single point on that map, on the AE map. If it's either going around the giant ring of the entire flat Earth, or it's only circling around one point, which would debunk that map. You understand? It was the path of the sun that was going to debunk the map.
Yeah, but I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of the person who accepted to pay for the trip. I just think that maybe that guy, I mean, maybe that's this thing they were trying to prove in Antarctica, due to what you said, was so related to. I will just make my point and mute myself. Was so related to the shape of Earth. So this guy accepted to pay for the whole trip for multiple people. See what I mean? In any other case, why would that guy, pay for them to do that?
Because he wanted to debunk the flat earthers who were saying that the sun does not go around your head for 24 hours. They were flat earthers, and I'm not going to lie about this. They were saying that the sun does not move around your head for 24 hours. So they wanted to pay a lot of money to debunk them that the sun moves around your head for 24 hours. Yes, it does move around your head for 24 hours. That's what they wanted to debunk them on. So he wanted to pay a lot of money to debunk the flat earthers when they said it doesn't go around your head for 24 hours in one place, in Union Glacier. So that's where they went to go debunk the flat earthers that they were saying the sun does not move around your head for 24 hours. And the Globers were saying, yes, it does. The flat earthers were saying, no, it doesn't. So that's what they went to go do, to go see the sun move around the head for 24 hours. Not about the flat earth or the globe earth, the ground curving or not. Do you understand now? That's why he paid the money, to debunk the flat earthers who were saying that they do not see a sun for 24 hours. That's why.
And if
Do
I
you
can
get
add
it
to
or
that-
no? Hold on, Drake. Do you get it or not, Mohammed?
Yeah, I guess yes.
Okay. Because that's what he paid the money for. He paid a lot of money to take those gentlemen down there. Okay, you need to mute every time you finish.
I'm sorry.
So they paid a lot of money, or Will Duffy did, so he can take those flat earthers who are saying the sun will not be going around your head for 24 hours to debunk them on this. That's why he took them, not about the shape of the earth. Go ahead, 20 Cups.
I was just going to say, yeah, Mohammed, the interesting thing about this entire ordeal, or one interesting thing about this, is that the statement that you made before, right, that, after the event, flat earthers would have kind of basically said, it doesn't matter anyway because it doesn't prove the shape of the ground. The thing is, that wasn't exactly a retroactive kind of like response to the event. At least not for everybody, because in this room specifically, I recall people talking about it even before the event had happened. People saying, this whole thing, like they're wasting their time, doesn't matter because it doesn't prove anything anyway. So it wasn't, you know what I mean? It wasn't just like an ad hoc sort of like, cover your ass sort of response. It was known ahead of time. Maybe not to everybody, right? But it was just because like the way you framed it, it was like, they're kind of like trying to cover their tracks or something like that. Didn't exactly happen that way. Maybe to those that you've seen in the media or whatever talk about it, but it wasn't exactly an entire group's mindset of the whole thing.
I'm just trying to understand because due to what you said, if it really didn't was relevant to the shape of Earth or this whole globe Earth stuff, I just wonder why this whole flat Earth community after that trip just exploded to, for example, to like prove that it was green screen and it was edited and it was manipulated, and those guys.
No, that's incorrect. That's a straw man.
Controlled or something.
That's a straw man. Hold on a moment. That's a straw man you're making. You're making it sound like everybody's saying that. It's also a stereotype fallacy. You're making it sound like everybody who's a flat earther will be saying that, and that's not true. We're not saying that. So you can't say everybody who's a flat earther exploded and said that's all green screens. You're mischaracterizing us in here. That we've never said that. Okay, some people are saying that, but that's not us.
Yeah, I didn't mention you. I just said the flat Earth community in that time exploded. See what I mean? That's exactly.
Yeah, but community insinuates everybody who's a flat earther. That's what it means. When you say community in your head, and when people listen to you say that, that's everybody that's in the flat Earth, the flat Earth community. That's everybody in the flat Earth. You're including everyone.
Okay, I apologize, but due to what I have seen, lots of videos on YouTube, we're trying to, debunk this whole fallacy, and it was like edited and stuff. And
I know that we understand that.
Became.
That's just a few people doing that, man.
I'm trying to say, I will just finish my point and mute myself. The thing is, for example, if something like Antarctica is not much of a big deal and is not much relevant to the shape of the Earth, then why this much chaos must happen? People, for example, flat earthers would say, okay, I mean, whatever it was, it doesn't really matter much, edited or not edited, 24-hour sun or not 24-hour sun, just forget it. It doesn't matter. The whole thing is that the Earth is flat. We measured it to be flat, so it doesn't matter. But in reality, I think this was not what happened. See what I mean?
No, it's you mischaracterizing what you think flat earthers are saying. We're not saying that. For God's sakes, dude, we're not saying that. Some people are, not others. So you have to say there are some people online. That's fine. Those guys over there have their own opinions. But what we're telling you is that it had nothing to do with the Earth being a globe or flat. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So there was no one way or the other. We were going to be like, we have to be concerned about this information, because we weren't concerned about it. We were looking at people being all crazy about it because, as you said, they were making a big deal about whether there was green screens or whether they really went over there. Who cares, dude? It has nothing to do with the conversation as far as we're talking about whether the earth is a globe or flat. I've been repeating myself. This is about the 5th time telling you this. And I don't know why you can't get it through your head. I am telling you the reason why we're saying in here is no relevance to the earth being a globe or flat is because it was only about making an observation of the sun. They were looking at the sun, not the earth, the sun. Please tell me you've just heard what I said right there.
Yeah, the sun, not earth, the sun.
Thank you. There you go. So it has nothing to. We don't, dude. Like we don't care about that stuff. This flat earther said that. That other flat earther said this. We're only concerned with people in this room. What people in this room are saying.
Yeah, Muhammad, for all we know, it's one big distraction. You know, we couldn't know why people do it. Right? Because I think that was one of your first questions there. Why are they talking about it? Why are they doing it? Either they actually think it means something and they just haven't thought it through, or it's a distraction, intended or not. Who knows? And it doesn't matter anyway.
It always falls back to that you have to rely on other. Let's just say, for example, right, that some people agree that it was real, it was true, it happened. You would still have to believe somebody else's observation. You would still have to do that. And if it was fake, you would still have to, whatever they presented to you, you would have to be like, oh, well, I don't know if it's real or fake because it looks fake, but I can't tell if it's real. There's no way to know unless you went there. Yeah? It's the same goes for any place. Verification is a very powerful thing in this room. Being able to observe, test, and verify a methodology, something that people have made a claim to. That's what we're talking about. We're giving people the way to do it. But just looking at people talk online and say things and you not being able to test it, you'll never be able to get to the answers. You could believe somebody or not. It's up to you. But if you have a way to test it, then you'll know.
I'm sorry. I just want to ask another question, if possible. Something that I'm trying to understand. You guys always say that scientists and globe earthers never actually measured Earth. Okay, so what am I trying to say is not a debate or discussion or anything. I'm just curious to know how it works. Okay, I'm just saying that if somebody actually sees something very obviously and sees its shape, I know you're going to say it's all fake images. I know your answer, but then why
that wouldn't be our answer
to exactly measure
that wouldn't be our answer
to measure it. See what I mean?
Sorry, that wouldn't be our answer. So you said you would know we would say it's fake. You're putting words in our mouth. You have to wait for us to respond and then say, why did you say that? But we never said that. Or as a matter of fact, I wouldn't even tell you that. I would say this to you. What is the standard by which you can say it's real or fake, Mohammed? Any image that they show you from NASA, how do you know it's real or it's fake? What's the standard you're using?
I don't.
You what?
I'm sorry. I can't distinguish. Right?
That's the whole point, Mohammed. The whole point is you can't know if it's real or fake based on what they're showing you. There's an amount of faith that you have to have in that organization to say, okay, I accept this image as the true image of what the earth is, based on a belief that you have on that organization giving you something that's true. You wouldn't, there's no standard you have that's set up to say, I know it's real or fake. There's no way you can find that out. You only have to believe that it's true. So it's a belief-based system. And you just proved it right now where you said there's no way I can know this.
I see what you mean. I'm trying to say, I think I couldn't reach my point to you. The thing is,
no, bro. You can't reach the. Hold on a second, brother. No, wait a minute. Wait. It's not that you can't reach your point to me. you can't reach the point to yourself. The point you need to make to yourself is, not that you're making it to me. You need to think, Muhammad, I can't prove it to myself. You need to say that. I can't prove it to myself. So how can I use this as evidence if I can't even prove it to myself? You get it?
Yeah. You know, I'm not even talking about Earth or anything. Okay, I'm just trying to like make you consider something. Let's, for example, consider I have a pen in my hand right now. Okay, and I see it's a pen. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the government. Okay, the NASA and stuff. Whatever, if whether they are telling the truth to us or they are lying, no matter, regardless. Okay, so they would say, okay, I'm seeing this pen right now in my hand. Why would I bother to measure it and experiment on it to see if it's actually a pen or not? See what I mean? I mean, if I was NASA, if I was government, whether I was lying or not, you know, I would say, okay, why I, you know, bother myself and measure this whole Earth with so much money and, you know, with so much budget just to prove it? I mean,
okay, hold on a minute. Hold on. Yeah, you're making right now, what you're doing is you're making an excuse for them to lie to us. You're making an excuse for them to lie to us. So in other words, they have the knowledge. They're saying, hey, we know it's a globe, but it's just, why would we tell the people how to measure it? We don't need to. It's a globe. We already know this. Why are we having to tell them how to measure and do all these things and spend money on this? We don't have to. We don't have to do that. They either accept it as a globe or not. You're making an excuse for the organization. Essentially, you're giving a reason for them to lie about it. You're like, yeah, they can tell us whatever they want because we have to accept what they're saying because they don't need to get into the minutia and prove it to us. They don't need to do that. It's up to us to accept it or not accept it. That's what you're saying because they know it's a globe. They know it is. So they don't have to prove it to us in any way. They're a huge organization. They don't need to be bothered with telling the common person how to figure it out. They don't need to do that. That's what you're saying, dude. You're giving them an excuse so that they don't have to show somebody how to know that the Earth is a globe. Essentially is what you're saying. That is ridiculous, bro.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man, you have to actually want more than just sit around and expect that the best you can do is just believe that an organization is putting information out that you can't test or validate. Like you should want more out of like learning things. You should say, okay, how do I know this thing? Well, can I test it? Can I figure things out? Maybe I can't. Well, that makes it unfalsifiable, which means, how should I know if it's real or not? And that means you just believe things, which is, we don't care. You can believe the Earth is a globe all you like, but there is no evidence that it's a globe.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hey, what's up, man? Welcome to the room. The topic is
what
the nature of the Earth.
About Earth or globe, right?
Yes.
What is the evidence that prove Earth is flat? But I do believe Earth is flat. But what is the evidence?
Water is horizontal on its surface in large bodies, and it displays no convexity. That means that water lays flat on its surface, and you can see that. You can test and you can measure across the surface of it, proving that the Earth is not just observably flat, but it's measurably flat. That's the evidence and the proof.
That's actually a good proof and a good one.
Thank you.
I saw an experiment about this, what you mentioned. I saw it once, but the media cover the whole thing about it, but I don't know why. I don't know why media show us the Earth is globe, but it isn't. You know.
There's
They
something
pay a
called.
lot of.
E-Tech,
They pay a
there's
lot of
something.
money.
Go ahead, you first.
There is something weird about the government and the media, but I don't know it. You know.
Yeah, there's something called misinformation, and it's very popular, right? Like news organizations don't have to tell you the truth; they just give you information, and that information is not necessarily true all the time. So you know this, right? Whatever government you live under, it could be showing you misinformation, something that's not true, but it's still information that they're going to give you. It's like propaganda, right? And I mean, this could be like of the wars that are happening, or some type of technology that's out. Anything. It could just be on anything, but information you don't know is true or not. You don't. There's no way to validate it. So how do you know it's misinformation? Oh, in the case of the Earth being a globe, you can't validate this. You can't test it. Welcome, Rice Bowl.
Hello.
Would you like to discuss the nature of the Earth in this room?
No, I have no chances.
Okay. India, are you still there? We have to keep mopping up these guys out there that are doing these stupid tests. 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and Jeranism came up a couple of times, like doing dumb things. That's what really sucks.
Well, at least Jaren allegedly tried to measure the surface on the one, but
I don't know. I've never liked that guy.
no, me neither.
Have you guys ever spoken to him, or just I know Witsit was in here, but was Jaren too?
Witsit actually started in 24/7. That's where he first began.
Yeah. That I was aware of, yeah. What about Jaren though?
They never had. We never. Or at least, if he did come in, I think he was one of those like he's like a snob, or he's like much too good to come in and have a conversation with other folk. He just like a lone wolf, his own brand, his own thing, his own like. So it's like whatever, dude. Like we came in contact with Bottom Odell and Whitsid and what's his name, man, from a long time ago. There was another Dave, a flat earther, an English gentleman. I don't know if you guys remember that. He used to have some pretty good content back in the day, but it went a little sideways when he started talking about drinking his own wee. So people stopped listening to him after that much.
Wait, what? Drinking his own what? His weed?
Urine.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. And he was talking about the health benefits and all that kind of. It was like, dude, we're just no way.
Yeah. Where worlds collide, right?
Yeah. And I was like, yeah, that's c'est la vie. You know what I mean?
Are you talking about David Icke?
No. He actually, it sucks too because he had a really good like debate with some. Oh man, it was some engineer or something. I can't even remember. So it just, I don't know. It was he did well, but he came into our server too. He was kind of like a celebrity, like a minor celebrity. So we've talked to some of the pretty cool guys in Flat Earth. We've talked to Mark Sargent. I know that for sure. We've had the Flat Earth man. Oh, it's a Flat Earth man. That guy. Yeah, he's a real good friend of mine. I have him on Facebook. That's Alex. Really cool, down to earth dude, man. I mean, loves his music though. They deplatformed him many times, but yeah, he's very cool, dude. Yeah, some people like his music too, like the Flat Earth music he put out. All y'all watching is a puppet show. The whole world's a stage. Have you heard that one? Yeah. Welcome to the chat. Can anybody that came into this chat provide evidence that the Earth is a globe? It's a challenge for you guys. Try it out if you think you can. Operators are standing by. Shout out to Special K. What you doing, brother? Another beautiful day on this flat Earth. Clear skies. Did you bug Chris? Did you bug Chris? Hey man, we're golfing or what?
Yep.
Did y'all go?
Now we're going in half hour.
Done, Chris.
Yeah.
I always, every time you say that, dude, I can just imagine like you telling him, like, such a beautiful day, man. Gosh.
When I talk to Mexicans, I like to use the word mucho because it means a lot to them.
Well, it should, man. That's what the word means.
Yeah, it means a lot to Mexicans.
Also, tell them about ice. They like that too.
I don't want them to run.
Yeah, that's why you say just kidding after you say that. Can't believe it. Just like the guy next door. I'm glad it's not ice.
Well, he's looking at you. That's funny.
He was looking my way. Yeah. I was kind of thinking too, like, yeah, man, we're glad it's not ice, man. Freaking hell. They might mistake me over here. We got another one over there, boys.
Swarm.
Exactly. Throw some flashbangs my way or whatever. Dave Murphy, that's the guy. Thank you very much. Whoever put that video in there, that's who I was talking about. Dave Murphy. I couldn't remember his last name, but Dave Murphy's the guy. You remember Dave Murphy, special guy?
Yeah, didn't he have like those funny songs?
I'm not sure.
Or did he hit bombs? Did he play for the Blue Jays?
I
can't remember.
No, I think we got the wrong guy. No, he's an English fellow, yeah, Dave Murphy. But yeah, he came into our chat. We were having Friday night fights. That's when we were doing like 3-on-3, 4-on-4, 5-on-5 like debates with the Globers.
The arena?
Yeah, he joined. Yeah, he joined one of them or a couple of them actually. We invited him. Yeah, Stark. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He went like, he would talk about flat Earth, and then he just went like to this esoteric nonsense, bro, like full on. And we're just like, yeah, man, you lost us, because that like at that point, everybody was trying to like figure out how to go about these arguments, and some swung all the way to the right. You know what I mean? Like just like crazy, nutty like ideas, esoteric moon maps, and lizard people and all kinds of stuff. I mean, to some extent, that it belongs in a certain category, but definitely not in the realm of the empirical, The derailer rodeo clown. Yeah, no, I was just mentioning, man, like some of the people stopped watching him because he started talking about drinking his own urine and stuff. It's like, dude, we can't keep up with this. Yeah, they're still resisting that the Earth is flat. Special K. I don't know what else to do, man.
Yeah, harder than I thought that it was going to be.
I mean, you tell them you see grain bins at 6 miles and they just lose their marbles. Like, what can you do about that?
6.5. Yeah, and it was. I mean, I always wondered how I was going to do this myself. You know, make my own observations, which I always do them. I just didn't actually measure anything out. Which, like I said, the tachometer, I don't know, measuring it, I guess, but I didn't get like atmospheric conditions or, you know, any of that nonsense. But I did see what I saw.
Someone say something?
Somebody said lies.
Oh, that's leaks.
Oh, leaks. Yep. But like I said, I did see what I saw.
How far it was. And it was the end of the story.
He also lies when he's sitting in his basement doing sweet F all. Harping on the guy going out actually doing experiments.
Yeah. Yeah, out here in the Midwest, dude, there's a lot of long distance observation opportunities for sure. Like, there's no shortage of that.
Yeah. Wide open spaces everywhere.
Yeah, I was actually like when we were at Missouri Valley and going to Omaha, and you could see,
you
could see Woodman and like the other buildings that are next to it, like almost 80% of them, because you got trees in that, the tree line.
Right.
That's like, duh. I mean, 20 miles right there.
Yeah, from there, yeah, you can actually know how far they are too. It's not like, oh well, they're not as far as you think. No, we know how far they are. You know, we're like just on the interstate somewhere, and it's a clear day, and you can see the next town, and then you get a little green sign that says this next town is 12 miles away. I'm like, wow, I can see it.
Yeah,
it's really itty bitty out there, but I can see it. You know, so welcome to flat Earth, I guess.
Where's their videos of not seeing it disappear at 20 miles? Like, yeah, okay.
Right, and the guy that was in here yesterday that said that he was on an airplane and he saw the curve. So I frantically dug through my archives, and I was bored that last time I was on that airplane, and so I made a little video. It was during COVID, so I had a stupid mask on. But did you get that video I sent you yesterday? The Earth, turns out the Earth is flat. You're welcome.
Yeah. I got the video. I don't know if anybody else wants to, like, are you going to post it in the room?
Yeah, post it.
I tried, but it kept on. It was really, it was kind of like 45 seconds, so it took a long time, and it kept saying sending. But I'll try and put it in there now.
That's only 45 seconds. I think it's because the format it's in. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I screen recorded it off of watching the old video because I didn't know how to save it, because I sent it to one of my kids through Snapchat. They saved it in their Snapchat, and so I went back and watched it through the Snapchat and just screen recorded it with my phone because I didn't know how to save it. But yeah, it's been 3 phones ago, so I don't have that anymore. I know that they do in their archives on Snapchat, so I just was thinking about that dude that said, hey, I was in an airplane and I saw that it had a curve, and this video here shows that it does not. I'll try to do better. maybe save it some other way. But yeah, that I went to Florida to see my daughter down there, and when she was at work, I just took the rent-a-car to the beach, and I watched planes or boats go way out there and all this other stuff, and made little funny videos about it. And man, shouldn't there be a curve and stuff like that? But I have all that stuff somewhere, just on former phones that I had. I have to get out and charge them. But yeah, that's the thing. It's not hard. It's these observations aren't like, oh man, you didn't do it right or whatever. It's like you see it. It's way out there. You can see that it's way further than your globe should tell you where it is. So anyway, end of story.
Yes, go refraction.
What kind?
There, I posted your video in the chat. It's in there.
Very good.
Now everybody can download it.
Or edit it in a way where it doesn't show like how much phone battery I have left and when I was doing it. But I don't know. I'll figure it out.
It's quite the potato.
That's funny. I was pretty bored on an airplane one day, so there you go.
Welcome to the physics classrooms. Video.
No, that's cool. I love little observations, little videos like that. That's cool, man.
Remember Neil deGrasse Tyson? He says, even if you're flying the plane, you're still very close to the surface that you can't observe the curvature.
Yep. If you shrunk the size of the Earth down to 1/10 millionth of what its original size was, so you could see it in front of you, most airplanes only fly 1 millimeter above that surface.
Exactly. So it's impossible for you to observe any kind of curvature.
So the Earth looks flat, right? It looks flat. Come on, Lee, stay with me.
Relatively close to the surface.
The Earth looks flat, though, right? Does the Earth look flat?
I'm not going to say anything. I'm just saying that it's very hard to
The Earth looks flat, right?
It's not a joke.
You guys are always allergic to saying that, man. That's why I like making you say it. You're the one making it sound like that. Well, if it sounds like it, then say it. The Earth looks flat.
No, we're just trying to be fair here.
Yeah, so am I. So just say the Earth looks flat, dude. You agree with us, right?
Well, or you could say it's relatively less curvature.
Oh, dude.
Then what we
Why are you guys so allergic to saying it looks flat? Why? Tell me why.
Can't be perfectly flat.
No. Does it look flat? Yes or no?
If you walk out the street,
damn, bro.
If you walk out,
damn,
you will feel it's flat.
Damn. Yeah, there is. What'd you say?
The road is just quite bumpy, right?
Yeah, say it looks. Yeah, just say it looks flat, bro. Just agree with us. It looks flat.
I don't want to live in delusions.
Yeah, you don't want to live in reality. The delusions that you have, the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, you just said yourself you can't see curve anywhere, so.
No, it's relatively less curved.
Yeah, you don't know that. It looks flat to you. It looks flat to you. That's what you're saying.
Not from the picture you can take from the satellites. Not at all.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, how curved is it from up there?
Well, you can see it's curved, but
How do you know that?
that's what they show us.
How do you know it's not the camera or the lens? Huh? Oh, come on, Lee. You can do better than that. You're making this look too easy for me, man.
Well, yeah, you can use specific lens to make it look curved, but you can't prove that.
Yeah, I know. Well, you can't prove it. Not me, you. How do you know they're not using one of those lenses?
Did you check? Did you check the side chat, AV? Did you're triggering half? He's freaking out in the side chat.
All right, let me unmute half.
Don't fucking do that. Leave him fucking alone. That's bullshit. Fuck off.
Hey, man, he asked for it.
No, he did not. He did not know you guys are going to be complete cunts about the situation. That's not fair.
He asked for it, dude. I didn't.
I don't give a fuck. That's not cool.
He said so.
What do you mean he said so? What did he say? Hey, yo, Leaf, what did you say? That guarantee you to have these people who treat you like a fucking piece of shit?
Yeah, say it again, please. Say it again. Say it again for our friend here.
Say what?
What did you say Neil deGrasse Tyson said? Tell him.
What did you say to them that made them treat you like a piece of shit?
Anything related to non-flat Earth comments. Right.
No, tell him what Neil deGrasse Tyson said.
Dude, you were. What the fuck? Jeez, nice. Okay. All right, here we go. Leave. You're. I got you, bud. Don't worry about it, cut. All right, here we go. So the theoretical ideal that there is no nothing, that is the ideal that there is something, which means you believe in the idea that there is nothing, which makes you believe in something. So therefore you believe in the nothingness of fucking something, which categorizes you guys in the flat doors ideal of believing, which makes you a fucking religion, you fucking twat. You get that, right?
Hey, by the way, right? I brought my ranch dressing for that word salad you just spit out.
Yeah, I hope you get that. You were saying continuously that you don't have to actual belief, but your belief is the nonsense of non-belief. Because you can't believe something you can't touch, but you can't touch anything that you can't believe. So therefore, you're in a soup and salad kind of situation where you don't know if you're a soup or a salad. So therefore, you are a fucking sad salad, you fucking cunt. So, this is where you're at, right? You believe that there's nothing that I could say to make you believe something, and I'm in a situation to where I believe that there's nothing you say where I can believe what you say. So therefore, you're in a sad sack of fucking suck this dick, nigga. You are not in the situation to actually.
How many beers do you think he's at now?
Jesus Christ.
I think that's a baker's dozen right there.
He's probably had one beer.
He was already making a pyramid earlier. Fuck.
His first one. AV drove him to drink.
It's all your fault, man.
In India and you too. 20 cups.
Shame on us.
I blame 20 cups, dude. 20 cups put him over the edge.
Yeah, half I had to mute you, bro. You're breaking all sorts of rules right now.
I'm as friendly as a box of puppies, man. It's 20 cups you got to worry about.
Yeah, just wait till I reach my 20th cup.
Dude, all hell's gonna break loose when that happens. Take wild horses to get you away from a conversation, bro.
All right, no cussing.
Okay.
All right, I promise. I'll do my best. But no, I will actually try. Because I actually do like entertaining this conversation with you guys. All right, if you... Because satellites, right? Satellites are huge. Satellites are huge in this conversation. Huge. You can't just ignore that conversation.
No one's ignoring it. You just
trying to convince?
You can't confirm anything.
No, I don't want to talk. I want to talk to fucking 20K ups. And
no, you can't handle 20K up, dude.
No,
what
do you mean I can't handle them, bro?
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, 20 cups.
What the fuck?
I'm telling you, bro. He wants you, not me.
God damn.
Well, I would like you in Eidos, or I'm gonna just call you 007. That's much easier to figure out.
Indio?
Yeah. Wait, what? Indio?
Indio.
Oh. That's not bad. Actually kinda like that name. Alright. I would like for both you guys to tell me how you're explaining satellites. Okay, and I get it. The idea is to not explain that they exist, but I would like to know what the ideal wraparound is for that ideal.
The wraparound of an ideal? What the fuck?
Yeah, because you're saying it doesn't exist, right? But you use it every day. So like, what is the head? Like, what is the headroom that you wrap around the ideal that it doesn't exist, but you use it every day? Like, what is the wrap?
When did I say that?
How do you? Huh?
When did I say that, dude? All I asked for earlier, right? You were making the claim that we've got these giant machines up in the sky orbiting the Earth, and I asked you, okay, if that's the case, how do we know what the Earth is in the first place? That it gave us reason or justification to create these things and have them orbit in the fashion that they say that they are.
Well,
So we
we
started
put them
from
up
base
there.
principle.
Yes. So we put them
Okay,
there.
so if we acknowledge, right, that there are things in the sky, the next question is, what are they doing up there and how are they operating?
GPS.
No, I'm talking about actually having the machinery up there in the first place. Not what they're doing, not necessarily the service that they're providing for us.
Oh, like how are they powered? Right? Solar powered.
The manner in which they operate up there. Because some people say that they're flying around a giant ball. So if they're flying around
operated by solar, they're
flying around a giant ball, God damn it. If they're flying around a giant ball, there needs to be a giant ball first. Right?
Well, and that's where me and you part ways.
Right. Well, that's where I asked you. How do you know? How did you determine that we actually are on a giant ball, for which these things can operate, can fly around, and we couldn't actually determine that?
Well, I couldn't find a NASA person that I could bribe into doing so, but I did leave my house.
I didn't ask you to do that.
Yes, but I did leave my house, and I was still on GPS.
I didn't ask you to bribe anybody, dude.
Oh no, but I didn't need you because I just left my house.
If you recall, right? I don't know. Maybe you were too hammered at the time, or still are. I don't know.
Oh no! I was joking about abducting a NASA agent. I just had to leave my house to understand that it still worked.
We dug into it, right? Into the history, and what did we uncover? What do you remember? If you do.
I mean, we uncovered a lot of stuff, but I still figured out that when I left my house, my phone still worked.
Give me one thing that we uncovered from the cursory research that you did.
Oh my God! You want to do this right now?
I'm asking you, sir. Right, because you made the statement that we said something, and I'm clarifying.
We did the cognitive diagnosis of mitigation of the program of the American Cyber Defense. We did that one. Then we did George Lamentis in his fucking sad sack of fucking maybe be able to fucking.
That had nothing to do with our
that was something that
was between you.
That was covered.
That was between you and Indio.
And we also
no, it's not going to work like this.
Whoa.
It's not going to work.
Then we
like
also
this,
did the cipher.
No. Half. To be clear, right? I'm talking about the research that we did as to how it was determined that we were on a ball. And your first thing that you said was Aristotle.
Oh, right? Yes. Neither one of us can prove that. Yeah. Neither one of us can prove that.
Neither one of us. I'm not even trying to prove what he said.
Yeah. But neither one of us can actually prove that we're on a ball or we're on a flat Earth situation. Neither one of us can prove it.
That's not what I'm saying, dude. What I'm getting into is you made the claim that we have satellites orbiting a ball. I asked you, how do we know it's a ball? And then you went to Aristotle and some of the
okay, fuck that.
And we determined that what they said, what they were saying, or what they were postulating was not conclusive, or you didn't understand it.
No. We can't figure out if it's a square, rectangle, triangle, but I do know satellites are working, and I cannot prove if it's anything. What I do know is that the satellites do work, so I can prove that. You also cannot prove that it is
not that they're flying around the ball, right? So maybe we have maybe we have devices up there operating in a fashion that we're unaware of. But to 100%. Make the statement that they're operating in such a fashion as claimed by the heliocentrists that we're on a ball and they're flying around it, that can't be proven.
Correct. Yeah, I completely vibe with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So now what? That was the end of our last conversation.
Bro, we're on a stalemate. You believe something so crazy and you guys are so sold on it that you're sold on the flat earth theory. I believe I don't know, and I continue to not know because I like not knowing, because that's what I don't fucking vibe with.
Okay, so you acknowledge that you don't know. So what are you trying to argue?
How can a person know? I'm way past arguing. That's what I came here for. I'm over it. I don't care. I'm not going to argue with anyone
But
based
why do you
off
want
any theory that no one can
why do you
prove.
want? Then why do you want to occupy airtime? For what purpose?
Well, because I wanted to tell you.
To tell me what?
I don't care.
Okay, it took you 5-10 minutes to do that?
I mean, your perception of time is pretty messed up, but yeah, I guess.
How long have we been talking?
I would say 5-10 minutes.
That's exactly what I just said. What's messed up about that?
Because what is time? No one cares. The development of every information every single time that everyone speaks is not irrelevant.
Right. So what I said was
what is actually relevant is actually having a movement to actually build, to actually make your movement.
Thank you very much. So what I said, thank you very much. So what I said was accurate, right? And to my point, it took you this long, however long it was, 5-10 minutes, right, to tell me that you don't care.
Well, no, I do care. I care that you care. Does that make sense? I care that you care. I give a fuck about your flow.
You gotta find a square to stand on, dude.
That is... Dude,
Make a statement and see it through. Make a statement and see it through.
Look at Discord right now. See all the squares? I'm on my square right now, and I back your theory that you believe in what you believe in, and I back you as a person.
What theory did I postulate?
You're postulating on a theory that the Earth is flat.
Okay, so you back that. You acknowledge that to be the case?
Well, I respect that that's your theory.
Okay, so you respect it. You're not necessarily standing by it. You're just in the bleed.
I stand by it as your friend. I stand by it as your friend, but I respect it.
And even though I don't understand it fully, I'm just in the
No.
Okay, then what do you mean by what you said?
I understand fully what your objective is, and I understand fully how you guys understand what you guys are going to say. But it's not my motive. It's not my flow. It's not my gist.
Okay, so why are you here?
I'm not going to be... Because I respect you.
Okay, so to be clear, right? So if you're not here to argue for the globe Earth model, idea, concept, whatever, but you're also not here because you understand the Earth is, measured and operated on.
Well, I understand that you understand it's flat. Yes.
Okay, so therefore, what are you doing here?
Congratulations. No, I'm saying do your thing.
So you are in the bleachers just cheering everybody on. Like I said about...
Well, now, after you give me all your information...
Okay, so now you're changing your stance.
No. Okay, why are you making me out to be a cunt? I'm not being a cunt.
No, I didn't say that.
No, but that's how you're perceiving it. I understand you, but you don't have enough facts for me to lock in.
I respect
you haven't grabbed a hold of the fucking goddamn disc so that I can tell my people behind me that it's fucking flat. That's the bottom line.
You're gonna have to chill out. Okay. I'm not saying I'm not shouting it. I'm not casting any shade. I'm not casting any shade on you. If you want to stand in the bleachers and watch, then that's fine. But it's like you got up with your drink in hand and ran on the field.
Well,
and stumbled on the way.
I love you guys, and I know you guys are gonna get to the bottom of this.
Okay. So, because right now, what you're effectively doing is you walked on the field, stumbled on the way down, dropped your drink. All right, spilled your drink all over.
I would never
blew the whistle.
I would never drop a drink.
The referee blew his whistle, and you're about to strip naked in the middle of the field. That's basically what you're doing right now.
Oh, right. Yes. Oh, well, so you were about to announce something. You were about to announce something.
Speaking, this is what you're doing.
Oh, you were about to announce
doing that, but someone's going to court you off the field, right?
Okay. What I would say to the people is, if you have some form of idea that something is actually meaningful to you, some form of actual idea that actually is grinding your goal. We're not all out here.
Can't do it. You guys take them if you want. $5, he's still talking to himself.
Told you it was 20 Cup's fault. You guys didn't believe me.
Broke
It's your fault, bro. He said, I want 20 cups. I'm like, okay, go ahead. "20 cups, you're all like, man, this is why I don't come off a mute, man. Just saying."
Pretty much.
All right, Elbow, it's your turn, man. You're up. Tag, you're it.
I get tagged in.
Yeah, you're up.
I have to retag you back because I'm busy with at the moment.
Yeah, okay.
Hearing that word salad, what was he saying, bro?
Oh, you know what? We need Mr. Makes no sense because it's nonsense, Dempsey. He'd be able to speak to him.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot about that.
That'd be funny if we had DeMarc in here right now, actually.
Oh, Jesus, dude. It would be like... Yeah,
Don't do it.
What happened to that guy?
You're going to
From
manifest
every server.
I don't know. Man, something happened, that's for sure.
I think he's banned from every server practically.
I think reality's trying to ban him too. Yeah, it's pretty rough listening to him, man. I ain't gonna lie. It's pretty rough.
Dude, I can't decipher half the things he says.
All you got to do is dot to dot, guys. If you want to measure the vertical, just go dot to dot. I'm like, what's going on, bro? Half of you people in here don't know what I'm talking about. No, I think it's pretty much everybody, bro.
Yeah. And we don't claim a disk Earth half. I heard you say that just a minute ago. We've told you we don't claim the Earth's a disk. That's stupid.
All right, TMI, dude. You don't even type that in there. Just go. You guys almost ready to make that move to Anchor, DJ?
Still a little bit off, probably a couple of months, and we're waiting for the border situation to cool down a bit. Thailand's having a little border war with Cambodia at the moment.
Holy smokes, you're not concerned about that? Like even after that?
Bro, I'm right next to freaking Ukraine and Russia right now.
Oh, you're
it's a better option.
Where's your middle name right now?
Yeah, man. But yeah, no, definitely be much safer in Cambodia. Here is like way sketchier.
At any moment, something could pop off and the countryside could be overrun.
Yeah, something happened the other day. I think there was like a train and it almost got derailed because someone tampered with the tracks, and instantly they just blamed Russia, even though they had zero evidence. And then they shut down like the last Russian embassies in Poland, and then Russia got pissed, and now all the diplomatic ties have been closed between Russia and Poland, and Russia's not happy about that. So
I wouldn't either, man. If I was being blamed for something I didn't do.
Yeah, anytime anything happens, they just blame it on Russia, but they don't present any evidence.
Yeah, because they know that Poland's backed up by the UN, and they got their friends with the US and stuff. So
yeah,
I don't know. It's like the the meme where the Chihuahua's barking at that big dog, and then they move they move the sliding door, and then the big dog's just like not doing anything. The little Chihuahua just turns around.
Exactly, man. That's the analogy I use all the time. It's like a little tiny Chihuahua trying to attack a freaking Rottweiler.
Yeah, it's like, bro, just leave him alone, bro. Why are you provoking him, bro? Like, sheesh.
Yeah.
Why not?
With this guy. Because, man, we got DJs just trying to live his best life. You don't need to be having like worried about war and stuff.
With DJ, are you Russian?
No.
You're Polish?
I'm part Polish, yeah.
Half says I could start my own show. Dude, nobody would attend any of your shows. Yeah, go for it. Try starting your own channel and see how well it does. We'll check back in a week. We'll check your numbers in a week. Yeah, we're damn good at it too. We have the numbers to prove it. Look at the number one channel in the room. DJ's just put it in the text chat. Why do you think we're number one, dude? Because we let clowns like you talk on our channel? You're only allowed to talk whenever we think it's kind of funny and entertaining. But other than that, we could just put you on mute, talk to someone else.
It looks like the top two channels are very close to the sum total of the rest of them.
You only talk because you have many old accounts AFK in this channel.
Dude, you didn't make us number one. We're number one before you even got here, bro.
Yeah, I can make my channel also top channel if I have a lot of old account like you guys have. And
Yeah, alt accounts. Yeah, try it. Let's see. Let's do a test. Try to get number one spot in a week. Oh, I'll give you a whole month. Do it in a whole month, Leaf. I challenge you. Starting right now, make your own channel and let's check back with you in a month. Let's see who has the top spot. I bet you will still be number one out of this whole Discord.
Yeah, because I'm not running cults, so yeah.
Yeah, which one of the accounts in here is an alt account, bro? Name one person. I know every person in here individually. Which one do you think's an alt account?
Half of them doesn't even talk.
So what?
Well, they can if they want to. You think everyone should be talking at the same time? Doesn't mean they're alt accounts just because they're doing something.
Yeah, I'm listening, bro.
Well, Travis, I never hear Travis.
Yeah, Travis talks all the time. He's from Hawaii.
How you doing, Leaf?
It doesn't look like your claim is stacking up, bro.
I bet it's probably Stark that's using Travis.
Nah, bro. Relax.
No, Stark's a legend. Stark's from India, from Kerala in India.
Well,
so what's up, Leaf? What's up?
His claim is falling to pieces right now. He's saying everybody's an alt account.
What about the rap, Mr. ED, and everything here speaking?
I don't even know what.
Oh, he speaks.
I don't know about the rest of you all, but I am an AI bot. I am a very bad voice bot because my creator did not actually purchase the upgrade in the voice quality.
Anybody else leave?
Kiwi bus. Staying on mute all the time.
He talks quite often. He's from New Zealand.
Bro, who's literally typing in the side chat?
Yeah, he just was typing in the side chat at 31 after the hour. There you go.
What's up?
Oh shit! There you go. Wrong again, Leaf.
Probably just the same person.
The same person. Who? As who?
I just changed my accent to fit.
Jeez. What do you think? Looks like your claim's not stacking up. Looks like we're number one for a real reason, isn't it?
Number one for lying. Sure.
Oh, Leaf. You're getting jealous because we're number one? You don't like that, huh? Well, I tell you what, you know what'll comfort you? The fact that you're in here making us number one. By you being parked in here, you're adding to that. That's the reason why we're number one. Come on, Leaf.
Yeah, I told you many times, we Globers, we made it brick by brick.
No, the bricks, you are the bricks. You're the bricks that we're using to build this house, man.
Because without the Globers, you guys can never be entertained.
Yeah, but let's think about it like this, dude. You guys can't stay away from this chat. You're like moths to a flame. You know the flame's there, but you want to fly in here anyways and get burnt up. But you always do.
But you just want to feel special and feels like you figure all this out. You figure out the matrix.
No, I mean, honestly, it's just telling you the obvious truth about reality. I mean, you go outside, you don't observe a globe. There's no observation that the Earth is actually curving anywhere.
I bet you guys like to walk on the street and walk in slow motion, and then thinking like, haha, I figure all this out. I know the truth. You guys don't. You peasants.
No, not all this out. But we figured out that the Earth isn't curving. That's what we figured out. So we don't know everything, but we know the things that are basically the common human experience. Everybody notices the Earth as a flat and stationary plane. That much we can tell you for sure. Anything else? Plus, we're here 24/7. Plus, we have enough energy to continue a conversation. So when you get tired and leave, we'll still be here. And the really cool thing about this chat is it doesn't matter if I leave, there's always somebody going to be here to continue the conversation. Yeah, it doesn't matter if DJ leaves. It doesn't matter if any one of us leave. There'll always be somebody here leave to demonstrate how you don't know that the Earth is a globe. Isn't that crazy?
You just need to come here misinformating about the Earth. That's what you guys like to do.
Yeah, the obvious truth about reality. Yeah, no one's hiding anything. Yeah, the Earth isn't hidden away from you. Just that you think it's a globe, that's all. That you see the flat horizon and you're like, oh, I think it's a globe. But you're really seeing the flat horizon.
No, you guys just don't like to look up in the sky and see there.
Yeah. See what? What are we
rotating? They will rotate different directions based on your geographical location. That says it all. Like,
that says it all? Really?
You can't be on the flat surface with the sky rotating 2 different directions based on where you're at. It's impossible.
Why? Who said it's impossible? Did you make up those rules?
So you say the Earth is flat, but there's like many different versions of skies.
That's fine. That's fine. Listen, if the stars are moving the way they're moving in the sky, that's okay. Because we know the Earth is flat. So whatever they're doing up there, that's fine. Why can't it work on a flat Earth? You tell me why it cannot work. Yes. That's what I thought, Leaf. Another W, Leaf. Another W.
I'm looking at the gift that the Travis is posting in the side chat.
Sure, it shows how a lens can create that optical effect. The lens in your eye, lens in your camera, maybe. It's just one possibility.
Well, is the lens flat then?
Uh-huh.
The lens is not flat. You kind of have a flat lens to produce that optical illusion. See there.
Flat what? Are you seeing lens or lens or what?
You see the GIF that posted by Travis, showing you there's a lens that's altering.
Lens.
Yeah, there's a lens that's altering.
You saying lands? Flat land or flat lens?
The lens in the GIF.
Oh man, it's not. He's talking about that little lens thing that Travis put in that GIF.
Oh yeah, it's not flat though. But yeah.
Exactly. So you can't have a flat lens. The lens has to be curved anyway. Right?
Yeah,
so
aren't all lenses curved?
Yeah, we're talking about a lens, dude. So what about the lens?
Well, you're proving yourself wrong. You post a GIF that contains something that contains curvature, altering the stars.
Dude.
Yeah, you're trying to say the Earth is flat when you're posting the lens, which is curved.
So what? The lens isn't the land.
I thought that lens was indicative of how your eyes work.
Side chat, then.
Yeah, he doesn't get that, Matrix.
The Earth is flat.
He's just showing you
that your head and look
different
up.
Ways of there's different ways of presenting possibilities. There's not
but the lens is curved though. It's not flat.
Yeah, what does that have to do with it? The whole point is that it's a curved lens.
Right, it's a curved lens. So at least when I talk about the phenomenon you can observe in the sky, that's showing you the surface we're at is not flat because you can't have a flat surface that's showcasing different types of
yeah, hold on, Leaf. The GIF that he's showing right now is a flat surface. And the lens that he put on top of that flat surface is showing that the little dots, those like, well, you can think about them like stars, they're moving in like different directions in the way that it looks in that lens. But in reality, when you see it's passing through the lens, it's not really doing what you think they're doing, like because it's a lensing effect.
Yeah, but the lens stuff has to be curved for you to make that.
So what, bro? It's not the actual land. It's not the ground. It's just what it's doing is showing you how you see things in the sky. It could operate in this way. It's a way to think about it, right? It's not definitive either because nobody can actually verify that. But what it is showing you, it's an option to think about.
Right, so you're talking about there is this lens right between you and the sky, and the lens itself is curved. So there you go. There you're still saying there's this.
Yeah. So what? So what?
So what? You have this like curvature. There's.
So let me get this straight, Leaf. You're upset that somebody's put a curved lens over a piece of paper with dots on it, and you believe that proves curvature.
No, you're trying to say there's this firmament above us that making us the sky rotating in such ways.
No one said the word firmament. It says there's a lens in your eye and a lens in a camera. That's all I claimed. It's just a possibility. Nobody said the word firmament or dome.
But yet you're trying to explain how the reality could be in that
just
case.
One possibility.
Yeah, you could think about it like that. So what? There's nothing wrong with that. He's doing that because how could anybody verify that's the case if that was reality? You'd have to actually go up into to the star field and actually verify how things are operating. Because from our vantage point on Earth, this is how it looks. So what?
Well, but if we all right, if we could travel beyond the lens, then we'll see this curvature. We'll see this.
Yeah, bro. So we're not. He's not saying that. And that gift, no one.
There you go.
You just added that, man. Right now, you just added that.
Well, you showing me how reality could be perceived in the lens. Well, I'm now telling you how reality could be perceived when you're outside the lens. If you're outside the lens, the reality that we are living on right now.
Outside what lens?
Leif, stop dribbling. Leif, you know how you keep telling us, and you've told us 1,000 times, that the stars in the south spin one way and the stars in the north spin the other way. You know how you keep telling us that.
That's what I've been telling y'all. We're not
Excellent, shut up. Excellent. Have a look at the very middle of the lens. The stars are moving in a straight line. Have a look at to the left side of that straight line. The stars are bent one way. Have a look to the right side of that straight line. The stars are bent the other way. Exactly like you posted up for us the other day.
I know. Well, here's the thing.
Isn't that amazing, boys and girls? I know, with his so excited voice as if to say, I finally got the fat bastard. And he's just realised that he's sunk himself.
Mike Frick, let me finish for once, all right?
Leif, Leif, just hold up for a second. I don't give a rat's ass what your stars do or how pissed that you think that picture is whatever. Fact of the matter is, the ground is measured flat. So the stars can do whatever they want, mate.
No,
they could all be jumbled around and go all over the place for all I care. It'd look spectacular.
So if our reality is perceived within the lens itself is the reality, which is...
You are still hooked up on that bit of fucking paper, aren't you?
The reality is the curvature of space-time, which is what the lens is.
Reality is the curvature of space-time. Leif, I'll tell you what you need to do, mate. Next time someone's doing a laser test, a flash test, or any of that shit that's outside, you need to get off your computer, go outside, and witness it firsthand. That's what you need to do, mate. Seriously.
Yeah, well, the reality you observe within the lens.
That is reality. Your reality, Leif, your reality is staring at a computer screen.
So do you.
No, wrong, incorrect. And as you'll find out in about an hour, I'll go to work.
Mate, why can't you just accept that this reality could be measured both ways? It doesn't have to be flat.
What do you mean it could be measured both ways? It is measured flat. There's no
What if
could
you're
be
outside
in
the
is
lens,
be.
though? What if you're outside the lens, though?
What if pink unicorns come knocking at me front door? Who cares? You ain't ever gonna do it. I ain't ever thinking about it because I know it's bullshit.
You're just mad because you can't go to space, that's all. Matrix.
I'm mad because I can't go to space. Oh no, I'm mad because the second law of thermodynamics has fucked me over. You're an idiot, Leif.
You're mad because you're not wealthy. Like Elon Musk.
Because I'm not wealthy. I'm mad because I'm not wealthy.
Correct.
What has that got to do with the price of eggs in China?
So you don't need to stay Earth is
So
flat,
nothing.
objective.
How come you never seem to answer the direct question that you were just asked? Why is it your conversation is about 15 minutes behind?
Why? All right, at least admit that Earth is measured flat subjectively. All right, say that. Say that. Why can't you say that? Right?
Because that's your straw man.
I'm not a straw man.
Earth is measured flat. Period.
Subjectively, say that.
Period. Measured flat. Not negotiable.
Well, I need to say thank you to you, Travis. You're proving my point right. Thank you, Travis. I love the gift. I'm gonna save that.
And then he's going to steer away because he's just realised he's hit a brick wall.
I think you need to have like a closed door meeting with your fellows here because like they keep
Because you what? Because you get stuttering and can't answer freaking questions. Have you provided anyone with proof of measured drop over distance, also known as Earth curvature? Have you done that, or are you still too busy staring at the sky going, "Oh, the stars"?
So you will never
have you proven your curvature via measurement yet? Yes or no?
I'm never here trying.
Yes or no?
Matrix. And
yes or no? Answer the question, Leif. Answer the question. You don't answer it? Fair enough. Typical.
I'm not getting into that spiral. And Travis here.
You're not getting it, and you're going to sidestep again. Answer the question, Leif. Have you provided measured drop over distance? Proof of your Earth curvature? Yes or no?
I don't need to. Travis spill the truth.
You don't need to. Travis, help me! Matrix is noisy and he's making me feel bad.
You will find no help here, Leif.
Let us think in, all right? Let us think in.
Leif, answer the question. Stop being a coward. You can say no. It's not going to hurt you. We're not going to think any lesser of you because you're already at the bottom of the ladder. Can't do it, or you don't want to.
The reality we're at right now is one of those.
I have accepted it. I've accepted that it's been measured flat, and I've accepted that you don't want to understand that, or you're going to cry about it. Either way, I'm not going to lose any sleep.
Why do you have to say the Earth itself is concrete? It's not necessarily concrete. That's the thing.
No, it's not concrete. It's made of dirt. That's what Earth, dirt. We make concrete. Build houses and cities and shit out of it. It's great.
But it could be observed as curved when you're outside of it.
It could be surface curved outside. Outside of what? Leif, you're stumbling again, mate. Leif, it could be. It could be made of fucking Swiss cheese too. Have you proven your curvature yet? Yes or no? Measured drop over distance.
Prove that for me. I don't need to prove anything no more.
Travis proved what for you? You're the one in this conversation, not Travis.
Thanks God Travis posted GIF because I can't even post GIF here. I'm just too new on this channel. Yeah, thank you.
Sounds like you're making excuses again.
Travis proof. What if you travel outside the lens? You'll see it's the globe.
Travis proved what if you're outside the lens. So you're telling me, Leif, that number one, you've got no proof of measured drop over distance. We've all established that. We know it and you know it. So you're telling me now a black disc with white dots on it and a couple of lines with a lens of some description on top of it, in your mindset, is indicative of someone being in outer space? What?
Well, Travis shows this is how we are.
Not Travis!
In reality, with the lens on, right? What if we're living in a giant glass?
Not what if. What if my front door's made of fucking diamonds?
We're just living within a giant glass ball.
You're just babbling. You're an idiot. What if? What if you go outside and do some measurements? How about that?
This is how science came up. We keep coming up with hypotheses. Start what if?
We, as if you have something to do with it.
They keep coming up.
You got nothing, Leif.
How about they go and validate their shit and we'll see how they go? A bit of verification. Go and test it, perhaps. Make an experiment out of it.
I would do all my best to try to stop people like you turning our society back into heliocentric, which you're going to theocratic and telling lies to people. How?
What are you babbling on about? You think you're some kind of Superman that's going to fly around and save everyone from FE?
We fly outside of our reality. You're
going to fly outside of your reality. I think your reality comes out the end of a pipe, dude.
That's why y'all like to fuck with astrology as well, because they're lying with flat Earth.
You were never in it.
But when you're outside of this reality, you realize this is not the only way to perceive reality.
Oh, you're already there.
Reality through the lens. That's
Leif, have you been hanging around with the Bevtards?
Lens. Say lens. Can you say lens? Like le.
Trump.
Starting to annoy me.
You don't need to do that. You understand what I'm talking about. Just accept the truth.
That it's measured flat, no worries. I got no issues with that.
Yeah, we have already accepted it.
And you find out, oh look, it's flat, and then you guys can't accept the dialethism, right? You can't accept that. So
what the fuck is he wobbling on about?
No idea. You go down to one of the beginner English rooms, Leif. Come back when you have better.
You don't know what dialethism is?
I'll tell you what you're even talking about, mate.
Bro. No idea what you're saying, bro.
Travis posted a GIF where, like there's a lens above, like some rotating dots on a black background, and shows how it distorts their apparent path from above that lens.
The statement is both true and false. Okay, so Earth is closed.
Now he's stroking his fucking cat.
And false. That's dialethism, and you guys can't accept that.
Now he's saying that we can't accept the truth that if you left reality, it might look like a ball.
Look, even particles can be observed as.
Hey, Leif.
Even particles can be observed. What is he on about?
Leif, see the lens that's on the bit of paper? What shape is the lens that's in your eye? Is it flat? Like you keep telling us it should be? Is it flat or is it curved? The one that's in your eye, is it flat or curved?
The lens is curved.
Oh no. So you're telling me that you're going to see stars do that? In the middle they're going to go straight. On the right hand side they're going to bend one way, and on the left hand side they're going to bend the other, just because of your eyes? Oh dear. That's not good. See, Leif, you're not going anywhere. Do you get it now?
Getting what?
That's a no.
funny enough, we got lenses within our eyes as well. Do you think our eyes are flat?
See what I mean, like? See what I'm going to do a gin. See what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? Playing catch up.
Do you think
Did he not just get asked about what shape the lens was in his eyes, and then all of a sudden, funny enough, they're curved? Oh my god!
What's the shape of your eyes then? Yeah, it's a flat.
Oh my god!
It's a flat.
Were you not listening to what Matrix just said before you spoke?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. He's on. He's about 2 conversations behind. That's the only. What you've got to do is say something, let him babble on. Say something else, let him babble on, and then you can go back and have the original conversation.
Yeah, no one's laughing with you.
No, they're all too busy freaking crying.
Yeah,
That's why.
that's not a reply, dude.
You know what's funny is that you guys missed it. Earlier, he was saying that the reason why we're number one is because we have a lot of bots in here, and they're alt accounts. And he's like, he's calling on everybody's name because he hadn't heard him speak, and everybody started chiming in. It was so funny, dude. Like debunking his claim. It was funny.
Oh, that would have been an epic
himself again.
I was like, no, we're number one because we're awesome. He's like, he was being debunked. He's like, what about Kiwi Buzz? What about his name? And everybody's like, yeah, what's up? Like,
it's just the same person using different accounts. That's what it is.
Putting on different accents.
And got AI nowadays. You can't trust things on the internet for sure.
So is that an admission to say that you can't prove that the Earth is a globe because of technology?
No, I'm saying technology allows us to have different perception.
So that means that you don't know if the Earth is a globe, right?
You're waiting for a permission slip.
You sabotage your own. Dude, you do it to yourself, Leaf. Yeah. You say things that sabotage your position every time, bro.
Every point you put yourself in a position where you can't know.
Exactly. Oh, you should have heard his evidence earlier. It was like, well, we know that Neil deGrasse Tyson said that you can't see the Earth on the surface as a globe, so you know that it looks flat. But he didn't say flat. He said it just, Neil deGrasse Tyson said so. So I said, oh, so you agree that it looks flat? Well, it's not curving.
All of a sudden, he gets a spike in his throat. Every single time, they just can't say the word flat.
He was allergic to saying it.
When it's not good.
It's like me asking you to touch the ground right now, asking if it's curved or flat. It's pointless. I'm not going to ask you that question.
Well, a point on a surface, yeah, that would be fucking pointless, wouldn't it?
Like I ask you to touch the surface, not...
Yeah, touch the surface at one point, dude. You understand that horizontal is a line between 2 points. If I put my finger down at one point of the Earth, it's just 1 point.
You still got your palm on your fingers. That's 2 points. See that?
Are you mad, brother?
See that? See that?
Oh, I mean, like, seriously, do you require medical attention? A point is not a line. You understand that, right? You're asking me to figure out what a line is, if it's horizontal or if it's curved. Yeah, I'm going to need 2 points. A distance over the line. Not me just putting my fucking finger on it. You fool.
Not your finger, your hand. All right?
Oh, my God.
How do you know you have hands?
I'm going to be able to feel texture, dude.
Start running away.
No, not running away. I'm going to be able to feel texture with my hand. If I'm going to want to figure out the orientation, I'm going to need 2 hands at distance.
It's a metaphor, right? It's a metaphor.
Leave, stop talking. I'm getting dumber talking to you. Fucking hell.
It was still a very tiny...
No, he's still talking. He wants to inflict the pain.
What are you talking about?
Just trying to point out that you putting a point down is not measuring a line. You require 2 points. Now you want to put your hand on the fucking surface. All right, you're going to be able to feel its fucking texture. But if you want to figure out if the surface over distance is horizontal or curving, you're going to need 2 points.
No, it's metaphor. I'm just telling you how silly it is to tell you
or something. Did you recently bang your head?
When you're just above a certain point, which is relatively close to surface compared to how we can observe curvature. When you have,
how do we observe curvature?
You have to be at a certain distance for you to observe curvature.
Really?
Yeah, to be at.
So we observe.
So what's that distance?
We observe the Earth flat then. But what distance do we need to be based on your experience to see curvature? Based on your experience.
Well, I can see pictures sent from satellites, and that's one of my.
No, Leif, whoa. Leif, you just said at a certain distance we can see curvature. What is that certain distance? 1 mile? 1.5 miles? 3 miles? What is that distance, Leif?
Like a third of the size of the Earth.
Sorry, based on you begging the question that there's a size to a radius. Now, we're asking you at what distance do you, with your own experience, perceive curvature? Or do you always see it as flat?
No, I'm not backing the question. I'm saying the size
you
of
are
limited, right?
Literally, statement. We're asking you at what distance do you need to be to perceive the curvature of the Earth based on your own experience? Been about 2 minutes now. Most people, if they're confident with an answer, give it straight away. You don't seem very confident.
At least a third of
See, this is not confident, dude. Wow. Just give me the answer. Based on your experience, what distance from the Earth do you need to be to see curvature?
We know the diameter.
No, not we know. Give me the distance. I want a number value. Probably in miles or kilometers.
Come on, Leif, you can do this. At a certain distance, you can see the curvature. What's that distance? Give us the number. We're not going to hold you to an exact number. If you said between 5 and 10 miles, that's closer than what Europe normally do. No, too many words. He's overloaded.
Did he fucking bounce? Oh, no, he's still there.
No, he's
Sorry,
broken in the head.
No, that's my fault. That's my fault.
So what's that number, Leif? What distance are you going to see your curvature at? Bueller?
I don't want to give into that, all right?
Jesus Christ. You're just not confident. You can't give an answer. Just say you don't know. Just have some humility.
All right, if I hold a basketball very close to my face.
No, we're not talking about a basketball. We're talking about the Earth.
But
you said, dude, not a basketball, the Earth. But what distance from the Earth do we need to be to see the curvature on the Earth based on your personal experience? It's not talking about basketballs.
Well, that I'm providing
the Earth.
If I see, if the Earth itself.
No, this is not ifs, Leif.
Then
you made the claim, Leif. Come on, you can do this, mate. You said at a certain distance, you can see the curvature of the Earth. What is that certain distance?
A third of the diameter.
Put the basketball down.
Yeah, I said it.
Put the basketball down. We're not playing with lenses. Leif is going to give us the number. At what distance? You can do this, bro. Come on, man.
A third of the diameter of the Earth. I said it.
2,000 miles.
See there.
When was the last time that you actually saw 2,000 miles? 3,000 miles. Yeah.
So 4,000 kilometers,
alleged,
roughly, right?
4,000 kilometers. So just to be clear, because you probably didn't hear the fucking question, this is based on your own experience, right? Or are you just googling something?
Around 4,000, right?
So you've been 4,000 kilometers or miles away from the Earth now, have you?
I haven't been, but the satellite.
Okay, so when I asked you the question, at what distance do we perceive the curvature of the Earth based upon your own experience, you give us this bullshit. Are you not listening to the question? I must have repeated it, 5, 6, 7 times based upon your own experience. We're talking about our perception, how we see the world, because you seem to be confused. So on your own experience, like when you've seen it,
yeah, well,
or are you just going to turn around to us and say you personally haven't seen it?
Well, satellite will have.
Are you a satellite?
Well, I can see image from a satellite.
Okay, so this is based upon your experience, this second-hand information. Okay, then how have you verified this second-hand information at best to be true? Because this is second-hand, not your own experience. You're relying on technology to give you the information. I'm asking you how you verified the information.
We're not talking face-to-face, but you trusting the device that's sending you.
Yeah, I also trust
what has that got to do with anything?
Doesn't mean you've been to the moon.
You're sending me information through a meeting.
Hello, dummy.
Right.
Dummy, no. Come on, just follow the line of questioning. Every time you deflect, I'm going to take away your masculinity.
I'm not.
You have no confidence.
I'm a human being, yeah? You don't need to ask me this, like...
Well done, we're talking about perception. I'm asking you, based on your experience, at what distance do we need to be to see the curvature of the Earth?
I told you, a third. 4,000 kilometers at least. I told you already.
And when have you been at that distance?
Yes, that satellite has been to that, even further than
No, not satellites. We're not talking about satellites. We're talking about Leaf. When has Leaf been at approximately 4,000 kilometers?
I see it through the satellites. I told you that.
Okay,
that's excellent. So that's what we call second-hand information. How have you validated, verified, or proven that that information is true and or correct?
You guys know where this is going. You guys know where.
Yeah, because based on your observation from a satellite, because that gives us a claim to the radius and the size of the Earth. Based upon that claim, we should be able to observe and measure curvature here on the surface of the Earth. So we should be able to see it according to your claim of going in fucking satellites, because that gives us a radius value. It gives us a horizon distance based on the height of I. It gives us a rate of change of slope over distance, something we should definitely observe and most definitely.
Foaming at the mouth, militant defense of the Apollo program coming from an atheist, a third wave atheist. Not the second wave. They were calling this shit out as fake. The third wave atheist and a neo-Nazi. You guys equally vehemently defend this shit for some reason you really won't explain or take questions on. Why? Why do you even care about some space program 60 years ago?
It's probably the most iconic.
Ironic. Ironic. Most
you can
ironic.
call it whatever. I'm saying it's probably the most iconic space flight in all of time, right? We can agree to that, I'd hope.
Hey, Brown Recluse.
Yeah.
Just want to ask your opinion on this. I'm not going to give you shit if you defend it, but what do you think about this footage? You buy it? Do you think people would be crazy to question this footage?
I don't know the origin of that, so I mean, no.
This is NASA Apollo footage. Just take it on good faith at the moment, and give me your opinion on it, right? Because I can provide you the source.
Yeah, it doesn't look particularly good. I'll give you that. I could definitely see it being interpreted as fake.
Okay.
Do I think it's necessarily fake? No, but again, I don't know. I don't know if it's real or not. Again, I'm not saying that NASA has never lied and that the American government has never, worn their pants too high and had to, put up the check or whatever, right? But it's, I think that to state that everything is a lie is either dishonest or
Do you think they faked some of the Apollo footage?
It's again, I don't think so, right? But with that being said, I can't.
They admittedly did so. They admittedly had props and studio filming ready to release to the public right before they landed, right? Showing the landing because they knew that there was nobody there to film it, so they fabricated that part, right, for effect.
Him stepping out,
right? No. The landing on the moon, the lander coming down onto the moon's surface. Like they had footage ready to go that they'd admittedly faked for that purpose, just for dramatic effect, right?
Sure,
Entertainment
purposes. Not necessarily. No, I mean, again, I think that America and governments across the world lie all the time. Like it's within their best interest, right? So, but again, to say that they're lying about everything, right, implies a logistical operation that doesn't just span the astronauts. It spans again many people, which is what I was talking to Matrix for. Occam's razor. Right at the moment dictates, in my opinion, at the very least, that it's far more feasible just to fucking fly something straight up, right? Obviously, it's not as simple as that. That's a bastardization. But when I first came in here, my initial inquiry was about the said cabal and what could be done about a group of highly powerful elites. The refutation was that it doesn't necessarily have to be that, but I still disagree.
Well, we'd need a list, wouldn't we? You got a list?
No, of course not. No, obviously no one has a list.
I don't think anyone does. What do you like this footage? I just put some new footage in the side chat. Which one's your favorite? The one that I posted previously, or this one? Do you think this one looks more realistic, or the last one?
I'd say if it was up to my naked eye, I'd probably say the bottom on the second one rather.
Greetings. Second one looks more realistic than the first one.
That's what I would say. But again,
cool.
So,
yeah, I would agree with you on the moon.
Yeah.
What about those pictures of the moon I posted? That's from Artemis. Is that what the moon looks like?
Is that what the moon looks like? I mean, that's looks like a moonish for sure.
So it's egg-shaped. Why doesn't it look egg-shaped from us?
I don't think so.
That's a shadow. It's very clearly a shadow.
Oh, it's
You're referring to the bottom part?
Right.
Yeah. You've never seen the moon covered in shadow?
Never seen the moon look like that in the sky, no. It looks brighter than that to me, too.
Yeah, I can't imagine that's a full depiction of at least one side of them. I don't think that was the claim. Yeah, and them stepping out of the lander, like there's like on the schematic for the original Apollo lander, you can see an arm, a camera arm that is intended to come out to, visualize this specific moment where he's stepping out. One big step for man, one giant step for mankind, or whatever. So like, again, that seems feasible. I don't know what you're talking about with a lander landing. I don't recall that shot, but
no.
Yeah, Buzz himself had to correct Conan O'Brien when he was on his show about what he thought he saw on TV. So I saw you and Buzz Aldrin landing on them, and he goes, "No, you didn't. No, you didn't." So what do you mean? My memory's a little hazy, I guess. And he goes, "No, what you saw was animation. There's nobody there with a camera."
I would love to see that clip for sure.
Yes.
Someone got the clip or what?
I'll have a look for it.
I mean, just like do this. if you really think the Apollo program is that great, why don't you spend the rest of your life learning about it? There's enough content there that you never have to worry about flat Earth again. None of it. Just going over any aspect of it. Learn about each mission, who was on each mission, their flight times, their burn times, what equipment they had, which ones had rovers, which ones didn't, which flight had a civilian, the first civilian, which military officers and what branches they're in. Just go do that. There's enough content there to keep you busy for decades.
Yes.
You can say that about any topic.
I like it.
Just go fuck off and don't talk to me. Like, that's what you just said.
No, if you heard that, that's a delusion. You hallucinated that.
No, that was an interpretation of what you said.
I remember very clearly. I think
this is my take: is that this is a flat Earth channel. This isn't the Apollo program channel, and you've been derailing the channel for as long as I've been here, almost an hour now, with non-stop Apollo program horseshit.
You think I brought up Apollo?
At this point, it's time to move on to a different topic.
All right. Last thing, quit. One second, and then we can move on to a different topic because I did queue up the clip. All right, let's listen. Damn it. Why is it not playing?
about this because this is fascinating. I remember very clearly, I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation. See, you associated what you saw with...
I have very hazy memories.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no, but what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curved top radio and listened.
Talking about how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said contact light, engine stop.
It's exciting.
A few other things, and then Neil said, Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed. Man, how about that?
That was very exciting.
Not a bad line.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Yeah, I guess the Earth is flat. I guess they faked it, and they faked it, and then they talked about it on Conan. It's not a very good fake, was it?
No, he wasn't denying it at that point. He's just simply saying that, for entertainment purposes, they just animated that part of the mission and, overlaid the audio on top of it, right? So that it seemed like that's what was happening, right? And then, but once they were on the surface and they deployed their cameras and everything and suited up and got out, that was all real, right? That was actual footage. That would be their claim.
Right. So if what you're saying is true, then this has no refutation power. This clip is not emblematic of any problem. If he's simply talking about a different transmission.
Yeah, no, it sheds doubt because they admittedly were capable of presenting to the public footage that they admit was fake, right? But did they say it? Did anybody read the fine print at the bottom of the corner of the TV screen? No, they were just all enamored and,
Right, but what 1960 animation are you referring to that would be alleged to be real? Like what transmission, what television transmission are we talking about? Because if you're talking about the initial landing on the moon, that televised event, they're claiming that was animation. Then that is what was presented. Is that they're claiming that was fake, right? If you're saying they're talking about a different transmission.
Well, the footage that I showed you earlier looks like stop motion animation. So I don't know. Maybe he was talking about that kind of footage.
Yeah, which again is completely different footage to like the landing on the moon, right? So again, we don't dispute that that all of the footage was real 100%, like from every transmission. But obviously, we're talking about the famous, once.
Oh, so you agree that they faked some of the footage that they claimed to be real footage?
I don't know if, again, where are you seeing that they claimed it to be real footage? Because he's claiming it's animation. So is he going against NASA?
Okay, so which footage do you think from the Apollo missions is animation?
I have no clue. That's what I'm asking.
I don't know. You'd have to ask Buzz.
Yeah, whatever he's referring to, I imagine, but I'm not sure what he's referring to.
Well, Conan was referring to I saw you walk on the moon, so I'm not sure. He cut him off when he said that.
What was it? T-Dubs saying that he's referring to a different transmission? Not talking about, because like again, if he's just to clarify, Buzz Aldrin is admitting that he faked the moon landing on Conan, right? That's what you think happened?
Yeah, well, he's put hints a bunch of times. I guess he can't come out and say it blatantly, but maybe he's throwing some hints out there. We don't know exactly.
What you saw wasn't real. It was an animation, and that's not telling you that the moon landing was fake. I'm sorry.
I don't know. Look, he said to a little girl as well. He said to a little girl, like, we didn't go there, and that's what happened. So I don't know, like, who knows what's going on with this crazy 33rd degree Freemason alcoholic car salesman?
As he nears, his deathbed, and maybe his conscience is playing on him.
You guys hear the last lore? Like he disowned all his kids.
It'll get ruled off as dementia. Don't stress.
That's what they're thinking too. They're like, just leave him alone.
I mean, he seems pretty upset about the fact that, kind of got left high and dry by the government, regarding his achievements, so claimed, right? Second man on the moon. Oh, here's your ordinary Air Force pension. Thanks for, helping us out with, like the moon landing and everything. No extra, no bonus. Just whatever you can make on the side because of that feat, and go for it. We're not stopping you. Write a book, help make a movie, whatever. But it's not out of our pocket.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen, so in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
Remember that video came out? They acted like the girl ambushed him with like a trick question. You're like, really, dudes? That's what you're going to go with? That he got ambushed. An ambush interview by like a hard-hitting journalist that trapped him, with a question he wasn't prepared to answer. Yeah, Overfence is a good one too. How depressed they were at that briefing. The explanation for that was, well, they just spent 3 days in quarantine. But you look on the Hornet, the quarantine vessel, there's video of them laughing and playing cards and talking to Nixon, and they had a blast.
They're just upset that they had to leave the cameraman there.
Like, who does that? Look at their face, their eyes are down, they're like, man, we really gotta do this.
Yeah, how come that vessel, like the lander, when it's leaving, right, and it takes off and you see those rainbow sparks fly off, okay, isn't the moon supposed to be rotating at like 10 miles per hour? That thing just goes straight up.
And with no atmosphere?
With no atmosphere, yeah. Where's your air well, the Earth's spinning with the Earth, like with the airplanes, right? So, okay, why didn't it seem to like zip off into the distance instantly as soon as it left the surface? Where's the moon's Coriolis effect? Huh?
It's all full of holes. That's why they didn't want to. Once people said why their photos don't show any stars, because later on they'd be like, "Hey, according to your heliocentric model, that's not the way the stars should have looked."
Yeah, Bart Sabro was saying the other day. He's like, you can disprove the moon landing with this one simple photo, and he just shows, and it's very cropped image. It just shows two shadows, and they're perpendicular to each other. It's like, there you go. That's it. It's over.
I've been like going into a dive here. This is a funny quote. So after the Apollo program, there was a favorable shift, sort of the evangelical attitudes in America. The right to prayer. So Madeleine O'Hare had spent decades or whatever, like suing the federal executive branch about prayer in school, all this stuff. Then she bites off more than she can chew. She tries to sue the Apollo program and undoes all of it. And then at the end, millions of Americans then sign petitions to say that it's okay to pray in public. It's okay to pray in school. And then she gets murdered. It's just amazing, I mean, like I think eventually, documents will come forward, and she'll be added to the list of Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, JFK, RFK.
I got a question. So obviously there's a lot of assumptions, but if the ultimate purpose of the lie of the globe Earth, right, is to separate us from God, right, like show us that we are insignificant in specks in the universe, as opposed to having the universe / everything created around us, right? That's just my understanding of like the general understood purpose of the lie, yada yada. Would it not be counterintuitive to be like, this is a godly mission to go to the globe? We'll go to the moon, rather. Would it not make more sense to have atheists on the moon?
Something like, control the narrative. So you control both the positive and the negative. Right? I don't know.
I mean, I suppose, like, obviously, just to me, it seems, ironic.
Well, it seems that they use religious rhetoric when it's convenient for them.
I would argue religion is a very good tool.
Well, you need a juxtaposition, right? Otherwise, there's no argument.
Well, you can have a juxtaposition without taking the affirmative of the juxtaposition. Like, again, you don't have to claim, that you are a Christian going to the moon. You can claim that, there were some Christians that helped you, or that, not that Christianity is bad or anything like that, but atheism and science took us to the moon, like that kind of thing. Like, we don't.
Who would make that claim? Who would be that willfully ignorant of history to make a claim like that?
I don't think it's necessarily willfully ignorant of history. Like, obviously, like I said earlier, individuals' religious claims or religious beliefs, right, aren't necessarily emblematic of the secular systems or the secular processes.
There is no secular system. America is a hard-line Christian conservative country.
It's not. It's not.
Yes,
it's founded on Judeo-Christian values for sure, but again, there's specific doctrines of separation of certain states. Christianity, while the favored religion still, A, has dipped in popularity, and B, is not the official religion of America, even though our money says "In God We Trust" and yada yada.
It's not just on the money. That's a motto. The motto of the U.S. federal government is "In God We Trust."
That's not the. How is that? What do you mean the model of the U.S. government?
The model. The guy. Okay, it used to be "E pluribus unum," out of many, one. Then the guy called Eisenhower. This is where you need to look up your history books. A guy named Eisenhower said, nah, enough of that mess. The new motto of America is "In God We Trust."
Yeah, it's their motto. It's not their like. Like you're saying. I'm sorry. You're saying model like MODEL or MOTO.
Their motto.
Yeah. Again, but having a motto is very different than having a foundational functioning for your society. Like again, Eisenhower was a Christian. He liked God and he wanted America to be Christian centric. Like Trump wants America to be Christian centric. So many people do. Like Christians tend to want Christians to be in power because they align most closely with their beliefs and things X and how they should continue forward. But like that does not mean that the systems themselves aren't secular.
No, they are. They're religious. So they're all every one of them. There isn't any atheist. Atheists can't even get voted for dog catcher. Like they can't even win a local election.
Again, you're conflating the beliefs and reasons to support from the populace, and then therefore the reasons to govern by the individuals in the governance from the systems themselves being entrenched in Christianity.
Yeah, they take an oath. They take an oath, and at the end they said, "I solemnly swear to uphold the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I take this oath without any moral reservation or purpose to deceive, so help me God."
Right.
Of the Bible. God of the Bible.
Wait, do they all have to do the Bible, or can they pick any religious text they want? Can they pick a non-religious text?
No, they swear to God of the Bible.
Do they have to do it on the Bible? For example, did Mamdani swear in on the Bible? I can tell you, it's a trick question. He didn't. He swore on the Quran, right? Obviously, Abrahamic God, yada yada. But like, I'm sure I could find examples of people swearing in and taking oaths not on the Bible for government positions. I guarantee there are atheists in position who did not swear in the Bible. I'm sure we can agree on this.
You can't be an atheist because you ask God for help at the end of taking that oath.
You can't. Again, even if the God is in the oath, you don't have to believe in God.
Because it says, I take this oath without any reservation or purpose to deceive. So you can't be like, cross your fingers behind your back, so help me God. When you say those words, they are an oath that you risk your eternal soul wagered on.
Okay. Which oath are you referring to? Like the oath of office?
Yeah. It is like 5th grade civics, for fuck's sake.
No, the God being reliant in every single thing is not 5th grade civics. This is theological basing of government systems. That's not 5th grade civics.
Yeah, even in 5th grade, you stand up and say, "I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all."
When did we start doing that? Not in 1776. When was the Pledge of Allegiance established? 1942. 1942. You know how many years after? Again,
coming here as an atheist, trying to tell us we're wrong for misplacing trust in government. Like, what the fuck, dude?
You're saying government is entirely focused on God, right? And also that government is entirely distrustful or just unable to be trusted, right? Like you can't trust NASA in any way, correct? You that was your stance?
Yeah, I would say they've given the U-2 spy plane, the photographs of Iraq with weapons of mass destruction. I mean, there's even more than that.
Sure, yeah, there's plenty of okay, but can we also agree that there's examples of the government telling the truth?
Like where? Where did the government tell the truth at?
Death counts for disasters or reasons for shootings. Like there's plenty of reasons. You can't possibly claim that everything that the government says is a lie.
Trail of Tears. Do they tell the truth then?
Listen, I've never disputed that the government is lies. I've never disputed that. I've even claimed that the government has reasons to lie often, right? But you're claiming that the government is entirely distrustful, right? So can we agree that the government does tell the truth sometimes?
No, I would say as a baseline experience, This is basically atheist logic now. You've got
what about statistics? The Bureau of Labor Statistics, the Treasury. You're saying all of them are constantly lying?
George Carlin, atheist. I have certain rules of which I live by. My first rule, I don't believe a damn thing the government tells me. Nothing.
Sure. He was very distrustful of the government. Sure.
For you to come in here some few decades later, 2 decades later, talking about I can't think of one reason why the government would ever lie to me.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said in the slightest. That's a complete miscategorization. I said the government does lie and has good reason to lie, right? Like, again, they lie all the time. I've never disputed that, right? But again, I don't take George Carlin's stance that you have to mistrust everything the government says. Again, can we not trust a single thing that comes out of the Bureau of Labor Statistics or again, healthcare data? Or again, there's so many facets of the government that give out hard-line data that's corroborated by not only independent agencies within the U.S. but independent agencies outside the U.S. government and non-government, right? So you can't just trust everything. That just makes you a sheep of the other flock. That's all.
I need you to go ahead and give me the evidence for what you just said.
That the government tells the truth at all?
No. Not that they tell the truth, but the consistency, like you were talking about the Treasury and whatnot. Most people have no idea even how this government is structured and what's going on currently. They don't understand modern money mechanics. They don't understand that most people, anybody that has a birth certificate is considered an employee of a corporation. Nobody has any clue.
Again, there's very specific legal distinctions and documentations that set precedent for sure. But again, sovereign citizens use the exact same thing and then get blown out of the water, right? There's a very complex legal system. There's a very complex monetary system. There's a very complex governmental system. Like all these things are incredibly complex, right? And I don't understand any one of those fully.
What is the base purpose of what's the base purpose of a democratic government?
Maintaining order.
Really? I thought it was to exercise the will of the people.
It's to maintain no, because obviously you're not maintaining the will of the people if they want to riot, right? You're maintaining order through government. Any government's main position is to maintain order, right? You can do that while exercising the will of the people, but you can't exercise
the needs of their infrastructure. So like the citizens go, we need better roads.
Yeah,
so they're not there to enforce that.
But that's part of maintaining order, because if there's no roads, how is there going to be order? Right?
Right, are they there to do what the people say, or are the people there to do what the government say?
Yeah, again, it's Ouroboros, right? The people are the government are the people, right? Like there isn't just like the government isn't its own separate entity, right? The government is made up of only people.
This government
established by people.
This government has no cares for the will of the people.
Again,
the government is the United States government. It's a corporation. It's privately owned. Can you tell me who owns the States Corporation?
Hello.
No, who owns the United States Corporation?
I'm wanting you to tell me.
I don't know.
Okay, so why do you think it's run by the people?
Answer the question. Who owns it?
Everything is run by the Jews, my friend.
There you go. So I was right. It was Israel. Okay, there you go. So
that wasn't the answer to your question. Don't run with that.
So says who? Who owns the Corporation of America?
I don't know. Actually, it's a large board of people. They're mostly banks. I couldn't give you all of them.
What's the board called?
Some of the names are not public. In fact, I think all of them are not public.
So just to clarify, there is an undocumented owner.
Owners. Whoever owns the bank, who owns the corporation, would be the people that you need to go find out who that is.
Again, there's the Federal Reserve, right? While it's very bank-like, it's not a bank, right? And those are the ones who typically control, money, inflation rates, production rates, yada yada, right? So is that what you're referring to?
No.
So again, with the banks, what bank? All of the banks? Do you think one person or a group of people own all of the banks?
I'm hoping that you can find out for me who owns the United States.
I don't know. I don't know. I would not have classified it that before you just said it. Again, I don't think that that's true.
Classify the United States as.
Say again?
What would you classify the United States as?
The properties under the jurisdiction of the government of the United States is what I would probably dictate that as.
No, the United States is the thing I'm asking you about.
Right, the United States is the government of the United States, right? The people that are made of the United States and the territories they control is the definition of the United States.
Actually, the definition of the United States is a corporation. You can find that in Title 28, subsection 2003, section 15A.
Say that again, Title 28, 2003, 28?
28, subsection 2003, I think.
U.S. Code 28. I'm sorry, U.S. Code 2003, subsection 28. Whenever a U.S. Marshal dies and is removed from office or the term of his commission expires, after levying on realty or any interest therein under a right of execution issued by a court of the United States and before the sale of any other.
Shut up! I got it backwards. 3002.
Okay, all right. Please be nicer. 3002.
Section 15A.
Section 15A. The United States means a federal corporation, an agency, department, commission, board, or other entity of the United States, or an instrumentality of the United States.
So what is the United States?
It's all three of those things.
So it's a corporation, and what else?
And an agency, department, commission, board, or other entity, or an instrumentality, which I don't know exactly the definition of instrumentality.
Right.
And it is all of these things.
All those things.
A fact or quality of serving as an instrument or means to an end / agency. Government. Government instrumentality is an entity created by a government, federal, state, or local to perform public functions. So any agency is also the United States.
So who owns this corporation or this agency?
I would imagine the people.
You would imagine that, wouldn't you? You mentioned a second that the United States or the government is supposed to have control over the people. How would you say that they're doing so far?
Crime is down.
Is it?
Comparative to 1993, absolutely. So,
So are you only comparing it to 1993?
No, I mean, at the moment, yes. But, again, crime is obviously up from, 1402 when there was 1 million people. Obviously an exaggeration, but clearly, obviously, we have 8 billion people on the earth. But if we're
comprehensive data behind those statistics and what they included and what they excluded.
I don't have all those parameters for you at the moment. I could look them up.
You had 1993. It sounds like you have some information. Why don't you tell me all about the statistics?
Because I just told you I don't have all of the information about the statistics. I can tell you that the crime rate in 1983 was higher than it is right now. Right? I can go further into it, but I'm going to need to pull up some documents for you. Do you want me to do that?
I feel like you're talking so fast, dude. Relax, calm down. My goodness gracious.
You say it's an unreasonable request.
In what? Since 1993, what is the matrix? What are we talking about specifically? What kind of crime?
I imagine crime. Here, 1 second. I'll look it up for you. Yeah. Feels like a side shoot, but I don't know. Again, if your question was what?
I don't know why you're talking so fast, and I don't know why you're asking me questions. These are your claims, your data. I want to know about it.
I didn't ask you any questions except for, do you want me to look this up? What was the other question I asked?
To look it up. How about we do this? Since you only want to compare it to 1993, what kind? I mean, I asked specifically, what kind of crime are you talking about? My goodness, man, are you okay?
No, you're not listening to me. You're not engaging with what I'm talking about. I've told you I don't know all the stats. I haven't asked any questions other than, do you want me to look it up? I told you I only gave 1993 one point of data.
You gotta slow down, bro.
You're not engaging with me. You're just blowing past me.
You said you don't know, but you said 1993. I don't even know what you're referring to about 1993. What kind of crime? Oh, I don't know. So you can't even answer me about what particular section of crime we're talking about. Is it theft?
2004, violent and property crimes are roughly half the rate of the early 90s peak.
Okay. And where are we taking this from? Who's giving us the data?
give you a list of part of the corporations in the United States. The Bureau of Justice Statistics, the Prisoner 2003 Statistics Tool. So at the very least, the Bureau of Justice Statistics. I can go further into how they compile data if you'd like me to.
Okay, so we have a corporation that has decided to investigate themselves and what kind of job that they're doing, and they're saying they're doing a very good job. Do you think by the eye test you could tell me if crime is up or down, violence, dissension, overall just unrest? Do you think it's better or worse than 1993?
Well, 1994 was the LA riots, and those got particularly bad. Obviously, we're sitting in an era of unrest now, given the current American political going-ons. So, yeah. But if the eye test isn't exactly representative of 1993, obviously there was no TikTok in 1993, so you can see a lot more. And obviously, fear is monetized.
You can see more. That's fine. You can see more crime, right?
I'm saying you can see more across the board.
It's a failure of reporting. The same amount or less is happening now. We just have more cameras in places. You think that's what it is?
I'm saying as accurate as they can be. These are corroborated by independent agencies. Crime statistics have independent adjudicators and fact checkers, right? That will.
Agencies. I want their names, I want their addresses. And I want to know, are they employed by the United States Corporation? Is it possible that there is a conflict of interest here?
City Protect by Motorola, Real Time Crime Index, LexisNexis. These are just random corporations. I'd have to delve further.
These are also agencies under the agency of the United States Corporation.
Not necessarily. That's an assumption that you're making that I don't think you have any positive evidence.
Not an assumption.
Do you have any positive evidence to back that claim that you just made?
Oh my goodness gracious. Do they have any bank accounts? Are they registered with the United States Corporation?
Every business and every organization is registered with one of the agencies that tracks these sorts of things.
Fantastic. So then they are a part of the United States Corporation. They are registered with, correct?
Again, being a part of in the terms of being tracked by and being under, being someone who is subservient to, are two very different things. One second, would we agree to this? Can we agree to these definitions that registering that you have a gun with the United States does not mean that the gun is under the jurisdiction, or rather under the actionable orders of the United States, right? So, like, again, you don't shoot anybody.
Yes, it is.
You don't have to follow the orders. Like, if they tell you to shoot somebody, you don't have to shoot them, right? Even if you've registered your gun, right? That's what I'm trying to illustrate.
Right. It's a bad analogy. We're not talking about a weapon. We're talking about an agency.
We're talking about ownership of something, right?
Right. So they're owned by the United States Corporation. So once again, the United States government is investigating itself.
But that's where I'm making the distinction. If you own a gun and they're investigating your gun, they're not investigating themselves, right? Even if you're an agent of the corporation of the United States, being that you're a citizen with a birth certificate, right? That doesn't mean that's their gun.
People that don't know anything about how this place is structured. When it is registered with the United States Corporation, it becomes their property. So if a gun crime is committed with that particular firearm, they're going to ask who's using our gun to shoot somebody.
Can you cite any legal precedent that states that?
What? That you register something? Just look up the definition of register and to give it to the king. Anytime you register anything, you put it under the control and the jurisdiction of whoever you register it with. You have to learn about
control and jurisdiction is not the same as ownership.
Nobody owns anything in the United States.
There's clear jurisdiction of ownership, property ownership, and everything. There's clear jurisdiction.
Is this some roundabout way of getting to the group?
It's about the cabal that controls the flat Earth lie.
No worries, I'll loop it back around. So all these agencies, doesn't matter which one they are, being under the control of the United States Corporation, who's owned by another corporation, do we think that we're really going to give them a whole lot of credit I should say, about what they're telling the public about anything? I'm going to say no. You think so, and that's your prerogative. You trust them. Go ahead.
Like I said earlier, if you were to simply distrust everything that they say, that simply makes you a sheep of the other herd. I'm saying that independent of what the rest of the facts say, the independent verification of each fact is important, and objective analysis of each claim is important.
Just so I understand, is this whole thing about you justifying your belief in the government and therefore your belief in the globe? Is that what you're saying?
No, it was more so the fact that I don't think that the claim that all government information is invalid and untrustworthy is a valid claim, given I have conceded that the government has lied and has good reason to lie at many times.
Right. What about the claim that a body of water at rest lies flat and level?
Again, we can get back into locally flat, but that wasn't necessarily the
locally flat. Well, it was just a claim. Well, what does that mean? So a body of water at rest will not be flat and level?
Again, obviously the oceans aren't flat, right? There's clear distinctions. There's measured. I was looking this up earlier, like, when
you say they're not flat, do you mean they're curving?
Clearly, there's elevation differences which imply a curve. Correct. We can agree that there's different tides and that there's different levels.
What kind of curve does it imply?
A gradual one.
How gradual? Like what rate?
It depends on the locations we're talking about, right? So, but obviously, we can dictate. I can show you a map of. One second, I can show you a map of sea levels at different places.
Conforming to a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles. Is that what you're saying?
I would say that is roughly correct. Yes.
Okay. Got any measurement for that?
I'm trying to illustrate. I got the measurements of the sea levels themselves. Again, if you're looking for drop over distance, I don't have that measurement for you.
Oh, but you're saying what you just said, though, that 8 inches per mile squared conforming with 3959 mile radius. So what do you mean measurement for that?
I didn't hear your drop over. I didn't hear 8. I don't think that's emblematic. That's
what you said when you said, conforming to a ball with a radius of 3959 mile radius. That's what they would be curving gradually to.
No, again, 8 miles per 8 inches per mile squared. That is not the actual curve of the Earth. That works on a local level.
That's not the curve of the Earth. So what's the actual curve? What's the actual rate of the curve of the Earth?
I could look it up for you. I don't have it off the top of my head, but I know that 8.
How do you know it's not that? How do you know it's not that?
Because that's a parabola. That's a parabola. That's not a spherical equation, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah. It works, but that works within like a 1,000. That works up to like 1,000 miles or something, though. No.
Sure. Again, I'm not saying it doesn't work at small distances, but it doesn't work over larger.
You're saying there's no measurement. You're saying there's no measurement of that in reality.
8 inches per mile squared. Again, it can be tentatively true at certain scales,
but there's no measurement of it, right?
It depends on what you mean by measurement, because, like, again,
like someone measuring the drop over distance of 8 inches per mile squared.
So what all I can point to at the moment, right, is both like weather data from weather satellites corroborating
weather data. How would that show you a curvature of 8 inches per mile squared of the surface?
Please let me finish. The corroboration of weather balloon and satellite data with the corroboration of land and terrestrial surveying, right? Results.
All right. Okay. Surveying sounds more like it. So which land survey has detected 8 inches per mile squared of surface curvature?
I was looking. I can pull up what I was looking up yesterday about the constructions of geoids.
Constructions of geoids. What are you talking about?
Like I believe Indio yesterday was talking about how plumb lines curve, and I was doing research on the image that he posted.
Curving. No, you're looking for surface curvature of 8 inches per mile squared. Remember, conforming to that globe that you're talking about.
I understand what you want me to address. I'm trying to tell you what I was looking up and how I brought up geoids, right? That's what I was specifically addressing in that sentence.
I'm asking to be addressed. Why don't you address that?
I'm moving towards it. Because again, when you say measurement of drop over distance, right? Obviously there's complications that come there.
You said a body of water does not lie flat and level at rest, which it observably does.
Well, what
you're saying it doesn't.
What I said clearly was that the oceans are not level. We can demonstrate that ocean levels are different in between 2 points, between point A and point B. They are not at the same level relative to mean sea level, right? So we can illustrate by that alone that water is not flat.
Sea level. So that is level.
Mean sea level. No, relative to
sea level. So sea level, that's level.
No, there's an arbitrary distinction of mean sea level.
What does the level part mean? Well, what does the level part mean?
The level part means a uniform distinction of where you expect essentially the sea level to be across the planet.
I'm pretty sure that's not the definition of level.
No, MSL. I'm talking about MSL. I'm talking about mean sea level. It's again mean sea level, right? Is an arbitrary distinction of relatively the middle of where most sea level rises, right? But I can show you, plenty of data.
Not definition of level.
No, it's not. Like I said, not level. Mean sea level. Mean sea level.
Said what's not. What does the level part mean?
I just explained. It's a equidistant projection across the entire surface of the planet.
Across the entire surface of the planet. That's what the definition of level is?
No, in the context of mean sea level, yes.
So sea level is different from level, is what you're saying?
Yeah, because level is relative.
So what does level mean then?
Parallel to a surface.
Parallel to a surface. Where do you get that definition from?
I'll Google the definition, but that's what it means. Like again, here. I'll go to the Oxford Dictionary definition.
From an actual dictionary, or like a Google search updated in 2018 definition.
What dictionary?
Wait, so the sea's surface is parallel to itself?
What? No, I'm not. No, I'm specifically. It's not parallel to itself. It is there's a differential based on the mean sea level, which is what I was trying to illustrate, that it's plus or minus like 2 meters across this.
You're saying that level means parallel to a surface. So we got the surface of the sea being level, a sea level, right?
Yes,
so what's it parallel? What surface is it parallel to?
If anything, it's parallel to the point immediately below it, right? But again, mean sea level, right, is not a real thing. It's a projection. It's an arbitrary point. Based, no, it's a series of points.
I've just posted a dictionary. I've just taken a snap of a dictionary and posted it in chat. Could you read out what it says in the image I posted from the dictionary?
Level flat plane.
Some definitions underlined there. What does it say?
A flat expanse, a horizontal line or surface. What says no irregularities in height, even flat, and not sloping. Right?
So level means a horizontal line or a flat expanse.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So that's not what you said.
Again, I'm not referring to the definition of level. I'm referring to mean sea level, right?
Well, you did, because I asked you about the definition of level.
Right, and I said parallel to a surface. That was my definition. That contradicts, or that doesn't necessarily contradict. It's not exactly.
Do you just make up your own definitions now, or did you not go with a dictionary or something?
I was looking it up. But again, level.
Dictionary?
I was going up for Oxford.
Oxford, an actual dictionary, or like a Wikipedia version of Oxford where any dickhead can update it?
I guess here we'll go with Merriam-Webster.com. How's that for you?
Well, when was the definition? What's the date of the definition?
Don't know if it gives me that.
It's funny. I think the word level was pretty well established for a long time, but you see you check online, and they're like, oh, updated in 2018. Like they had to change the definition of level for some reason. Why would that have been?
Because definitions change based on our context.
Definitions change. What would have made the definition of level change at that time, 2018? What happened? What happened in the world that in the late 2010s they had to change the definition of level?
What are you saying that they changed in the late 2010s? Where are you getting that information?
Well, the definition you're talking about.
Well, obviously, 1 second, if I may. Obviously, if the world was perceived as flat and then is then perceived as global or spherical, rather, then the definition of level would change.
So our perception, what we perceive of the Earth, all of a sudden flipped one day.
No, I'm not saying all of a sudden one day, but obviously we agree that the majority of the world thought the world was flat at one point, and now the majority of the world does not think the world is flat. We can agree to that, right? So based on that, our definition of space, our definition of globe, our definition of planet has all changed from what it used to be.
Now, this definition in here from this dictionary, I mean, that's not that old a dictionary. That's, what, in the 1900s, late 1900s? So that's not an old dictionary. But when you go online, they're changing the definition in like 2016, 2017, 2018. Why would they be doing that?
Probably more applicable. It's probably more specific.
More
right?
applicable. Again, well, what changed in that time frame that they felt the need that they had to update the definition that had stood for hundreds of years?
More plane travel. I don't really know. I can't.
More plane travel.
So, but again, if we're establishing that in whatever year your book was made, that flat meant flat, equal distant plane, and they were perfectly happy saying that.
Well, that's what level means. Level means flat expanse, a horizontal line, no side one going higher than the other. That's what it's always meant.
Right. So, but obviously,
I'm letting you know because when I asked you, you said something else.
Right, but obviously, if someone's referring to a globe. Then there's not two horizontal lines.
No, it's not about referring to a globe. It's about the definition of the word level.
Right, I understand, but the definition of word is purely based on its meaning in context, right? So level.
Yeah, I mean, well, this has got a bunch of definitions. It's clear: horizontal line, a flat expanse, horizontal plane, no irregularities in height, even, flat. I mean, that's not ambiguous.
Sure, but is it entirely correct? Is that the proper definition that applies in all scenarios? If the Earth is a globe, does that? 1 second. If the Earth is a globe, does that still lay? Is that still proper?
Well, why would that be a question? If the Earth is a globe, where would that question come from?
If the Earth is a globe, right? If the Earth is a globe, right, and it seems flat, right, but it isn't flat, we could still call it
be level. Then it would be level.
Again, so then nothing would ever. Then no building would ever be level. No building would ever be flat, right?
I've got Collins Compact Dictionary, right? Collins Compact Dictionary 2003. For the word level, entry 19, the topmost horizontal line or plane from which the height of something is calculated, in italics, sea level.
Sure. Absolutely.
He's admitting that the evidence for the globe is that it looks flat. There you go.
I never disputed that it looks flat. Obviously, it looks flat.
So you agree then? Because I mean, my whole entire question. I mean, you're saying it looks flat, the water's level. I mean, it all looks flat, but you don't think it is. So we said, okay, where's the measurement? Oh, there is no measurement. So
not what I said.
Well, you didn't post the measurement.
Well, again, what number? Like, what is the
Well, remember, you implied that you believe the bodies of water, contrary to how they are observed and experienced by every human being on Earth for all time, are actually curving at around 8 inches per mile squared.
Not what I claimed.
You were claiming, right?
A, not what I claimed. B, what I specifically said was.
So you're not claiming that the bodies of water are conforming to a ball of 39, 59 mile radius now.
Like I said earlier, 8 inches over a mile squared is not the same thing as a spherical.
That would be conforming with that 39, 59
only at a local level. Like you conceded earlier that does not conform to a sphere. That is a parabola. Right, so
but up to 1,000 miles testable distance, right? That works perfectly fine.
But sure,
why are you pretending that that's the problem? Because I also said, okay, give me your version of what you believe it is and a measurement for that. You wouldn't give us that either.
I told you I didn't have that, but what your claim is that.
Well, then what are you talking about? Why are you splitting hairs?
Please let me finish. What you said was, does the water conform to a sphere with a radius or spheroid or whatever with a radius of yada yada, right? I said yes. Then you said okay, so then you think it's 8.8
why did
inches
you say yes?
squared. That's inaccurate because I do the first one, I don't do the second one. Second one.
Why did you say yes? Why did you say yes?
Because 8 inches over a mile squared was not part of your first question. That is inaccurate.
No. But why are you saying it does conform to a radius ball with 39, 59 mile radius? Why are you saying yes?
Evidence points to that.
No, but we asked you for the evidence, and you said there isn't. We don't have measurements.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said I don't have a drop over distance, right? I don't have that measurement specifically.
No, that would be detection of that. The conformity to the 39, 59 mile radius ball, your evidence for that would be demonstrating that the surface is conforming to that. That exactly would be your evidence, which you said you don't have.
No, what I said is I don't have a measurement for drop over distance, right? I don't have that specific measurement. What I specifically said was the combination of weather data, terrestrial and satellite surveying. How can you tell me what I'm saying and then won't listen to what I'm saying? You're not listening. Like you can't tell me my argument.
And we already asked you this because you're clarifying. You've said you do not have measurement or detection of the surface conforming. Okay, so you do have what? Measurement or detection of the surface conforming to
Again,
3959.
corroboration of weather data.
Okay, how is it detected?
Weather data.
The corroboration of weather data, terrestrial and satellite survey.
Vagary. What do you mean weather data? What the fuck are you talking about? What you think?
Earlier, the measurements from weather balloons, satellites, and terrestrial surveying combined, right, equate.
What are you talking about? Combined.
When data is compared.
All right. Okay.
Data is compared.
Okay.
They corroborate each other.
Okay. Post your data for the weather, and then post your data for the satellite, and then post your data for the survey, and show us how, when you combine them all, you get surface conforming to a 3959 mile ball radius.
What I said earlier about geoid construction. When I was talking about Indio
construction. No, you're not supposed to be constructing a geoid. You're supposed to be detecting the surface conforming to the 3959 mile radius ball that you claim it is.
Right. So just to clarify, please let me engage you. If the construction of the geoid is a compilation of data collected from all points on, or from many points on Earth rather, and that compilation of data correlates with not only the real measurements made on site, but also with the other measurements made from the other sources.
So now we're talking about measurements.
And therefore corroborate
measurements of what?
Measurements of elevation and gravity potential at any certain point.
Elevation, measurement of gravity potential.
Yeah, look up gravimeters. Look up gravimeters. They do it all the time. Aerial gravimeters, terrestrial gravimeters, and satellite gravimeters. All the time. Look up gravimeter. Look it up.
And what's that measuring?
The gravity potential of any given point on Earth.
The gravity potential. So not curvature, not surface conforming to a 3959 mile radius ball.
Just try and illustrate how would you measure that? How would you measure that? What was the process? Because I'm telling you how it's measured and you dispute it. So how would you measure it?
You're specifically telling me other things. You just said it's not a measurement of a conforming surface of 3959. You're talking about fucking gravity.
Which, again, is an inherently important factor when determining
curving at a rate conforming to a 3959 mile radius ball, is it?
No. Again, the corroboration of data corroborates with
a carpenter doesn't square up a piece of timber by seeing how long it takes something to fall to its surface.
Man, you've lost the plot, You were on this like a year ago in polls, and this is where you're at. You still don't have one thing.
Please, my God, dude. Can you tell how? Can you tell? I'm just trying to illustrate facts. Can you tell how much helium is in a balloon by how fast it rises?
Shut the fuck up.
Yes, you can. The point is, yes, you can, because you can use other facts to determine.
So, Brian Recluse, you're observing a 3959 mile radius ball under your feet by standing there and letting go of a helium balloon. You abject retard. Post your shit in the chat now. Shut the fuck up and post it in the chat.
I would post the
post it in the chat.
Which if I post the construction of a geoid, are you going to accept that?
Shit? Post whatever dumb shit you're somehow trying to link to the surface curving at a rate conforming to a 3959 mile radius ball. And when it doesn't tell you anything about that, and then you'll go, oh, but this in conjunction with another thing that I'm going to fucking ramble about that has nothing to do with it. And then you'll post that and it'll still have nothing to do with it. And you'll say, oh, but this in conjunction with this other thing that has nothing to do with it. Go and do that just so that we can have a good laugh. Gravitational potential. Gravitational potential. You Globers are toast. Brown Recluse, you're excited about Artemis? You excited about going back to the moon?
I'm looking stuff up. One second.
I think they delayed it. They kicked the can a bit further down the road on that one.
Oh, did they? What they said? Oh, we can't.
It's delayed again. It's delayed to another date now.
Oh no! Who'd have thought? Oh, it's raining that day.
I think they just like kind of keep it in the back pocket when they need to shift the news cycle. That's why they delay it. They don't want to just waste like a nothing day on it, you know.
I'm seeing all these quote posts on Facebook and that. They're like,
shift the.
We're going back to the moon. I'm seeing these posts online, and it's like folks saying, we're going back to the moon in a week, and nobody cares. Nobody cares. Like, they're upset that not enough people are talking about it. Well, that's because only gullible boomers still believe that shit.
And soy boys. They love it.
Yeah, soy boy little NASA bootlickers, like Brown Recluse here. Oh, the conjunction of the weather and the data. It was raining on Tuesday, so I know the Earth's a globe.
Real Steelman, guys. Real Steelman.
Steelman what? You don't have anything to Steelman?
Yeah, of course you don't think that.
I mean, it's been what? You were back on the politics server like a year ago, and you still haven't found one direct measurement of this shit that you're peddling. Come on, you know it's a joke. What, they can fly to the moon, they can fucking drive robots on Mars for years, but they can't measure curvature of a lake? Get real.
Oh, it's just too big. It's too big to measure. Meanwhile, on Mars.
Yeah, right. You could barely move an RC car around a mile away for a few hours. But they're trotting about Johnny 5 on Mars for years. Still can't measure a curved lake.
A lot of our young generation won't get that.
Let's try again now. Yeah, I was trying to get in there, Cyclone, to say, like, it's funny how, you know, they've got these two extremes, right? They've got this dickhead in the desert with fucking sticks in the shadows. They believe that wholeheartedly, right? And then they jump to the other opposite end of the extreme with fucking gravimeters and all this pish. And they believe that wholeheartedly. It's like, just give us the in-between, you know?
Yeah. Still can't get the curve.
But there's absolutely no in-between. Yeah. Are there ancients with sticks and shadows or fucking gravimeters that they have no access to, can't verify anything, can't do any of these tests, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. There's no just normal people going out with optics and lasers and surveyors, whatever else, actually doing real shit.
Yeah. Amazing how their evidence is so detached from immediate life, always.
Well, they're the ones that told us to go do that. That's how you prove the globe, apparently, right?
Well, we can't measure the curve, but if you see here, I drop my pen and it falls at this time, and then if I go to this place over here and drop my pen here, then we can kind of just, you know, it's a curve. Crazy. These guys just gaslight themselves.
But aren't they the ones that said, just go down to the beach, watch a boat go over the curvature of the Earth, right? There you go. There's the globe.
It's very telling, you know, because the way they flounder completely to make any coherent argument for this cause is probably the same effort they've put into every single other thing they believe in their life. So, you know, he's an atheist, but he's an atheist on this same level of incoherent fucking argumentation for
it. I'd almost be scared to ask.
He supports the government, but supports it because, yeah, this is the effort he puts into really thinking about it.
The evolution meter.
Oh, that's freaking hilarious. Hey, Brown Recluse, did you find that the collab that you were meant to be finding?
Yeah, I mean, again, I have a PowerPoint of the construction of the geoid, but I'm trying to cite the sources.
Or was it weather plus satellite plus survey equals globe? Is that what it was?
No. Again, it was about collaboration of data.
Collaboration of data. The data's all collaborating, guys.
No, cooperation.
What? Collaboration.
You think collaboration?
Cooperation. CORROBORATION. The process of strengthening or confirming a statement, theory, or witness testimony with additional independent evidence.
It sounded like you were saying. It sounds like you're saying collaboration. Like you're fucking up two words. All right, you're saying corroboration. Right, so the weather corroborates the satellites, which corroborates the surveys, but you can't post any of it.
I'll post you what I'm looking at right now, but again, I'm citing sources. This is a fucking.
Ooh, citing sources. This sounds fun.
Oh, Jedi, you're just
Again, that's construction of a geoid.
Construction of a geoid. So which geoid did they construct? The globe you're talking about?
No, a geoid is a representation of the globe. Right? Yeah, we're talking about
a representation. But I wasn't asking you about creating a representation of this fantasy. We're telling you to detect the ground to be this globe.
Right, but obviously the ground is flat.
Obviously,
right?
the ground is flat. Okay, well then, welcome to Flat Earth, my friend.
This is what I was talking about, the definition of flat. The definition
Why have you been arguing with us for all this time then? Why have you been arguing with us all this time then?
Because I've been trying to just get my... Because you understand what I meant earlier about flat?
And the ground, well, a ball isn't flat, is it?
Depends on your definition of flat. If you zoom in on the ball...
on your definition.
Yes. Absolutely, because obviously a ball isn't a flat level plane. But if you use the definition of, let's see,
you're saying a sphere can be flat.
A line or surface that cuts perpendicularly across all plumb lines that meet and hence would
you're saying
coincide with the surface or still longer.
A sphere can be flat, is what you're saying.
On an incredibly zoomed in level, perceivably flat. Absolutely,
perceivably flat. No, I'm saying a sphere. You know what a sphere is?
Yes.
Can the surface of a sphere be flat?
Again, at a perceivable level.
No, I'm not talking about perceivable level. I'm talking objectively.
Depends on your definition. Like I said, if you use the definition.
Depends on your definition.
Like
well, you said you know what a sphere is.
Like I said, a line that cuts perpendicularly through all plumb lines.
Isn't a sphere an object with a 360-degree curvilinear surface?
Okay, so just to clarify, if you have an enormous sphere and at a certain point,
a sphere, well then it wouldn't be flat.
One second. Let me talk. If you had a sphere and you went incredibly small on a sphere and you were at an incredibly microscopic ratio,
would still have a curved surface,
it would have an incredibly minutely curved surface, right? At a point 0.000 degree.
So is that surface flat?
Again, perceivably, yes.
No. I'm not saying perceivably. I'm saying, is the surface flat?
Depends on your definition.
Wow, you're such a weasel, dude. This is embarrassing.
Even at 21 miles?
I just said it's not a flat plane, but if you use the definition of
you just said the ground, but you just generally said the ground is flat. That's what you said.
Okay. If clearly you can't assume that my position was that the Earth is flat. Obviously,
you just said the ground. You said the ground is flat.
That's tentatively true on a perceivable level. And the fact that you can't grasp that is boggling.
When are you going to stop being a fucking idiot and wasting our time?
The fact that you guys think that I'm being an idiot, even though I've said the same thing.
Because you're supposed to be providing measurements, not fucking hypotheticals regarding perception.
No, it's because it's not hypotheticals, right?
So
it's definitionally important.
Over say 10 miles. Is the ground flat over 10 miles?
Depends on your definition. Depends. Again,
zero rate of change of slope.
Okay, technically,
zero.
Again, there isn't
rate of change of slope.
There isn't zero change of slope. It's not.
Okay. You understand? We're claiming that the Earth is horizontal across the surface, not curving. So, correct. For all intents and purposes, zero rate of change of slope.
Right. So, but if you say all intents and purposes, if we're talking about a globular-sized planet, 0.00001 degrees of change is not essential. Or it is essentially zero, but it's not the same as perfectly flat. Can we agree to that?
Yeah, but we're going to be talking over distances.
Can we agree to that?
Yes, but we're going to be talking over distances, aren't we?
Right. Sure.
So we're going to need to measure, my friend.
Yeah.
I've heard you waffle on for the last 10 minutes. At least try to enjoy an exchange of dialogue. Like, I'll talk and then you talk. Can we do that at least?
I would love that. Absolutely. Go
Oh,
ahead.
good. Well, maybe you should have acted as you wanted others to then. That would have been helpful. But if you'd
I
love
agree.
that, we could continue. So we're talking about a measurable rate of change of slope over a distance of the Earth that should measure a rate of change of slope according to the radius value of the Earth. That's what we're talking about, just to be clear.
I agree. So just to clarify,
Good. So can we talk about that then?
So again, I have been talking about, if we're talking about on sea level, right? Sea level, the rate of change at human scale is virtually imperceptible.
Not human scale. No, not human scale. Over 20 miles.
Right, which is still human scale.
Yeah, right? we're gonna agree what a frigging mile is, and we're gonna have 20 of them.
Sure, 5.
What happened
we're
if boats starting to disappear at 3 miles?
Sure.
We're going to be using tools, right, on human scale. That's our eyes. Okay, I'll give you that. But eventually, over a distance of a sphere, there will be a rate of change of slope. Can we agree to that?
Yes. Again,
good. So do we measure that over distance of the Earth?
How would you measure that on a sea level?
With surveying tools.
Sure. So what surveying tool would you use to measure that?
A theodolite, a laser, electromagnetic frequency signal. A few things that we could use to survey the land.
If we put a laser parallel to sea level, right? Will you see it? 20 miles later, right?
Yes.
Yes, you will see it 20 miles later, right? The question is, right? Is it then making any contact with the sea? Right? If it is making contact with the sea, then that proves a curved surface, right? Right? But that isn't necessarily a foolproof method because the sea changes, obviously. Like, and even on a perfectly calm lake, right? You aren't getting exactly level across the entire way. You're getting a mean level across the entire lake. We can agree to that, I hope.
Yeah, of course. If we're going to be 6 foot above high tide, though, we're going to be 6 foot above low tide, though, aren't we? Because we're still referencing the frigging water.
Yeah, no. Again, I'm not talking about tides. I'm not talking about tides. I'm talking about the change of elevation in relative to mean sea level, even across a calm lake, right? So again, I'll look up the exact math for you in here in a second. But the degree of change over, like, say, a 20-mile lake, right, in comparison to the sphere of the Earth, right, is a less than a degree.
Okay, that's lovely. Would that be measured at all, though?
How would you measure that? This is what I'm saying. How do you measure that?
With surveying tools, I would have
you have to measure the distance from the Earth to the initial sea level, and then the laser to the middle sea level, and then the laser to the receiving sea level, right? Which is just how.
You're saying it's immeasurable?
I'm saying, as of right now, the way that I just described it is not accurate, right? But that's what I believe that you guys are looking for.
Should you see a laser?
I'm sorry.
Well, should you see a laser over that distance?
Yeah, why would you not see a laser? Yeah.
Because there's 250 feet of curvature in the way?
That doesn't mean you can't see it. Again, if I draw a map,
Did it hit a target? Did it hit a target on the other side, 20 miles away?
Again, I don't think that there's demonstration of it hitting a target 20 miles away. But I was looking at
would you like some? We've got loads.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, all of the laser level videos that I watched, right, it's simply that you can see the laser from X miles away. Right, the laser.
You see the laser, or you see the point of the laser. Do you see the laser flying 250 feet above their head?
No, because that's not what the globe dictates. It's not what the globe dictates.
Not? How much curvature? How much drop over distance does it say there should be over 20 odd miles?
Again, you can use 8 inches over a mile squared, right? Again, but drop.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you. So what is it?
But it doesn't mean that the laser's going over their head 250 miles. Right? They're both looking at the same point on the horizon.
Well, they're supposed to be below the curve, right?
Right, but that doesn't, again, relative to one another.
The laser should be going over them, over their head.
What you're referring to, right, is the distance away from the center of the Earth that's allegedly in between point A, or allegedly in between point A and B, directly in the center.
No. From point A to point B on the surface, one side of a lake to another, 20 miles away. That laser should be going above the other guy's head, shouldn't it?
No, absolutely not. No? Like, again, some of the light
be hitting the target.
It'll be hitting the horizon, right? It'd be hitting the horizon. Right, on a globe Earth, it'd be hitting the horizon, right? The geometric.
Sorry, on a globe Earth, the horizon would be a 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's or laser's height in feet, which for the 6-foot laser would be approximately 2.8 miles away.
Okay, not necessarily. I mean, obviously that's a geometric height.
What do you mean not necessarily?
That's the geometric horizon, right? So obviously that is not 100.
Yeah, the physical obstruction, yeah.
It's
on a globe Earth, the horizon. You said
accurate.
hit the horizon. I hoped you meant physical when you said hit.
Obviously, I'm just saying that specific measurement isn't 100% accurate. So it's not exactly 2.61 miles.
Is it measured? Is it measured though?
No, again, I know it's not measured. It's because it's not measured.
Again,
the error rate here is negligible,
immeasurable,
at any point.
Undetectable again. It's really convenient, Brown Recluse. Everything you're saying, you just can't detect, can't evidence, can't prove. Why is that?
It's not that there's, again, that is the base equation for the general gist, essentially.
But can't be detected in reality. Lasers are hitting targets 20 miles across lakes.
Well, so can you show me it hitting a target? Because I think you can't show me it hitting a target. You can just show the light is visible from across the lake.
Well, a laser targeting device hitting a target. You want us to show a targeting device hitting a target? You should probably contact the military of the world and look at that. Laser targeting systems that target things. Are you denying that we use lasers to target things?
No, I'm not. No, I'm saying if we're talking about, we're talking about measuring distance. We're talking about the flat Earth laser level test. That's what
someone's eyes are a target.
Yeah, you can see the source of the laser. You see the source of the laser? That's them hitting the target.
Okay, if the target again, but sure, but if the target is only your eyes, right? We're just talking about light being perceived on the other side of the lake.
Seeing the laser being shot across 20, 30-mile lakes.
Right, but again, it's not like you don't like have a meter stick on the other side and it's hitting the meter stick, and so you're measuring the levelness.
Why are they seeing the source of the laser?
Because there's nowhere else for the light to go. There's
nowhere else for the light to go, but it's not being obstructed by a curve of water, right?
Well, there is obviously some obstruction, but again, there's
not because they're seeing the laser.
No, what would
happen if obviously some obstruction
in a globe Earth model? Obviously, there's some obstruction.
Okay, so you assume there's some obstruction, even though we don't observe or measure it.
Yeah, we're not talking about a hypothetical globe Earth model. We're talking about when people go and do this.
No, again. Yes. In the Earth model, there's obviously some obstruction. That's what I was referencing. On a flat Earth, there would be zero obstruction, right? We can obviously minus refractive index.
So that would be the source of the laser.
Right. So, but can something be obstructed and you can see the source of it? So, like if you have a flashlight behind a wall and the wall's exactly the length or the width of the flashlight, can you see the light behind the wall? No, I'm trying to illustrate that simply because there is obstruction does not mean that light disappears. The light is visible because it follows. It is reflected off of the surface of the water, right? And then
off the surface of the water. How does it get on the other side of the curve that's supposed to be obstructing between the two?
I'll show you a diagram, but again, if you have a sphere,
show us the diagram. Show us the diagram of what you're talking about.
Again, just clarify, it's me drawing in MS Paint.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing, Recluse. We will get a good laugh out of that. We will get a great laugh.
That's still a diagram. I'm just trying to illustrate it.
Let's see your diagram, dude. Stop talking. Let's just see the diagram. It should be hilarious.
I'll make it real quick for you.
Yeah, do it real quick.
Absolutely.
It should be good.
Because I love you.
Well, I love the idiocy that you're displaying because it's definitely going to put a lot of people off trying to defend the globe religion like you do. So it's very useful for us.
I'm sure that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah. Good. I'm glad you're aware. At least you're aware. A lot of globers, they don't even realize that's what they're doing.
The amount of fallacies this guy's committed, man.
Which one?
He's basically attempting to make the globe unfalsifiable. That's the only way to save the globe for these fucking retards. Just make the globe unfalsifiable by all means.
Which fallacy?
Don't get distracted, Brown Recluse. Get drawing. Get those pencils out.
I'm doing it right now.
Yeah. In the meantime, whilst Brown Recluse is breaking the Crayola out, do we have any other new people in? Shredder? What's up, Shredder? See you lighting up.
Yeah, man.
What brings you by the Flat Earth chat?
I just found it interested, and I thought I can join it.
Yeah, you can. Welcome. You got any questions? You got thoughts?
No, I'm just here for hearing some talkings and what was talking.
Okay. You think the Earth's a globe?
Yeah.
What makes you think that?
No, actually, I'm not thinking like that. I'm thinking the flood is.
What was that?
I think fuck, bro.
Oh, so you don't think the Earth's a globe anymore? Well, that was quick. It's as easy as that. I believe in the globe. Why? Actually, you're right. It's flat. Good stuff. So, Brown Recluse, just while you're working on this diagram, what's your diagram based on? Is this based on some kind of empirical evidence that you've observed, or is this just from your imagination?
Logical deduction.
Logical deduction. What have you logically deduced?
Is he fucking Sherlock Holmes?
Sherlock Holmes, exactly. Trying to demonstrate how light works when hitting surfaces.
Trying to demonstrate how light works when hitting surfaces. Mm-hmm.
Well, like reflection.
That's what I said. That's what I said earlier.
There's a law behind that.
Absolutely.
I don't understand how a reflection is going to be helping you in this scenario.
A reflection, the principle of reflection.
Well, like, so you shine
Angle
the laser
of
off the
instance
water.
is equal to the angle of reflection.
Yeah, right. So you shine the laser off the water and it reflects up into the air?
No, it reflects in every direction.
In every direction?
Absolutely. Do you disagree with that?
Light reflects in every direction.
Sunlight absolutely reflects every direction.
It depends on the angle of incidence.
And the reflective material of the surface, absolutely.
So if you're standing on the edge of a lake and you shoot the laser kind of off into the lake, that light's going to bounce back into your eye?
That's how you see it, absolutely. That's how you're able to see that there's a light. Yeah, of course it bounces back into your eyes.
Bounces
off the water and then like changes direction back into your eye.
No, it goes in all directions at the same time. So that's again, you know how you can see
backwards into your eye.
Yeah, because that's
the surface of 45 degrees and
photons off of it to see it.
90 degrees.
It's supposed to have a hump in the way. Bouncing it back towards.
Just to be clear, what I'm specifically referencing is your eyes receiving photon data and perceiving that, right? So if person A on side A of the lake and person B on side B of the lake can both see the light, if they are both receiving
draw it out. Just show us the diagram.
If they're both receiving that data, that means they can both see the light, obviously. Oh, I can't post anything. I don't have permissions.
No.
So there you go.
You can DM it to T-Dub.
No, Crit. Give it to me.
Oh, Crit. You send it to Crit.
Absolutely.
This is actually bewildering as a listener that has been sitting in there for a while. How can you not understand that if you shoot a laser beam 5 foot over water on beach A, 10 miles away, it ends up 5 foot over water, 10 miles away on the other side? That's a straight line. And we can even show you a side shot from this whole thing, right? And you're going to talk us into thinking that's a curved laser or that it hits the water?
Again,
it's crazy talk.
When you say a straight line, right?
Yes.
One second. There's no point on the other side of the laser. So there's like the producing side of the laser and the reception side of the laser. On the reception side of the laser, there's no point that dictates a straight line. You're simply receiving data, right?
Dude,
So
if we have a side shot of this shot, then we see the laser from beach A go to beach B in a perfectly straight, non-curved line.
Let's
what
see
are you
that.
talking about?
Post that, please.
What is this diagram?
It's to illustrate the sight lines. Person
The
B.
what?
So there's person on the right.
That laser. What's that laser doing?
It's again, I can't get it to scale. That hump in the middle is the hump on the Earth, right? And it's hitting
the laser shooting just a straight line.
Again, this is not to scale. I hope you would understand. It's not to scale. It is a straight line.
Yours is like. I mean, how do you even describe that?
Okay,
just because it's not to scale.
It was going to be the light was going to reflect like 90 degrees away, and then suddenly fucking reorientate in the middle of the sky towards the observer again.
Again, this is not.
Did you Etch-a-Sketch this?
Yes, it was in MS Paint.
He would know what an Etch-a-Sketch is.
Where the star is where it makes contact with the geometric horizon, right? From that point, going either direction, light scatters in every direction.
Get a grip, man.
How? Name one thing I'm saying that's wrong. Name one thing I'm saying that's wrong. I'm not saying anything that's incorrect. You guys keep saying that. It's just fallacious ad hominem. Does light travel in every direction? Would anybody, regardless of their angle of perception from point A to point B, be able to see that geometric horizon?
Right.
Depends if there's something in the way or not.
Yeah, can you give a bit of detail in your diagram?
At the moment, there should be Earth curve in the way. We're doing these distances where there should be Earth curve in the way and finding that there isn't. Why the fuck you spent the last 10 minutes doing this, mate? I don't know.
Exactly. Can you give a bit of detail in your diagram? Like, what's the distance of that?
Oh, fuck no, we're not spending 20 minutes on this piece of shit diagram.
Well, that diagram is definitely not showing 66 feet.
That says it all, really, doesn't it?
It's a misrepresentation because his laser isn't level. It's angled down towards the surface.
It's again, just to clarify, this is not perfect representation. Imagine that laser is straight and hitting the curve.
No, but if it was straight, it wouldn't be hitting. It wouldn't be hitting the curve.
I'm in MS Paint.
It'd be deviating away from the curve. Hey, it would be deviating away from the curve, not going towards it.
Wait, just to clarify, exclusively deviating away from the curve? It wouldn't scatter in any other direction. Just to
yes, if it's level, it'd be a tangent plane.
And that's the only direction.
Oh God, Brown.
I'm just trying to.
Come on, man. You're smarter than that.
You're not interesting.
I don't know.
If it hits a mirror, if a laser hits a mirror, right?
Is it hitting a mirror?
You don't have curvature. You've yet to demonstrate curvature. Stop fucking assuming it.
If the mirror's above my head, am I going to see the reflection?
Depends on your angle. It depends on where you're looking at it from. Yeah.
No, dude. Your diagram, if I'm following you correctly, no, it's not going to reflect in that angle. What the fuck are you doing?
Again, when the laser hits the surface, it reflects in every...
Why does it hit the surface? The laser is leveled to be parallel with the surface. Why would it hit the surface? The laser's not in any tense aiming downwards. It's leveled.
If the Earth is curved, we agree.
No. When we do these tests, the lasers have to be leveled.
Right, compared to what? Compared to the ground you're standing on immediately, right? Is it level
to
with
the ground that you're standing on immediately? Yes, which would be perpendicular. Yeah. So we're not going to be aiming it into the ground. So your idea of it hitting the floor and reflecting round the corner, that ain't working, mate. What we're talking about is two parallel lines. Right, for all intents and purposes. Why are you talking? I'm clearly still talking to you.
Because you're not listening to me.
Right, dude, I'm going to lose my fucking patience in a moment. I'm trying to point out to you there's two fucking parallel lines here and the laser's fucking level. At no point in this are we aiming the fucking laser to the ground, so your diagram is irrelevant. What you've been explaining for the last 20 minutes is fucking irrelevant.
Okay, so how did you confirm that point A and point B have the same level?
Same level, what are at the same altitude above the water, because both tools will be leveled on site.
Mm-hmm. And just to clarify, is there an exact reading from point A to point B that dictates that laser has maintained level? Right? Does the laser be produced at 6 inches above sea level and then received at 6 inches above sea level, or is it simply perceived at the other side?
No. So I can cite multiple laser experiments where you mentioned 6 inches, yeah. One from 6-inch laser to 6-inch target over a distance of 10 miles.
Let's see that.
Yep.
Let's see it.
Okay, it's going to take me about 5 minutes to find it.
Okay.
I mean, there's examples where, yeah, they may not have even leveled the laser. They're just like holding it and just shining it and waiting until their target, their observer, sees a light, right? And there's one instance I remember where they're shining it and they see the source light and they know it's the source light, right? Because you can see the reflection on the wall. You're not seeing what they're seeing isn't the reflection. They see both the reflection and the source.
I'd love to see that. All the ones I looked at yesterday,
Yeah.
someone posted a bunch of them yesterday. All the ones I looked at were simply a pinpoint of light across the lake, as opposed to two distinct points of light, or again, a specific measurement from point A to point B above water level. Right? These measurements were not dictated. It was simply that the light was able to be seen. So again, if I'm wrong, I would love to see it, but I have not seen any evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, you're already wrong by saying the source of the light is observed. It wouldn't be if the Earth was the fantasy globe cartoon that you're embarrassingly trying to defend. So that's it.
What I was specifically referring to is that the light is seen, and it came from a source. I'm not necessarily saying that
but the laser's not flying overhead as if it was coming from around the curve.
Right, but where's the laser going?
Okay, so apologies for interruption in the side chat. I posted the peer-to-peer observation done by Dr. John Dee about 7-8 years ago now. It's between two piers on the south coast of England, one at Worthing and one at Brighton. The distance between the two piers is about 9.6 miles. The height of the laser and the height of the target were both 6 inches, I believe, above the ground. I think this is the video that explains the observations and the results.
Looks like a pretty straight line to me. Doesn't look at anything like your diagram.
I'm looking at it right now. It's not a straight line. It's just, and there's no receptor. It's just a camera. So again, yeah,
Was that a curved line?
There's no demonstration of the line whatsoever. It's simply that the light is being perceived on the other side. What line are you getting? Where's this line?
The line, the camera is being directly hit by the laser on the optic.
So just to clarify, you think that if they put the laser or the camera 6 inches down or 6 feet up, they would no longer see the laser?
Depending on the beam width and how much it had diverged over that distance, if you were outside that calculated distance, then obviously you wouldn't have a direct line of sight to know.
Well, again, so just to clarify, do you think that if they were sitting 60 feet above that laser, they would not see it?
Well,
it would not appear on the
60 feet
camera?
above the laser.
60 feet on the other side.
They'd see the laser, but they wouldn't see it hit the focal point of the aperture.
How can you dictate it hits the exact focal point?
Because you'd be fucking blinded.
Right, so but in the camera, like I'm looking at the camera right now, they're not blinded. They can simply see a dot on the other side.
Okay,
so,
good.
Okay, when we talk about measurement, if you want to talk about a straight line, right, you have to demonstrate.
Okay, Brown. The laser's aimed at a camera. How far is the difference between the laser and the camera in comparative to how far it should be?
What do you mean? It's 10 miles either way. I guess, again, it's slightly further.
Elevation-wise, the laser is X distance from the camera, thus giving us the excellent shot provided. How far should it be, my friend?
From the laser, from the sea level? What are you referring to? Elevation?
Yeah, how high?
The difference between the laser and the camera.
That's 10 miles. What do you mean? What do you mean? How long?
Elevation. The camera, if it was hit directly by the laser, you would just see a green thing.
Again,
full stop.
Depends on what you mean by elevation. If you're talking about in accordance to the center of the Earth, the same.
Okay, if you shoot, do you know what a tangent to a curve is?
Right.
About fucking sea level, dude. Right. Come on, you're making this harder than it bloody needs to be right now.
Yeah, I'm just trying
He's been like this all freaking morning. He's been doing it for the last 4 hours.
These are not the same thing. Obviously, the camera is 6 inches above sea level, and the laser is 6 inches above sea level, right? So again, what I'm trying to illustrate is that does not demonstrate a straight line just because you can see it, right? If the laser had a pinpoint accurate,
so lasers shoot straight lines.
We shouldn't be able to see it. That's the point.
Why
if the
not?
surface of the Earth was curved, we shouldn't be able to see it because there wouldn't be a direct line of sight.
But just okay, like I illustrated previously, if there was a flashlight and a wall in front of it, right? That
I'll get the. Have you seen the FE core laser tests? Were they given to you yesterday?
I believe that was what I was looking at. Yeah, where they're on a frozen lake and there's like 5 of them. It's like a vlog.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's
So you've seen the target that was hit by, I think it was approximately 3 foot in diameter. The collimated beam. Did you see that? We were talking about the actual focal point of the beam, 3 foot in diameter, seen on the target. That's what is being aimed at the target. It's not that we're perceiving it, it's hitting fucking target. This is what we're seeing in the camera with the peer-to-peer one. The beam is hitting the camera focal point, right? Now, in all instances, we shouldn't be able to have a direct line of sight with the target because the curve of the Earth would be in the way and the laser would be well above the target, right?
No, that's not necessarily the case. If you're
not necessarily the case.
Yes,
so why is that not necessarily the case? You're saying the light is bending for some reason?
No, again, like I illustrated earlier, if the Earth is a sphere,
like you illustrated earlier, what your diagram, you fucking illustrated bollocks all there.
In fairness,
Don't go back to that bullshit trying to explain reflection when we weren't aiming the laser downwards. It was level. Remember? So let's not circle jerk back to that fucking bollocks.
It is the laser. Is the camera pointed at the horizon?
At the horizon?
Yes.
Is the camera pointed at the horizon?
Correct.
No.
Camera's pointed at the laser.
Just to clarify, so is the laser on the horizon?
Is the laser on the horizon?
Yes.
No.
Why not?
For the 6-foot laser, the camera would be less than a mile away. So you think that the receiver, the camera's up, no, it's 10 miles away.
Right.
On the horizon. What the fuck do you mean?
From the observer's perspective, are they looking at the horizon?
observer's perspective, no, this is a laser.
From the observer's perspective, are they looking at the horizon to see the laser?
No, they're looking at the laser to see if they can see the laser.
Where's the laser? On the horizon.
It's by a pier across a coast.
Mm-hmm. On the other side of the coast, on the horizon.
Yeah, across a coast. They're not looking out to see a horizon in front of them. They're looking down a coastline.
You think if you look at a coastline, is there a horizon?
Well, maybe a little bit on the left hand of my periphery if I remember what Brighton looks like when I look west.
No,
the majority is north when I'm looking west, and that's beach. I've got 1 foot in beach and 1 foot in water. You understand? We're looking down a coastline here.
Just to clarify, a horizon is where the Earth's surface.
My God, you're testing my patience.
Because you're wrong. The horizon is where the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. Right? So if you're looking at the coast,
you asked me if they're looking at that. No, they're not looking at that. They're looking at the laser.
Right?
The horizon,
is the laser
if there was
surface?
one, would be between them. The horizon, if there is one, is beyond them.
No,
the horizon should be between both camera and observer, right?
No. Where's the geometric horizon for a 6-foot observer?
2.8 miles approximately.
Are they beyond that?
They're approximately 10 miles away.
So they are beyond the horizon, correct?
Approximately, if there was one.
Mm-hmm. So we agree that they are behind the horizon. You just stated that the horizon was behind them.
Curvature of the Earth,
if the horizon was
one.
Again, we agree that the horizon is the X.
Hey, right? McLovin, there's no if we agree. If the geometric horizon was where you proclaim it to be, you shouldn't see said laser. Full stop.
Disagree. I don't think that that's a founded claim.
Why should you be able to see it? There's a horizon in the way.
Like I said, if you point a laser at the brim of a sphere, if you're standing on the other side of the sphere,
there's a horizon in the way. Are you stoned or stupid or just fucking deaf?
You can't
shoot a laser through a wall.
There is no horizon here.
It's not through a
They're not
wall.
seeing
It's at the top of the
glow,
wall. If you want to follow the analogy, if you shoot the laser at the top,
It's not on top of the wall.
Yeah.
It's
not
the
what they're
analogy,
saying.
David. Just listen to the analogy.
We're not talking analogies. We're talking factualities.
This
is a video. You can see it. You can witness it for yourself.
I'm trying to tell you what the
stupid. Think about it. You are on a sphere from point A to point B across a sphere. You have to generate a chord to go through the fucking thing. This is not what's happening in reality. So stop being such a denialist.
That's not true. The fact that you think you need to go through it is not accurate.
Lasers aren't magically bending around it to conform to 8 inches per mile squared.
Stoke Horizon observed to this observation either. Watch the video.
I've watched the video. I've watched both videos.
So there's no horizon between the observer and the target, or the laser and the target. There is. Can you show that to me?
It's where the sky meets the ground. So where they are is where the sky meets the ground.
Is that an actual physical location, or is that just an optical location? It is. I need a clarifying question. Is that a physical location, or is that an optical location?
Optical location.
An optical location. Okay, then it's not a physical location.
Right. So again, I made a distinction between the two.
So it's not going to be reflecting off of an optical location, then, is it?
No.
No,
obviously,
good.
Okay, obviously, those are two different things.
Yes, most definitely.
100%.
Yeah, and we've eliminated that the horizon is Earth curvature.
Well, how have we eliminated that?
Because it moves.
No, because even if it moved again, because again we just agreed it's observationally based. If the Earth is curved and you moved, the curvature would still play.
No, not if I moved. It moves. Depends on the optic that I move. I'll stand still. I won't change my altitude. I'll use my eyes, and then I get some high-powered zoom camera out. The horizon will move. It will perceptively move. I will be able to resolve things based on the technology that I use that I couldn't resolve with the human eye, and the horizon would appear beyond those things that I can now resolve because of the technology. Depending on the atmospheric conditions, if I was to keep that technology there and not move it, and all that changed was the weather, then the horizon could appear further away or closer to me. So the horizon moves. It's a purely optical meteorological phenomenon.
I just posted a little paint illustration. Can you tell me how the other guy's gonna see the laser light set globe?
They would look at the horizon and they would see an illuminated horizon.
You're not looking at the picture. You made that abundantly clear then by that answer.
No, if you look at the person on the left, and if the person left looks,
notice how the laser on the guy on the left is clearly above his head.
I'm trying to
Brown. Saying my name 14 fucking times isn't going to change the fact that you don't listen. Explain to us the yellow line hitting the blue guy on the left. Why is it not hitting him, Brown?
If the yellow guy, or if the blue guy on the
left... There's no if in this. It's a straight up. Why is the yellow straight line not touching the blue dude on the left?
Right, because you think that's the only direction light travels in.
What, to the left? I didn't mention that at all. No. So stop with your straw man fucking sophistry bullshit.
Oh, you're crazy, dude.
You're thinking it's like a glow, right?
Please. If the guy on the left looks at the horizon, will he see the light?
Why is the light not hitting him? That's what I want to know.
Answer my question.
Your answer does not involve you asking questions.
Hold on. If he can see it, he'll see it shoot up above his head.
Again, in any of the laser tests, did you not see any resolution from the laser on the observer side? You can simply see the origin of the.
And now he's going to twist this off into his own fucking story. Answer the question, Brown. Why is that yellow line not hitting the guy on the left?
It's moving at an upward angle.
You swallow. So
because it's obstructed by the ball that's there. How inconvenient. Now, Brown, this is what should be happening if we live on a globetard. Shut up.
Listen, could the guy on the left see the light?
I don't have to listen. You're the one that needs to comprehend.
Of course you don't, dude.
He thinks he's now seeing the fucking bat signal.
No, he's seeing light. He's seeing the light originating from the laser, right? Which is all any laser has ever proven that you can see.
And on the other test, no, that's not all that's ever been proven. We discussed at least 10 minutes ago that you'd seen the Lake Bissell tests, right? And I reminded you about the target with the 3-foot diameter circle of light produced by the laser. So we have the direct line of sight with the laser hitting the target. You see it, remember?
I don't know any. So I don't know how that laser 3-foot diameter was determined. I didn't see that anywhere in the video.
You didn't see the target that had been hit by the laser. All right, I'll see if I can go find that for you.
I would love that. I'd appreciate it, and I will track my statement. But again, from what I looked at the videos, that is inaccurate.
There's a good 10, 15 videos of it, dude. So give me money.
Yeah, Indio sent like 7 of them yesterday or something like that. I looked at like 4.
Well, if you still got others to go through, dude.
Okay, but I'm just before I watched
it for you anyway, because that piece of canvas that you use as a target, that's literally what they jump up and down about.
Brown, you're just fucking about, aren't you? If point A is hitting point B, there's no Earth curve, is there? If point A is hitting point B, there's no Earth curve, is there?
This is how you think lighthouses work.
No, okay, just to clear, again, what my contention is that point A is not hitting point B, but that point A is, or the light originating from point A is perceivable by point B. That's my contention.
Yeah, we can see it. There it is. There it is. We see it. The point is, we shouldn't see it.
Is it producing a silhouette?
No, I'm saying that you can see it regardless.
Yeah, what you're saying would produce a silhouette.
If I was to walk around the corner, would you be able to see me? If there was a physical, say, wall in the way.
Are you shining light?
In a moment, I will be.
If you're shining light behind a wall, I can see the light.
You can, yeah, exactly. You might be able to see the light in the corner, right? Say like a distant city somewhere. You see the light illuminated in the sky, but that's not what we're talking about, dude. We're talking about seeing something and then shining a laser or a bright source of light to confirm that we can see that thing. The point is that we shouldn't be able to see any of these things because there should be a wall or a corner in the way. So you keep pointing out that I keep turning on my flashlight and you can see me turning off my flashlight from behind the corner. That's not what we're saying in these. Like, you're making this more difficult.
But that's exactly
he keeps deliberately misconstruing. Shut up, Brian, you're a clown. He keeps deliberately misconstruing the light source with the light emanating from said source. Oh, but I can see the light. Can you see the light source, Brown?
You can see the light emanating from the source.
Can you see the light source?
Show a demonstration of you being able to see the light source. You can see the light because that's all the laser demonstrate. All the laser tests only signify you can see the light.
You should not be able to
illuminating
see it.
That's what you're. I can.
Is it illuminating the ball edge? Is it illuminating the ball edge so that you see a silhouette?
Okay, I don't think a silhouette is not appropriate because a silhouette is.
That's what you're talking about, bro.
Right,
like in your little diagram.
Right, but if you shine light through water, you're not seeing the silhouette of water. You're seeing the light transferred through the water. Can we agree to that?
Wait, no. You're saying
no friggin' why?
There is an abstraction. You're seeing, bro. Now you're changing your story.
No, I'm illustrating the point you just made. Right, I'm not because there isn't a wall.
You're not illustrating it. You're deliberately misconstruing it again.
Well, there's supposed to be. There's supposed to be curvature in the way.
And again,
Yeah, there is.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is that the analogy of there being a wall in the way is incorrect, unless you want to confer the or
That's how you're describing it.
Let me use an analogy like I was trying to before. If you
how about no analogies? How about we do this the easy way? Brown Recluse, in the side chat, I do believe someone's tagged you to draw the laser line on this diagram to explain the laser test. Please do so we can understand what you're yabbering on about.
Right. Do we think that this is to scale?
We don't care.
You're
going to draw the laser line. No excuses. Just draw the laser line from point A to point B. Go and do it.
I'm just going to repost the video that Elbow put up because that would be accurate. Again, not to scale, not accurate, and still my point is not invalidated. That person on the left would still be able to see the light originating from the person on the right.
We're talking about a laser, Brown. Stop with the excuses.
Here, one second. Okay, we're
going to do this a sensible way. Silence. Go and do the drawing. When it's posted, we'll unmute you so at least someone else can talk. Because there's other people in here I haven't seen. Rion, Precious. I haven't seen MTVs for a while. KC's in here. How's it going, mate? Jedi, of course.
Thanks.
Dragon Black RK. I don't know who that person is. Please, if you've got any questions, queries, concerns. Or maybe proofs of curvature. Sorry, Jedi.
Not concerns, though. Precious would like to know what topic is going on. The moment we're resetting the topic to just a broad subject of the Earth and its overall dimension or shape. Some people think the Earth is a planet. That means a sphere, round. Some people think the Earth is flat, horizontal. So that's what we're discussing. Dragon believes that is just utterly.
Yeah, the whole morning, Jedi, it's been someone will give him an answer, he'll grab 1% of it, twist it around, make his own version of it, and then you'll be answering that question for the next 20 minutes. Then he'll grab 1% of that, twist it around, and it's just been ongoing. It's disgusting.
Sounds fun.
Yep, send your awesome picture to me.
Oh, is there a picture? Oh,
well, he's awesome. Going to draw the line.
Hope he hasn't Etch-a-Sketched it again.
Righty, I've got a little red tag here. He has... what?
Oh, he's muted, isn't he? I forgot. It was only a minute ago as well.
I'm just going to warn you. I'm going to give you a second opportunity to draw that again. They're probably going to ban you.
Post it.
For being a clip. Okay, I'll just go post it. For being a numpty. That is what was directly sent to me.
Okay, let me zoom in. Oh my God, he's pissing over the fucking hill. What's he doing?
I don't know, but that yellow thing is supposed to represent a laser.
Why?
What kind of laser is that?
Why is it come? Why? I don't understand.
Is that what he drew to show what the laser's doing to you?
Correct. That's what he sent me.
Where? Could I see it? Can you send it to me?
It's in the side
It's
chat.
in the side chat. 24 past the hour. Circle, 2 blue dots on it, and there's a yellow string connecting them.
Looks
You
like
probably should have
his
chosen a
laser's
better
got
colour.
erectile dysfunction.
He's probably watched Ghostbusters.
Let me leave and come back.
Wow.
Well, if you'd like to continue your conversation with him, Jedi, I've got no problem unlocking him, but
What the hell is that?
just, to me, shows a pure act of
I did
sea lining, trolling.
I want to know where the hell he got his laser from.
What, you want one?
But does all that? Hell yeah. Is he still here?
Yeah, how about? Hey, Special Ed, it's time for you to explain yourself.
Yeah, Brown, do you have that laser with you? Can you show us how that works? And where the hell you got it from?
Timu. I tell you, Cyclone, I think that test there is up there with the triangle test.
I don't know, but somebody needs to fucking print this out and put it on their fridge.
Draw the laser.
The least he could have said was, the cat bumped me whilst I was drawing, or some shit like that.
And the thing is there anyone on here that agrees with Brown's laser?
At this point, I'll take it bounces off the atmosphere. I think this guy took the short bus to school.
Hello, peeps.
Hello, peeps. Bloody hell. You alright?
Hey, Dragon, you might want to unclip your microphone for that one, mate. Welcome, Dimitri. Go on.
Just a little mic test. How am I sounding anyway? A little bit of feedback on how my mic is.
Give me out, sir.
What's that? Sorry, can you hear me? Is it all right?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Can you give me a concise summary about what you guys are discussing about?
The topic's about flat Earth. What's your
Okay.
thoughts on it?
Oh, that's cool. I'm listening.
You heard of the topic before? What's your thoughts on it?
First time, I'll show you. Just been busy with other things.
Sorry, say that again.
Oh, and Brown has deafened. You asshole.
Yeah, he deafened when I asked him what laser he had for that diagram that he showed.
Yeah, posted a screenshot from the 21 mile Great Salt Lake in Utah test that Ben from Taboo Conspiracy performed a few years ago. And you can see there's the blue light, and then there's a fainter blue light underneath it in the capture. That's the reflection of the light of the laser off the water from 21 miles away.
What's the height, sorry? 21 miles and what's the height?
5 foot. 5 foot observer. I'd have to listen to talk about it again in the video. I'm not, because the guy, they both had lasers. So they like Ben and his friend, one of them was from the team of FE Corps, I'm pretty sure. So they're one's each end of the lake. Ben's got his, I think they both got cameras. I'm not sure what his friend had. Ben had, I think, the P900. And so they both had a camera, both had a laser. And they were pointing it at each other, and they could both see each other's laser. And plus, Ben did daytime observations across the lake too, and could see clear across the lake to the other side. Like, DJ's presented it dozens of times, hundreds of times probably now.
Yeah, that shows it all there, doesn't it? It's got to be way over 100 feet of drop, apparently. So if you put your hand in front of that laser, it's going to block it.
Ben's done a few. There was another one he did, and I think it might have been 19 miles, and his wife was on one side of a lake. I'm not sure, I can't remember the exact body of water where it was, location, but she was getting the laser and putting it down pretty much right at the water, like just holding it with a hand and then like moving it around until he could see it. And I think again in that one you could see the reflection off the water as well. Yeah. So they didn't level their lasers. So like, yeah, but regardless, like if you point it down, it should be obstructed by the curvature. If you point it up, well, it's just going to go into the air, isn't it? I mean, either way. But at some point, they're seeing the source point. Like when they're moving around, it like you see in the footage, it clearly like gets like it, disappears, and then suddenly it's like really bright, like it's hit that focal point,
Yeah, that's the thing. Once you see the source of it, that's it, game over. You're seeing it. There's nothing blocking that.
Yeah, well, what's reflecting off the water?
Yeah, exactly.
His reflection, his spread, his glow. I don't think so.
And ain't the furthest one taken? I think it's roughly to 40 miles, 30 to 40 miles. I think the furthest one.
Is it 40 miles or 40 kilometers? I'm not. The FE Corps one's 40 kilometers. Hey, Dragon, why don't you mic up? Talk to us.
Yeah, 40 kilometers is about 24 miles, I think. So, but either way, that's enough.
Yeah, it's over 300 feet of drop. Dragon, obviously optics have limitations, right? There's there's the optical resolvability. They only have the ability to resolve so much so far, right? What should it look like? What should what did you say? What should America look like from Portugal? What should you see? Tell us that.
What is everything that we can see forever once we figure out the Earth is flat? It doesn't mean our eyesight change. We still see the same thing as normal. Dragon, you need to mic up and tell what you're on about.
Yeah, I mean, he's just thrown diffraction, angular resolution, and atmospheric interference. He's throwing all that under the bus. None of that exists. Yeah, how good's your telescope, man? What sort of lens? What's the diameter? I think you overestimate the capabilities of high-powered optics. They released the P900, right? Nikon P900 camera, super zoom capability, 80 times zoom, right? And people were taking it to lakes, things, right? And even just across land, right? And to the naked eye and to the camera, when it's zoomed out, can't perceive certain things, and it zooms in and it can perceive them, right? And resolve them. When they should have been well and truly hidden by the alleged curvature of the Earth.
Not only that, the P1000 has it's 125 optical zoom, but the P900 is only 83, I think, 85.
Right.
Which is still a lot. Yeah, it's still good.
So in millimeters, that's equal to a 3,000 millimeter zoom.
Yeah, I used to get confused about that. Yeah, and DJ had to educate me on that. I still don't understand it, but properly. But at least I know that when somebody says they have a camera that has 600 times zoom, They mean 600 millimeter. Yeah.
Yep. That's how most of them are rated. Unless you've got a prime lens, it'll just have a straight number, say 600, for example. Whereas your normal lenses that can zoom will have a number, say 75 to 400. That means it can zoom from 75 millimeters to 400 millimeters, and then focus everything in between that.
Right. Yeah, because everyone was going on about the Nikon P900's, ability with this 80 or plus times zoom, and I'm like, yeah, but my friend said he has a 600 times zoom. Like, what's going on? Like,
yeah.
And I was like, oh right, okay, I see.
See, and then they use digital zoom after that. So when they say a lot of cameras will have optical zoom, whatever their number is, and then digital on top of that. So what they do, in effect, they'll start out at, say, 20 megapixels, and by zooming in, it'll take it down to 15 megapixels. Zoom in, it'll take it down to 10. To put it into plain English, 0.7 of a megapixel is a 19-inch monitor.
Yeah, I figured that out when I was using my camera. I had, I think it's like 20 optical zoom, but I've got digital zoom after that. So what I noticed with this optical zoom, when you're zooming in, the camera will physically move, and when it gets to digital zoom, the camera won't move anymore. Just zooming in onto the actual display.
But you lose quality. So that's what you've got to watch out for. A lot of cameras, you get to watch inside, you'll see the little zoom bar, and there's normally a line or a notch or some indicator to say when it's going from optical to digital.
Yeah, that's it.
Yep. So for your best quality, you park on that line, and that's it.
Yeah, that's how I figured out the difference between optical and digital. So I noticed once I got to that line, after that, my camera wouldn't physically move anymore. It wouldn't adjust. I can't remember. I think it was Rayleigh criteria on here. He told me all about it. But yeah, I figured it out, and he told me that. Yeah, that's right.
It's basically just enlarging the image, right?
Yes. Enlarging and cropping a specific section of it. And that's what it's doing.
Good evening, everybody. How we doing?
Hello. How's it going, man?
Good, good. How's the day been? What's the action been like?
We've been talking to Brown Clues for like a few hours now. First in politics server, now here. Or are we still in the politics server? No, we're in English Hub, aren't we? Yeah.
Nice. What's the contention? The shape or the description?
Flat Earth.
You're going.
That's the contention, is us. A lot of them just don't like flat earthers saying anything. Whether they're right or wrong, doesn't matter what we say, they'll just argue against it.
Yeah, they have a preconceived, tainted well logic.
Yeah, one of the lads called it flat earthers are wrong syndrome.
Yeah. For a while we were in the weeds about, like the deception and, like who'd have to be lying, blah, 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 all that, conspiracy. And then we got into some of the Cyclone got us on track to the actual geometry claims, and Brown Recluse was coping with this idea that when lasers are shot over water, that you're seeing the light, but not like directly pointed at the target. You're seeing some of the light that's like, how does he describe it, Matrix? Like spread or scattering or reflection or I don't know. He was coping.
Yeah, he
draws a couple of little funny diagrams.
But Brown, you're back, aren't you? So what laser have you got? Do you shine a laser up in the air and it bends down?
No, so
by your diagram.
I was being facetious with the requirement of drawing that diagram. That was
fair enough. I'm glad you're back because I provided for you what you said you'd be interested in seeing. So I'll just get the timestamp in the side chat.
I think I see it.
2:37.
Yeah.
Yep, 37 past the hour. Yeah. Okay, so that's a screenshot from that video that I posted underneath, and you can clearly see that there's a more prominent light and then a lesser light, and the lesser light is a reflection off the water.
Let me see. Let me watch your video.
Okay. Goes for 20-something minutes, I think.
Give me 1 minute.
It has both daytime and nighttime observation and measurement.
There you go, T-Dub. On the P1000, the actual lens is a 4.3 to 539 millimeter. The rest is digital.
Oh, okay.
But the only downside of it, and that's been my only whinge about it the whole time, is it's got a fixed lens. Whereas I can whip a lens off, chuck another one on. If I want to do close range stuff, I just put the smaller numbers on. If I want to go full long range,
Right.
like if I had unlimited money to burn, one of the lenses I can get is a 1200. You put a doubler in front of that, which takes you to 2400. And then you've still got your digital zoom on top of that.
Yeah, I think they're going to improve on that with this technology that is already in use, but I think that they've tweaked it, and I think they might be looking at commercial use, right, where you have an array of sensors, which so it's not optical, but it is, right? It's like, so these sensors are collecting the information, and and then you'd need it so it could aid in the in the interpretation of what you're saying. So you could either use it in conjunction with lenses, or you could just use it solely by itself and just have software construct the information into a visual, and and it's looking like it's going to be a very powerful piece of technology.
I read something about that a while ago. The advantage of having those sensors is because they also basically catch light which overlaps from other sensors. So instead of just having one sensor picking up everything, there's a grid of, say, 3x3 or 10x10 or whatever the number happens to be. But because they overlap and collect data that the other one's already collecting, that information becomes more refined when they're joined together and more accurate. That's why it's such a great system.
Yeah, it overcomes things like your angular resolution and diffraction limits and that sort of thing. Because they say that it's aiding in astronomy. All right, give it to the public and let them point it across the surface of the Earth, guys. What? You scared?
Matrix, would you mind posting that? Should I send you? And I'm sorry, who sent that video initially, T-Dub?
Sorry, who?
No, so you sent that video initially of the Great Salt Lake laser test?
Yeah.
Okay, so I would like to present a refutation if Matrix will please post that.
Copy
image.
image. Hold on. Paste, there it is. That's what was just sent to me.
Okay, absolutely. So the light on the right obviously is the laser, and the blue light below that is the alleged reflection on the surface of the water, right? What are we then claiming that the lights on the left, it is also a reflection of the lights onto the water below that? You see those two identical, or dimmer rather, lights beneath that, right? So my contention is that you're positing that this laser is going level across the entire lake, correct?
No, I'm not, because that was handheld. So I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying that it was necessarily horizontal at that moment.
Okay, well, so then I think it would definitely not be horizontal, just specifically indicated by the fact that if that laser is reflecting on the water at any point, it would be reflecting upon the water at all points, because it's equidistant from the surface of the water. I'm positing that based on the video, this is simply a refractive image that you're looking at.
Oh, it's refraction. So you're saying a refracted reflection.
But beneath the initial laser, as you can see from the other lights in the video, is the mirror image, the refracted image across the entire coastline.
Those lights are up the embankment and further away.
Right, but they have almost identical quote unquote reflections upon the water. If you look at the video, if you're looking at specifically like 8 minutes, or rather even 6 minutes to 8.5 minutes. You can absolutely see like the line of refraction across the entirety of the coastline.
The line of refraction?
Again, the refractive image across the horizon. Again, you can see specifically.
There is no horizon. There is no horizon.
Again, just to clarify, the definition of horizon is where the sky meets the ground. Right?
Yeah, there is none in that video. In that instance.
Can you see the sky and the ground?
No, there's a mountain. It's like an embankment, and then like there's water, and then there's a shoreline, and then embankment, and lights and buildings, a smokestack, and then beyond that is like hills, mountains.
Right. So just to clarify, where the sky meets the ground on any point along that line.
Be the mountain. Be the top of the
furthest distance. Why the necessity to omit certain clarifications? The furthest distance. Where the sky appears to meet the ground. The furthest distance there is blocked.
The definition of horizon.
By mountains, hills, and towns and shit. So why are you trying to make stuff up?
It's supposed to be at 2.7 miles across 21 miles of water for a 5-foot observer.
Right, that would be the geometric distance.
Yeah, that's what's supposed to define your horizon.
No, we're talking about
that's what's in contention here, Brown. The geometric horizon, which is not where it should be, or it's not existing at all in this case.
Well, again, the horizon, by this definition, is where the sky meets the ground.
Yeah, no, don't sidestep this. What is in contention is your geometric horizon. It is not there. Where is it, Brown?
It would be in between point A and B.
It's not there. We can see that quite clearly because those lights would be obstructed. You would not even see the reflection. So where is it?
All right. Again, I've contested that this entire time. If you're still positing that over.
No, you're not contesting it. You keep misconstruing it as in, so you've got, this is what you keep doing. You keep using the word horizon and then you'll add a different word in front of it and then you'll change it to something else. The geometric horizon is what is in contention. They shot a laser across a patch of land. The laser should have been blocked by the physical geometric horizon. It is not there. Where is it?
I can reiterate my
Don't
point.
just say again and start repeating shit. Where is it?
I wasn't going to. I was going to say I'm specifically not going to keep reiterating the same point. I've illustrated that you could see the light, right, regardless of whether it's flat or spherical, right? You're positing that it would be
wrong. That is incorrect.
All right.
That is incorrect.
Again,
if it's spherical, the light would be blocked by the physical nature of the ball.
If you're saying,
don't just say okay and pretend I haven't spoken. That's exceptionally rude.
Acknowledging what you just said. If you would let me continue. Okay, I understand that's what you're saying. I disagree because if you had a light laser behind a wall.
No, stop with the laser behind the wall. We're talking about seeing the front line directly. If I get a torch, stand behind a brick wall, yes, you can see lights emanating from behind the wall. No, you cannot see the direct beam. In this circumstance, we can, or this situation, we can see the beam directly. You keep sidestepping this fact. So, on a ball, you would not be able to see, number one, the beam directly, and or number two, the reflection of said beam off the surface of the water. This is not possible. We are seeing this, so your ball is now non-existent.
That's not.
And mumbling through people in the background when they're talking is fucking rude, because you had a whinge about Cyclone earlier doing it.
No, the fact that you think I'm over talking.
Don't say no, that's what you're doing.
You're doing this.
And now you're laughing. You think it's a joke.
It's ironic. It's hypocritical is what it is.
Brown, can I ask you, what's the difference between a geometric horizon and a normal apparent horizon?
Geometric horizon is physical. Apparent horizon is based on the observer.
Right, so if your physical geometric horizon isn't there, do you not see the problem with it?
Again, I could say it again, but again, I'm being, there's.
In other words, nuh-uh, I've got another answer that I'm going to hit KC with. Why don't you ever answer the question asked? If there's no physical, geometric, and now he starts talking to him again. If there's no physical, geometric horizon, there's no ball.
And you're positing there's no, based on this test.
Well, pick another test then. Which one don't you like the most?
All of the laser tests are not indicative of a flat Earth.
Why are they not indicative of a flat Earth?
Because again, you're claiming you have a direct line of sight towards this.
It is. The laser is dead straight.
Don't overtalk me, Matrix.
Don't fucking cry. The laser's dead straight. You are magically making up some kind of twisted idea of what lasers do. You seem to believe that lasers magically conform to an 8-inch per mile squared curvature. If this is true and correct, you should be able to post up a video of said laser bending around the curvature of the Earth.
Just clarify, did I say that?
If it wasn't indicative of a flat Earth, you wouldn't be making up excuses for why we get these results.
100%.
I'm not making up excuses. I'm trying to explain why it is not.
No, you are.
Just to clarify, if you can, like I was asking Jedi earlier, if you can clearly demonstrate that the laser is originating from point A and hitting point B at the same elevation, then that's great. He was using the focal point of the camera in order to demonstrate the same observer height from the origination of the laser. I'm simply saying that you're not actually determining that it's hitting a specific point on the same level above sea level, right? I'm indicating that you can see the laser, right?
If there's a hump of curve in the way, bro, it doesn't matter how you level that laser. You shouldn't ever see it.
I disagree with that. Assumption.
Yeah, you can disagree with it all you like.
Brown,
geometry disagrees with you.
Why do you magically believe you can see a laser through a hill of water?
Because it's not through a hill of water. You're pointing it at the top.
Well, it would be. No, you're not on top of it. You're behind it.
Where's the laser going?
You are behind it.
Look at
Do you know what a chord is?
Look at the diagram.
When we're talking about circles, do you know what a chord is?
See? Excuses again. Excuses.
What excuses?
It is. You're making just dumb shit excuses.
I disagree. You haven't refuted my point.
Okay, Brown, I'm going to give you two scenarios.
Be saying it.
Scenario number one, person standing on top of a ball, shooting a laser in any given direction with you there to see the laser. Option number two, a person either side of the ball. In your picture that you drew the wobbly laser, being facetious earlier.
Yeah. Again,
why is it earlier you were being facetious and you could not draw the laser? What was stopping you?
It was not to scale, right? Those people are not.
Scale's got nothing to do with it.
It absolutely does. Right?
Wrong. That's a red herring. It's got nothing to do with it. We're talking about a spherical object. Shut up. We're talking about a spherical object.
All right.
And the size of it has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
If there is curvature, there is curvature. If there is not, there is not. It doesn't matter if it's a zillion miles across or 5 miles across. It's still spherical in nature, and it would have the same results. If you've got person A and person B on different sides of it around said curvature, then the curvature would be blocking their line of sight.
Can I demonstrate why size and scale matters?
Oh, here we go. He's going to show the picture of the Earth getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
I'm not going to show any pictures.
Brown, why are you so defending such stupidity?
Because I believe it. Can I explain?
Because you believe what?
That the Earth is a globe.
This is not about size matters. This is about you pretending a chord is not a chord and it actually goes around a ball. That's what you're pretending.
Did not claim that.
Yes, it is. Would you like me to draw a little picture for you? No. And I'll show you what I perceive of your words.
I know what you perceive.
How about I do that for the entertainment of the panel, and the panel can then fucking judge how fucked up you are.
Sure. Are you just going to try and draw a line going through the top head of a circle? Like, I understand what you think. You don't.
T-Dub, why are we entertaining this fucking idiot? Seriously.
Yeah, no, you're saying you can see it through a chord, you can see it through a tangent, but a line of sight doesn't, what the fuck? I don't know what you're talking about.
Now he's the whole day, everything that's been spoken, he's made deliberately so the globe is unfalsifiable. It doesn't matter what happens, he has to manufacture it so it's unfalsifiable. As soon as I mentioned chord, what did he come up with? Oh, it's not to scale. Everything is non-falsifiable.
Yeah, just taking it away from the point. That's all he's been doing.
Yep.
Yeah, yep. That's the globe because reasons and shit. Oh, and it looks and measures flat because reasons and shit.
Is he still here? Run Recluse.
Yeah.
You see the images that I posted in the side chat?
Yeah, so just to clarify, a chord is 2 points within a circle, right? A tangent is to point off of.
I know what a chord is. A chord is it's just a line across that's not through the diameter. It's anything but the diameter. That's a chord.
Right, exactly. So just to clarify, the laser originates from outside the circle and then hits the circle. That would be a tangent, not a chord.
Right, it's just a tangent. That's fine.
So
okay, do you agree with the images that I posted in the side chat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you agree that if I shoot a laser horizontally out over the surface of the Earth, that the laser should get higher and higher above my head once I go past the horizon?
Yeah, eventually at some point.
Absolutely. Okay. So why doesn't that happen?
Again, I argue that does happen. What my contention earlier is that there is no point on side B of the laser test that you're indicating that the laser is hitting. Jedi mentioned earlier a 3-foot diameter of the laser, right? And then he was going to post something about it hitting canvas on side B. That was never posted, right? So what I'm indicating is that the laser is traveling in that direction, away, increasing that deviation away from the curve, and that is represented in the
so that means the camera would have to be about 60 feet in the air, actually 270 feet in the air for one of the tests, in order for you to see the laser.
Incorrect.
Can you not comprehend that?
That's incorrect. You're mistaken.
No, I'm not mistaken. That's the calculations for it.
No.
You're mistaken. Go and do the calculations yourself. Have a look. Swole Dog's already got them in the side chat.
Right, so again...
That's how arrogant you are. No, you're that high-strung, you haven't even got the decency to read what people are posting for your convenience.
So again, I agree that person B, on the left rather, would have to be at a certain height to receive a straight, direct line from person A, right? But I would argue that if person B was any distance to the left of that exact point, they would still see the laser.
We're talking elevation, not to the left and to the right. So stop misconstruing arguments. You're a fucking slimy weasel. Quit it.
I'm referring to his document, where obviously the deviation...
I'm referring to this. And now you're going to go back to the document. You are nothing but a weasel. You're a slime.
You told me to look at it. You told me to look at the image. That's what you told me to look
Hold on. I'm gonna go find the image of the laser hitting the side of the boat, and I'm gonna show you the 3-foot divergence that it's doing from 28 miles away. Okay.
It's been nothing but lies all morning. We've entertained this shit for the last couple of hours.
Yeah, it's not us that he's being dishonest with; it's himself.
I was just gonna say, you know what? And T-Dub or whoever, is either Matrix or T-Dub is right. Rounder Clues, you can't falsify the globe. If we falsify the globe, that's incorrect. But if it proves a globe, that's correct. Like, that's the stupidest, most circular reasoning I've ever heard in my entire life.
The thing is, Swole Dog, the whole show, every time anyone said anything, he's gone out of his way to make sure that it's non-falsifiable, and that's what his gift is this morning. It's just nah, and then he'll make excuse after excuse after excuse on how it can be non-falsified.
Yeah, I suggest you guys watch a few of these videos that we've posted. Sit down, watch them from beginning to end, and think about it to himself, and be honest with himself at the end of them. And not want to come back and if he thinks that he can reason it away and justify it by Globe's standards or whatever, then okay, fine. Go on your merry way. Then go live your life. Go live your life and be happy that you're on a ball. And keep being dishonest with yourself.
Yeah, because at that distance, you're not going to see a laser for a chord. You're not going to see it at a tangent. And if you see it at a tangent, you're not going to see the source of the laser. A line of sight.
Yeah, that's right.
That's it. I don't know why he keeps flipping it around.
And you're not going to see reflections off the water.
Yeah, exactly. Especially not at a tangent because you're not going to see the source. So I don't know where he's going with it. And refraction ain't going to help, especially at that distance either. Not with a chord or a tangent line. It's not going to help.
And on top of that, I'd encourage him to go out and make his own observations. I can't be a hypocrite and say, do the laser test. I haven't done a laser test. I've made some long distance observations, but yeah, I'd love to get out there with a laser, do some tests. But if he thinks he can demonstrate that these, we'll go out and arrange a test where you can, control the variables and show what you're talking about as being absolutely the case. Right? Do it. Prove this shit wrong. Don't forget about your corroboration of insinuation and inference, right? Go do something, direct.
Here you go. I'll put something in a side chat that's simple. You don't have to go out and get a $30,000 laser. Here's something you can do simple on a lake near your house.
Was there a globling in here? You guys are talking to?
Yeah, Brown Recluse.
Oh, him again. God damn it.
Were you listening on YouTube?
No, actually, this time I wasn't. I just heard you guys just saying he can go do this, he can go do that. Wasn't sure who it was.
Yeah, he's coping about lasers hitting targets and being seen over distance. He's saying that, you know, in one breath that's refraction, and that's why you can see a reflection, because he was trying to say that, oh no, you're seeing reflection, or you're seeing spread, or you're seeing glow from above the horizon, or whatever. Like, he's just like coping, man.
Reflections would be even harder to see. What is he talking about?
Well, I showed him a reflection of a laser source off the water. So I was like, well, what's that? A reflection of the reflection? You know? No, it's refraction. I'm saying, oh, so it's a refracted reflection. Right, okay. Just doesn't matter what you show him, man. He just comes up with a reason or excuse for why he's seeing it. It's not indicative that the Earth is flat. That's what he says.
Gregor used to say, he called it invincible ignorance. That's all it is. You can't defeat his ignorance. He's going to stay dumb longer than you have patience.
Right. And he said it's not indicative of that the Earth is flat because he doesn't agree that you shouldn't see it. Right? I'm like, well, the geometry disagrees with you. He's like, no, you shouldn't see it because of these reasons. I'm like, there are your excuses of why you're seeing it, bro, because the geometry should be, in the way, right? Like,
only boats can get behind the Earth curve, and windmills. Everything else you can see all the time.
Right. Yeah. That's what. Well, he was like unbelievably saying about how imperceivable the curvature is over small distances, even like 20 miles, right? And I did pipe up at one point. I said, "Oh, what happened to boats going over the curve? Like at 3 miles? Yeah, bro, he's just coping."
Yeah, India, if you look in the side chat, I posted what he thinks lasers does. I don't know if he was being serious about it or not, but
No, he's taking a piss.
Oh, fair enough.
Because he knew he was backed in a corner and he couldn't draw a straight line from point A to point B.
Oh yeah, we'll show his diagram. Show Indio's diagram.
Yeah, that diagram KC just posted is pretty yikes.
Oh, that's one of them. There's another one. Where is it? Trying to scroll up.
Yeah, Indio, that's our new test. Like, we've got the triangle test, and that one there's been certified by Cyclone, which is great. So we give them the ball with the 2 blue dots on it, and they have to shoot a laser from dot A to dot B. That's all. It's very simple, and they just have to draw it.
Yeah, and he shot the laser like a cannonball. Is that it?
I don't know what that yellow thing is, but I want one.
I just posted his other one. I think that's the
Oh,
other
cheers, man. Thank you. I was still scrolling up to find it. Yeah, there you go. We're like, that laser isn't level, bro. But he's saying, no, but light spreads in all directions, goes in all directions, right? So some of it's going that way.
Brown, you can feel free to explain your diagrams that I posted for you.
I've explained them.
What's wrong, boy? You're pretty quiet now.
Good job.
Yeah, I'd love to hear you talk to Indio about reflection.
Well, does he know about the law of reflection?
Brown, is that for you? That's for you, man. Do you know about the law of...
Couldn't tell you it off the top of my head.
It's the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. That means that whatever angle the light hits the reflecting surface off of, it reflects at that angle.
And only that angle?
Well, from that viewpoint, yeah. So if you have a flat surface, right, and you see a reflection and you're 6 feet tall, right? If you know how far away where it's reflecting off of, you can calculate exactly how high the light source is. But if we already know where the light source is, and we know our height, we can calculate exactly where the reflection, where it bounces off of. The light source, right, and the camera, say, are at the exact same height, has to bounce off the midway point between the camera and the light source. Has to.
Yeah, that's what I'm positing. Yeah.
Unless it's a ball.
Well, if it's a ball,
Unless
it
it's
would
a
be
curved surface.
Yeah.
No, it can't be, because you got horizon dip.
Well,
so the elevation is changed. The elevation is changed at the midpoint.
Right,
so
but
now it's higher.
A and point B have the same elevation difference or the same deviation between the middle and themselves, correct? So two equal distant, or 10 miles. Two observers 10 miles away from each other.
Okay, the surface. Bro, the surface is tilted at the reflecting point. Remember, you're on a curved surface.
Which direction?
The surface, okay, if I take the tangent at the midway point and I take the tangent at the observer, the camera, are those parallel lines?
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
If I take the tangent at the midway point and the tangent at the observer, are those parallel lines?
No. Oh, yeah. They would be parallel lines relative.
They'd be parallel.
Well, it depends on which direction you're sending the tangent. Are you talking about from the direction that the laser would be firing in?
No, the tangent. If I draw, you don't know what a tangent is?
No. Again, what's the origin of the tangent and which direction is it going in?
The tangent is the point, the midway point between the camera and the observer. That tangent line and the tangent line at the observer, are those two lines parallel? Yeah, they're not. Okay? And because they're not, they can't have the same reflecting angle as a flat surface. So it couldn't hit the midway point. It has to reflect somewhere else. Because you're not going to have the equal angle.
I don't think that that's true. I might need a visualization, but I'm pretty again, if we're referring to the tangent between person A and the center point, and the tangent point between person B and the center point, those are obviously.
Oh my God!
Well, again, just help illustrate what exactly you're talking about. What tangent point from the observer to where?
The tangent point under the observer's feet. Okay.
Heading towards the alleged curve, correct?
Tangent goes in both directions. Apparently, you're standing on the curve, dude.
Right, but the tangent has to go in a direction for it to be parallel with another tangent.
It's not parallel on a curved surface. It would only be parallel on a flat surface.
Look, I would need that. I disagree with that based on this, subject. But again, I don't even know specifically which tangents you're referring to.
Okay, a tangent point at the halfway point. If I take a circle, right, and I put A and B there, and then point C halfway between them, and I draw tangent lines at each one of those points.
Yeah.
Those lines are not parallel to each other.
Correct. I agree with that.
Yeah, okay, then you can't have an equal angle at the halfway point.
Again, you're referring to the light. Well, I mean, those angles.
I'm returning to the surface. The surface is the reflecting surface, right? The surface of the earth, the water.
Right. But again, the angle between point A and C and B and C are the same.
No, they can't be.
Why not?
It has to be rotated. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it a different way. I'm at A, I'm at B, I'm at C. I have plumb lines. I hang them. I hang plumb lines. And then I take the 90 degrees from the plumb line. Are those horizontal lines parallel?
No.
Okay, then how can I have an equal angle on a globe as a reflecting surface or as a flat surface? It's not possible because from the viewpoint of observer C, right, the surface is tilted. It's rotated.
Right. It wouldn't. Again, it's not tilted. It's tilted relative to the other two, but it's equal. Equidistantly.
It's tilted.
At the same angle.
It's the camera, the laser, the person, and the tangent points are all tilted relative to each other.
Right. So, but between A and B, right? Obviously, tangent line.
This is more invincible ignorance. You're being I can't believe that you're actually even arguing this.
Well, no, because
to be honest,
obviously the tangent line between A and C would go above B, right? I agree.
There's no above. We're all on the surface. Everything is reflecting light. We're all talking about at the surface of the Earth. The tangent lines, they're not going to be parallel, okay? But on a flat surface, they are parallel.
There is no tangent lines on a flat surface.
So there is
entirely circular based.
You can find the tan on a flat surface. Yes, you can. Okay, the angle 0. So you need angle 0 at your surface.
Is a straight line that touches a curved surface, or a curved surface. So there cannot be a tangent of a flat point.
It's considered 0 because you can you can find the angle of a triangle using the tan function. So yeah, you can.
Right, but it's based off a circle.
Yeah, the interior of a circle, not the exterior.
Right, but
the interior.
It's in reference to a circle.
The interior. Dude, are you brain dead, dude? Are you not listening?
Well,
the interior of a circle. Trigonometry deals with a triangle that's on the interior of a circle.
Right.
Yeah, right.
No, I'm just not saying how what you're saying is conflicting with what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that you're saying something that's impossible on a curved surface because that surface is tilted from the viewpoint of the observer. And that equal angle, that equal reflection angle, can't exist. It can't be the same as a flat surface. It's not possible.
No, I'm not. Again, just to clarify, I'm not saying it's the same as a flat surface, but I don't.
You already said that. Dude, you should just be banned for just lying right now.
Again, I don't think I said specifically.
What do you think this whole... You did say it. You said it would be the same. You said it'd be at the halfway point. It wouldn't be. Couldn't be.
Okay, now.
Again, from my understanding, if person A fires at point C, which is equidistant, or rather fires directly forward, right, on a curved surface, they will hit this geometric horizon, right? They will hit it at roughly halfway. Again, roughly. I'm not saying exactly halfway. Roughly halfway between A and B, right? How is that incorrect?
No, but C could be further away than halfway. I mean, like.
Why would it be?
Because listen, bro, parallel at the horizontal at the laser is tilted up relative to the camera and relative to the midway point. It's tilted up.
Yeah. Again. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. So you have to tilt it down to hit the midway point. So now you're not that triangle that you had originally. The isosceles triangle doesn't exist now. I have a scaling triangle.
Okay.
But you need an isosceles triangle.
Okay,
because
so
you have a camera, and an observer at the same height. So you have to have an isosceles triangle for the observer to see the reflection of that light.
Well, like you just said, geometry is based on the interior of a circle. We're talking about observers that are outside the circle.
Oh my! Shut the fuck up, bro.
Yeah,
Shut up, dude. You're just saying word salad, dude. You're just saying random shit, dude. You didn't understand the whole interior of the circle. I'm talking about trigonometric function, okay? The tan function, tangent, that's the tan function.
Mm-hmm. Again, I just don't think
you just don't know what you're talking about. Just go to bed, bro. You're overtired.
And it's almost like you think that as long as the two endpoints are the same elevation above the surface, that the horizon or the tangent line between drawn directly from them is going to be midway. The tangent point
on a perfect sphere
is going to be midway.
Sphere, if equidistant away from point C, right? You're going to have the same deviation from point A to C and point B to C. It's the same deviation. So
like in the 21-mile laser test I showed you, right? The horizon, that tangent point of the direct line of sight, like across, if you were to draw your tangent plane to the to the apex, it's not going to be halfway between the two observers. It's at 2.7 miles away, and there's still another 18, 17 miles to go to the other observer, to the target.
Right, but
it's not halfway. The tangent point's not halfway. I don't know why you keep saying halfway. Like in those cases, it's not halfway.
Well, again, if you look at the image that Swole Dog posted, right, this is what we're talking about. Person A firing in a straight line towards person B, and then in the center is where the horizon is relative to either A or B.
Not necessarily. What are you talking about, bro? They'd have to be equal distances apart from so the other side would have to be like in the one I posted, the 21 mile, right?
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't be 21 miles. It would be 5.4 miles between observer and laser source.
Okay, let me look.
I don't understand what you're saying. Like,
all right, let me look at his math in that video. 1 second. So he puts the math and everything. Unless that's a different video I'm thinking about.
He doesn't know what he's saying. He's forgotten about the fact that your horizon is calculated from your elevation. So let's just base this off a 1 foot observer. You're 1 foot high, you've shot the laser. It should hit the horizon at 1.225 miles. Then you need to have someone 1.225 miles further than that again in order for them to be equidistant from the geometric horizon. And that person must be at 1 foot elevation. That's the only way for Brown Recluse's stupidity to line up.
Right. So from 5 foot observer, from 5 foot height, right, and you point, towards the horizon. You draw that line, your line of sight to the horizon, and then it keeps extending out beyond that. So 5 foot on the other side from the surface would be 5.4 miles. Right? Is that right? Am I calculating that right? Yeah, no, wait. No. Because then they've, like you said before, they've got their own tangent plane on the other side. So they intersect, not. Yeah, right. Duh. Yeah. I'm not getting how you're thinking that, like in your diagram, that, halfway between two points, like that, is the tangent plane.
The only way it could be possible, T-Dub, in that particular test, the 21-mile test, is if both the observer and the laser were 73.5 feet in the air. Then he may have a leg to stand on because they would be equidistant from the alleged horizon.
I will admit I was mistaken on that point. I was incorrect. The equidistant tangent differential.
Yeah, I mean, you could have that. I think, like, it just depends. Like on, like we've been saying, the observer height and the arc.
All right, fair play. I'll look further into it.
And what India was talking about with the reflection. Yeah, any part of the surface beyond the tangent point is basically angled away from you. Oh yeah, I like that simple diagram that Helio posted. Cheers, Helio. Hello, Kit Kat. Hello, Fox. Welcome in. Hello, Mirhan.
Hi.
Welcome in. What brings you here today? Interested in this topic? Sorry, go on. Can you repeat that?
Can you repeat?
I missed it. Yeah, go on. Oh, never mind. Anyway, Kit Kat, what's up? You up for a discussion?
Coffee. I'm very busy throughout the day, so I'm not going to be able to like stay on topic for anything like that. I just want to spectate. That's all. Thank you.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Not much happening to spectate at the moment, but yeah, okay. Cool. Hopefully business picks up.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you heard me because my phone's very laggy at the moment, but thank you for that. I really appreciate that, and I hope your day goes very well too, my friend.
Cheers. Yeah, you too. Yeah, I'm in here a lot just to hear, conversation taking place as well. Busy in the background, and I just want something to listen to, And then when you come in and it's quiet, it's like, oh, damn it. Now I'm going to find something on YouTube or go to a different chat. Some more new people coming in. Jonas Child, welcome in.
What's
for
up,
joining
guys?
us. Yeah, YZ Mun. I don't know how to say that.
Nothing to say. Just want to listen.
Seems to be the trend. Hopefully we're going to find someone that we can actually talk to. I don't know if you're really interested in listening to us talk to each other.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
We can speak together if you want. But the flat Earth, pretty dumb to me. But yeah, okay.
Why is that? You think? I agree. Like it does. When you first hear about it, because we are all raised, taught being so, sorry, we're all told, right, as young children that the Earth is not flat. It's a big ball spinning, orbiting, whizzing through space around a big sun.
Yeah,
Right.
it is. To me, it is, but yeah, changed my mind.
Yeah, well, like we go out into nature to see if we can observe that, and we don't.
We don't.
No, we don't observe any of that. Just
Okay.
like the surface of water, it's flat. We observe it as flat. We measure it as flat. We use it to as a standard for establishing horizontal, like with water levels.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's kind of like nature's telling you that this story that we're told, as young children, isn't true.
Okay.
I mean, we observe the sun to move. We don't observe ourselves moving, making the sun appear to move, right?
We don't move in for you.
Well, I don't experience it. That's for sure. If someone's got to claim that, like the motion of the sun and the moon and the stars, etc. That's the result of what we're on moving. Then that's a pretty extraordinary claim, right? Considering I don't experience that, so I'd want really solid evidence for that claim.
Okay. Yeah, maybe for you, but for me it's different, I think. I just think.
Yes.
I don't know.
Your mind is very expansion. The universe, kung fu.
Experiential. I don't have anything else to go off.
What?
I don't have anything else to base it on except my experience, do I?
Yeah, your experience is very wow, impressionant. You practiced the kung fu?
The kung fu?
Yeah.
Kung fu's cool. I like kung fu.
Yeah. Good man, good man.
Yeah, I studied a little bit a martial art form called Shingi when I was younger.
The Shia. And was good for you?
Yeah, it was very interesting. And then later on, when I was a teen, I looked into Bruce Lee, and read his book, Jeet Kune Do. Yeah.
Yeah, what about the water? About the water?
Martial art, Bruce Lee.
Jeet Kune Do, yeah.
His was the art of no art, the form of no form, right?
Yeah.
He said you'd be like water.
You connaissez Ungar, Kung Fu Ungar. Il connaît pas ça, hein? Ouais.
Kung Fu Ungar, yeah. I don't know how to say that in English, but yeah. I understand what he said, but I don't know how to translate this.
Oh, yeah.
Kung Fu Ungar, maybe.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes, Ungar.
Well, I think like Bruce Lee's principle really was to adapt and conform to your opponent on the go, right?
It's pretty. It's pretty.
Didn't
like
follow
that,
a script.
No, it's not really like that.
The karate martial art is gay. He's very gay.
Pretty gay.
Yes.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Karate is gay.
Oh, right, okay. Well, it's got its strengths and weaknesses, like anything,
No, I joke.
It's pretty gay for other.
Yes. No. Karate Kyokushinkai, it's not gay. Karate Shotokan is very gay. It's very, very gay.
I think it stands on the principle of self-discipline.
Self-discipline, yeah.
Yeah. I predict the Wing Chun. My teacher, it's Master Ip Man.
Dong ding ding dong ding ding.
Great. So there's edge guards in foreign countries. Amazing.
Yeah, it's just our self country.
Never mind.
Ding dong ding dong 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 ding.
Is that a movie?
Hey, just a movie.
Yeah, me too. The film movie is good.
Pretty gay movie, no?
What, bro?
It was a gay movie.
Game movie?
Yeah.
Game. Yeah.
Gay movie, yeah.
Game
I'm
movie.
sorry, my accent is pretty bad.
Huh. Yeah. Your
Sorry.
accent is very pretty bad. Where do you from, bro?
Yeah, I'm from Canada, Quebec.
Ah, Quebec.
Yeah.
Yeah. Me too.
You too?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty fucked up, Quebec.
What a weird
What the fuck?
coincidence.
Yeah. What?
Fucked up. What the fucked up Quebec? What?
Do you know about Quebec?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are horrible drivers. Yeah,
What
I know all about it.
Why? Why?
Shut up, Indio. Come on. Shut
Pretty
up.
bad.
Yo, you guys come down to Massachusetts and drive horribly down here. Okay, you're horrible. You guys see more than 3 cars, you go into panic mode.
Please, James Bond, calm down. Ah, no. Oh, je vais aller au lit, hein.
Allons dormir.
You guys got McDonald's in Quebec?
Yeah,
What the
of
fuck?
course. We all have.
Is it French menu?
McDonald's.
No.
French
No.
menu. No.
Bro, please.
Indio, it's pronounced. Nah, Indio, you got it all wrong, bro.
Bro, please. No, please, listen. My mouth is very bad.
Sure.
Okay, tell your girlfriend, like, dude, we don't care.
India, you got it all wrong, bro. It's pronounced McDonald.
Oh my god.
No,
where you get frog burgers and snail nuggets.
Le McDonald's.
No, bro. I am not French. McDonald. No, McDonald. I am rich.
So, McDonald is Irish and isn't McDonald Scottish?
Yes. I'm man reason.
I don't care how you say it. I'm just impressed that some of yous eat that shit.
What the fuck is that, bro? What the fuck is that?
Eating this shit? No, not for
You don't eat roadkill? That's what they sell at McDonald's, roadkill. Like if you ever see like a raccoon on the road, you won't see it there for long. It'll be at McDonald's in about 20 minutes.
A raccoon on the road?
Okay.
Well, there's not enough cows on Earth to account for the number of burgers they sell per year. So
Stop. I'm French. I'm French, guys. Okay. I'm French, guys.
Yeah, you told us like 9 times. We don't care that much.
Écoutez, vous me parlez bien, sinon je vous pète le cul, je vous le dis tout de suite, moi. J'arrête pas de dire.
So you should have even more of an appreciation for good quality food, and you should be going nowhere near Crapdonald's.
Crapdonald's.
Yeah, do you get your burger on a baguette?
No.
Burger baguette? No, burger baguette not easy. Sandwich. In French, sandwich.
No, Indio, again, Indio, you fucked up again, dude. It's pronounced burgette.
No, not burgette. What the fuck? Not exist in France, bro.
Maybe it's burgay.
Burger?
Burger, yeah. We all gay in France.
No. In Belgium, the mitraillette. The mitraillette.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know about mitraillette in Belgium? No, just French fries with a lot of meat, a lot of sausage.
The people in the world is very not connaissing.
With a big baguette.
Knowledgeable.
It's because we all gay.
You are, yes.
In Europe, we all gay.
Hey, speak for yourself, sir. Come on.
Oh, you all gay too. You all gay too, guys.
You are gay, bro.
Don't be gay. Don't be gay. It's not good. It's not good for you. But be gay.
Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna get banned from the server for talking like that.
Yeah,
This is not by me, by the server owners. So.
Oh, so
I'm a free speech absolutist. I think you should be able to say whatever with consequences, of course. But
we can continue to.
They're going to give you consequences. I'm just telling you what the server rules are. You stay down this line or it get worse, man. You're going to end up. But bro, shut up.
You
gotta mute you.
You eat.
Okay, you're getting muted, bro.
No. You eat.
Yeah, I eat. I eat globe tarts.
Tarts?
You ever have globe tarts? They go in the toaster?
The gob tarts?
No, globe tarts. Oh, you're a globe tart, aren't you?
Yeah, maybe.
Well, you keep talking about you're gay, so that would make you a globe tart.
Yeah, but I'm gay.
Isn't tart a euphemism for gay? In England?
Okay.
Yeah, so you're a globe tart. Not a globe tart,
Nice.
a globe tart.
Okay. I like tarts.
You are gay too?
Yeah, of course.
You mean gay as in happy or gay as in I like the same sex? Because gay means happy.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Oh, okay. Then you're the gayest person in here.
I'm happy. I'm a happy gay guy.
You're a happy gay guy. That's redundant.
Ah, damn. You
Double
got
positive.
me, man. You got me, man. Yeah, you're way too smart for me.
You work for the Ministry of Redundant Ministry?
Exactly.
How much snow you got in Quebec there, Nick?
Way too much.
It's a lot, but it's normal for us, you know?
Is it over 2 feet?
Oh, shit, I wouldn't be able to tell. I mean, they plow the place around here, so lost track.
Oh, you lost track. Shit.
Probably.
So, yeah, you got a lot.
Yeah, likely, you know? Cumulatively, since the beginning of the winter, yeah. Maybe around there.
I mean, we got 2 feet the other day. But it's the first time we've got that much snow since like
I mean,
2011 or something. It's been a super long time.
Yeah, it looks normal now. I don't think we got hit by that craziness that happened recently.
Yeah.
Or if so, it's equally as it's like normal
for us, you know.
Yeah, everybody forgot what they're doing here. Like they totally forgot what to do when it snows that much, right? Because there's nowhere in the city. There's nowhere to put the snow.
Yeah.
So you got your sidewalk, and then you have cars parked in the street, and then you have the street. You can't put the snow. You say you have a car, can't put the snow in the street. Can't put the snow on the sidewalk. So where does it go? Fuck, dude. They pile it in between the cars like 12 feet high.
Oh, okay. Last year we got hit over like a 4-day period. It was like between 4 and 6.
Don't just hand wave that. You ever try to throw a shovel full of snow 12 feet into the air?
No. I mean, I get that, but we tell you, like, you're fucked. Like, sorry.
Dude, it's crazy. It's just crazy. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead.
But we basically got the equivalent last year, but like spread out. You know, it was like 4 to 6 feet over like 5 days or something.
Wow, yeah, that's a lot. That's a holy moly.
Let's say 3 to 5. Okay, you know. Still, I don't know. I'm probably off. It was a fuck.
Why don't we just throw the snow to the sea so we can counter global warming?
They did. They used to do that, Gemsy. They used to do, like, you know where the beach is in South Boston? They used to they would take all the snow, put it in trucks, like dump trucks or load in, or I don't even know what kind of the name of it is, but they're like 18-wheelers that put them in. They would take the loaders, load that up with snow, and then they would back it into the ocean, dude. At the beach in South Boston. But then all the environmentalists fucking complain that there's all sorts of shit in the road, like oil and grease and gasoline and spit and human feces and every other goddamn thing. So they stopped doing that. And now we just keep the snow for a long time.
Wait, we had a fix and then the dumb people just make it just wrong? I mean,
yeah,
the fix or whatever.
Yeah, they did it for something like 100+ years where they just threw the snow into the ocean. And then, the environmentalists stopped it.
Makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you think, like, oh my God, there's a lot of snow. But then when you start throwing it in the ocean, you realize that the fucking ocean is just so enormous. You could be pushing snow in there for 1,000,000 years. And it wouldn't matter.
India, my bad, dude. I was kind of exaggerating there. Looking it up there, it says between the 13th and the 16th, we got 28 inches or 28.5 inches. So just under 3 feet.
Oh, that's still a good amount, man.
Yeah, over 3 days though. It says it was unprecedented over a 3-day period.
I don't know, were you alive during the Quebec ice storms?
Yeah, I was like 5 years old or something.
Oh my God, they lasted, bro. They lasted like 3 months. It was horrible.
We're talking about the one in 93 or 98?
I don't know. I just remember it lasted 3 months, and every day they'd be showing, and the ice storms in Quebec are still going on, and they'd show like high tension lines that were just like bent like Tinker Toys. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because all the ice just like was weighing everything down.
I think you're talking about the one in 1998 there.
Probably.
There was one where there was a whole documentary on this thing. It was so crazy that so we got, I think like 3 main, or at the time we had 3 main power lines coming into the island. Okay. And like 2 of them were like fucked, right? So all the load was reliant on that one line. So like there was so much fucking focus trying to like make sure that thing didn't like collapse and shit. And like there was in the documentary, it showed the RCMP. Okay, they were taking extreme measures to make sure that thing didn't fall by like trying to like de-ice it and shit like that as much as possible. And one of the methods, or 2 of the methods that they employed to take the ice off was number one, they took sharpshooters. So like these fucking snipers, fucking blasting blocks of ice off the top of these fucking towers and shit.
Fucking Canadians, Jesus Christ!
Yeah, hold on, it gets better, bro.
Do down south, like I can't believe you guys just like you guys must have hired a redneck. Oh, dude, how do we get rid of the ice? Just shoot it, boy.
So, dude, it gets better, okay? It gets better. If you think that's good, okay? The most Canadian technique. Oh, I'm getting feedback. Who the fuck? Anyway, if you think that's good, okay? The second technique was to... They flew they fucking flew helicopters above the towers and dropped fucking logs onto the blocks.
What?
Yeah, they dropped fucking wood logs onto the blocks of ice. From like
Needless to say, that didn't work, right?
No, I think it did. Yeah, you know.
Really?
But they yeah, you know, you drop a log from 40, 50 feet up in the air, man, it's going to accelerate and smash that thing with some good power, you know?
Oh,
apparently, yeah. I mean, it
Ice
made
is
the
hard,
fucking...
though, man. Ice is pretty hard.
I know. I mean, it made the fucking movie, you know?
Yeah, and then the movie flopped because no one believed it. It was too unbelievable. They're like, oh, we're going to make a documentary. Like, oh, we can't believe that. No one did that.
Oh, they just put it in there at the end, you know. RCMP saved the day, you know. They went full Canadian mode and saved the ice, or, you know, saved the people from the evil ice.
Why didn't they just light a fire at the bottom?
There was like no fucking power, man. There was no energy. Everyone was just like...
Light a fire? Burn the logs?
No, not burning the log. Bro, you burn the log. That. Yeah, well, yeah, no shit.
Heat rises, right? So if you make a big bonfire at the bottom, heat will rise and melt all that shit.
Yeah, but, you know, the things are, what, 50, 60, 70 feet tall?
Make a big fire.
I mean, it could have, right? But I think it took more energy to do that. It would have taken more energy to do that than to just fly above it and drop a couple logs, you know?
Okay. You guys say so.
I don't know. I'm just saying that's what they did, you know? I'll find
listen, hey, I want to preface what he just said. Just think about what he just said. We're going back to the moon. Okay, next.
You guys want to take a look at what I put inside chat?
Yeah, we're so Brown Reckless. We're defrosting high tension power lines in our technologically wondrous society by dropping logs from helicopters. Do you really think we're going to the moon?
Yes.
Yeah, give me a second, dude. I'm gonna fucking find it.
Do you want to engage with what I put inside chat based on that flat Earth core laser test video?
You might want to fix your timestamp up, Junior. 5538 is the MEFE core logo.
Yeah, why are you cherry picking, bro?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 5338. My bad.
Did you post that one with the laser pointed straight up? Or is that Matrix? Oh.
He posted. I don't have perms to post.
Okay. Why are you cherry picking? Why are you taking a screenshot of when they're making the laser go down? I made a video about this. They're like, oh, move it down, move it down, move it down, move it down, and you can see the laser go down until you see the centroid of the beam. So why are you showing not the final thing? Why are you being trying to be freaking dishonest?
I didn't watch that part. I watched up to this part and then posted it inside chat.
In this part, they're speaking.
I was listening to you guys speak. I was listening to them speak. I was looking at the map.
Go down, go down, go down, go down.
Right. So why would they have to go down if it's level on the other side?
Okay, because listen. Okay. First of all, no amount of unleveling it should have let you see in the beam.
Why not? Again,
are you talking at 40 kilometers? Are you high?
You're positing that. But again, if it's level at point A...
I'm not positing that. No amount of unleveling... say you have a hill and a laser. No amount of unleveling the laser is going to make you shoot around the hill.
Apparently depends on how big the hill is.
Yeah.
So how about if I shoot the laser straight up in the air? Will that unlevel the hill?
Okay, just to clarify, was it level prior to them moving it down?
To the best of their ability. What you've got to understand, to level something over 40 kilometers is not exactly easy. When you're leveling a camera on a tripod, there's a tiny little bubble level. You're leveling something that's 6 inches across. You try to level a 40-kilometer beam, it's slightly different.
No, they're measuring the beam from like a distance away with a meter stick, from the origin of the beam to as far as they can get, relative to mean sea level.
They shouldn't be hitting that far, Brown. You are missing the point altogether.
I just
intentionally obvious. But listen, bro. Okay. They're close to level, but do you realize that 0.00024 degrees across 40 kilometers is a width of 2 meters? Yeah, that small fraction of a degree, thousandth of a degree, is a 2-meter spread at 40 kilometers away. I'm sorry that when they set it up initially, they weren't within a thousandth of a fucking degree accurate.
Well, just to clarify, are you positing that initially is 2 meters above their head?
Oh,
it's a much.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut up. Shut up, dude. Seriously, you're pissing me off. Dude, do not do that shit again. I didn't posit anything. I told you exactly what I mean. Listen to my fucking words.
You're saying it cannot be seen through a hill, and the Earth is the hill.
Yes.
Right. So clearly that analogy, right, isn't exactly applicable here.
Okay.
That is what you're proclaiming, Brown, you dubbo.
Okay. Now, listen. Let's say I'm shooting. I am absolutely fucking level. Okay? But then I want to drop down the laser 0.0024 degrees. And see at the other end how much the laser goes down. It's going to go down 2 meters. Okay?
Absolutely.
You know what level of precision that is? That is like the width of human hair. You looking at the width of a human hair from, I would say, 50 feet.
Again, I understand it's a long distance and it's hard to level that at a local level.
What I'm saying,
at the end of the video, it looks like it's going at
the degree of precision, okay? That's why I had the fact they even got that close, okay, should tell you something. They shouldn't even have been that close. If they move, let's say they hit the laser and moved at 1/10 of a degree, the laser point, where it was hitting, would have moved like a quarter of a mile.
So, but even in the final image, it still seems to be pointing at an upward trajectory, an upward angle.
So what? They tilted it down until they did see it, which shouldn't be possible on a globe.
Go back to your timestamp, Brown. Subtract 30 seconds, and please listen to it. Bring the laser down. Bring the laser down. Bring the laser down.
Yeah, I hear that. Again, but even if...
Excellent. So does that not mean anything to you?
Okay.
Why don't you draw another diagram? Dude, draw another diagram. Show us how they brought the laser down so that it shot around the curve.
Again, if they brought the laser down enough, you would cease to see the light, right? That isn't shown in the test. Like, we can agree to that, right? If they pointed at a downward angle into the Earth, regardless
of course, if they brought the laser down enough, yeah, they could shoot the laser straight down into under their feet. Yeah, they could do that.
Right, absolutely. So, but again, even at their as close to level as humanly possible, it's at again, obviously a severe upward angle, right? So even when they bring it down, it still appears to be at an upward angle, which would corroborate with how.
Look, when they say you got it, all you see is the centroid of the beam. You don't see no upward angle.
Actually, the top side of the beam is clearly more illuminated than the bottom side. Like, it's
bullshit. Bullshit. You can actually measure the fucking light intensity of the frame. You're making shit up, dude. It has a Gaussian profile. So go get a piece of software called ImageJ from the National Institute of Health, where you can actually measure pixels intensity by drawing a line across that section of the image. And if you do that to this image, it's a Gaussian profile. You can't detect it with your naked eye, but the camera picked it up, and it will tell you the brightness of each pixel. And when you do that, you will see literally a Gaussian, which is like a wave, right? It's like a peak of a fucking wave. That's what you see. Because we don't have to subjectively go looks like that. You can actually measure image. You can actually measure images.
Have you done that?
Just like they do in medicine, because that's where it comes from.
You have that available.
This is just FUD bullshit, dude. Fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
Well,
You
you're
can't
claiming that you've done
explain
it.
how you can see the beam at all except for invoking magic. That
No,
somehow you bent the laser around the ball, but there's no justification for any of that.
Not even what I'm claiming.
Can you explain how they did it 3 weeks later again?
So what?
Under different weather conditions?
Yeah, again, from what I'm seeing, again, based on.
Can you explain how they did it 3 weeks later under different weather conditions?
Oh, come on, Indio. I just want to cherry pick this one picture. Let me do it.
Show me the other result. I'm looking at the other results. They look relatively similar. Again,
relatively similar. Is that your subjective opinion?
I don't have a Gaussian profile. If you've done a Gaussian profile based on these images, then please, I'd love to see it. But I haven't done a Gaussian profile. So
okay, go do that, then come back.
All right. It sounds like
you've done it. You start making just senseless fucking claims, dude. You just, bro, it's irritating because you've never, ever been this skeptical of the globe. Ever. Tell me one thing about the globe you've ever analyzed with this vigor. One thing.
Travel.
You analyzed Antarctic travel.
Went through several resources, several
resources. I'm talking about No, here you're examining evidence. I mean, examining globe evidence.
Yeah, it's what I just. Isn't that not what I just said?
What was the evidence you looked at?
Again, the total time to circumnavigate the Antarctic.
What was it?
I don't have it off the top of my head. I have to look it up for you.
Okay.
Again, it does not corroborate with a giant ice wall surrounding the Earth.
Bullshit, it don't.
Okay, so again, I completely disagree.
You never looked that up. You're lying.
Why? So you're positing that I did?
No, you're straight lying. Okay. I'm telling you right now, you're lying right now.
All right.
You don't remember the 2 fucking world record trips around Antarctica.
It was Byrd, and it was Admiral Byrd, right? I don't remember the numbers.
No. The circum-Antarctica race.
I'm not referring to that. I was referring to Byrd specifically, and again, if that was part of the datum, then I don't remember that specifically. You can't.
You said you researched it. I asked you if you researched it with the same amount of vigor. Obviously, you didn't.
If you
barely researched it at all.
If you ask me about this in 6 months, I will. This same level of vigor, I will remember to the same degree. So again, you're making basis.
You just admitted you didn't even look at modern circumnavigations of Antarctica.
That's not what I said. I said I didn't remember that specific example. If I did look it up.
Okay.
That's not what I said.
You did. You okay? Tell me which one you looked up.
I know. Like I just said, I know the Admiral Byrd circumnavigation off the top of my head. I'd have.
Other than that, dude. Other than Admiral Byrd, which one of these?
I want a different example. I want. Give me more. Like I just told you. I'm telling you what I did previously. That is to the same vigorous level that I'm doing this right now.
No, you did. You're lying.
Right. You can claim
Brown Recluse. Why are you doing this? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Honestly. No, seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know you didn't analyze any fucking Antarctica trip beyond reading some fucking Flat Earth WS fucking meme. You know that. I know that. We all know that.
That's your assumption, buddy.